There's only one way. Yi Junline's face couldn't help but change after hearing Mu Linger's words. He just smelled a trace of peach blossom smoke just now, and it wouldn't have much effect, but Wang Zhenxing's face was as red as a lobster, obviously inhaling a large amount of peach blossom smoke. It is absolutely impossible to completely suppress it, and it can only be rescued by that only way. The black-hearted old demon Yang will have caused many righteous women to lose their names with peach blossom smoke, and righteous people hate this thing. Of course, Yi Junline was not worried about Wang Zhenxing's life or death, but about Mu Linger. Sixth Master, try it with the ice silkworm, Yi Junline immediately reminded. Mu Linger naturally thought of this, and immediately went to take the gourd and release the ice silkworm in the gourd to rescue Wang Zhenxing. Unfortunately, peach blossom smoke is not highly toxic, but has some slight poison. Ice silkworms do not like this substance very much, and the treatment effect is very small. It is estimated that it will be until tomorrow morning when the ice silkworm has completely absorbed the toxins of the peach blossom smoke. And Wang Zhenxing obviously can't survive so long. The ice silkworm can't save him. Mu Linger immediately made a judgment, and couldn't help but feel anxious, with some struggle on her face, as if she was making some major decision. Yi Junline saw that something was wrong, and quickly reminded Mu Linger, Sixth Master, don't forget, your cultivation has not reached great perfection. If something is missing, it is likely to affect the progress of cultivation, which is related to the future of martial arts. So do you have any other way? Mu Linger asked. Let him. Yi Junline subconsciously wanted to say, let him die, but he also understood that with Mu Linger's concern for Wang Zhenxing, he obviously would not sit idly by, and after thinking about it, he said, send him to the fence, the peach blossom smoke can naturally be removed. Mu Linger was stunned. This was indeed an idea, but it was somewhat reluctant to send Wang Zhenxing to that kind of messy place. Sixth Master, don't think about it, hurry up and send him over. The black-hearted old demon attacked him. It is estimated that he wants to use this to ruin your martial arts future. You must not be fooled, Yi Junline bitterly dissuaded. Mu Linger was slightly moved. If she saves people, it will undoubtedly affect cultivation, resulting in never being able to step into the complete realm of cultivation exercises in this life. If you can't reach the state of perfection, you won't be able to have the moving appearance that a normal age should have. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go to that kind of place. Wang Zhenxing, who was flushed, protested weakly. If you don't go to that kind of place, are you going to harm my Sixth Master? Yi Junline said angrily. Nope, isn't there your aunt? Wang Zhenxing said. Yi Junline was stunned. Mu Linger's eyes lit up. Yes, if you really care, you are chaotic, the apprentice will call your aunt over. His situation can be suppressed for the time being, there will be no danger to life within an hour, enough for your aunt to rush over. This Yi Junline's face crumpled into a bitter melon. What is this? Hurry up and call your aunt over, Mu Linger urged. Yi Junline was helpless, slowly took the mobile phone from his pocket, and took advantage of the moment when the vision was blocked, wanting to break the mobile phone screen. But after thinking about it, if he didn't call Shu Yunyan, then Mu Linger estimated that he would have to save people herself. Xiaoyezi, what are you doing calling me? Shu Yunyan on the other end of the phone asked. Auntie is like this, Wang Zhenxing, something happened to him and needs someone to save him. Your friend Jiyu Feiyao should still be with you, you let her come to the place where our Sixth Master lives. Yi Junline said. Anyway, Jiyu Feiyao and Wang Zhenxing have reached that step. Of course, he will not be stupid enough to call Shu Yunyan over. What happened to him? Shu Yunyan said urgently. It's not a big deal, just let Jiyu Feiyao come over. Yi Junline refused to say anything. What the hell is going on? You better make it clear. Shu Yunyan asked. Jiyu Feiyao was taking a bath and was not beside her. Auntie, you don't need to worry, let Jiyu Fei. Yi Junline was still sloppy. But halfway through the words, Mu Linger snatched the mobile phone and concisely told Shu Yunyan what happened to Wang Zhenxing. Don't let him have trouble, I'll come right away, Shu Yunyan said. Yi Junline's sense of hearing was far beyond ordinary people, and although he was separated from Mu Linger by a distance, he still heard Shu Yunyan's voice. When he heard Shu Yunyan's eager voice, Yi Junline felt like he was about to vomit blood. I have always been on guard, wanting to protect Shu Yunyan from bullying, but I didn't expect that the black-hearted old demon suddenly came out. And Shu Yunyan actually didn't tell Jiyu Feiyao, but wanted to come over in person. The black-hearted old demon who killed 1,000 knives. When I make great progress in cultivation, I will definitely kill you, and I will destroy all the Taoist of the 10,000 poison sect. Yi Junlin made an angry vow in his heart. Being fed powder by the black-hearted old devil, causing his speech and behavior to become sissy, Yi Junlin already hated the black-hearted old devil. Now there is one more thing, which undoubtedly amplifies his hatred of the black-hearted old devil. Of course, Yi Junlin hated Wang Zhenxing even more. It's just that now there are too many people covering Wang Zhenxing, and they dare not act rashly. Originally, he wanted to use the name of the black-hearted old demon to make Wang Zhenxing become a sissy, but who knew that the black-hearted old demon actually made the first move. More than 40 minutes passed, and Shu Yunyan rushed to the villa. I've told you on the phone, you should be prepared, but if you're feeling embarrassed, you can shout for help. Mu Linger instructed Shu Yunyan. Well, I see. Shu Yunyan was not very afraid, but a little nervous. Mu Linger left the room. Yi Junlin expected that something was about to happen, and he felt very uncomfortable in his heart and stopped in place. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 500 counterattack points. Still standing here stupidly and doing something, gone. Mu Linger came to the door and saw that Yi Junlin was still in the room, so she shouted. Yi Junlin covered his chest, walked out of the villa with heavy breathing, and went to the road outside to blow the night breeze. Things have come to this point, it must be impossible to stop it. He really doesn't want to hear strange movements, so as not to feel more uncomfortable in his heart. Mu Linger came to the living room, with some vinegar, while eating snacks, waiting. Not long after, some movement was heard. Mu Linger snorted, blocking her ears a little irritably, but after listening to more, she was not so annoying, but a little curious. When she came out just now, she ghostly left a crack in the door. The sun rises. A new day has arrived. Yi Junlin, who had been wandering outside for a night in a depressed mood, returned to the hall of the villa. I saw Shu Yunyan sitting on the sofa in the hall, looking very tired. Yi Junlin realized something, and his face that was a little rosy by the morning breeze turned a little white in an instant. Auntie, why are you here, my sixth master? Inside the room, Shu Yunyan was weak when she spoke. Yi Junlin's mouth suddenly shook, thinking that what he was most worried about, could it still happen? Wait a bit. Wang Zhenxing and Mu Linger also came to the hall, the former with a solemn face, and the latter with a low little head. You're not a big deal, are you? Shu Yunyan's voice was soft, and she asked Wang Zhenxing with concern. It feels fine, Wang Zhenxing said. Then do you have any? Shu Yunyan's gaze wandered over Wang Zhenxing and Mu Linger's bodies. I can't even remember what happened last night. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be stupid and stunned. I saved you. Shu Yunyan blushed. Well, why was she next to me when I was awake? Wang Zhenxing glanced sideways at Mu Linger, who was hanging his head, and asked Shu Yunyan. It was originally me by your side, and she later took over. Shu Yunyan said. Ah, this Wang Zhenxing looked at Mu Linger in surprise. No, the sixth master's actions are not abnormal, they are clearly intact. Yi Junlin saw the clue and said silently in his heart. The worst did not happen, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Yi Junlin felt a little more comfortable in his heart. It's just that he doesn't understand why Mu Linger has to look like she has gone through. How can I thank you for that? Wang Zhenxing looked at Mu Linger gratefully. Do you think thank you is useful? Mu Linger raised her little head, her eyes misty. Then even if I owe you a favor, if you need my help, I will do it for you even if I go to the soup. Wang Zhenxing promised. Because I saved you, my practice is damaged, and I can't marry in the future. Do you think this is a human favor that can be repaid? The mist in Mu Linger's eyes gushed out and slipped down her little face. Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised, thinking that this Mu Linger would be a waste of talent if she didn't go to film with Shu Yunyan. What happened, he actually knew very well, just to avoid showing the stuffing, so he pretended not to know anything. After Shu Yunyan left, he let Mu Linger take over, and Mu Linger just used the ice silkworm to suck out a very small part of his remaining peach blossom toxin. Wang Zhenxing returned to normal, and then pretended to be tired and rested. Mu Linger waited beside her, staring at Wang Zhenxing, feeling very novel, and studied it with a red little face. It wasn't until just now that Wang Zhenxing woke up, and the two walked out of the room. To put it simply, in fact, Wang Zhenxing was taken advantage of, and Mu Linger did not lose anything. That what do you say? Wang Zhenxing also did not expose Mu Linger, and asked according to her words. This happened, I can't see anyone. Mu Linger sobbed a few times, her eyes looked around, and she saw a fruit knife on the tea table. Stepping forward to grab the knife in his hand, Mu Linger's little face showed a determined look. Xu Yunyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She simply wasn't too familiar with this operation. However, what surprised Xu Yunyan was that Mu Linger picked up the fruit knife not on her neck, but on Wang Zhenxing's neck. Xu Yunyan was suddenly shocked. Yi Junlin felt a burst of happiness in his heart, praying that Mu Linger would hurry up and not hesitate. However, Mu Linger just put the fruit knife on Wang Zhenxing's neck, and did not further harm him for the time being. Hey, you, what do you do? Wang Zhenxing froze and said to Mu Linger with some stammering. I can't marry in the future, so I can only kill you and kill myself. Mu Linger replied coldly. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have saved me at that time. Wang Zhenxing theorized. I promised the little junior sister to protect you thoroughly, of course I can't watch you die. Mu Linger said. Is there any other option than after killing me and killing myself? Wang Zhenxing asked. I don't know, why don't you tell me? Mu Linger's hint can be said to be very obvious. Yi Junlin and an outsider heard it. Wang Zhenxing hesitated, glanced at Xu Yunyan, and then said to Mu Linger, you better kill me, anyway, I'm sorry. Left and right, it's better to die. After speaking, Wang Zhenxing directly closed his eyes and looked like he was going to die. Mu Linger couldn't help but be a little anxious. Wang Zhenxing didn't open this mouth, so what could be done? Fortunately, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Xu Yunyan was even more anxious. Mu Linger's eyes brightened slightly, and she raised the fruit knife to Wang Zhenxing's neck. Stop! Xu Yunyan stopped it. The fruit knife in Mu Linger's hand stopped an inch away from Wang Zhenxing's neck, and turned to look at Xu Yunyan. Why bother to get things to this point? Isn't it good for everyone to be kind? Xu Yunyan said helplessly. With her eyes, she could naturally see that Mu Linger was making a play. But he was afraid that Mu Linger would really hurt Wang Zhenxing, so he had to stop it. Tell me how to be kind. Mu Linger said. In short, it is impossible for me to withdraw, and it is impossible for Fei Yao to withdraw. Since I can't fight, then don't fight. Taking a few deep breaths, Xu Yunyan said helplessly. If so, who should listen to? Mu Linger is lazy and free, but she doesn't want to be called in the big family in the future. Of course, it depends on the first come, but if you are not happy, although it is better to kill him, I can't stop him anyway. Seeing Mu Linger's attitude, Xu Yunyan was sure that she didn't dare to really hurt people. After Mu Linger listened, she and Xu Yunyan stalemated for a while, but the latter showed no sign of backing down. This woman is not a good stubble. I am afraid it is impossible to bluff her anyway. With my skills, the two of them don't want to bully me. Mu Linger quickly figured it out and put the fruit knife back on the table. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Yi Junlin listened and looked at Wang Zhenxing in amazement. How can this guy be favored by several such outstanding women at the same time? The heart was extremely resentful, but after staring at Wang Zhenxing a few more times, he had to admit that Wang Zhenxing was indeed very manly. Handsome silhouette, fair complexion, tall nose, and a mouth that is not thin or thick and almost perfect. It's almost impossible to fault a single flaw. Especially his eyes, which seem to contain thousands of stars, make it difficult to look away. Looking at it, he even felt that his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. Damn, how could I feel this way? Yi Junlin's heart set off waves of shock. Sensing his mood change, Yi Junlin immediately fixed his mind and turned his head away from looking at Wang Zhenxing. It must be because of the effects of hormones. Yi Junlin quickly thought of the reason. As a man of steel, he was originally absolutely normal in terms of orientation. Sixth Master, are you really not afraid of returning to the mountain gate and being scolded by the master in charge? Unwilling to let Wang Zhenxing add another blessing to the original Qi people's blessing, Yi Junlin spoke up to remind Mu Linger that he wanted her to take back her previous decision. After all, Mu Linger and Xu Yunyan's situation is different, and they have not come to that step with Wang Zhenxing for the time being. This is completely redeemable. When Mu Linger heard Yi Junlin's reminder, her little face obviously showed some trepidation. But the decision that has been made, she cannot take it back. Apprentice, you keep this matter secret for me. You can't tell anyone, especially not the other 6 masters. if any rumors leak out, I will definitely go back to the master to publicize your sissy things everywhere. Mu Linger's eyes rolled around, and she quickly thought of a good idea, and backhanded Yi Junlin. When Yi Junlin heard this, his face collapsed. This kind of evil and interesting thing can't be done by other masters, but Mu Linger must do it. Sixth Master, you are so good, even if you want to find a partner, you should find someone who is dedicated to you wholeheartedly. Why should you degrade your identity and wrong yourself? Yi Junlin said. Xiao Yeji, what do you mean by this, look down on me? Shu Yunyan listened with some displeasure, feeling belittled, so he took over the conversation. Auntie, how can I look down on you? Yi Junlin smiled. Apprentice, don't be verbose, the decision I made will not change. In short, you remember, the 4 people know about this, if it is passed out, it is your problem, and you should know the consequences. After Mu Linger expressed her position, she did not forget to warn. I will be confidential. After hearing this, Yi Junlin could only sigh helplessly. He was a heartthrob in the Shimen, and if he let the female disciples of the Shimen know, then his image would completely collapse. As a demon genius who attracted the attention of everyone in the sect, he cared very much about his reputation and image. Then, Shu Yunyan's mobile phone suddenly rang. But it was the staff on the crew who came to urge and asked where Shu Yunyan was. Of course, Shu Yunyan did not dare to say it explicitly, saying that he was very tired now and had difficulty walking, so he could only respond on the phone that he had an urgent matter to deal with, so that the crew temporarily stopped work and waited for his notice. Mu Linger heard it, hesitated slightly, and immediately proposed to treat Shu Yunyan with true qi. She doesn't feel troublesome about raising her hand, and she will live in a big family in the future, and if they don't look at each other well, it will only make Wang Zhenxing caught in the middle. Of course, this is just a temptation. If Shu Yunyan does not know how to be a villain, then Mu Linger will not continue to put a hot face on her cold ass. That's bothering you, Sister Linger. After Shu Yunyan listened, she smiled and thanked her. She and Mu Linger's thoughts are actually similar, and they don't want someone to be difficult. Mu Linger was stunned when she heard this, a little unexpected. This woman who is not good seems to be not very difficult to get along with. After the 2 women said yes, they went to the room together. Only Wang Zhenxing and Yi Junlin remained in the hall, the latter staying here feeling panicked in his heart and leaving without a word. Yi Junlin took advantage of the quiet to check some of the news he received last night. The host captures the heroine Shu Yunyan and obtains part of the protagonist Yi Junlin's ability. The art of Grandmaster level talismans not against the heroine's wishes, get a normal double reward. The host and the heroine Shu Yunyan have become their good deeds, and they are blessed by the intermediate Wangfu Qi luck, and the Qi luck value is increased by 100. The heroine Shu Yunyan has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 88, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1500. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -150, and the host's luck value is +150. After digesting the Grandmaster rune technique, Wang Zhenxing felt quite interesting. The art of runes is a Taoist technique, which can hurt people and kill enemies like the martial arts in martial arts, but it has a greater effect on dealing with yin spirits and demons. For Wang Zhenxing, it is not of much use for the time being, but more skills do not weigh down, and one more skill is not a harm. Shu Yunyan was healed by Mu Linger's true qi, exhausted, and returned to her normal state. At noon, Wang Zhenxing invited Shu Yunyan and Mu Linger to the hotel for dinner, which was a small celebration, and the 2 became sisters. It's just that the 3 of them sit together to eat, and it looks like a family of 3. After all, Mu Linger now looks 15 or 16 years old, and there is a clear age gap with Wang Zhenxing and Shu Yunyan. During the meal, Shu Yunyan was a little worried that the black-hearted old demon would continue to harm the king. Mu Linger said that she would protect Wang revitalization step by step. Wang Zhenxing refused after hearing this. The black-hearted old demon comes and goes without a trace. It is simply impossible to prevent. You really want my life, you can't protect it. He obviously had a chance to kill me this time, but he didn't do it. Obviously he didn't want my life, but I think he targeted you more. You better practice well, don't waste time protecting me. Saying that, Wang Zhenxing used a knife and fork to tie up an after-dinner dessert and sent it to Mu Linger's small mouth. Mu Linger put the dessert into her mouth, pondered while chewing, and said with a bulging mouth, "That's right, then I'd better cultivate well, but you should also pay attention to safety yourself." I will. Wang Zhenxing nodded, and tied another piece of dessert and sent it to Mu Linger's mouth. Mu Linger ate it, and her cute little face showed a sweet smile. Xu Yunyan looked a little sour, and his head leaned towards Wang Zhenxing's side as a hint. Wang Zhenxing agreed, and tied a piece of dessert with a knife and fork and fed it to Xu Yunyan's mouth. Xu Yunyan was quite satisfied and showed some smiles. In a detention cell, Shen Feng was informed that he would face prosecution. Shen Feng asked to find a lawyer and contacted Fang Hongwen and Fang Wanqing, but was ruthlessly refused. In desperation, Shen Feng could only contact the rich woman who drove a Porsche. The rich woman had some good feelings for Shen Feng, and the Porsche who was driving dangerously was hers, and she was also involved in this matter. The rich woman came forward to make a point, and Shen Feng was temporarily released on bail, but was forbidden to leave Qingling and waited for the trial. Coming out of the official mansion, Fu Po and Shen Feng sat in a Ferrari. "What's wrong with your face?" The rich woman took off her sunglasses, and after seeing the dark blue on Shen Feng's face, she asked suspiciously. "Accidentally dropped." Shen Feng didn't have the face to tell the truth, not to mention that he was not very familiar with this rich woman, and he didn't even know her name until now. "Dropped." The rich woman carefully glanced at the dark blue shape on Shen Feng's face, feeling not very similar, but did not ask more. "By the way, your name is Shen Feng?" suddenly asked. The rich woman hesitated. "Zhou Fang. My name is Shen Feng." "Where are you going?" "I'll send you there, and when your matter is settled, we will clear it both and don't contact you again," Zhou Fang said lightly. "Isn't it so desperate? We have one more unfinished business." Shen Feng's eyes discharged. Something happened recently made him too depressed, and he wanted to adjust his mood. Zhou Fang looked at Shen Feng's dark face, a little indifferent, but remembered that when he was in the hotel, his muscles full of strength couldn't help but move. Counting the time, Zhou Fang has been sleeping alone for almost a year and a half. This is simply painful and tormenting for a woman of Zhou Fang's age. Full of expectations, Zhou Fang drove with Shen Feng to a hotel. "Everything is ready." Shen Feng dropped the chain. "Waste, are you trying to fool me? It's really a waste of my time," Zhou Fang taunted. "The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and it's no wonder she's so angry. Staying in the detention room these days, I am too tired without resting, accident, pure accident," Shen Feng explained with a red face. Zhou Fang snorted coldly, sorted out his clothes, threw Shen Feng a disdainful cold look and left. Shen Feng's complexion, which was red from shame, gradually became livid. "After being beaten that night, I felt exhausted for several days. I didn't take it seriously before, and I only now found out that the problem was serious." The host caused the protagonist Shen Feng to lose his male ability and obtained a counterattack point of 1000. The protagonist Shen Feng's luck value was -100, and the host's luck value was +100 Wang. Zhenxing, who was handling some work in the office, received the news. "It seems that the poison of the King of Soldiers has begun to attack," said. In a playful silence, and Wang Zhenxing continued to bury his head in work. Evening, Shen Feng came to an ancient street in Qingling and walked into a medicine hall. At the counter in front of the door, an old gentleman napped on a recliner. Shen Feng reached out and knocked on the counter. "Medicinal materials are marked, and you need to take what you need." The old gentleman heard the movement and knew that a guest was coming, but only said a vague word, and then took a nap. "It's a business, no wonder you don't have much business in this medicine hall," Shen Feng said lightly. "It's really wide, how does the old man do business? It's your turn to point fingers." The old man opened his eyes slightly, and counted at Shen Feng, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. "It's you." The old man's cloudy old eyes revealed some shrewd looks, glanced at Shen Feng, and immediately recognized it. Although Shen Feng's face was blue, the outline of his facial features was still the same as before. The old man was sure that he did not recognize the wrong person. "I need your help." Shen Feng was straight to the point. "You should know that I haven't practiced medicine for a long time." The old man looked embarrassed. It is really embarrassing that Li Muto, a famous divine doctor back then, would actually guard such a dilapidated medicine hall. Shen Feng sighed, and then said positively, "If I wasn't in trouble, I would never have come to you. I was killed by someone, my body had some abnormalities, my body was weak, and—" Shen Feng said a little facelessly, "I promised you 3 things back then, is it one thing to treat your illness?" Li Muto said. Shen Feng hesitated slightly, and then nodded affirmatively, of course. Before he came to find Li Muto, he went to the big hospital to check it, but the hospital did not find a reason, and could not give an effective treatment. There was really no way, so he came to Li Muto. Li Muto took out a wrist pillow, motioned for Shen Feng to put his hand on it, and then stretched out his slightly dry fingers and began to diagnose Shen Feng's pulse. During the process, Li Muto's old face changed several times, making Shen Feng drumming in his heart. How? Seeing Li Muto withdraw his hand, Shen Feng couldn't wait to ask. Your meridians were injured by someone, causing the loss of essence, so you feel weak, and can't stand up, am I right? Li Muto said. After hearing this, Shen Feng admired Li Muto a little, and asked with some expectation, then how to treat. Li Muto pondered for a while. It's tricky, but it's not impossible to treat, but if it is completely cured, it will take 3 years and 5 years. So slow. Shen Feng's face turned pale. You have been indulging in wine for a long time, and your body has accumulated some problems, and you can take advantage of the past 3 years and 5 years to recuperate. Li Muto said. Isn't there a faster cure? Shen Feng asked impatiently. I don't, you might as well find another master. Li Muto brushed his beard. Shen Feng sighed. If there was nothing he could do in front of him, there must be no doctor in the world who could make him recover in a short time. Okay, help me prescribe medicine, Shen Feng said. Li Muto left the counter, wandered around the medicine hall at will, quickly grabbed 15 medicines, and packed them separately. 1 pair a day, eat it for half a month, and then come back to get the medicine after half a month. Li Muto instructed. Shen Feng nodded, took the medicine in his hand, and walked out of the medicine hall a little depressed. 3 years and 5 years. This is really a great torture for him, who is accustomed to indulging in alcohol. But the priority at the moment is to find out the person who is plotting against me. After being depressed for a while, Shen Feng thought of another more important thing. He is now exhausted, and he has no ability but cannot use it. If anyone were going to deal with him, it would be too simple. Shen Feng immediately contacted his old teammates who were abroad and asked them to rush back to Huasha as soon as possible. He has been a mercenary abroad for many years, killing people without blinking, and people are nicknamed Shira, although he does not wash his hands now, but Yue is still there. A phone call can be described as a response. Many old teammates heard that Shen Feng was in difficulty, and the opponent was likely to be an old enemy, and immediately said that they would come to Huasha to help. Shen Feng was very pleased when he heard it. Wherever you come from, I'll get you out. Shen Feng touched the place where he was beaten that night, and there was murderous aura in his eyes. At this time, Shen Feng's mobile phone suddenly rang. The caller ID is Fang Wanqing. I heard that you were released on bail, let's talk about divorce. Fang Wanqing's tone was indifferent. Wanqing, I can promise you that I will never mess with flowers and grass within 3 years and 5 years, can you give me a chance? Let's start over, Shen Feng said reluctantly. I have prepared the divorce agreement, you just need to sign it. Fang Wanqing was unmoved. Shen Feng was silent for a while. When we first received the certificate, Grandpa gave us a witness, and now if we want to separate, we should also explain it to his old man, right? I'll go to Grandpa's in the evening, and you'll come with you, and we'll talk about anything in person. After speaking, Shen Feng did not wait for Fang Wanqing to respond, directly hung up the call, and then returned to Li Muto's medicine hall. Help me with the second thing. Shen Feng knocked on the counter and woke up Li Muto, who was napping. And for whom? Li Muto asked. Help a dying old man to live for at least 3 years. Shen Feng said. As long as he is not in a bad situation, extending his lifespan for 3 years is not a problem. Li Muto's tone was confident, and then in order to save trouble, he continued, it's better if you say the third thing together, and I will do it for you together. The third thing I haven't thought of yet. Shen Feng still attaches great importance to this favor, and if it were not a last resort, he would not easily let Li Muto make a move. What time? Tonight, I'll come and pick you up early. Shen Feng turned around and said with his back to Li Muto. With those words, he walked towards the outside of the medicine hall. Taking out his mobile phone, Shen Feng dialed Fang Wanqing's grandfather, that is, Fang Yiwei's number. Grandpa, didn't I tell you before, I know a divine doctor. I'll bring him over to see you in the evening, Shen Feng said on the phone. Don't bother, I have searched for all the divine doctors of Qingling, but there is nothing I can do about my situation. Fang Yiwei's tone was tinged with the decline of the twilight years. That's not necessarily. I don't know Grandpa, have you heard of a doctor named Li Mudo? Shen Feng said. Li Mudo, Fang Yiwei recalled, and then remembered something. I heard of it, but it is said that 10 years ago, because of some things, he vowed not to practice medicine again. That's right, it's this Li Shen doctor. I have an old acquaintance with him, and he has promised me to extend your life for you. Shen Feng said. Fang Yiwei was overjoyed after hearing this, and his lifeless complexion suddenly revealed some healthy rosy. Good, it's really good. The grandson-in-law really has the ability. Actually knows Li Shenyi. Then you ask Li Shenyi when he is free. I will visit the door. No need, I have already said to Li Mudo to come and see you tonight. Then I'll set up a dinner party at home and wait for you to come. Wanqing will come together in the evening. That's just right, I haven't seen Wanqing in a while. By the way, how are you getting along with Wanqing? Also, it's okay. Evening. Near the end of work, Fang Wanqing drove to the outside of the office building of Zhenxing Group. Pulling over to the side of the road, she dialed Wang's number. Hello Mr. Wang, I'm Fang Wanqing, didn't bother you. Fang Wanqing said mildly on the phone. No, this will be ready to leave work. Wang Zhenxing replied. So do you have any entertainment after work? Fang Wanqing was a little restrained. If you have something, you may as well say it bluntly, without beating around the bush. I mentioned divorce with Shen Feng, but she asked me to go to my grandfather's house to talk. My grandfather cares very much about family harmony, and Shen Feng is still very good at, and my grandfather has a good impression of him. I understand what you mean. Ask me to come forward and tell your grandfather right. This is no problem, I promised you before. Okay, I'll be downstairs from your company. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhenxing left the Zhenxing Group building and came to the side of the road, and saw Fang Wanqing standing next to a Maserati with a smile. I saw her skin shining over the snow, wearing a light blue long dress. The breeze gently brushed and raised the skirt, outlining the perfect figure, which made people stunned, but slightly deficient was that her expression was too cold. However, when she saw Wang Zhenxing's figure, the cold look on her face was like ice and snow melting, revealing a touching shallow smile. Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved slightly, and he walked slowly towards her. Mr. Wang, then we will go now. Stretching out her slender and white fingers and hooking the hair that the breeze blew on the side of her snow-white face behind her ear, Fang Wanqing asked Wang Zhenxing softly. Don't worry, do you want to divorce? Everything is foolproof. Wang Zhenxing said. Of course I think, do you have any good solutions? Fang Wanqing showed some joy. Let's go to the herb store. Wang Zhenxing smiled mysteriously, opened Maserati's passenger door, and got in. Fang Wanqing also quickly got into the car and drove the car to a nearby medicinal herb store. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone in the car, edited a text, and when he walked into the medicinal herb store, he asked the clerk to grab the medicine according to the text, and directly let the clerk boil it in the store. Drink it. Wang Zhenxing sent the boiled soup medicine to Fang Wanqing. I'm most afraid of drinking medicine. Fang Wanqing's cold face showed some pitiful expressions. It's not bitter, you will know it with a sip. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Fang Wanqing's expression slowed, and she took a tentative sip of the soup medicine with the medicine bowl, and a faint sweetness lingered in her mouth. Sure enough, it was not bitter, and she immediately drank the soup medicine in one breath. Wang Zhenxing took a tissue and gently wiped away the residual soup medicine at the corner of her rosy mouth. Fang Wanqing was stiff and did not dare to move, and red clouds appeared on her pretty face. The heroine Fang Wanqing has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60. Adoration. What does this decoction do? Looking directly at Wang Zhenxing's mature and handsome face, Fang Wanqing asked curiously. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Okay. Although Fang Wanqing was puzzled, she did not ask. She believed that Wang Zhenxing would not harm herself. It's getting dark. Li Mudo took the medicine box and accompanied Shen Feng to an ancient-style house. For the sake of image, Shen Feng has already let Li Mudo heal the black blue on his face, and when he returns to normal, the whole person looks a little more confident. The maid led the two to Fang Yiwei in the living room. Fang Yiwei was sitting in a wheelchair, and his spirit looked a little weak, but after seeing the old man carrying the medicine box beside Shen Feng, his old face suddenly showed some excitement. He helped the wheelchair to get up and said very politely, "You are Li Shenyi, who has long admired the daimyo." Fang Yiwei was not paralyzed, but he was old and weak, and he was in a wheelchair to facilitate the maid's push him to move. You're welcome. Li Mudo motioned for him to sit down and immediately took his pulse. How? After Shen Feng saw Li Mudo withdraw his hand, he asked aloud. The situation is similar to what I expected, old age and physical weakness, cardiopulmonary function is constantly weakening, according to my estimate, it should not last more than half a year. Li Mudo asserted. When Fang Yiwei heard this, his old face turned a little white with fright, and the richer a person was, the more afraid he was of death. You are a divine doctor, you should be able to treat my situation, right? With some hope, Fang Yiwei asked. If it is my master, it can be cured, and my lack of learning can only continue your life and let you live for 3 more years. Li Mudo said. Then Li Shenyi, your master. He died 10 years ago. Li Mudo's words instantly cut off Fang Yiwei's thoughts. Fang Yiwei felt a little sorry, but thinking that he could live for 3 more years was already something that he did not dare to hope for before this, and he should be satisfied. Then after the dinner, I will be tired of Dr. Li's hand, as for the treatment fee Fang Yiwei said. No, this is what I owe Shen Feng. Li Mudo waved his hand. When Fang Yiwei heard this, he looked at his grandson-in-law very gratefully, and said with a smile, you have to cheer with Wanqing, I really hope to see you and Wanqing's child born within 3 years. Shen Feng squeezed out a smile and did not dare to answer. At this time, Fang Wanqing also came to the house and arrived at the living room. Wanqing, you came just in time, just talking about you and Shen Feng. Fang Yiwei said with a smile. Say what? Gagging Fang Wanqing said half of her words, and suddenly vomited. Fang Yiwei and Shen Feng looked at each other for a while, and when the former realized something, a smile of relief appeared on the old man's face. Wanqing, you are you already pregnant? As Fang Yiwei spoke, Fang Wanqing and Shen Feng were stunned for a few seconds, and then the latter's face turned livid. Didn't number, just a sudden discomfort in my throat. Fang Wanqing rubbed her snow-white neck, and the other party said. So Fang Yiwei felt a little regretful. When Shen Feng heard this, his face suddenly returned to normal, and he even felt a little ashamed that he had misunderstood Fang Wanqing. I'm thinking about something, and although Wanqing doesn't like me, she can't do something that is unethical. At this time, someone walked into the living room, but it was Wang Zhenxing who came here slowly. Wang Zhenxing was also carrying some gifts in his hand, apparently to visit. Fang Yiwei was flattered, and quickly asked the maid to help pick it up, and then said to Wang Zhenxing enthusiastically. Mr. Wang, you are here, why don't you know how to say a word, so that I can meet you? Just passed by here, I came to see, there is no need to be so grand. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Shen Feng snorted coldly when he heard it, guessing that he came with Fang Wanqing, but it was not easy to expose. After all, if he said it, the shame was himself. Fang Yiwei asked the maid to make good tea, entertain the guests, and exchanged a few words with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing responded politely. Fang Yiwei turned his gaze to Li Mudo and introduced Wang Zhenxing a little. For Li Mudo, a doctor, Wang Zhenxing had not heard of it. However, when Fang Yiwei introduced Wang Zhenxing, Li Mudo looked like a superior person, his tone was flat, and he didn't seem to put the boss of the so-called tens of billions of listed companies in his eyes at all. Wang Zhenxing guessed that this person had good medical skills. Fang Yiwei was in a good mood and immediately said that Li Mudo could continue his life for 3 more years. Fang Wanqing was very happy after hearing this, and she was happy for her grandfather. Dr. Li Shen stopped practicing medicine because of some things, and it was because of my face that he took action to continue my grandfather's life. Shen Feng spoke proudly, wanting to win Fang Wanqing's favor. After Fang Wanqing listened, the smile on her face stiffened, and she looked at Shen Feng inadvertently. Shen Feng was happy, this time Wanqing should not mention the divorce. Grandpa, I have something I want to talk to you about. Fang Wanqing struggled in her heart, but still spoke. They have already come over with Wang Zhenxing, and she doesn't want to retreat, so as not to drag on this matter, but it makes Wang Zhenxing displeased. This is definitely not what Fang Wanqing wants to see. What's going on? Fang Yiwei asked. Shen Feng and I have some irreconcilable contradictions, so it was decided to end the marriage. Fang Wanqing said. Fang Yiwei's old face froze. Grandpa, this is just Wanqing's unilateral wish, and I don't want to divorce. Shen Feng answered. What the hell is going on? Fang Yiwei asked. Since receiving the license, Shenfeng has been hanging out all day in bars and nights, and I've had enough and don't want to live with him anymore. Fang Wanqing said. Fang Yiwei didn't know about the fact that the two had been estranged. Shenfeng, this is wrong with you, there is such a beautiful wife at home, why do you still go out to fool around? Fang Yiwei had a scowl on his face. Grandpa, you may not know yet, I haven't even touched a finger of Wanqing so far. Shenfeng's tone was full of resentment. Wanqing, you this Fang Yiwei frowned again and looked at his granddaughter. It's that he is an unruly person, and it has nothing to do with me. Fang Wanqing looked indifferent. I know that I am wrong, I will definitely correct it in the future, within 3 years and 5 years, I will be absolutely honest, or I cannot touch a finger of you, it should be a test and punishment for me, wife, you give me another chance. Shenfeng looked affectionate. Li Mudo, who was leisurely drinking tea, directly sprayed a sip of tea after hearing Shenfeng's assurance. Fang Yiwei looked at him in amazement. Shenfeng stared at him with slightly squinted eyes. Choke. Li Mudo explained with an embarrassed smile. You don't have to correct it for me, just continue to live your free life. Fang Wanqing responded to Shenfeng's words. Grandpa Shenfeng looked at Fang Yiwei with a pleading gaze. Fang Yi only agreed. Whether it was out of dedication to family harmony or out of gratitude to Shenfeng for finding Li Mudo, he did not want Shenfeng and Fang Wanqing to be separated like this. 3 or 5 years is enough to verify a person's heart. I think Shenfeng is very sincere. Wanqing, you might as well. Fang Yiwei persuaded. But he didn't say everything, and saw Fang Wanqing gagging dryly. Wanqing, are you uncomfortable? It just so happens that Dr. Li is here, so it's better to let him diagnose his pulse. Fang Yiwei said. No, I didn't feel uncomfortable. Fang Wanqing shook her head and didn't take it seriously. Wanqing, don't shirk, let Dr. Li take a look, this opportunity is rare. Shenfeng said. Wang Zhenxing did not speak, but showed some inexplicable smiles. Shenfeng took his look in his eyes, a little puzzled. That all right. Fang Wanqing agreed, and also wanted to know how her physical state was. Because of long-term fatigue at work, sometimes there is some discomfort, such as back pain. Li Mudo diagnosed Fang Wanqing's pulse, his expression changed, and he was very exciting. What's wrong with my wife, is it okay? Shenfeng asked puzzled. Insufficient qi and blood caused by overwork, drink some decoctions that replenish qi and blood, plus tuina massage assistance, the effect is better. Li Mudo said. Then you teach me the method of tuina massage, and this kind of thing will let me come. Shenfeng is very enthusiastic. Li Mudo did not respond, and he stopped talking. In addition to the lack of qi and blood, is there any other problem? Shenfeng saw the clue. Didn't number problem. Li Mudo bowed his head slightly, picked up the cup of tea next to him and took a sip. Say it quickly. Shenfeng was anxious. Dr. Li, do I have any serious illness? Fang Wanqing's pretty face turned a little white, and she asked nervously. Divine doctor, don't hide it, say it quickly. Fang Yiwei was also worried about his granddaughter's physical condition. Do you really want to say it? Fang Yiwei looked at Shenfeng and squeezed his eyebrows. Say. Shenfeng's tone was affirmative. After getting the exact reply, Li Mudo did not hide it, looked at Fang Wanqing and said slowly, there is joy. Fang Wanqing was stunned, and her brain was a little short-circuited. Shenfeng felt that the sky was spinning. The host caused the protagonist Shenfeng's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. The host caused the protagonist Shenfeng's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. The host caused the protagonist Shenfeng's mentality to be damaged and obtained 500 counterattack points. Well, it's great, it seems that I will be able to hold my great-grandson next year. Fang Yiwei laughed heartily, but after laughing for a while, he found that Shenfeng and Fang Wanqing's expressions were a little wrong, and he also remembered that Shenfeng had said that he had not even touched Fang Wanqing's fingers after receiving the certificate. But Fang Wanqing was overjoyed. Not only Shenfeng and Fang Yi were stunned, but even Fang Wanqing herself was stunned. She is still innocent, how could she be pregnant? In doubt, Fang Wanqing suddenly remembered something, and subconsciously looked towards Wang Zhenxing, and came to a little understanding. Wanqing, how can you do such a thing? Fang Yiwei sighed. This is an accident, but I don't think I'm at fault, and Shenfeng's license was originally a mistake, he can fool around everywhere, why do I have to keep my duty? Fang Wanqing said. Then do your parents know about this? Fang Yiwei asked. I've already told them about this, they have no opinion. As long as grandpa you agree, I can divorce Shen Feng. Fang Wanqing saw that she had said this step, and directly took out the divorce agreement. Fang Yiwei did not respond immediately, but wanted to know what Shen Feng's attitude was towards this. Who are you pregnant? Shen Feng asked in a cold voice. It's okay with you. Fang Wanqing refused to answer. I know if you don't say it. Shen Feng pointed to Wang Zhenxing, who was leisurely drinking tea on the side. Is it his? Fang Wanqing was silent and secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing put down the teacup in his hand and walked towards Fang Wanqing. Since you are pregnant, you should pay attention to it, you can't work so hard in the future. Wang Zhenxing stood beside Fang Wanqing and gently stroked her hair. Oh, got it. Fang Wanqing knew that it was fake, but she felt extremely sweet and nodded obediently. Yu Shen Feng's chest heaved violently with anger. Tang Shira, how could he have suffered such humiliation? Do you sign this agreement or not? Wang Zhenxing asked. I won't make you feel better, I won't sign it, Shen Feng said. You and I have each gone our separate ways, and we got our certificates because of a ridiculous farce. What is the point of entanglement now? Fang Wanqing frowned. In my Shen Feng's dictionary, there is no such thing as divorce, only widowhood, Shen Feng said angrily. It's okay if you don't sign it, then go through the legal process. Fang Wanqing said indifferently. Fang Yi only wanted to persuade peace when he heard this. After all, the Fang family had never had a divorced couple after marriage, but when he remembered that Fang Wanqing was now pregnant with someone else's child, it was obviously pointless to persuade peace. Destroy someone else's marriage, aren't you afraid of retribution? Shen Feng didn't complain much about Fang Wanqing, but just hated Wang Zhenxing. Fang Wanqing's family education is very good, she has never even talked about love when she is so old, she must have been deceived by Wang Zhenxing to go the wrong way. We are already happy with each other, how can we talk about destroying marriage, but you often fool around with a husband with a wife, so you are not afraid of retribution? Wang Zhenxing asked rhetorically. Then let's walk and see who has retribution. Shen Feng sneered. His teammates are already preparing to return to Huasha, and it will be easy to deal with Wang Zhenxing. Let's go to dinner first. Fang Yiwei was in an embarrassing situation and became a peacemaker. On the one hand, he has to rely on Shen Feng to let Li Mudo continue his life, and on the other hand, he can't afford to offend Wang Zhenxing. In short, it is not to help either side. Grandpa, you should give me justice in this matter, right? Shen Feng also saw that Fang Yiwei did not want to take sides, so he forced it. Fang Yiwei listened to Shen Feng's questioning, feeling very speechless. Shen Feng himself is also at fault, what reason is there to accuse Fang Wanqing? It's just that Fang Yiwei can't say this clearly, so as not to have a stiff relationship with Shen Feng. Fang Yiwei looked at Wang Zhenxing, and stopped talking. The surname is Wang, my grandfather does not welcome you, you will leave here for me immediately. Shen Feng pointed in the direction of the gate and said for Fang Yiwei. It's not your turn to call the shots here. Wang Zhenxing ignored Shen Feng and looked at Fang Yiwei. Fang Yiwei struggled in his heart, and finally said, don't quarrel, Wanqing's marriage may have been wrong from the beginning, if you want to blame us elders, forcing you two young people to get certificates. Everyone should get acquainted with each other, don't make too much noise, sit down together and have a good meal, and solve this matter calmly, okay? Fang Wanqing and Shen Feng were obviously impossible, and Fang Yiwei didn't want to offend Wang Zhenxing, the prospective grandson-in-law. Impossible, Shen Feng sneered. The titular wife is pregnant with someone else's child, which is simply a great shame, and he absolutely cannot bear this kind of anger. If it weren't for the secret calculation of physical weakness, he would have broken Wang Zhenxing's 5 limbs on the spot. This Fang Yiwei suddenly felt embarrassed. Seeing this, Shen Feng said directly to Li Mudo, Old Li, it seems that we are not welcome here, let's go. Li Mudo nodded and picked up the medicine box. He came here because he returned Shen Feng's favor, and now that Shen Feng is leaving, of course, he can't stay. Fang Yiwei got up in a hurry and wanted to keep it, but realized that in order to keep Shen Feng, he had to tear his face with Wang Zhenxing. After hesitation, Shen Feng had disappeared from view with Li Mudo's figure. Even if I don't continue my life for Fang Yi, I will finish the first thing for you. After walking out of the Fang family's mansion, Li Mudo said to Shen Feng. Don't worry, when the old man calms down, he He will definitely come to contact me with his life, just wait for the notice. Shen Feng said confidently. Living room. Fang Yiwei faltered, wanting to chase out, but the person had already gone far away, and could only stand at the door of the living room and sigh. Fang Wanqing stepped forward to help. That Dr. Li Shen had already promised to continue my life for 3 years, Fang Yiwei said to his granddaughter. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'll go talk to that Li Shen doctor, no matter how much it costs, I will definitely ask him to help. Fang Wanqing was stunned, feeling a little guilty in her heart. It's not a matter of money, except for Shen Feng, no one can ask Li Shenyi. Fang Yiwei explained. After Fang Wanqing listened, she was speechless for a while. This Qingling is not just a doctor. Wang Zhenxing walked slowly. All the famous doctors of Qingling have treated me, except for Dr. Li, everyone else is helpless about my situation. Fang Yiwei explained. Not necessarily. Wang Zhenxing smiled. What do you mean? Sit down over there, I'll take your pulse. You're a doctor too. No wonder you maintained it so well, I thought it was born. Fang Yiwei was surprised and delighted. The ancestor was an imperial doctor, and this is a family study. Wang Zhenxing explained a little and walked towards the side of the seat. Fang Yi was only happy, sat down under Fang Wanqing's help, and asked Wang to revitalize the pulse. It's not a big problem. After the diagnosis was over, Wang Zhenxing said 4 words briefly, and then poured the true qi of yin and yang changchungong into the silver needle, so that Fang Yiwei's organs that were about to shut down were rejuvenated. When the half-hour treatment was over, Fang Yiwei felt that the whole person was much more energetic, and his vision was clearer than before. In the future, it will not be difficult to take good care of the body and live 100 years old, but as for after the age of 100, it depends on the destiny of heaven. After the treatment, Wang Zhenxing said to the other party. Fang Yiwei was overjoyed after hearing this, and admired Wang Zhenxing. Counting the days, then he still has nearly 20 years to live. This is much better than what Li Mudo said about continuing his life for 3 years. Fang Wanqing was also very happy to see her grandfather's health improving, and her beautiful eyes looked directly at Wang Zhenxing. I don't know how to thank you. Fang Wanqing said softly. Why are you two still seeing each other like this? This kid has it all. Fang Yiwei quipped. Fang Wanqing laughed dryly, not knowing how to answer. It's just, and I'm still out of the blue. Wang Zhenxing raised his hand and gently pinched Fang Wanqing's tender face. Fang Wanqing's pretty face instantly turned red. Obviously he is acting with Wang Zhenxing, now there is no problem with Fang Yiwei's side, and the divorce from Shen Feng has become a foregone conclusion, and it stands to reason that there is no need to act. But he didn't mean to expose it. Do you want to fake the drama and do it? Fang Wanqing thought like this in her heart, and the redness on her face became even stronger, and she even subconsciously touched her lower abdomen, feeling the little life that did not exist. The heroine Fang Wanqing has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets a counterattack point of 800, the protagonist Shen Feng's luck value is -80, and the host's luck value is +80. After dinner, Fang Wanqing took Wang Zhenxing around the house. Fang Wanqing put her hands behind her and grabbed each other, hanging her head slightly, walking with some apprehension, and did not take the initiative to speak. It's like a little girl who has just entered a relationship, and she is far from the usual appearance of the cold president. If this was seen by the people of Fang Wanqing's company, they would definitely be shocked. Isn't Shen Feng supposed to be in detention? How did it come out? Wang Zhenxing suddenly broke the silence. He was released on bail. Who is it? Your grandfather. Wang Zhenxing knew that it couldn't be Fang Hongwen. It's not my grandfather, it's a woman who drives a Porsche, and the car that Shen Feng is driving dangerously is that woman's. Fang Wanqing replied. Do you know the woman then? I don't know, but since I drive a Porsche, I guess it's a rich woman. Wang Zhenxing thought thoughtfully after hearing this, and after continuing to stroll around the house with Fang Wanqing for a while, he then took his leave and left. After contacting Shen Yu, Wang Zhenxing asked about the identity of the Porsche woman. According to the code, Shen Yu should not have disclosed this, but thinking that Wang Zhenxing was a good citizen, he felt that he had no malice, so he made an exception and said it. Zhou Fang, the lady of the Xinyue Hotel. After Wang Zhenxing got these key information, he then contacted Yang Yuchen and asked her to check Shen Feng and Zhou Fang's opening records. Yang Yuchen easily inquired because of her position. There are two records of two check-ins at the hotel. The first time was the night of Shen Feng's dangerous driving, and the location was the Xinhua Hotel. The second time was last night, at the Dorset Hotel. The owner of the Embrand Hotel met Wang Zhenxing. Through the owner of the Embrand Hotel, Wang Zhenxing obtained the surveillance video of Shen Feng and Zhou Feng entering the hotel. In a mansion, Zhou Feng was in the empty bedroom, insomnia and couldn't sleep. There was a doorbell ringing outside, but it was his husband Qi Hai who returned. Qi Hai is middle-aged, with a blessed figure, a round face, and looks a little kind. But those who know Qi Hai well know that this is just the appearance. Zhou Feng just glanced at it and ignored it. Anyway, she has a husband and no husband. But unexpectedly, Qi Hai changed his normal state and actually became enthusiastic. Zhou Feng was happy and looking forward to it. However, as soon as the light was turned off, Qi Hai's mobile phone rang. Qi Hai turned on the light again and checked his phone. A video came from an unfamiliar number. Qi Hai didn't want to pay attention to it, but the cover of the video was vaguely visible as Zhou Feng. Tilting his head and glancing at his wife suspiciously, Qi Hai opened the video and looked at it, and a round face gradually turned blue. "What's wrong with my husband?" Zhou Feng found that Qi Hai's face was not right. Qi Hai was furious, and a slap flung over, hitting Zhou Feng's face. "You're sick, aren't you?" Zhou Feng said angrily. "See for yourself." Qi Hai threw the phone to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was stunned, picked up his mobile phone and looked at the video. His face was pale. "Nothing happened to us," Zhou Feng explained. "When I'm a fool, right?" Both of them entered the room. How could nothing happen? Of course Qi Hai didn't believe it. Zhou Feng knew that there was no argument, and said openly, "What happened? You first ignored me." Qi Hai was angry and raised his hand again. "Beat, if you beat me to death." Zhou Feng's eyes widened and he looked crazy. Qi Hai's hand froze in midair for a while, and finally slowly lowered it. Zhou Feng's family is rich and powerful, and can help his career. The reason why Qi Hai was enthusiastic just now was that he wanted Zhou Feng to do something for him through his mother's house. If he and Zhou Feng completely tore their faces, it would be no good for Qi Hai. "I owe you first. I won't hit you, but you have to tell me who that man is." Qi Hai's tone softened a little. With his fame and status, someone actually dares to touch his wife. Qi Hai had to make that person pay for it. The night after the day. It was raining heavily outside. "This old man is really calm. He hasn't taken the initiative to contact me. Isn't the temptation to extend his life for 3 years worth letting him break with that King Zhenxing?" In the medicine hall, Li Mudo, who Shen Feng had some doubts, said, "Don't worry, when his physical condition gets worse and worse, he will naturally come to you. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death." Li Mudo was tinkering with medicine. "That's right." Shen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Whoops. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the wind blew some raindrops into the medicine hall. Li Mudo was afraid that the medicinal herbs would get wet, so he stopped pounding the medicine, got up and picked up the door panels, and wanted to close the door. But at this time, several people in raincoats broke in. "What do you need?" Li Mudo felt that several people were not good looking, and asked cautiously. The person who walked into the medicine hall did not respond to Li Mudo's words, but just reached out to pull him away, and then turned his gaze to Shen Feng. Shen Feng's heart tightened, and he had a bad premonition. That's right. One of them took out the photo in his mobile phone and compared it with Shen Feng. Shen Feng secretly shouted badly, walked towards the medicine hall, and tried to leave through the back door of the medicine hall. Several people in raincoats rushed after him, caught Shen Feng at the back door, and pressed him to the ground. The rain poured down, wetting Shen Feng's body in an instant. "Who are you?" Shen Feng was held down by his hands and feet, and he took on the ground in a big shape. A gloomy-faced man took out a scalpel that radiated a cold light. "Next time you have more eyes, not every woman can move." "Oh no, you don't have a next time." The Yin man spoke and approached Shen Feng. Bang! Thunder rang out, mixed with a heart-rending man's roar. The first break in the rainstorm. The early morning sun is obscured by thick clouds, making the sky look a little dull. In a room in the medicine hall, Shen Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Somewhere a sharp pain struck, making his entire face and lips turn white. Li Mudo sat next to him, and on the stool on his right-hand side there was a basin containing water stained red with blood, which looked shocking. Shen Feng's eyes swept with difficulty, vaguely recalling what happened last night, and his heart was a little broken, but there was still a faint hope. What's wrong with me? Shen Feng's voice was hoarse. There is something missing on my body, but my life is safe. Li Mudo put it mildly. Shen Feng was like being struck by lightning. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1200. The protagonist Shen Feng's luck value is minus 120, and the host's luck value is plus 120 Wang Zhenxing, who was looking at Shen Feng's side near the medicine hall, received a wave of rewards. I saw Shen Feng stunned for a while, and his emotions were out of control and he started madly. Li Mudo was worried that he was moving around, causing the wound that was hard to stop the bleeding and bleeding again, so he pierced Shen Feng with a silver needle. Shen Feng quickly fainted. Li Mudo tied Shen Feng's hands and feet to prevent him from moving. About a few minutes later, Shen Feng woke up again. Things have already happened, no matter how much you yell, it won't help, calm down. Li Mudo said with relief. Shen Feng's emotions were still excited, but he was not as out of control as before. Next time you have more eyes, not all women can move. Shen Feng remembered what one of the men said last night. Counting the nearest pillow person, Zhou Fang is not easy to mess with. And when chatting with Zhou Fang before, Zhou Fang also warned. Shen Feng was bold at that time, and he didn't take it seriously, but he didn't know that the other party took advantage of his weakness and suddenly found someone to come and persecute him. The owner of the Xinyue Hotel A. Monstrous anger rose from Shen Feng's heart. What do you mean? Li Mudo didn't understand. It's the owner of Xinyue Hotel who is looking for someone to hurt me. Shen Feng said. When Li Mudo heard this, he was stunned. For Shen Feng's private life, he also knows a little. It was obvious that Shen Feng capsized in the gutter this time. Qi Hai is a ruthless character. Your current situation, don't think about revenge, go as to find death. Li Mudo dissuaded. His name is Qi Hai, isn't it? My teammates abroad are already on their way back to Huasha, and when they arrive, I will definitely destroy the Qi Si, otherwise I will not be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Shen Feng's eyes were blood red. Li Mudo knew that he could not be dissuaded, so he was silent. In the distance, Wang Zhenxing knew all the conversations between Shen Feng and Li Mudo by reading his lips. It seems that Shen Feng and his teammates are not very clean, Wang Zhenxing thought thoughtfully. 2 days later, after Li Mudo's treatment, Shen Feng was already able to barely walk, but his steps could not be too big. And those of Shen Feng's teammates also came to Qingling and met Shen Feng in the medicine hall. There were a total of 11 people in this group, each with their own strengths, and when he had cooperated with Shen Feng in carrying out the task, he had an incomparably tacit understanding. At that time, when Shen Feng decided to stop working, they strongly discouraged it. Unexpectedly, now they are together again in such a situation. It's just that Shen Feng didn't have the face to mention that he lost a certain part, but just told his teammates that he was secretly injured. After all, there are 2 women among these teammates. Shen Feng and these 2 women had that kind of relationship, and these 2 women have always been obsessed. Unwilling to lose face in front of these 2, Shen Feng never mentioned the missing parts. Li Mudo is not a mouthy person, and naturally he will not expose Shen Feng. Shen Feng discussed with his teammates a little and decided to start tonight. Near the medicine hall, Wang Zhenxing, who had been staring at Shen Feng for 2 consecutive days, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really bored these 2 days. Now it's finally time to wait for someone. After listening to the plan discussed by Shen Feng and others, Wang Zhenxing dialed Shen Yu's number. Night is coming. Shen Feng, together with 11 teammates, came to the vicinity of Qi Hai's mansion. Captain, you are injured, stay in the medicine hall to rest, you don't have to follow. A female teammate who has a close relationship with Shen Feng said. I want to watch Qi Hai die in pain and despair. Shen Feng's face turned vicious. If we can make a joint attack, this Qi Hai will also die well. Another teammate said. The rest of the teammates smiled. Before that, the existence that could make 12 of them strike at the same time, that was the worst, was also a giant of the 100 billion consortium. We're being targeted. A teammate with super hacking skills obtained permission for all nearby monitoring and found anomalies from the monitoring. Who leaked the news? Doubts were raised. Except for us, it's just that old man from the medicine hall. It shouldn't be him. Shen Feng shook his head in denial. Some ordinary catches are just disturbing their vision, and we go according to plan. A teammate in the team who had the right to speak second only to Shen Feng said. The teammate with hacking skills operated on his own computer, and soon invaded the networks of several gold shops and money houses, causing some illusions of being robbed. In just a few minutes, the government received multiple distress calls and sent a capture to the rescue. The manpower of the government became very tight. Shen Yu originally brought 30 colleagues, but because of the temporary transfer above, he had already transferred 25 captors away, resulting in only 5 people left around him. Head, according to what you said, if the intelligence is true, then a few of us must have gone to die. One of the catchers who followed Shen Yu said worriedly. I have to try it anyway, you can leave if you are afraid of death. Shen Yu insisted. The rest of the arresters were a little difficult, but in the end, they followed Shen Yu's actions. Shen Feng and 2 teammates sneaked into Qi Hai's home and controlled Qi Hai. With monstrous anger, Shen Feng tortured Qi Hai fiercely. Let Qi Hai die in endless pain. Zhou Feng curled up in the corner, shivering, terrified to the extreme. One fire burns to clean up the traces, and one does not leave a trace. Shen Feng cold-bloodedly gave an order. In addition to Zhou Feng, there were several fainted servants in the house. Shen Feng had long decided to destroy the door, of course, he had to do it thoroughly. Next, it's your turn. Shen Feng's mind came up with the figure of Wang Zhenxing. After losing something precious, his heart became twisted and he was already mad. After Shen Feng gave the order, the 2 teammates prepared to start cleaning up. But at this moment, a voice came from the intercom. Ghosts, there are ghosts. One of his teammates shouted in panic, and then stopped moving. Hey, what's going on? Shen Feng switched channels and contacted the teams in other positions, but they did not get a response. A bad premonition surged in my heart. Go, get out of here. His keen sense of smell told Shen Feng that this was very abnormal. Just as soon as the words fell, the 2 teammates were inexplicably soft to the ground. Shen Feng was shocked, and without waiting for other reactions, his neck suddenly hurt, and then he fell to the ground weakly. This familiar feeling. Shen Feng instantly remembered the last time he was knocked out, and then his consciousness quickly became confused and he tilted his head and fainted. When Shen Feng woke up again, he found himself in the detention room and was handcuffed, as well as his 11 teammates. There were some catchers around, holding some information and photos, comparing Shen Feng and Shen Feng's teammates one by one. In this group of fast catchers, there is also a more familiar one. It was Shen Yu, who had previously arrested Shen Feng for dangerous driving. The motive has been clarified. Shen Feng has an affair with Qi Hai's wife Zhou Feng. Qi Hai is looking for someone to take revenge and give Shen Feng's what it was cut, and then Shen Feng ganged up with the same gang to kill Qi Hai. A catcher reported to Shen Yu. Shen Yu nodded when he heard this, and glanced at Shen Feng strangely, with some contempt in his eyes. Shen Feng felt that his self-esteem had been hit, and he couldn't help but lower his head. But now the priority is to escape from here. Shen Feng's whole body is weak, and he has all his skills but cannot use them, but his teammates are different. There is no place to trap them under the sun. It's just that when Shen Feng saw his teammates, one by one, with a sluggish expression, he suddenly realized something. That day I woke up in my mother-in-law's room Li Lan, and Shen Feng was also in this state. The identity is all confirmed. This is a foreign super mercenary gang, committed many cases abroad, but no one has ever caught them. I didn't expect that the captain you led the team to directly kill them all. After comparing identities, a catcher said to Shen Yu excitedly. Shen Yu was a little confused. She didn't have much effort at all. Shen Feng and his gang all fainted, and directly went to the scene to arrest people. Shen Feng's gang had a great reputation, and after being arrested, it also caused a shock in the high level of the official government. Shen Yu has made great achievements, and promotion is already a sure thing. And several colleagues who went to arrest people with Shen Yu at that time also received a lot of praise. Shen Feng's team killed Qi Hai, the owner of Xinyue Hotel, and committed many cases abroad, and the case was relatively complex and needed to be handled by a special team. But at least one thing is certain, Shen Feng and his team will never come up with a number in this life. The host changes the plot, causing the protagonist Shen Feng's plot to end ahead of schedule and get 2,000 counterattack points. This is the finale. Wang Zhenxing, who was in the office, was slightly stunned after receiving the news. But if you think about it, it's a matter of course. All of Shen Feng's reliance has now been abolished, and there is no wave at all, and he has completely disappeared from everyone. Evening. Shen Yu invited Wang Zhenxing to eat at the restaurant alone and thanked him for providing information. Because of the arrest of Shen Feng and his team, the high-level personally came to praise and award the medal. Shen Yu is not a local person from Qingling, but from the imperial capital, because she was angry with her parents and refused to accept the life arranged by her parents, so she left her hometown and came to Qingling, wanting to achieve something with her own ability. I didn't think I could do it so quickly. The arrest of Shen Feng and his team was also an extremely sensational thing on the side of the imperial capital. And now Shen Yu has also entered the vision of the high level of Qingling, plus he is young, and his future prospects are limitless. However, although the scenery was beautiful, Shen Yu did not float, because she knew that the greatest credit was actually Wang Zhenxing. He and Wang Zhenxing came to the private room to sit down, and the more Shen Yu looked at him, the more pleasant it became. The heroine Shen Yu has a favorability rating of +10 for the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. Why do you always find some illegal behavior? In the private room, Shen Yu looked at Wang Zhenxing with an inspecting gaze. Once or twice this is nothing, but Wang Zhenxing has reported more times, then it is somewhat abnormal. This is not doubted by Shen Yu. It's just accidental, Wang Zhenxing said confusedly. I don't believe it. Shen Yu pouted, his eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he suddenly thought, will you be like the kind of warrior in the martial arts novel written by Jin Guan Liang Huang, who hides deep and hidden in the city, specializing in fighting against lawbreakers? You read too many martial arts novels. Wang Zhenxing smiled, I'm just an ordinary businessman, just a little well-informed. When Shen Feng and his gang were arrested, they all fainted, and according to them, they encountered ghosts. Shen Yu continued. Is it? This is really evil. Wang Zhenxing looked surprised. I don't believe there are ghosts in the world. Shen Yu's tone was determined. In fact, many things in the world cannot be explained by science. Wang Zhenxing said. Shen Yu didn't answer, thinking about something in his heart. After eating, the two passed through an unoccupied corridor as they prepared to leave the restaurant. Shen Yu deliberately lagged behind, followed behind Wang Zhenxing, and then shouted his name. Wang Zhenxing stopped and turned back in confusion. A fist quickly zooms in the field of view. Wang Zhenxing knew that she was tempting, and wanted to pretend that she couldn't react, so that Shen Yu would stop automatically. But Shen Yu Taihu, there is no sense of proportion at all, and this punch cannot be closed. Wang Zhenxing could only dodge with his head to avoid being hit by Shen Yu's punch. Immediately after that, a long leg brought up some strong wind, and kicked towards Wang Zhenxing's key point. Wang Zhenxing took a step back and avoided. Shen Yu continued to attack Wang Zhenxing with his fists and feet. Wang Zhenxing dodged for a while, but Shen Yu had no tendency to stop, and suddenly frowned, so he kicked Shen Yu to the ground. Shen Yu fell a big butt, and his face wrinkled in pain, and only then stopped. Shen Feng and his team were knocked unconscious. You did it, Shen Yu said firmly. I just learned a little fist and foot kung fu. Shen Feng and his team are so powerful, how can I do it? Wang Zhenxing spread his hands. It is said that those top mercenaries are not afraid of firearms within 7 steps. I am now 10 steps away from you. If you can control me before I start, it means that you are stronger than Shen Feng. Shen Yu stepped back for a distance, took out the weapon directly from his body, and opened the insurance to face Wang Zhenxing. The corner of Wang Zhenxing's mouth twitched. You are crazy. I'm going to start, you're ready. Shen Yu looked solemn. Wang Zhenxing looked at her for a few seconds, and after determining that she was coming for real, he could only say helplessly, okay, I admit it. HMPH, you still want to hide from me? Shen Yu smiled and put the weapon away, his face a little proud. It seems that it is really difficult to be a good citizen. Wang Zhenxing knew that Shen Yu had no malice, but was too curious. I'm sorry. Shen Yu smiled, and then asked without dying, do you really know the kind of kung fu and martial arts novels? Otherwise, how can you stun Shen Feng and them? My ancestor used to be a royal guard, and then the times changed and I moved to other industries, but I also often fought against the Green Forest bandits, and I adhered to my ancestral legacy. Of course, I was naturally at odds with outlaws. To avoid Shen Yu's suspicion of the origin of martial arts, Wang Zhenxing said with great righteousness. Shen Yu felt that Wang Zhenxing was a good person from beginning to end, but he didn't understand his motives, and after hearing this, his doubts were solved, and he immediately admired and admired. The heroine Shen Yu's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. You are so good at kung fu, you should have suffered a lot when you learned this level, right? Shen Yu asked. That's for sure, but it's not that you have to suffer from practicing any kung fu. Wang Zhenxing said. For example, confidential, I'll tell you again when I have a chance. Wang Zhenxing knew that Shen Yu had not yet reached that level. Then can you teach me some kung fu? Shen Yu asked expectantly. Homeschooling is inconvenient to pass on. Can't you also worship a teacher? Since it is a family study, of course, it can only be passed on to the family. Shen Yu heard the speech. It was getting dark. After parting with Shen Yu, Wang Zhenxing went to the hotel where Xu Yunyan's crew was located. At this time, it was still 9 o'clock in the evening, and Xu Yunyan's crew had not finished work. Ji Feiyao stayed in the hotel room to compose songs because a melody was stuck. After Wang Zhenxing came to the hotel, he provided some inspiration for Ji Feiyao. Ji Feiyao's thoughts opened up and smoothly finished writing a song. The work was done, and then something else was done. But halfway through, Xu Yunyan returned. Ji Feiyao was a little embarrassed, but soon she didn't feel anything, thinking that it would be leveled sooner or later anyway. Don't laugh at anyone. Late at night, Xu Yunyan was busy. Sister Yunyan, your phone rang. Ji Feiyao was idle, so she helped Xu Yunyan look at the incoming phone call. Nope, do not answer. Xu Yunyan stammered. Ji Feiyao nodded, put the phone aside, and stopped ringing after ringing for a while. But a minute later, the phone rang again. Who is it who called? Xu Yunyan was worried that there was something urgent, so he asked Ji Feiyao. Your sister. Ji Feiyao handed the phone to Xu Yunyan. Xu Yunyan calmed her mind for a moment, and then answered the phone. Sister, is there something wrong with calling so late? How's your film going? A gentle woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. About a quarter of the filming is completed, and it should be able to complete all of it by the end of the year, and try to release it before the Spring Festival. Xu Yunyan said. You shoot and shoot, choose other ancient cities, it's best not to come to Guangling. Why? Xu Yunyan had long wanted to shoot on Qingling's side, but she didn't understand why her sister said that. There have been frequent disappearances of women here in Guangling recently, and rumors are caused by ghosts, which make people panic. Is there such a thing? That sister, you must pay attention to safety when traveling. No way sister, you better leave Guangling and come to Qingling's side. Xu Yunyan said. No need, I can hardly go out of the gate, if there is anything, you don't have to worry about me. Xiao Yeji is on Qingling's side, sister hasn't seen him for so long, don't you want to come and see him? Has Xiao Yeji come back from studying art? The tone on the other end of the phone was a little excited. He has been back for a while, he has been staying on Qingling's side, and he played a role in the movie I shot before, and he still has a talent for being an actor. Xu Yunyan said. Since this child has returned, but he has not arrived in Guangling, it seems that he still remembers his father. The woman sighed. Xu Yunyan said, Xie Ling must also tie the Bell people, their father-son disagreement, can only let them unravel it themselves. I have already advised Xiao Yeji, but it is useless, he does not want to go back to Guangling for the time being. But now that something has happened over there in Guangling, if I talk to Xiao Yeji, he may change his mind. Even if Xiao Yeji doesn't care about his father, he will still care about your mother. The other end of the phone was silent, seemingly acquiescing to Xu Yunyan's meaning. Sister won't talk to you, I still have business, I'll contact Xiao Yeji tomorrow morning. Xu Yunyan said. What are you still busy with at this late? Scripts, modifying scripts, it's not easy to be a director. Don't make it too late, pay attention to your body, bye. Got it, sister, bye. Xu Yunyan threw the phone aside and gave Wang Zhenxing a look. I just heard you say that there are ghosts in Guangling, is this credible? Wang Zhenxing said. This happened in Guangling a few years ago, and they all said that it was caused by ghosts. Xu Yunyan explained, and then said with relief, Guangling is far from this side, you don't have to worry. I'm planning a business trip to Guangling recently. Wang Zhenxing guessed that some plot might have been triggered, so he said so. Or don't go. It's too dangerous. Xu Yunyan persuaded. It's a woman who is missing, and it's a good thing that I can have it. Wang Zhenxing said. That's right. If you go, help me bring some things to my sister by the way. So what identity should I use? Wang Zhenxing looked at Ji Feiyao next to him and asked Xu Yunyan. I'm afraid that my sister can't accept this kind of thing, you still as a friend, and when I find a suitable opportunity in the future, I will make it clear with my sister. Okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded flatly, secretly happy in his heart. You write down my sister's phone. Well, there is also a photo of your sister sent to me. I am afraid that I will admit it when I am wrong. Xu Yunyan nodded, sent the number and photo to Wang Zhenxing's mobile phone, and then added, my sister's name is Luo Zhuxuan. Wang Zhenxing clicked on the photo in his mobile phone and looked at it, and said in surprise, this is a photo of your sister when she was young, right? Send her recent photos. This is a recent photo. Xu Yunyan said. No wonder Xiaoyezi looks so handsome. It turns out that there is such a beautiful mother. Wang Zhenxing was attracted by the gorgeous woman in the photo. Of course, before my sister got married, she was recognized as the first beauty in Guangling, Xu Yunyan said proudly. Not now. Wang Zhenxing feels that Luo Zhuxuan's style is still worthy of this name. No matter how beautiful a woman is, once she gets married, she will naturally lose a lot of fame. This Fei Yao can understand best. Don't see that she is now a diva-level singer. If the matter of falling in love spreads, it will definitely affect her popularity. Xu Yunyan said. Impact is impact, I don't care. Gu Fei Yao said with a smile. You want to make an official announcement. This is not okay. If I want to make an official announcement, I will also make an official announcement. Xu Yunyan said jealously. Your sister was the first beauty of Guangling before, so who is the first beauty of Guangling now? Wang Zhenxing gossiped. Xiaoyezi's fiancé. Xu Yunyan replied. Wang Zhenxing smacked his lips. This kid is not shallow. The former first beauty of Guangling is his mother, and the current first beauty of Guangling is his fiancé. You still need to envy Xiaoyezi. Isn't it better for you to be lucky yourself? After seeing Wang Zhenxing's reaction, Xu Yunyan looked at him urgently. I didn't mean it. If I could, I would just want to be dedicated to one person. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Yes, then if you were to choose one of the three, would you choose Ling Er, Fei Yao, or I? Xu Yunyan asked expectantly. Gu Fei Yao's expression moved, and her eyes also fell on Wang Zhenxing's face, waiting for his answer. Oops, why do I suddenly have a little headache? Wang Zhenxing covered his head. Xu Yunyan and Gu Fei Yao looked at each other, a little speechless, but they did not force Wang Zhenxing to answer such a meaningless question. After all, things have happened to this point now, there is no such if. Do you know when Xiaoyeji and the fiancé of the first beauty in Guangling will be married? Seeing that Xu Yunyan and Gu Fei Yao did not ask, Wang Zhenxing soon stopped having a headache and suddenly asked. To be precise, it is the ex-fiancé. Xiaoyeji's marriage contract with her has been dissolved, and when Xiaoyeji left Guangling to study art, it was also because of this ex-fiancé. Xu Yunyan said. Oh, 3 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Wang Zhenxing suddenly understood what kind of routine it was. What 30 years in Hexi Hedong? Xu Yunyan didn't understand well. Nothing, don't talk about these boring topics. Wang Zhenxing patted Xu Yunyan. Xu Yunyan was aware, and suddenly had no intention to continue chatting and began to get down to business. The next morning, Xu Yunyan contacted Yi Junlin and told him about the situation in Guangling, and asked him to go to Guangling with Wang Zhenxing. Aunt, I was temporarily forbidden to leave Qingling because of a junior brother's trouble. Yi Junlin said worriedly. Are you involved in any case? Xu Yunyan heard him mention it for the first time. Yes, but this is a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything, and when the government thoroughly investigates it, I can lift the travel ban. Yi Junlin was very clear about Xiao Yu's death, and there was no trace left, so he naturally had no fear. And taking a step back, it was Qinyi who started, not him. That can only leave your future little uncle alone. Xu Yunyan said regretfully. Hearing the word future little uncle, the corner of Yi Junlin's eyes twitched sharply, and then asked suspiciously, what is he doing in Guangling? When you go over there on a business trip, you should talk to people about business. I'll also ask him to bring something to your mother. Do you have anything to bring over? Xu Yunyan said. Auntie, why do you still let him contact his mother? Yi Junlin exclaimed. With the 2 previous experiences of Xu Yunyan and Mu Linger, he is now a little afraid that Wang Zhenxing will contact the female relatives around him. This any questions? Xu Yunyan was puzzled. After hesitating for a while, Yi Junlin said bluntly, his heart is not right, my mother is so beautiful, I am afraid that he will mess around. I know you're a little prejudiced against him, but you're a little overwhelmed, aren't you? Even if you don't believe in his character, you should believe your mother, right? Xu Yunyan felt that this was too outrageous. Yi Junlin thought for a while, and then nodded. Also, mom and sister-in-law are different. Xiao Yeji, I think you have something to say here. Is this sarcasm that I am a very casual woman? Xu Yunyan said displeased. Auntie, don't be angry. I mean, auntie, you are single, and my mother is a married woman, so it's different. Yi Junlin quickly explained. Although your mother is a married woman, she has not had a good life in recent years, and your father has been snubbing your mother around the newly married concubine. Xu Yunyan remembered her sister's recent situation and couldn't help sighing. Sooner or later, I will return to Guangling, and when the time comes, I will definitely be angry for my mother, and the matter of that ex-fiancé who wronged me back then, I will also get back at justice. Yi Junlin said angrily, just because his voice was soft and not very manly, which made people sound a little strange. Xiaoyezi, you are also too deep into the play, right? Haven't come out of Lin Pingji's role yet. Xu Yunyan said. Not for now, it should be fine after a while. Yi Junlin was embarrassed. We're about to start work, don't say goodbye. Xu Yunyan ended the call. Yi Junlin stared at the mobile phone screen for a few seconds, and then left the residence and went to Mu Linger's villa. He still didn't worry about Wang Zhenxing going to contact his mother. Although the possibility of something happening is very small, it is best to prevent it. Coming to the villa, Yi Junlin met Mu Linger. Compared with the last time they met, Mu Linger seemed to have grown a little taller, and the immaturity on her face also decreased by a point. According to this momentum, Mu Linger is expected to cultivate the exercises to the realm of great perfection within this year. When Yi Junlin thought of this, he felt sad again. Once Mu Linger cultivated the exercises to the great perfection realm, she would no longer be restricted and could change between ages. At that time, I am afraid that I will also be poisoned by Wang Zhenxing. However, the most urgent thing is to watch Wang Zhenxing and let him be honest in Guangling. It's just that Yi Junlin is afraid that Mu Linger will be angry, so he doesn't dare to say it openly. Therefore, under the pretext of saying that there were ghosts on the Guangling side, Mu Linger was allowed to accompany the Protection King to revitalize. Ghost Mu Linger's little face turned white after hearing this. She was most afraid of this scary thing. Sixth Master, you don't have to worry, your martial arts cultivation is profound. Your blood chi is extremely vigorous. If ordinary ghosts dare to get close to you, it is simply seeking their own death. Yi Junlin said with relief. Since you said that ghosts are only for women, then there will be no danger for Xiao Wang to go there, and it is not interesting for me to follow along, so let's practice well. Mu Linger said. Sixth Master, you are a cultivator, and there are ghosts in Guangling, don't you take care of it. Yi Junlin wanted to convince her from a different angle. It's not my specialty, and you know I'm afraid of ghosts, and I forgot to tell you, there are already people in charge of the division, so I don't need to go. Mu Linger said. The art of runes is difficult to learn. There are not many people in the division who have learned this technique, and most of them are half a bucket of water. Is it reliable for the master to send someone over casually? Your fifth master has passed, you said it is not reliable. Isn't the fifth master cultivating? How suddenly it went down. Yi Jun was stunned. Your fifth master's cultivation is stuck in the bottleneck and can't break through, and he majors in the art of talismans, and he is the best at dealing with ghosts and demons, so he just has the opportunity to go down the mountain and take a walk. Yi Junlin's fifth master is also Mu Linger's fifth senior sister, and she is a Taoist aunt. After hearing Mu Linger's words, Yi Junlin nodded. When cultivation is stuck in the bottleneck, it is indeed a good way to enter the red dust experience of the world. It's a pity that I am forbidden to leave Qingling, otherwise I would have met the fifth master. Yi Junlin felt a little regretful. One afternoon, after Wang Zhenxing explained some company affairs to the little secretary Lin Keqing, he got on a plane to Guangling. Guangling has always been a prosperous ancient capital, and even if the times change, it has not affected its prosperity. There are many ancient poets, and some poems were also left in Guangling. Compared with Qingling, Guangling has a longer history and more families. The Yi family is one of the Guangling families. Yi family mansion. In the quiet courtyard, there is a gorgeous woman who is painting landscapes. The woman's thick black hair was simply tied with a light blue ribbon, and she wore a light white robe, and her dress was somewhat out of place in modern times. However, for people in the family, it is really a common thing. As a family, it has a history of hundreds of years. To some extent, the children of the family almost all still retain some of the previous living habits and other things. For example, the children of the family will learn piano, poetry and calligraphy since they were young. For example, in order for the prosperity of the family, a man in a family may marry a concubine in addition to his wife. Yi Junline's father Yi Ruiming is like this. The woman who is painting is named Luo Zhuxuan, Yi Ruiming's wife and Yi Junline's mother. It was quiet in the courtyard. Luo Zhuxuan was immersed in painting, when there were some footsteps outside. It was Yi Ruiming who came. The two became married more than 20 years ago. Yi Ruiming was full of spirit, and Luo Zhuxuan fell in love with the country, which was once a good story in Guangling. It's just that now, it's like a stranger. If you are here to question again, then please come back. Luo Zhuxuan glanced at Yi Ruiming lightly and spoke calmly. Kui Yuan fainted in your room, do you think I can not think about it? Yi Ruiming said. I have already explained to you, I was knocked unconscious by a man in black that night, and he came to my room because he was tracking the man in black, but the man in black was also knocked unconscious, and when I woke up, it was already the next day, and nothing happened to us. Luo Zhuxuan is still the same as before. Kui Yuan is about the same age as Luo Zhuxuan and Yi Ruiming, with very good medical skills, studied under Li Muto, and is also an outstanding leader, and is now the first divine doctor in Guangling. Before Luo Zhuxuan was married, Kui Yuan was also one of the suitors and was quite infatuated. Kui Yuan is more than 40, but he has never married a wife. It's just that Luo Zhuxuan has always regarded Kui Yuan as an ordinary friend. Of course, after that change happened, Kui Yuan never looked for Luo Zhuxuan again in order to avoid gossip. And Luo Zhuxuan has always stayed in this courtyard and almost never goes out. This is just your one-sided words, how do you make me believe you? Yi Ruiming said. If I really had an interest in Kui Yuan, I wouldn't have chosen you in the first place, and you don't believe it or not. In addition, I still keep the peace and departure book, and if you have proof that I am not obeying the rules, I can now press my handprint and give you the peace and departure book. Luo Zhuxuan's expression was cold, and his gaze towards Yi Ruiming was also full of indifference. Yi Ruiming maintained an expressionless appearance, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he knew that Luo Zhuxuan was innocent. Because the man in black who stunned Luo Zhuxuan and attracted Kui Yuan was not someone else, but him. Zhuxuan Yi Ruiming was a little unbearable, not wanting Luo Zhuxuan to be so indifferent to him, so he walked closer to Luo Zhuxuan. He had an urge to tell Luo Zhuxuan all about his suffering. Get Luo Zhuxuan's forgiveness. Just opened his mouth, and there were footsteps behind him. It was Yi Ruiming's concubine Kong Yu who came. Kong Yu is less than 30 years old, which can be regarded as a first-class beauty, but compared with Luo Zhuxuan, she looks eclipsed. My sister really has leisure. Coming to Yi Ruiming's side and gently holding his hand, Kong Yu said to Luo Zhuxuan with a smile. Luo Zhuxuan looked at Kong Yu's gesture of holding hands, and was not moved at all. Because of Yi Ruiming's long-term suspicions, she is now completely dead and no longer has any expectations. Yi Ruiming noticed Luo Zhuxuan's mood change, and was very distressed, and wanted to shake Kong Yu's hand. But in the end, it was endured. For our future, we can only make Zhuxuan suffer for a while longer, 1 year at most, and when I inherit the position of head of the family in a year, I will definitely apologize to you. Yi Ruiming whispered silently in his heart. The Yi family was peaceful on the surface, but in fact, it was turbulent in secret. And the source of everything is the struggle for the position of the head of the family. The current head of the Yi family is also Yi Ruiming's father. Yi Ruiming ranked 4th, and there were 3 older brothers on it. All 4 of them have uncles in the family who are optimistic about it, and all hope to inherit the position of family head. For these reasons, the Yi family had a situation similar to the ancient battle for the throne. At present, the big brother has the greatest momentum. Yi Ruiming's momentum in the family is not as good as that of the eldest brother, and he knows that he can't fight hard with the eldest brother, so he does something to cut off his wings, wanting the eldest brother to relax his vigilance. Framing his wife Luo Zhuxuan to cause the Luo family to be dissatisfied is one of them. Driving away his son Yi Junline is the second. The other concubine room is the third. In this way, Yi Ruiming let the eldest brother transfer hatred and put it on the second and third brothers, and he was secretly accumulating strength. Husband, sister painting, I think we better not disturb, let's go back to the room, I have something to talk to you about. Kang Yu saw that Luo Zhuxuan did not squeak, so he said to Yi Ruiming in a snort. Okay, let's go back to the room. Yi Ruiming nodded and glanced at Luo Zhuxuan, expecting her to show a trace of anger. However, Luo Zhuxuan was extremely calm. Husband, stay with me today, my stomach has not moved for several years since I married into the Yi family, I really hope to conceive an heir for my husband. Kang Yu was very jealous of Luo Zhuxuan's beauty and wanted to hit her when he found an opportunity. Good, I must work hard for my husband today. Yi Ruiming smiled on the surface, and there was a surge of color under his eyes. Yi Ruiming has a son, there is no problem, and Kang Yu herself has also seen a doctor and is also healthy. But after several years, the two did not get pregnant. Of course, there was another hidden affair. Because, Yi Ruiming did not want to have offspring with Kang Yu. Kang Yu hid deeply, but Yi Ruiming still found that Kang Yu was the eyeliner that his eldest brother planted beside him. However, Yi Ruiming did not expose it, but used Kang Yu to always convey some wrong information to the eldest brother, misleading the eldest brother to make mistakes. Yi Ruiming and Kang Yu left with a smile. Luo Zhuxuan's heart did not fluctuate, and after silently painting a painting, he went back to the room. It's dark. Luo Zhuxuan did not rest early as usual. Yesterday, she received a message from her sister Shu Yunyan, knowing that a guest was coming to Guangling tonight. Listening to Shu Yunyan, this guest is her very good friend. Luo Zhuxuan did not dare to snub people, and planned to meet in person. Qingling. Qin Yi welcomed a guest at night. Why is senior brother Yi's late-night visit? Qin Yi's hair was messy and looked very decadent. Since discovering that something was wrong with him, he tried to treat himself, but he has not made much progress. I want my junior brother to divinate one thing for me. Yi Junline's voice was soft and he said in a tired voice. Your voice, said Qin Yi, dumbfounded. I was secretly calculated, ate some messy things, and after a while it returned to normal. Yi Junline explained. Qin Yi suddenly looked at Yi Junline's sissy behavior and felt a little gloating in his heart, but there was a trace of concern on his face. Don't hide, senior brother Yi, I happen to be looking for you and asking you to do me a favor. Qin Yi said. Yi Junline vaguely guessed what it was, but pretended not to know and asked, Junior brother Qin, please say. I was seriously injured by Xiao Yu before, and although the injury has healed, I found that something went wrong with that. Qin Yi paused slightly, but finally spoke up. He originally intended to go to Yi Junline to help, but because he was afraid of Yi Junline's jokes, now seeing Yi Junline's sissy appearance, he was not so worried. There is such a thing. When Yi Junline heard what Qin Yi said, he deliberately showed a surprised look. At first, it was suspected that Qin Yi had broken the cold Dao heart, so Yi Junline secretly calculated him and destroyed Qin Yi's ability in that aspect. It was later learned that it was a misunderstanding. Can senior brother Yi treat me? Qin Yi asked for help. Everyone is the same family, of course. Yi Junline nodded, enthusiastically took his pulse for him, and then frowned. Can it be cured? Qin Yi asked with a tugging heart. Junior brother Qin, you injured your kidney vein, I'm afraid it won't be easy to cure it. Yi Junline said. I can also see this, senior brother Yi, you have excellent medical skills, you should be able to cure me, right? Qin Yidao. It can be cured, junior brother Qin, don't have to worry. Yi Junline said. With his current medical cultivation, he couldn't cure Qin Yi, but now he had a request for someone. Then there is senior brother Lao Yi. Qin Yi thanked him, showed some smiles, and then asked, what does senior brother Yi want me to help with divination? Yi Junline handed Qin Yi the 8 characters of his birthday written on the small piece of paper in advance. This person is a woman, I want to know this person's blessing in marriage. Qin Yi nodded, glanced at the 8 characters of his birthday, and used what he had learned to calculate it. A few minutes later, he spoke. This person is a blessed person, and his life path is basically smooth, but there are little twists and turns in marriage. What kind of twists? Yi Junline asked nervously. I paid a good person by mistake, and then I met my own wishful Langjun. Qin Yi replied. When Yi Junline heard this, his expression was shocked. Qin Yi felt strange, and secretly wondered if Yi Junline had taken a fancy to a married woman, so he tentatively said, judging from the 8 characters of birthday, this person is more than 20 years older than you, she is. Yi Junline replied. Qin Yi was stunned, and understood that he had thought too much, but soon realized another thing. Your father and your mother don't have a good relationship, right? Qin Yidao. Yi Junlin stared at Qin Yi and did not answer. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yi snickered for a while, and his mouth was relieved. This kind of thing should go with the flow, and you can't force it. Yi Junlin felt uncomfortable listening to it, and wanted to say, if you have a stepfather, can you see it? But the words came to his lips and swallowed back. After all, things haven't happened yet, isn't it touching your head to say such things? Moreover, the so-called Rui Langjun that Qin Yi calculated was not necessarily Wang Zhenxing. Yi Junlin knew about Kui Yuan's existence. Kui Yuan is an infatuated species, likes Luo Zhuxuan for many years, and even loves Wu and Wu, and is also very good to Yi Junlin. Maybe Luo Zhuxuan is reconciled with his father and separated from Kui Yuan. Of course, Yi Junlin did not want to have a stepfather, but if he had to choose a stepfather, then Yi Junlin would rather choose Kui Yuan. Junior brother Qin, is there any way you can change this situation? Yi Junlin asked. Nope. Qin Yi shook his head. I remember junior brother Qin, you seem to be going to marry, said Yi Junlin expectantly. I know what senior brother Yi means, you want to tie your parents to the marriage robbery, but the marriage robbery damages the life Yuan, and I used it once some time ago. If I use it again in the short term, I will lose my life for at least 10 years. Qin Yidao. When Yi Junlin heard it, he was not reluctant. After all, the backlash of marriage robbery was more serious, and he had the opportunity to learn, but he didn't learn it. Divination does not happen in 100, and sometimes the results are offset by unpredictable events. Afraid that Yi Junlin would entangle, Qin Yi was relieved again. That's right. Yi Junlin's heavy face was somewhat relieved. Guangling under the same starry sky. Yi Ruiming was already asleep, and Kong Yu walked out of the bedroom lightly and came to a cellar in the house where wine was stored. Walk up to a pile of wine altars. Kong Yu moved the wine altar stacked on it away, and finally saw the wine altar with a vague mark. On the altar seal of the wine altar, there are some strange runes. Kong Yu silently recited the incantation and opened the altar seal of the wine altar. A few seconds later, an illusory hideous thing crawled out of the wine altar and floated in the air to reveal its full appearance. I saw that it had 3 heads, and every face was very terrifying. The ghost's robbery of the woman has made a rage. If something happens to Luo Zhuxuan, no one will think of me. Kong Yu's face showed a trace of resentment, and he secretly cut a corner of Luo Zhuxuan's clothes, so that the 3-headed ghost sniffed, discerned the breath, and then silently recited the incantation. The 3-headed ghost flew out and blended into the night sky. Wang Zhenxing got off the plane, got into the special car sent by the Yi family, and came to the outside of the Yi family's mansion. Sir has arrived. The driver opened the door and bowed and said. Wang Zhenxing got out of the car and saw the grand gate of the Yi family. Judging from the area and the degree of decoration, the Yi family is better than the Qingling Song family, which is also a family. Led by a maid, Wang Zhenxing walked towards the mansion. Halfway through, Wang Zhenxing noticed something, suddenly stopped, and looked up slightly at the dark night sky. This is dirty. Seeing the unknown object floating above, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but frown. It was the first time he had seen this kind of thing, although he had already learned from Shu Yunyan that there were ghosts in Guangling. But I didn't expect that I would meet so quickly. If Yi Junlin hadn't been forbidden to leave Qingling, then after knowing about the matter on Guangling's side, he would definitely come back. Maybe the plot belonging to Yi Junlin was triggered. Go and see. Wang Zhenxing thought briefly and chased in the direction where the dirty thing flew. Sir, where are you going? The living room is over there. The maid who led the way for Wang Zhenxing shouted, but halfway through the words, Wang Zhenxing had already walked into the night. A dark wind blew through, and the maid couldn't help but snort. Luo Zhuxuan stayed in the room, playing chess by herself to pass the time, and waiting for the maid to come and inform. But at this time, there was an inexplicable gust of wind in the room, and the light became flickering and dimming. Luo Zhuxuan soon saw that a 3-headed ghost was floating in front of his eyes, and his face instantly lost color. The 3-headed ghost stopped in the air for a while, and after identifying the breath and determining that it was the target, one of the heads opened its mouth and spit out a black mist towards Luo Zhuxuan. Luo Zhuxuan hurriedly dodged. The black mist fell on a chair with yellow pears. I saw that the chair immediately bubbled and corroded off the surface. Luo Zhuxuan was shocked when he saw this, and guessed that the black fog had a corrosive effect. If this is a little contaminated, the consequences can be imagined. Luo Zhuxuan shouted for help and walked towards the door. It's just that she lives alone in the courtyard, and the surrounding rooms are unoccupied, and there is a long distance from the main courtyard. Don't say call for help indoors, even if you run to the door to call for help, you can't hear it from the main courtyard. What's more, these 3 ghosts are still chasing after them. Every time he spat out a cloud of black fog, Luo Zhuxuan had to dodge. Although Luo Zhuxuan was also from a family, his martial arts qualifications were mediocre, so he did not practice martial arts. After escaping from the room, after running for a distance, he suddenly lost his breath. Save help. Luo Zhuxuan saw a figure in front of him, panted for help, and trotted towards the figure. In a panic, he did not notice that he was tripped over an uneven floor, and he was about to fall to the ground. Luo Zhuxuan closed her eyes in fright. But a few seconds later, instead of feeling touching the cold floor, he fell into the arms of a warm man. Being hugged, Luo Zhuxuan's face turned red. But at the critical moment, he didn't have time to break free from the man's embrace, but looked at the 3-headed ghost flying in panic. However, the 3-headed ghost stopped abruptly 2 feet away, and the 3 faces showed a similar look of horror almost at the same time. Then, turn around and prepare to fly away. The popularity of martial arts is vigorous, and in the field of vision of ghosts, it is like a raging fire. The higher the martial arts cultivation, the more vigorous the qi and blood, and the greater the flame. Once the ghost gets too close, it melts like ice and snow. This is exactly the case right now. Tai Shing, strain non-stop, drive away evil spirits A. Mantra sounded softly, his fingers swiped in the void, and the light golden rune appeared, shooting towards the flying 3-headed ghost. Soon an ear-piercing roar sounded, and the 3-headed ghost phantom cracked and dissipated without a trace. At the same time, Kong Yu in the cellar suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She feeds the ghosts with blood, and there is a pull between the ghosts and the ghosts. Now the ghost has been extinguished, and therefore it has been eaten back. How so? Who the hell is? Kong Yu was traumatized, and unwillingness, resentment, and some doubts appeared on her face. Luo Zhuxuan let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that the crisis was lifted, and then quickly reacted, his face still attached to a broad and warm chest. Taking a step back with a red face, Luo Zhuxuan stood up straight, her beautiful eyes with doubts and curiosity, looking at the man in front of her. The man has a pair of handsome sword eyebrows, long and thick eyelashes, a pair of eyes containing thousands of stars, a tall nose, and lips with a slight smile, which makes people feel a little dazzled at a glance, as if they want to sink in. Luo Zhuxuan froze for a while. Guangling has been talented since ancient times, she has seen too much, but for the first time, because of a man's appearance, the heart lake ripples. Host cut off the plot of the protagonist Yi Junline, get a counterattack point of 800, the protagonist Yi Junline Qi luck value -80, host Qi luck value +80. The female partner Luo Zhuxuan fell in love with the host at first sight, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets 500 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Luo Zhuxuan for a moment, then broke the calm with a smile and said, Mrs. Yi, you didn't hurt anything, did you? As Wang Zhenxing spoke, Luo Zhuxuan also quickly came back to his senses, realized his gaffe, and hurriedly looked away with a slightly red face, but then couldn't help but look at Wang Zhenxing again. I'm okay, you just my sister Yunyan's friend, right? Luo Zhuxuan smiled lightly and asked. That's right. Wang Zhenxing nodded, just now I entered the house with the maid, and found that there were ghosts floating in the night sky, so I was curious to follow and take a look, but I didn't expect to accidentally save Mrs. Yi. Thank you for your rescue, if it weren't for your timely appearance, I'm only afraid. Luo Zhuxuan was afraid for a while when she thought about it. Does Mrs. Yi have anyone to suspect? Wang Zhenxing asked. Luo Zhuxuan also knew that this was definitely not a coincidence, but that someone wanted to harm her. Not yet. Luo Zhuxuan paused and shook his head and replied. At this time, the maid who led Wang Zhenxing into the house was belated. Luo Zhuxuan did not mention that he encountered a ghost, pretended that nothing happened, invited Wang Zhenxing to the living room, and sat down and drank tea for a while. Wang Zhenxing transferred some Qingling specialties and precious cosmetics brought by Shu Yunyan to Luo Zhuxuan. Luo Zhuxuan thanked with a smile, and then saw that it was late, and prepared to let the maid take Wang Zhenxing to the guest room. But just about to speak, suddenly worried that there will be another ghost attack at night. How is this good? Mr. Wang, do you mind staying in the courtyard room? Luo Zhuxuan asked tentatively. The courtyard is close to where she lives, and if something happens, she can hear Wang Zhenxing in time to call for help. It's all arranged by Mrs. Yi. Wang Zhenxing didn't care. Luo Zhuxuan nodded, let the maid go to rest, and personally took Wang Zhenxing to the courtyard guest room. The thing is a little heavy, I'll send it for madam. Wang Zhenxing said. That's bothering you. It makes no sense to let a man into the bedroom late at night, but Luo Zhuxuan did not reject it much. Wang Zhenxing put things in Luo Zhuxuan's room, his eyes swept around, and finally fell on the chessboard on the table, thoughtful. Black chess is attacked on all sides, and it is already a dead end. Luo Zhuxuan noticed his gaze, so he spoke. The situation on that chessboard is the endgame left by her previous game against herself in order to pass the time. Not necessarily. Wang Zhenxing smiled, walked to the chessboard, picked up a sunspot and fell. Hey, this is self-destruction. Luo Zhuxuan wanted to remind when he saw this, but when the sunspot fell and cut himself off from a black chess piece, he had a glimmer of life. Putting it to death and then living is indeed a method. Luo Zhuxuan's heart moved, and Beizi played against Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan played against each other for a quarter of an hour. The situation on the chessboard was completely reversed, and Luo Zhuxuan held on to Beizi and could not fall for a long time. After a long while, Luo Zhuxuan said in his heart, I lost. It's just a fluke. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Luo Zhuxuan disagreed. She learned to play chess since she was a child, and there were few opponents. Wang Zhenxing played against her and was able to win under such a critical defeat, which shows her chess skills. The female partner Luo Zhuxuan has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. The dancing on the wall, which master is it from? Wang Zhenxing's gaze swept around the bookish bedroom, and he was attracted by some paintings on the wall. I laughed when I was bored. Luo Zhuxuan said modestly. Wang Zhenxing got up and looked at the front of the paintings in the room for a while, saying the various painting techniques in it, so as to praise Luo Zhuxuan. If Mrs. Yi's works are taken to the art world, they will definitely make those so-called masters shame. Wang Zhenxing summed up and said. Luo Zhuxuan doesn't care about these false names, painting is just self-cultivation. Mr. Wang, you can tell the doorway, it's not simple. Luo Zhuxuan also appreciated. I draw in my spare time, but most of them are people. Wang Zhenxing said. If you have a chance, be sure to admire your work. Luo Zhuxuan had some expectations. Actually, I have a reluctant request right now. Wang Zhenxing said. You say, Mrs. Yi was born like a fairy in the sky, I really have itchy hands, I want to paint a picture for madam, I don't know if it's okay. Luo Zhuxuan was stunned, and some shame flashed on his face, but he still nodded and said, when? Now, because I'm afraid that tomorrow I won't have inspiration. Wang Zhenxing said. This Luo Zhuxuan hesitated. At the moment, it was already night, and painting opposite Wang Zhenxing in the bedroom was really unreasonable, but after thinking about it, if he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would displease the benefactor. Besides, it's just painting, and nothing else. As long as you are at ease, why care about gossip? Okay, I'll go get ready. Luo Zhuxuan agreed with a smile. She paints a lot, and she has all these tools. Everything was ready, and Luo Zhuxuan made a gesture at random. Wang Zhenxing looked at it, picked up a brush and dyed it with paint, and began to draw. After about half an hour, the painting was finally completed. Luo Zhuxuan in the painting is lifelike, and Wang Zhenxing deliberately uses some clouds and landscapes as a background to embellish her, making her look like a fairy who has fallen into the dust. After Luo Zhuxuan saw it, she also felt very surprised and wanted to say something. However, Wang Zhenxing still maintained a serious look, holding a brush and thinking about something. Seeing this, Luo Zhuxuan quietly looked behind him, not daring to disturb. A moment later, Wang Zhenxing picked up a pen and wrote on the paper. The handwriting is extremely ethereal, and the famous calligraphy is probably just that. Luo Zhuxuan was stunned, but what surprised her even more was the content written by Wang Zhenxing. The hair is like the light clouds of the moon, and the fluttering is like the return of the wind. Luo Zhuxuan saw it intently, and whispered apart, shocked by this unparalleled literary brilliance. A moment later, Wang Zhenxing finished writing. Luo Zhuxuan came back to his senses for a long time. What is the name of this article, and who wrote it? Why have I never heard it before? On the next whim, what you do with your hands is called reself-fuit. Wang Zhenxing replied with a smile, saying in his heart that Lao Su also learned from Lu Xiaofan to be a wave of literary thieves. After Luo Zhuxuan listened, her mind suddenly went blank, and she finally determined that Wang Zhenxuan was completely for her. Chess, calligraphy, painting, literary brilliance, just take out one at random, and it is enough to be shocking. Guangling has been a genius since ancient times. Luo Zhuxuan has seen a lot, and even she herself is a talented woman, but these so-called Guangling talents are really eclipsed compared to Wang Zhenxing. If nothing else, take this Luoshanfu as an example, it is definitely enough to circulate for thousands of years and be praised. And this endowed literary brilliance is enough to overwhelm all the talents in Guangling today. The female partner Luo Zhuxuan has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60. Adoration. Zhuxuan is married, how can he be worthy of this article? After Luo Zhuxuan was shocked, he felt a little ashamed and at the same time a little regretful. If she met Wang Zhenxing before she got married, then where would she look at others? In my eyes, Madam is definitely worthy of it, and if I hadn't met Madam, I wouldn't have been able to write this essay. Wang Zhenxing looked serious, and his hand pretended to be inadvertent, touching Luo Zhuxuan's slender hand. Luo Zhuxuan was stunned, and then felt a little happy in his heart, but then felt that this was a little sinful, and quickly withdrew his hand. Sir, please be respectful. Wang Zhenxing said apologetically. It's late at night, sir, please go and rest. Luo Zhuxuan was afraid that he would do something contrary to etiquette, and did not dare to continue to stay in the same room with him. Mrs. Yi also rested earlier. Wang Zhenxing nodded, his expression a little gloomy, and slowly walked towards the outside of the bedroom. Jun knows that a concubine has a husband, and a concubine is a double pearl. Jejun's heart is like the sun and the moon, and the husband swears to live and die together. Huan Jun Mingzhu shed tears, hating not to meet when she was not married. People drift away. But there were some soft groans, vaguely heard. Luo Zhuxuan's eyes couldn't stop trembling. Hate not to meet when you are not married, hate not to meet when you are not married. Luo Zhuxuan repeated this sentence. Tears welled up in her eyes, snatched out of her eyes, slid down her snow-white cheeks to her chin, and then fell to the ground and shattered and scattered. Female partner Luo Zhuxuan has a favorability of +1 to the host, and the current total favorability is 61. Adoration. Female partner Luo Zhuxuan's favorability to the host is +1, and the current total favorability is 62. Adoration. The female partner Luo Zhuxuan has a favorability of +1 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70. Unswerving love. On this night, Luo Zhuxuan did not close her eyes. Early in the morning, she walked out of the door and came to the courtyard, and saw Wang Zhenxing sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard. His eyes were blank, holding a jug of wine and pouring it into the cup from time to time, and constantly drinking it. Is it because I am hurt? Luo Zhuxuan looked a little heartache, hesitated, and slowly walked towards the pavilion. Mr. Wang, drinking early in the morning is not good for your health, it is still not good to drink. Luo Zhuxuan stepped forward and gently pressed Wang Zhenxing's hand that was about to raise a cup. The palm touched again. Luo Zhuxuan was a little ashamed, but this time he was not in a hurry to take it away. One bedroom in the main courtyard. Yi Ruiming woke up and found Kong Yu looking pale, so he asked the reason. It's cold at night, Kong Yu explained. Yi Ruiming examined it and knew that she was lying. Then find a doctor for your husband to see for you. No thanks, I'll just take a break. Kong Yu refused. Okay then, madam, you have a good rest, don't go around. Although Yi Ruiming was curious about the reason, he did not expose it. Kong Yu stayed in the room and didn't walk around, just for him to do something. Yi Ruiming pretended to be relieved for Kong Yu, and then walked out of the bedroom of the main courtyard and headed towards Luo Zhuxuan's residence in the courtyard. Coming to the courtyard, Yi Ruiming saw a man and a woman in the pavilion looking at each other, and their hands were still touching each other. Yi Ruiming was stunned for a moment, and anger rose in his heart. However, seeing that the person was strange and did not know the identity of the other party, he did not immediately attack, but pretended to cough. Luo Zhuxuan listened to the movement, retracted his hand weakly, turned his head to look, and realized that Yi Ruiming came over. When are guests in the house? Yi Ruiming walked towards the pavilion and came to Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan. He is Yunyan's friend, and he went to Guangling on a business trip to help bring some things. Luo Zhuxuan said. So that's the case, it's really a long way off. Yi Ruiming showed a smile and stretched out his hand towards Wang Zhenxing. Under Yi Ruiming, a friend honors the surname. Wang Zhenxing. A smile responded with a smile, and Wang Zhenxing also extended his hand. Both are sleek and scheming mature men, and although they dislike each other, they are very harmonious on the surface. The two chatted politely, and Wang Zhenxing said that he wanted to meet business friends. When Yi Ruiming heard this, he immediately enthusiastically asked the driver of the Yi family to send it off. Wang Zhenxing did not refuse and temporarily resigned and left. After Wang Zhenxing's figure disappeared from view, the smile on Yi Ruiming's face gradually converged, and some gloom flashed under his eyes. Zhuxuan, you are a married woman, it is best to pay attention to your behavior, there will be male guests at home in the future, let me entertain. Yi Ruiming said with some displeasure. What do you mean by that? Want to say that I am unruly, although bluntly. Luo Zhuxuan was also a little unhappy. I just want to remind you to pay attention to a little influence and don't lose my face. Yi Ruiming said. Since you doubt me, I have nothing to say, wait a minute. Luo Zhuxuan got up, walked towards the residence, and when he returned, he had a piece of paper in his hand. It was Yi Ruiming who gave Luo Zhuxuan a long time ago and left the book. At this moment, Luo Zhuxuan had already pressed the handprint on the book. Zhuxuan, Yi Ruiming was stunned. Isn't this exactly what you want to see? Luo Zhuxuan looked indifferent. Kui Yuan's matter has not yet been clarified. Did you sign and leave the book? Did you think that you were at a loss? Yi Ruiming knows her character and will not admit what she has not done. In Kui Yuan's affairs, I have a clear conscience. Luo Zhuxuan said. Then why are you? Yi Ruiming was puzzled. I have something else to lose. Luo Zhuxuan lowered his eyes. Yi Ruiming was stunned, remembering the picture when Luo Zhuxuan and Wang Zhenxing looked at each other just now. Zhuxuan just met him for the first time. This is impossible. It seems that it must be because of my closeness to Kong Yu yesterday. Zhuxuan was not moved on the surface, but she was very angry in her heart, knowing that I came to see her, so she deliberately played with that person and wanted to be angry with me. Yi Ruiming's mind was deep, and he quickly figured out the link, and his heart suddenly felt a little joyful. Zhuxuan really still has feelings for him. I'll keep the book first, I won't make it public, you can come to me at any time if you want to take it back. Yi Ruiming was calm, and said to Luo Zhuxuan fearlessly. When Luo Zhuxuan heard this, he didn't respond, but just turned around and walked towards the house. Yi Ruiming looked at her departing figure, was in a good mood, and left the courtyard leisurely. As everyone knows, after Luo Zhuxuan returned to the house, he was already packing some luggage. At this time, Shu Yunyan called and asked about Wang Zhenxing's news. Luo Zhuxuan truthfully informed that Wang Zhenxing went to talk business with people and temporarily left the Yi family. Sister, you have always been single, and you have such an excellent friend by your side, don't you have a heart? After Luo Zhuxuan said about Wang Zhenxing, he asked a doubt in his heart. Shu Yunyan didn't expect to confess to her sister, and after thinking a little, she casually found a pretense. He is quite good, but he has been divorced, won't I be aggrieved if I follow him? Divorced. Luo Zhuxuan felt a little happy in her heart. She was in a special situation, and she had some inferiority in her heart, but after hearing what Shu Yunyan said, she immediately felt that she was more hopeful with Wang Zhenxing. At noon, Wang Zhenxing returned to the Yi family again. Why is Mrs. Yi packing her things? Wang Zhenxing came to find Luo Zhuxuan and saw some packed bags in the room. Don't call me that anymore, I've been after leaving, it will not be Mrs. Yi in the future. After Luo Zhuxuan finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Zhenxing, as if she was expecting something. Wang Zhenxing also lived up to expectations, and with some excitement, he approached her a little. After staring at each other hotly for a while, Luo Zhuxuan was the first to lose, and said with his eyes downcast, I promised my sister to receive you, I plan to go back to the Luo family, will you come with me too? Good. Wang Zhenxing nodded, helped Luo Zhuxuan take some bags, and came to Luo's house by car. The Luo family is not as strong as the Yi family, but it is also a scholarly family, and the family has many talents. Luo Zhuxuan wanted to find an opportunity to explain the matter of peace and departure, and when she saw her mother's family, she just said that she would come back to stay. My aunt is back. A middle-looking young woman passed by and greeted Luo Zhuxuan. Cece hasn't seen you for a long time, why are you frowning? Luo Zhuxuan said. Alas, it's not because of ghostly things, I can't find clues after checking, and now I am scolded by my boss every day. The woman's name was Loth and she served in the government. Luo Zhuxuan nodded and briefly introduced Wang Zhenxing beside Luo Si. It turns out to be a friend of Aunt Union, welcome to Guangling. Luo Si greeted Wang Zhenxing with a smile. I would venture to ask, how many women are missing in Guangling now? Wang Zhenxing said. Roth hesitated, because according to the rules, she could not reveal these things to outsiders. He knows Taoism, and I saw him kill ghosts with my own eyes, so I may be able to provide some ideas for CCU. Luo Zhuxuan spoke. When Luo Si heard this, his face showed some joy, and he no longer hesitated. 17. Then can you tell me the birthdates of these 17 missing women? Wang Zhenxing asked again. Luo Si was a little puzzled, but he still contacted his colleagues, got the missing woman's birthday, and showed it to Wang Zhenxing. These women who disappeared were all born in the cloudy year. Wang Zhenxing found a common ground. Born in a cloudy year, is there anything to say about this? After being startled for a moment, Luo Si asked. The so-called ghosts, in fact, most of them are behind people's backs. According to my estimation, this should be an evil devil. In order to cultivate demonic skills, these women should be used to practice. Wang Zhenxing had seen similar cultivation methods in the 10,000 Poisons secret code left by the black-hearted old devil, and naturally knew such practice routines. Doesn't that mean that those missing women are less murderous? Luo Zhuxuan was taken aback. Not necessarily, the sacrifice also needs to be at a specific time, most of it is also in the lunar year and the moon, and there is also a point, 9 is the extreme, and the number of people used in this sacrifice is a multiple of 9 or 9, such as 9, or 18, or more. Wang Zhenxing said again. 17 are missing now, which means there is at least one missing, Loth said. After 3 days, it will be the cloudy year and the moon will be cloudy. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and looked at the date, and quickly said again. 3 days, but Guangling is so big, where to find someone? Roth's face was worried. You don't have to look for it. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Don't look for it, then do you wait for others to throw themselves into the net? Luo Si was stunned. Cece, you go and screen out the list of women in the cloudy year and the moon in Guangling. Luo Zhuxuan understood what Wang Zhenxing meant. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Luo Si reacted after realizing it, and his eyes scanned back and forth between Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan several times. Aunt, why do you have such a tacit understanding? Hearing what Luo Si said, Wang Zhenxing's expression was calm, but Luo Zhuxuan felt a little weak. It's that you're too slow to react. Lest Luo Si see something, Luo Zhuxuan said something. It's not. Luo Si protested slightly, his eyes swept back and forth on Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan, and said sincerely. But Aunt, you really look like a good match. Immediately lost her words after speaking, she quickly took a step back, and hugged her head in some panic. Aunt, don't hit me, I don't dare. Yi Ruiming's snub of Luo Zhuxuan, the Luo family knows about it, and they have a lot of complaints about Yi Ruiming. Luo Si naturally did not have much respect for Yi Ruiming. When Luo Zhuxuan heard what Luo Si said, her heart was extremely excited, and she would still think of beating her. Check the list. In order to save the face of the elders, Luo Zhuxuan still pretended to be solemn on the surface. Right away, just a moment. Roth smiled and contacted his colleagues. There are records of people born normally in the government system, and according to a specific year, a categorized search in the system, and the list will come out. Colleagues sent the list to Roth's phone. Without counting the 17 women who have disappeared, there are 32 in total. How can this determine who will be the next target? Luo Si looked at it for a while, and suddenly felt a little difficult. Is there a woman on this list who has a special status and practices martial arts? Wang Zhenxing asked. Yes, Ji Xuanxin. Roth pointed to a name on the list. What is her background? Wang Zhenxing asked. The people of the Guangling Ji family, who have practiced martial arts since childhood, are known as the first beauty of Guangling, which should be considered special, right? Loth said. The first beauty of Guangling isn't that Yi Junline's ex-fiancé. Wang Zhenxing raised his eyebrows slightly. You still know my cousin? Loth said. We filmed in a crew not long ago and heard director Shu talk about this. Wang Zhenxing explained. Why didn't Aunt Union come to Guangling to shoot? Otherwise, I'm going to rub a roll and try what it's like to be an actor. Roth said with some regret. Why do you think the next target will be Ji Xuanxin? Luo Zhuxuan asked suspiciously. She is a martial arts practitioner, her blood is strong, and it is better if she is a sacrificer. Wang Zhenxing came up with a barely tenable explanation. In fact, his judgment is that Ji Xuanxin has an entanglement with Yi Junlin, and the ghost is originally a plot that belongs to Yi Junlin. And it doesn't matter if Ji Xuanxin is a heroine or not. If the plot of Yi Junlin is followed normally, it is inevitable that Ji Xuanxin likes Yi Junlin. And this opportunity for heroes to save beauty was created for Yi Junlin. Therefore, Wang Zhenxing determined that Ji Xuanxin was the next target. It's just that Yi Junlin was forbidden to leave Qingling, which shifted the plot. Then I will immediately go and talk to Ji Xuanxin and let him cooperate with the actions of the government. Luo Si hurriedly went to Ji's house. In the afternoon, Roth returned. I have already negotiated with Ji Xuanxin, just wait for the person behind the scenes to appear. Luo Si said to Wang Zhenxing with some excitement. Then I wish you all the best. Wang Zhenxing smiled on the surface, but his heart was not optimistic. Of course, this was when he didn't make a move. And just after Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, Luo Si suddenly received a call. It was Yi Junlin, who was far away in Qingling, who called. Cousin, didn't the disappearance of a woman happen in Guangling? I suggest you check the birthday of the missing person, and maybe you will find something. Yi Junlin said on the phone. Your voice. Roth wanted to laugh a little, but felt very rude. If you eat the wrong thing, it will be normal after a while. Yi Junlin explained vaguely, and then returned to the topic, check it as I said. Missing women have the same characteristic, that is, they are all born in the lunar year. Loth said. Cousin, how do you know? Yi Junlin was surprised. Luo Si glanced at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing shook his head slightly. Luo Si thought and lied. Of course, I thought of it, and I also guessed that Ji Xuanxin is the next target. This did the cousin really think of it herself? Yi Junlin's tone was full of doubt. You smelly boy, look down on me, do you? Why can't I think of it? Roth felt that his intelligence was insulted and said indignantly. I didn't mean that. Yi Junlin said quickly. Aunt has returned to Luo's house, do you want to talk to her? Luo Si saw Luo Zhuxuan's gaze with some longing on his face. Mom, okay, cousin, you give the phone to your mother. Yi Junlin said. Xiao Yi, are you doing well outside? Luo Zhuxuan asked gently. I'm fine. Yi Junlin didn't want his mother to worry, so he lied. The time of studying art in Kunlun Mountain was indeed very good, but since going down the mountain, I have repeatedly hit a wall, and my mood is often very bad. Mom, what about you? Yi Junlin asked with concern. I'm fine too. Luo Zhuxuan casually looked at Wang Zhenxing beside him, and a sweet smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Junlin couldn't see the situation on this side, and when he heard what Luo Zhuxuan said, he only thought she was lying. Mom, why did you suddenly go back to Luo's house? Is something going on? Yi Junlin asked. Nothing happened, I just suddenly wanted to go back to my mother's house to see. Luo Zhuxuan didn't want to mention the matter of peace and separation to her son for the time being. Yi Junlin breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then remembered something worried. Wang Zhenxing should be there, right? Mom, have you seen him? See, he arrived in Guangling yesterday. Why did you suddenly ask about him? He's not right, Mom, you must keep your distance from him, Yi Junlin instructed. Luo Zhuxuan could hear from these words that Yi Junlin and Wang Zhenxing seemed to have some contradictions. When I meet him, naturally I will not have too close contact with him. Luo Zhuxuan felt that these things were not clear on the phone, and wanted to meet and talk to her son in the future, so she said so. That's good. Yi Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. The mother and son continued to chat a few words before ending the call. Xiao Yeji seems to be very prejudiced against you, what happened between you? Luo Zhuxuan asked with some curiosity. One or two words are not clear, but what he said is true, I really don't think I'm a good person. Wang Zhenxing sighed, and continued. I'm really sorry to come to Guangling to harass madam, I will take my leave. Saying that, Wang Zhenxing hesitated for a moment and was ready to turn and leave. Stay. Luo Zhuxuan was called from behind. Wang Zhenxing paused and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Luo Zhuxuan suddenly became anxious, quickly stepped forward to take his hand, and pleaded softly, don't go, okay? Luo Si was stunned. Aunt, you a pair of beautiful eyes cast a warning gaze. I didn't see anything. Roth slipped away with his head down. Night. The stars and moon are obscured by dark clouds, making the sky look a little dull. In the Luo family's mansion, Wang Zhenxing played 3 games against Luo Zhuxuan in the small pavilion in the garden. Of the 3 games, Wang Zhenxing won the first 2 and lost the last. Madam's moves are really wonderful, admire and admire. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. You're the great. Luo Zhuxuan smiled and shook his head in shame. Wang Zhenxing was afraid that she would lose too badly, and deliberately let go of chess in the 3rd game, and she naturally saw it. Luo Zhuxuan thinks that his chess skills are extraordinary, but compared with Wang Zhenxing, he is more than 1 step worse. After I study and study, I will compete with you another day. Although he lost a little badly, Luo Zhuxuan did not feel the slightest displeasure, because competing with a strong opponent was an opportunity to improve himself. Okay, I'm always available. Wang Zhenxing said cheerfully. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing through the pavilion, making Luo Zhuxuan shiver slightly. Wang Zhenxing walked up to her intimately and draped his coat over her. Thank you. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Luo Zhuxuan's lips, and he said softly. The night wind is cold, Madam still goes back to the room to rest in case of cold. Wang Zhenxing said. Luo Zhuxuan nodded, left the pavilion with Wang Zhenxing, and went in the direction of the residence. I have collected some good tea, would you like to go in and have a sip of tea? Luo Zhuxuan came to the door of his residence, her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Zhenxing's handsome side face, and asked with some expectation. It's too late, I'm afraid of affecting Madam's reputation in the same room, let's go another day. Wang Zhenxing hesitated, and finally declined. Luo Zhuxuan's eyes skipped a trace of loss, and his heart said that I don't care about any reputation, but such words are really a shame to say. Madam, rest early, I'll go back to my room, see you tomorrow. After Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, he left ruthlessly. Luo Zhuxuan looked at his departing back and sighed faintly. It's not that Wang Zhenxing is serious, but he has other important things to do tonight, and he really can't go to Luo Zhuxuan to drink tea. Because once this tea is drunk, it is likely to be until tomorrow morning. Wang Zhenxing came to his guest room, locked the door tightly, and then jumped out the window. Don't worry too much, we are in ambush nearby, and if there is movement, we can come to the rescue immediately. In a pink boudoir, a woman receives a message from Roth. This woman does not apply powder, a plain face makes people feel stunning, skin is more than snow, a pair of eyes are as brilliant as jewels, and the posture is impeccable, as if it was carefully carved by the creator. It is Ji Xuanxin, who is known as the first beauty of Guangling. Yingying's beautiful eyes swept the message sent by Luo Si, and Ji Xuanxin was not worried. She was originally a cultivator and had a good force value. Among the talents of the entire young generation of Guangling, force is enough to rank in the top 3. To be recognized as the first beauty in Guangling, it is not enough to be simply beautiful. This was the case with Luo Zhuxuan in the past, and the same is true for Ji Xuanxin now. Luo Zhuxuan is a unique Qinqi calligraphy and painting, and is a talented woman admired by everyone. Ji Xuanxin was because of his extraordinary martial arts talent. Turning off the lights in the boudoir, Ji Xuanxin pretended to lie on the bed and rest. Time passes. I don't know how long it took. There was a yin wind in the room, and a figure with red eyes approached Ji Xuanxin. Luo Si and others, who were dormant nearby, had already made discoveries. Without waiting for this demon to make a move, the lights in the room turned on, but some people led by Luo Si broke into the room. This demon is a young man, and his appearance is no different from ordinary people, but he has a pair of red eyes, which adds some weirdness. Previously, the demon kidnapped the woman, all of which controlled the ghost to possess the woman. But Ji Xuanxin is only a cultivator, and ghosts can't get close. The demon had to act personally. Ji Xuanxin hid a sword by the bed, and after the demon appeared, he pulled out his long sword and slashed towards the demon man. Luo Si and others also made a move. The demon man's ability is not weak, but when he is attacked by the group, he is finally invincible. Ji Xuanxin had the opportunity to stab the demon man with a sword, but the key time was when he suddenly closed the sword and slapped the demon man instead. The demon was sent flying, but at the same time escaped the siege and fled. Ambushed for so long, but it is a failure. Miss Ji, why are your subordinates merciful? Roth was puzzled. If it hadn't been for Ji Shuangxin's stop just now, the demon might have been caught. Even if you catch him, you won't necessarily be able to force him to tell him where the missing women are, but let him go, but you can find the place where the missing women are being held. Ji Zan's beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom. Luo Si and the others were stunned when they heard this. He ran away, how can he follow the vine? Roth quickly voiced a question. I just slapped him and left some pollen on him that ordinary people can't smell, but I can. Ji Xuanxin explained. When the people around heard it, they couldn't help but praise it, and the first beauty in Guangling really coexisted with beauty and wisdom. Although I can identify the pollen breath and track it, it can't be too far away, you guys keep up. After a brief explanation, Ji Xuanxin jumped out of the room with his sword and quickly melted into the dark night. Chase Luo Si and the others quickly followed. It's just that as the speed of the demon escaping is getting faster and faster, Ji Xuanxin also has to speed up. When they came to a fork in the road in the deserted countryside, Luo Si and the others lost it. Luo Si asked the government for help, and then the wave of people divided into 3 roads and chased towards the 3 roads respectively. And Ji Xuanxin, who was tracking ahead, also found that Luo Si and the others seemed to have lost it. The demon is already injured, and I alone can deal with him. Roth hesitated slightly, but chased after him. A little clever, but not much. Wang Zhenxing watched in the dark, witnessing the whole process of the demon lying in and then fleeing, and commented on Ji Shuangxin's behavior in his heart. But after thinking about it, if Ji Xuanxin was not so iron-headed, then Yi Junlin would not be able to heroically save the beauty. Of course, this is without deviating from the plot. Yi Junlin was far away in Qingling at this moment, and it was impossible to come and save people. It can only be done by Wang Zhenxing. However, Wang Zhenxing is not in a hurry to make a move, but plans to wait and see. At the same time, I also want to verify a doubt in my heart. There were clearly many poisons hidden in that demon man, but when he fought with people just now, he didn't use them. There are 2 possibilities for this, one is that the demon is so nervous and stupid that he forgets, and the other is that the demon is scheming. 2/4 of an hour later, Ji Xuanxin tracked down outside a cave in a barren mountain. After a slight hesitation, Ji Xuanxin quietly walked into the cave with his sword. The inside of the cave is very spacious and there are many forks. Ji Xuanxin searched for a while and found the cell made of wood. Looking inside through the gap in the wood, I can see the faces of women with a look of horror. Looking at the panicked faces in the wooden prison, Ji Xuanxin was first stunned, and then showed joy. The missing women are safe. But without waiting for Ji Xuanxin to continue to rejoice, a dark weapon flew behind him. Ji Xuanxin walked into this strange cave, his nerves never relaxed, he sensed the danger, and raised his sword to defeat the dark weapon. Unexpectedly, the dark weapon actually contained a poisonous mist, and a cloud of mist exploded when it flew away. Ji Xuanxin smelled some mist and shook under his feet. Oh, the demon laughed, I've been caught in the smoke, see how you escaped the palm of my hand. Saying that, he walked towards Ji Xuanxin. Ji Shuangxin's appearance can be described as rare in the world, and the demon is naturally extremely moved. But when the demon man was about to approach Ji Xuanxin, the latter's dazzling state disappeared, and he concentrated and refreshed. The sword passed against the demon man's face, and only narrowly split it in half. Little ladies, why are you all right? The demon had a chill in his spine. I was born with a certain immunity to poison, didn't I expect that? Ji Xuanxin sneered. When the demon heard this, he suddenly showed a look of panic, and ran towards a fork in the cave, seemingly fleeing. Ji Xuanxin chased after him with his sword. The demon fled, releasing dark weapons from time to block Ji Shuangxin's pursuit. Ji Xuanxin raised his sword and split the dark weapon, and smoke came out. However, I have just known that I am immune to poisonous mist, and I am naturally not afraid. But after a few times, I realized that something was wrong. She was poisoned. How could it be? Ji Xuanxin stopped in the wilderness, shocked in his heart. The demon man also stopped, and looked at Ji Xuanxin with a smile through the moonlight. You don't think that all the poison I hide in the dark weapon is the same one, do you? The demon smiled triumphantly. Ji Xuanxin felt that he had become a little strange, and vaguely guessed what kind of poison he had. This is the secret poison peach blossom smoke made by my sect leader, specially to deal with women. No matter how high your resistance to poison is, you can't resist it. The demon waited for her to have a complete seizure of medicinal properties, and did not mind saying more. After hearing this, Jizan's heart was completely certain. You deliberately left your hand when you were in the Ji family, wounded me with a palm for a sword, and deliberately left some pollen on me, thinking I didn't know. Hee, you underestimate the ability of my 10,000 poison sect to recognize smells. The demon man said again. You brought me here on purpose. Ji Xuanxin finally realized this problem. Do you understand now? It's a pity it's late. The demon laughed. Wang Zhenxing, who was watching from not far away, listened to the demon chatter and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. There is a saying that villains die of talking too much, which is really not unreasonable. Of course, complaining is complaining. Wang Zhenxing has no intention of starting immediately. Familiar with many protagonist heroes' saving beauty routines, he understands the crucial essence of heroes saving beauty, that is, he cannot appear early, let alone appear late. In short, it is to save people by card points. You are delusional, I will not let you succeed. Ji Xuanxin knew that it was impossible to escape this calamity, and at the same time felt that his consciousness was gradually a little uncontrollable, and as soon as his heart was crossed, he was about to commit suicide with his sword to preserve his innocence. The demon did not expect Ji Xuanxin to be so decisive, and the dark weapons on his body had been used up, and he couldn't stop Ji Xuanxin, and the only thing he could do was shout, "Stop!" When Wang Zhenxing saw this, he understood that it was time for him to appear. As soon as his mind moved, the space where Ji Xuanxin was located suddenly froze. Wang Zhenxing used the secret technique of transfiguration and transformation to make some changes in his appearance without revealing his true face. Coming out of the shadows, Wang Zhenxing appeared. You, how long have you been here? The demon was shocked in his heart, and he had not noticed the existence of Wang Zhenxing before this. Wang Zhenxing glanced at him indifferently. Senior, spare your life, I am the son of the left protector of the 10,000 poison sect. The demon man reported his origins and wanted Wang Zhenxing to have some scruples so as to save his life. Wang Zhenxing had already seen that he was related to the 10,000 poison sect, and for the sake of the face of the black-hearted old demon, he did not intend to kill him, but just threw a word towards the demon man. When the demon heard this, he thought that Wang Zhenxing was afraid of the 10,000 poison sect. Thank you seniors for your mercy. The demon man's eyes flickered, and he bowed to thank him, but he wanted to secretly take out the poison hidden in his body, and took the opportunity to spread to Wang Zhenxing with the intention of secretly calculating. It was only his hand that touched the bottle containing the poison, but Wang Zhenxing pointed a finger of the void, pointing at the center of the demon man's eyebrows. My father won't let you go. The demon man was full of unwillingness, and spat out these words before he died. Wang Zhenxing didn't even look at it, and walked directly towards Ji Xuanxin to unlock the spatial static ability. Jizan's heart had a medicinal seizure, his emotion overwhelmed reason, and he no longer had the courage to commit suicide, and the sword in his hand fell off from his hand and fell to the ground. Wang Zhenxing originally thought that the plot of Yi Junlin and Ji Xuanxin was just a simple hero to save beauty, but he never expected that it would be a special adventure. Ji Xuanxin's face was red at this time, and his vision was a little blurry, but he could barely tell that it seemed to be a man in front of him. Everything was left behind, and Ji Xuanxin now had only one thought. Oh, girl, please respect yourself above the wilderness. A man's voice of opposition sounded, and then it became a him voice. The moon, which had just revealed the clouds, seemed to be ashamed to hide in the clouds again. Qingling. Yi Junlin sat cross-legged to cultivate, and his true qi continued to climb, reaching a new height. When I opened my eyes, I saw a gleam flickering under my eyes. Some excited smiles soon crawled all over Yi Junlin's handsome face. After going down the mountain, the realm of the martial arts did not improve, and today it finally ushered in a breakthrough again. It's really thanks to the black-hearted old devil, Yi Junlin said to himself with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was no longer sissy but returned to his original manhood. Because eating something, the body underwent some changes, so I wanted to expel it as soon as possible, but in the process, I accidentally found an opportunity to break through the exercises. It can be described as a blessing in disguise. Of course, all this premise is still due to his enchanting cultivation talent. After all, he was accepted as a personal disciple by 6 righteous path giants at the same time. With my current cultivation, as long as I am not an old monster from those families in Guangling, no one must be my opponent. Ji Xuanxin, when you humiliated me, I swore that I would definitely ask you for all this. Now the time has come. Some happiness rose in Yi Junlin's heart, and the thought of returning to Guangling arose in his mind. First, he was worried that his mother Luo Zhuxuan had caught Wang Zhenxing's way, and the other was that he wanted to find Ji Xuanxin to collect debts. Although he is now restricted from leaving Qingling, it is not completely impossible to get out. Yi Junline's mind returned to Guangling, and he didn't want to stay for a moment in Qingling, and set out overnight. Guangling, Yi Junline, I'm coming back. There is a shimmer in the sky. In a piece of soft and tender grass that was flattened, Ji Xuanxin woke up leisurely and slowly opened his touching eyes. Ji Xuanxin found that his clothes were intact, and he thought it was a dream in a trance. But when he sat up from the grass, he was bitten because of the injury, and a slight cold sweat broke out on his smooth forehead. Ji Zan's heart completely sobered up and recalled everything that happened last night. But she couldn't remember exactly what that person looked like. Just remember how enthusiastic you are. Hey, why has my true qi grown so much? Could it be because last night, Ji Xuanxin soon made a new discovery? But without waiting for her to think more, Luo Si and the others came to find her. Ji Xuanxin did not dare to let this matter get out, used true qi to heal himself, and explained to Luo Si and others that the demon was killed by tracking. At this time, Wang Zhenxing had returned to the Luo family mansion and felt the true qi that had grown to a higher level. While saving people, Wang Zhenxing was also practicing at the same time. Among the two exercises practiced, Yin-Yang Chongchun Gong has reached the third realm, and Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong has also passively reached the second-level realm. Host cut off the protagonist Yi Junline plot, get a counterattack point of 800, Yi Junline Qi luck value -80, host Qi luck value +80. The host captures the heroine Ji Xuanxin and obtains part of the protagonist Yi Junline's ability. The Grandmaster level talisman technique did not go against the heroine's wishes, get the normal double reward, because the host itself has the Grandmaster level talisman art. The reward is automatically converted into a large number of talisman art upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the quasi-saint level talisman art. The host and the heroine Ji Xuanxin became their good deeds, blessed by the strong luck of martial arts. Their martial arts understanding was greatly improved, and they were evaluated as top martial arts geniuses. The heroine Ji Xuanxin's favorability to the host is +70, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1900. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -190, and the host's luck value is +190. Looking at the rich rewards received last night, Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised while he was happy. Ji Xuanxin took the initiative to be enthusiastic after being poisoned, and he could not get double the reward, which was completely understandable to Wang Zhenxing. But after this incident, Ji Xuanxin directly reached the point of unswerving affection, which surprised him a little. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing could only think that Ji Xuanxin, a woman, was too traditional, and she had the idea of ending from the beginning to the end. As an ancient capital, Guangling has preserved a lot of traditional things, and the people here have also been influenced by a lot of traditional culture. For example, Yi Ruiming can marry a concubine room in an upright manner. Although there are such things in Qingling, they are all secret. But Guangling's side is on the bright side, which shows how traditional there is here. Ji Xuanxin grew up in Guangling and was obviously affected to a certain extent. Knock knock. There was a knock outside the door. Wang Zhenxing's thoughts were interrupted and he went to open the door. It was Luo Zhuxuan who invited him to breakfast. Coming to the dinner table, Lorth was also there. The haunted matter is solved, and all the missing women are rescued. Luo Si was rewarded by the top, and the promotion was just around the corner, and he was extremely grateful to Wang Zhenxing, and between words, he even regarded Wang Zhenxing as the Luo family's own person, and almost called out his uncle. Luo Zhuxuan looked at it, and his eyes were crooked with a smile. This matter may not be completely over, don't let your guard down. Wang Zhenxing saw that Luo Si was too optimistic, so he reminded him. The demon has already fallen under the law, where does this come from? The smile on Lorth's face narrowed a little. Wang Zhenxing remembered that the demon man said that he was the son of the left protector of the 10,000 poison sect. When Lao Su knew that his son died tragically in one place, would he not take revenge? It's just that for this reason, Wang Zhenxing is inconvenient to tell Luo Si directly. Maybe the demon has accomplices. It's always right to be careful. Wang Zhenxing gave such a reason. When Luo Si heard this, he felt that there was some sense. I'll talk to the above. How did you talk about business? Luo Zhuxuan asked Wang Zhenxing. It's relatively smooth, it's already negotiated. Wang Zhenxing replied. A trace of loss crossed Luo Zhuxuan's eyes. Wang Zhenxing came here because of official affairs, and now that the matter is over, isn't it necessary to return to Qingling? Thinking of this, Luo Zhuxuan's heart moved, and suddenly said, in a few days it will be Lantai Yaji. This is the grand event of Guangling's triennial. If you are not busy, you can stay for a few more days. What is Lantai Yaji? Wang Zhenxing raised some interest. This is a grand event jointly organized by the Guangling family, which has a history of nearly 1,000 years, most of which are participated by the children of the family, and it is a grand event to talk about literature and martial arts. Luo Zhuxuan explained. Not only that, Luo Si answered with a smile, Lantai Yaji is, to some extent, a blind date place for the children of a family, and young men and women in the family generally perform more at the grand event to gain favor. After each Lantai Ya gathering, there will be some news of family marriages. Luo Zhuxuan's face suddenly became a little uneasy, and he stared at Luo Si. Luo Si did not flinch this time, thinking that my aunt is helping you, and you still stare at me. Sounds interesting. Wang Zhenxing originally intended to stay in Guangling for a longer period of time. If he hadn't influenced the plot, the demon who controlled the sneaky would definitely have died in the hands of Yi Zhenline. And the demon has the relationship of the son of the protector of the 10,000 poison sect. In other words, there will definitely be a follow-up plot after the demon dies, although he can't guess what it is. But since he wanted to cut off his beard, of course he had to cut it off a little more thoroughly, and how could he leave Guangling immediately? In the next few days, Luo Zhuxuan invited Wang Zhenxing to visit some of Guangling's scenic spots. Wang Zhenxing occasionally borrowed the library copied from Lu Xiaofan, found some ancient poems suitable for the scene, and recited them in front of Luo Zhuxuan. Luo Zhuxuan was impressed by Wang Zhenxing's literary style many times, and he was so impressed in his heart that his favorability level also reached 85 from the original 70. Meanwhile, a young man named Lin Junye suddenly appeared in Guangling, who challenged Guangling's martial arts talents one after another for several days, and all won within 3 moves. For a while, Lin Junye's name soon spread quietly in Guangling. Almost all the families are talking about Lin Junye, and some families also cast goodwill, wanting to win over Lin Junye, and even intend to give Lin Junye the beautiful girl in the family. The Yi family is also one of them. Lin Junye refused them all. But strangely, Lin Junye refused the solicitation of other families, and behaved more tactfully, but his attitude towards the Yi family was very bad. How could my Yi family have offended such a person? Yi Ruiming fell into bitter thought. Yi Ruiming, his 3 brothers and some uncles discussed in the conference room why they were hostile to Lin Junye. After some exchanges, they all said that they did not have any contact with Lin Junye, and they could not offend at all. Do you think there is a possibility that this Lin Junye is not his real name? Yi Ruiming thought deeply and put forward this hypothesis. The Yi family looked at each other for a while, and Yi Ruiming's eldest brother spoke. There is no point in speculating wildly, 4th brother, you might as well contact this Lin Junye to test who he really is. Yi Ruiming was so smart, of course he knew that this was a pit, but he didn't speak out against it. Because he suddenly had a guess, although he felt a little outrageous, he still wanted to verify it himself. Ji family. Xuanxin, you are so powerful, you actually killed the demon who manipulated the ghosts in one fell swoop. If I had your 3-point ability, I would not be afraid that I would not be able to marry. A young woman with a beautiful appearance said to Ji Xuanxin with envy. This woman's name is Lin Shu, she is also a young lady of a family. She is a good friend of Ji Xuanxin, she is currently 27 years old, and she hates to marry. Among the unmarried Miss Saga of Guangling, this age is definitely old. You can't marry because of the problem of martial arts cultivation. Ji Xuanxin looked strange. Who let you chase and kill your ex-boyfriend with a sword on the street before? Which one is afraid of you? It was a misunderstanding, I thought he went to the fence, and didn't I hurt anyone too? Just scared him a little. Lin Shu said. Even if you scare people, you shouldn't do that on the street. Ji Zan sighed. Don't mention the previous things, you quickly teach me a few hands, so that I can show it on the Lantai Yaji and strive to win the favor of some children of the family, otherwise in another 3 years, I really won't be able to get married. Lin Shu asked for help. Ji Xuanxin nodded, ready to teach her a set of superior sword techniques. Just after dancing a few swords, he suddenly stopped, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Although the movement has been completely unimpeded, if the range of movement is larger, it still involves the injury. Zhan Xin, what's wrong with you? Lin Shu asked. It's okay. Ji Xuanxin shook his head, took a slight deep breath, and insisted on finishing a set of sword techniques. After Lin Shu practiced for a while, he felt a little tired and sat in a pavilion with Ji Xuanxin to rest. Recently, a martial arts genius named Lin Junye suddenly appeared in Guangling, have you heard? Lin Shu chatted. I've heard of it. Although he didn't go out, Ji Xuanxin listened to his family talk about it. It is said that this Lin Jun defeated many martial arts talents in Guangling in a row, and there is a faint trend of becoming the first person of the younger generation in Guangling. Although this Lin Junye is powerful, I don't know how it compares with Xuanxin. Lin Shu was a little curious. Ji Xuanxin's martial arts cultivation is clearly among the top 3 martial arts talents in Guangling. But in fact, she has always hidden something, and it is not an exaggeration to call her the first person in the young generation of martial arts in Guangling. Of course, there is now one more Lin Junye. It is unknown which of the two is stronger or weaker. No matter how powerful this Lin Junye is, what does it have to do with me? Ji Xuanxin's face was flat. Lin Shu saw her reaction, and said with some surprise, you are obsessed with martial arts, shouldn't you care about this kind of thing the most? This is not different from Lin Junye, unlike your style. Ji Xuanxin smiled bitterly. She was now full of thoughts about who the man who said please treat yourself with dignity at that time, and really didn't care about other things. A false name is just a floating cloud. Ji Xuanxin responded to Lin Shu's words. Then are you still going to Lantai Yaji? Lin Shu asked. Ji Zhan subconsciously wanted to answer, I don't want to go. But suddenly I thought that most of the people of the family would also participate in such a grand event as Lantai Yaji, maybe that person would also go. Go, of course go. Ji Xuanxin replied. The Li family's mansion. That Lin Junye, who became famous in Guangling for a short time, lived here temporarily. The Li family ranks last in the ranking of families in Guangling, but recently because of their close contact with Lin Junye, they have attracted considerable attention. Young Master Lin, I found the news you asked me to check. Li Jiui, the miss of the Li family, came to a tall building and said to the young man who looked at the prosperous scenery of Guangling. Hearing the voice, the young man slowly turned his head, revealing a somewhat ordinary face. It was Lin Junye, who quickly became famous in Guangling. Say. Lin Junye spoke lightly. Luo Zhuxuan has left the Yi family and returned to live in her mother's house, and a man who accompanied her, I inquired about it, is said to be a big businessman from Qingling. Li Jiui's appearance is middle class, not a big beauty, but she has the nobility of a family lady. And what? Lin Junye asked. In recent days, Luo Zhuxuan and that businessman have been playing around Guangling, and their behavior is quite intimate hearing. This, Li Jiui paused abruptly, because she felt that there was a crazy surge of true qi on Lin Junye's body. This made Li Jiui a little stunned. After a moment, his true qi converged, and Lin Junye asked again, does Yi Ruiming know about this? There was no movement on Yi Ruiming's side, probably you probably don't know. Li Jiui said. What a useless man, he can't even look at his wife. Lin Junye's tone was filled with some anger. Then it's nothing, don't disturb Lin Gongzi, the little woman retreats. Although Li Jiui was curious about the connection between Lin Junye and the Yi family, she did not dare to ask more. Li Jiui quietly retreated. Only Lin Junye was left on the tall building. I saw that he slowly stretched his hand to his face and pulled off a human skin mask. Without the barrier of the mask, his face was completely revealed. It was Yi Junlin. It's only been a few days, how can this surnamed Wang develop to this extent with his mother Yi? Junlin was angry at the same time, but also a little admiration. If not too disgusted with Wang Zhenxing, he really wanted to ask for advice. That's it, regardless of Wang Zhenxing, the most urgent thing at present is tomorrow's Lantai Yaji. Depressed for a while, Yi Junlin focused on other things. Although Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan behaved intimately, in his opinion, it should be far from the point of that certain relationship. Moreover, the women in the Guangling family basically have traditional concepts from the beginning to the end in their bones. Moreover, Luo Zhuxuan is a married woman, and with his son's understanding of his mother, he knows that Luo Zhuxuan values fame more than life. Standing on a high place, Yi Junlin looked at a tall building in the distance. That high-rise building is called Lantai, which is where Lantai Yaji is held. Ji Xuanxin, I want you to regret what you did to me back then. Yi Junlin clenched his fists. Most of the reason why I came back at this juncture is because of Lantai Yaji. Ji Xuanxin wronged him for his bad intentions, and humiliated him in public and withdrew from the marriage. Although several years have passed, this hatred of Yi Junlin has never been forgotten. He practiced hard, and it was precisely in order to wait for this day to take revenge on Ji Xuanxin. Lantai, which had been silent for a long time, became lively because of the arrival of the Lantai Yaji day. Early in the morning, some people couldn't wait to rush to Lantai. The Lantai Yaji lasted for a total of 3 days, allowing everyone to talk about literature and martial arts. By the middle of the morning, more than 200 people had gathered here. Guangling is worthy of being the ancient capital of previous dynasties, and there are really many literati. Luo Zhuxuan and Wang Zhenxing came here, and the latter saw some poems with undried ink hanging on the wall, and couldn't help but admire it. If there are only 10 numbers in the world, you have at least 8 numbers, how can you envy them? Luo Zhuxuan covered her red lips and smiled gently, and her eyes crossed Wang Zhenxing's handsome side face. Wen has no first, Wu has no second, and it is difficult to conclude whether this kind of thing is higher or lower. Wang Zhenxing smiled. After all, it was a stolen literary style, and his heart was still a little empty. You are too modest, Luo Zhuxuan asked expectantly. With so many literati writing poetry and lyrics, aren't you interested in showing your hands? My poetry is only written for special people. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to make this meaningless limelight, so he smiled and declined. Luo Zhuxuan listened to it, and his face showed some shame. These days, I have traveled around with Wang Zhenxing and listened to Wang Zhenxing write many poems. The special person in Wang Zhenxing's mouth, doesn't it mean her? The female partner Luo Zhuxuan has a favorability of +3 to the host, and the current total favorability is 88. Unswerving love. Luo Zhuxuan's heart was as sweet as eating honey, and she continued to walk with Wang Zhenxing, her eyes slowly skimming over some poems. Some people looked at Luo Zhuxuan and Wang Zhenxing curiously. Luo Zhuxuan is not young, but the years have not left any marks on her face, but have added some mature beauty to her. Everyone in Guangling knew that Luo Zhuxuan had already married into the Yi family. But now Luo Zhuxuan is walking side by side with another man, which is somewhat surprising. And soon, everyone saw a figure again. It was someone from the Yi family who came. Many gazes fell directly on Yi Ruiming's face. Yi Ruiming seemed to feel something, aware of everyone's gaze, and even saw ridicule and pity in many eyes. Slightly stunned, Yi Ruiming quickly realized something. Looking around, Yi Ruiming saw Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan walking together. Zhu Zan, if you don't give me face in the Yi family, why do you still come to this occasion with him? Where do you let my husband's face go? Yi Ruiming came to Luo Zhuxuan and said displeased. We have reconciled. Luo Zhuxuan put away his shy shame when facing Wang Zhenxing, and made a cold face. You mean to me off. Only then did Yi Ruiming realize the seriousness of the problem. Angry with you. You think too much. Luo Zhuxuan said. Yi Ruiming's face suddenly turned ashen. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. But it was the famous Lin Junye, surrounded by the Li family, who came here. Lin Junye's eyes swept around, and he also came to Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan, and first stared at the former. Wang Zhenxing saw that his face was a little strange, but the look in his eyes felt familiar. Lin Junye, Yi Junlin. When he first heard the name Lin Junye, Wang Zhenxing actually had a faint guess, and when he saw Lin Junye's original figure at this moment, he opened the perspective to check it. Unsurprisingly, this was indeed Yi Junlin pretending. Yi Junlin didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being, so he didn't say anything to Wang Zhenxing, nor did he say anything to Luo Zhuxuan, but he said to Yi Ruiming with some hatred. Even my own wife can't keep it, it's ridiculous when a man wastes to your extent. Yi Ruiming was a little angry when he heard these words at first, but the next moment he noticed that this voice was a little familiar, so he tentatively asked, Does your excellency know me? How old are you? Why should I know you? Yi Junlin was jealous of being thrown out of the house by his father, full of resentment, and did not want to recognize him for the time being. Yi Ruiming's face was lost, but everyone's attention was quickly attracted by other movements. But it was Ji Xuanxin, the first beauty of Guangling, who arrived. Many eyes were cast in the field. Yi Junlin was the same. When he saw that beautiful figure, there was a strong surge of hatred in his eyes. Look, Ji Xuanxin actually wears a silk scarf around his waist. Oh, really? Oh my god, is the first beauty in Guangling going to belong today? There were whispers in the crowd, and some young handsome people showed excitement and wanted to express themselves. Wang Zhenxing listened with some doubts, and also noticed that many women present were also wearing silk scarves, and asked in a low voice close to Luo Zhuxuan's ear. Is there anything to say about women wearing silk scarves? Luo Zhuxuan blew like a lan and slowly explained. On the Lantai Yaji, if a woman intends to find Lang Jun, she will tie a silk scarf on her body. If you see a man you like, you deliberately drop the scarf next to the man, and if the man picks it up, if it is unintentional, he will return the scarf to the woman, and if he is intentional, he will accept the scarf. So it is. Wang Zhenxing felt a little interesting, and at the same time, his eyes also saw Luo Zhuxuan's silk scarf tied around his slender waist. Luo Zhuxuan noticed that he caught a glimpse of the silk scarf on his body, and suddenly felt ashamed, and the unintentional flattery caused some men around him to widen their eyes. Although Ji Xuanxin is now recognized as the first beauty in Guangling, there are still many men who find the mature Luo Zhuxuan more attractive. As women get older, they will have more experience in life, and they will be more intellectual, considerate, and empathetic. This is far from the comparison of young girls. Ji Xuanxin actually tied a silk scarf over Yi Junlin's heart suddenly soured. The two once had a marriage contract, and he still had some special feelings for Ji Xuanxin, a woman. Was humiliated by Ji Xuanxin and withdrew from marriage, and while hating in his heart, he also had a desire to counterattack Ji Xuanxin. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin wanted to behave well. If she gets Ji Xuanxin's favor, and then lets her know that the man she fancy is the waist she looked down on before. Yi Junlin felt very interesting just thinking about it. With some playful smiles, he came to a table with pen, ink and paper, thought for a while, and suddenly his thoughts flowed, and he picked up a pen and wrote on the paper. An ancient poem expressing the ambition of a teenager soon jumped on the paper. Under the pseudonym Lin Junye, he has attracted much attention here. Some people looked at the paper curiously, read it silently, and were moved by the ambition revealed in the psalm. There are also a few old pedants on the Lantai collection. After the old pedants saw the poem written by Yi Junlin, they all said that it was a good work. Some young women from the family in the audience immediately cast appreciative eyes. Yi Junlin smiled brightly, and after thinking about it, he picked up the pen again. In 3/4 of an hour, he composed 9 more poems in a row, all of which were excellent. More and more people flocked to admire Yi Junlin's masterpieces. And these talents in Guangling suddenly felt dumbfounded. On the excellent works judged by the old pedants alone, all the talents of Guangling did not add up to Yi Junlin alone. Since ancient times, Guangling has been a place where literati and ink tourists lingered, and literati have always been respected and respected here. Lin Junye suddenly became the only focus of the Lantai gathering meeting. And those Guangling talents, all of them thought hard and wanted to make a good poem to fight for Guangling's face. But I saw them thinking hard, but no one picked up the pen. A person who presses Guangling talent can't raise his head, but it's really not simple. Luo Zhuxuan sighed. The talented son can't raise his head, isn't there still a talented girl? Wang Zhenxing smiled, and his gaze fell on Luo Zhuxuan's gorgeous and incomprehensible face. This Lin Jun night only took half an hour. I asked myself in such a short time, I can't make 10 good works, or don't go to the ugly, and this is a grand event for young people, I just came to be a guest. Luo Zhuxuan replied softly. This outsider stepped on the face of the Guangling talent, and you, as a talented woman of Guangling, have no face, why not try it? No one has ever heard the poems I have written these days but you, so you can take them out. Wang Zhenxing instigated. This am I not a thief? Luo Zhuxuan was surprised. How can what I give you count as a thief? Or do you still treat me like an outsider? Wang Zhenxing said. Luo Zhuxuan also wanted to be indistinguishable from him, and after hearing what he said, he immediately changed his words, I'll try. Under the gaze of many eyes, Luo Zhuxuan came to a table with blank rice paper in the field and slowly picked up the pen. As a famous talented woman in Guangling, although Luo Zhuxuan has not appeared for a long time, her popularity is still very high. Of course, most of these popularity comes from middle-aged men. Because only they have truly seen Luo Zhuxuan's previous peerless demeanor. Now the new generation of young people is more familiar with Ji Xuanxin. Among these supporters, Kui Yuan is the most fanatical. Kui Yuan in the field was so excited that he shouted and cheered for Luo Zhuxuan. Yi Ruiming didn't like to hear it, but just glanced at it. Kui Yuan is a licking dog, to put it bluntly, and his real enemy is not Kui Yuan, but Wang Zhenxing. He let me play, mostly to see my literary brilliance. I definitely can't let him down. Luo Zhuxuan thought intently, and suddenly his thoughts welled up. In half an hour, she also made 10 excellent works, comparable to Lin Junye. This is already her limit, but this is not enough to crush Lin Junye. Hesitating slightly, she wrote down some of the poems she had heard when she had been playing with Wang Zhenxing in the past few days. After writing 5 articles, I felt almost the same, so I stopped writing. Several old pedants came to observe, so shocked that the wrinkles on the old face were trembling. This is definitely a famous story that can be passed down through the ages. An old pedant was so excited that he almost knelt for Luo Zhuxuan on the spot. This kind of literary brilliance is simply like a heavenly man. For a while, countless cheers sounded. The focus of the field shifted from Yi Junlin to Luo Zhuxuan. It is worthy of being a talented woman, and Xuanxin admires it. Ji Xuanxuan's heart was also shocked and came to Luo Zhuxuan. She has outstanding martial arts talent, and she can only be regarded as good in terms of literary brilliance. Yi Junlin was robbed of the limelight, speechless for a while, and the voice transmission said helplessly to Luo Zhuxuan, "Mom, why do you dismantle my platform?" Luo Zhuxuan was stunned when he heard this, and glanced at it in amazement, and his gaze finally locked on Lin Junye. Lin Junye, Yi Junlin, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Luo Zhuxuan suddenly stunned and silently spoke in his heart. Luo Zhuxuan is not a cultivator, so he can't transmit a response, and he knows that his son is deliberately hiding his identity, so naturally he won't expose it, and can only cast an innocent look at his son. If she had known that Lin Junye was Yi Junlin, she might not have come out to compose poetry. In fact, the last 5 articles are not my work. Young man, you don't lose me. Luo Zhuxuan wanted to save some face for his son, so he said so. Luo Kanu, this is not what you did. Who did it, who has such amazing brilliance? Some people in the room were curious to ask. Luo Zhuxuan cast an inquiring gaze at Wang Zhenxing in the crowd. Yi Junlin noticed the direction Luo Zhuxuan's eyes were going. Could it be that this famous passage that is enough to be passed down through the ages was written by Wang Zhenxing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Junlin had a strong negative attitude in his heart. And the next moment, Wang Zhenxing came out of the crowd and said, "The humble work when you are bored makes you laugh." There was an uproar in the crowd, some disbelief. Ji Zan's heart was even more shocked, and his eyes trembled. It's just that what is different from the others is that she is not shocked by Wang Zhenxing's literary brilliance, but by Wang Zhenxing's voice. Hard could it be him? Ji Xuanxin thought with some uncertainty. Impossible, you say that you did these psalms, what is the evidence? Yi Junlin was quite unconvinced, and stood up and said. He had also been in contact with Wang Zhenxing for a while in Qingling, and had never heard him compose poetry, but had seen him write a lyric for the Xiaoao theme song. But that poem can only be regarded as a masterpiece, not enough to make people feel amazing. What kind of evidence do you want? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. Yi Junlin did not answer immediately. His eyes scanned the scene for a few seconds, and he saw the glass containing wine on the table, so he said, "Let's take wine as the theme and write a poem to see." Luo Zhuxuan had absolute confidence in Wang Zhenxing, and without waiting for Wang Zhen to speak, he had already walked to the table, laid out a new piece of rice paper, and then began to grind ink. Wang Zhenxing walked to the table, picked up a pen and thought for a few seconds, and then wrote like a hand. Good calligraphy. Just the 3 words "Jun is not seen" fell, and an exclamation suddenly sounded in the field. Leaving aside the papers, this calligraphy alone is enough to amaze. Everyone then looked down, and saw some flowing handwriting jumping on the paper. You don't see the waters of the yellow river coming up in the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. 5 flowers and horses, thousands of golden chew, Hor will exchange for fine wine, and sell with her for eternity. After Reading the whole article, there was a sudden shock in the field. It is another ancient famous poem, Heavenly People, Heavenly People. An old pedant was so excited that his face was crazy and he screamed, and he almost stepped forward to embrace Wang Zhenxing, staining some talent. The host prevents the protagonist Yi Junlin from pretending to be forced and gets 500 counterattack points. Luo Zhuxuan was so shocked by Wang Zhenxing's poems that people were numb, and compared with others, he was not too surprised, but took it for granted. With his eyes slightly bent, he smiled and reminded Wang Zhenxing. The psalm is not yet titled. Why don't you still have a title? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Luo Zhuxuan thought for a moment, will enter the wine. What is the name? It's worthy of being Luo Kai girl. Wang Zhenxing listened to her inscription coincide with the original poem, and could not help but praise. At the beginning of the psalm, write the words will enter the wine. A pair of talented and beautiful eyebrows come and go, which makes people can't help but be a little envious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between these two people is not shallow. For a while, some teasing and contemptuous eyes cast on Yi Ruiming. Everyone was in a trance, and they all saw that he had an extra colored hat on his head. The gaze around him was like countless needles, falling on Yi Ruiming's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. For the sake of face, Yi Ruiming thought of a stopgap measure, so he said, "We have separated from each other, and we have nothing to do with each other." When they heard this, everyone was surprised, and many people also put away their mocking eyes. Since he has already reconciled, then Yi Ruiming is not wearing a hat. Yi Ruiming noticed the change in everyone's expressions, and the expression on his face softened a little, so as not to be as embarrassed as just now. Zhuxuan changed her heart. In the final analysis, it is because I have caused her to suffer injustice, and when the Lantai Yaji is over, I must explain it clearly to her. I believe that I will be able to save her heart. Yi Ruiming thought to himself. Well, that's great. A clapping voice suddenly sounded in the field, but it was Kui Yuan, the first divine doctor of Guangling, who said, Yi Ruiming is not a good person. Zhuxuan, congratulations on your freedom. What does it have to do with you that she has regained her freedom? You're just a lowly wretched worm. Yi Ruiming and Kui Yuan were old rivals. They didn't look at each other well, and after hearing his cheering voice, they couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became a little tense. Everyone couldn't help but look at Kui Yuan, embarrassed for him. Although Yi Ruiming's words are ugly, they are indeed true. Even if Luo Zhuxuan is free, he has eyebrows with Wang Zhenxing, and has nothing to do with Kui Yuan. Yi Ruiming, you underestimate me. Kui Yuan, facing many eyes, Kui Yuan smiled and said slowly, loving someone is not to have, as long as she is happy and happy, I will be satisfied. Saying that, Kui Yuan walked slowly towards Luo Zhuxuan, with some smiles, and said with heartfelt wishes, congratulations on finding Rui Langjun. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but put away their contempt and ridicule for Kui Yuan. Kui Yuan's pattern is indeed much larger than Yi Ruiming. Kui Yuan, after all these years, there are some things you should let go. Although Luo Zhuxuan had no intention of Kui Yuan, he still regarded him as a friend and kindly persuaded him to avoid him from dying alone. You can dislike me, but you can't force me not to like you. Kui Yuan smiled and said to Wang Zhenxing, such a literary style must be famous for eternity. Zhuxuan fell in love with Jun, and he was really convinced in the next place. Your Excellency's broad-mindedness is also quite admirable. Wang Zhenxing did not hesitate to praise. Luo Zhuxuan was heartbroken by someone, and his face turned crimson, but the discerning person had already seen it, and it didn't matter if he thought about it. Yi Ruiming's face was very ugly. The same ugly face, there is Yi Junlin. I wanted to make a wave of limelight with literature, but it was overshadowed by Wang Zhenxing. Some of the ladies of the family who were originally interested in Yi Junlin all looked at Wang Zhenxing. They were even fighting each other to hear where Wang Zhenxing came from. When they learned that Wang Zhenxing was a big businessman from Qingling, they were a little moved and wanted to leave the silk scarf beside him. It's just that Lantai Yaji hasn't ended yet, and I can only endure this thought for the time being. Yi Junlin felt a little resentful in his heart, and his eyes looked towards Ji Xuanxin. I saw that Ji Zan's expression was quite flat, and he did not look at Wang Zhenxing with fiery eyes. Ji Zan's heart is obsessed with martial arts, and no matter how good Wang Zhenxing's literary style is, he feels that he can't make her fall in love. Wang Zhenxing did not understand martial arts, and could only be a spectator for the next 2 days. Yi Junlin gradually regained some calm. As long as Ji Xuanxin didn't match Wang Zhenxing, he could completely accept it. As for her mother Luo Zhuxuan, Yi Junlin was not too worried. Wang Zhenxing's situation is complicated, there are already beautiful people around him, and there are still 3. Yi Junlin had already thought about it, and when the Lantai Yaji was over, he would tell his mother Luo Zhuxuan about these things. Luo Zhuxuan is a proud person, even if it is a peace and departure, he must not be willing to share his feelings with so many people. At that time, Luo Zhuxuan naturally withdrew. The first day of Lantai Yaji ended successfully, and the process of revealing literary brilliance is also in the past. After the next 2 days, it was martial arts exchanges. Yi Junlin defeated many young talents of Guangling in a row on the Lantai Yaji with absolute crushing momentum, and the limelight was unmatched. So far, the younger generation has not made a move on Ji Xuanxin. Who else wants to fight with you? Yi Junlin put his hands behind his back, his eyes scanning the audience. Guangling's martial arts geniuses, making eye contact with Yi Junlin, couldn't help but lower their heads. Yi Junlin is really too strong. There was silence for a moment, and some people cast their eyes on Ji Xuanxin. Ji Xuanxin didn't have any obvious reaction, as if he couldn't read the meaning contained in the eyes of the people around him. She is so competitive, how could she not be moved? What was she thinking? Yi Junlin was full of doubts. After waiting for a while, Ji Xuanxin still didn't react, and Yi Junlin could only take the initiative to speak. Miss Ji, I have long heard that you have extraordinary achievements in martial arts, and I want to ask you for a few tricks. It's so arrogant, Xuanxin go and beat him. Ji Xuanxin's friend Lin Shu couldn't stand it. Ji Zan's expression was calm, and he replied to Yi Junlin indifferently, I'm not interested. Yi Junlin suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He has only used 6 success forces so far, eager to compete with Ji Xuanxin, and then defeat Ji Xuanxin in a crushing posture, and then tell the people of Guangling. Yi Junlin, the waste in everyone's eyes, has returned. But Ji Xuanxin didn't agree to fight with him, what could he do? This was completely different from what Yi Junlin expected. Yi Junlin was worried. Ji Xuanxin was also a little worried, but it had nothing to do with Yi Junlin. Maybe I guessed wrong, they just have similar voices. Ji Xuanxin sighed secretly and looked at Wang Zhenxing. Lantai Yaji is already the last day, Wang Zhenxing is just amazing, and he doesn't seem to understand martial arts. And just when Ji Xuanxin was disappointed, a voice suddenly came. Miss Ji promised him to fight him. Ji Xuanxin was stunned for a moment, only to find that someone had transmitted a voice to him, and this voice was clearly the same as Wang Zhenxing. It's him. Ji Xuanxin's face surged with some joy, and he was already 10% sure that Wang Zhenxing was the one who fought with her in the wilderness that night. Suppressing his joy, Ji Xuanxin walked from the crowd with his sword and came to a place not far in front of Yi Junlin. If you want to fight me, come on. Ji Xuanxin didn't understand Wang Zhenxing's intentions, but he was still clean and pointed his sword at Yi Junlin. Please also enlighten. Ji Xuanxin suddenly walked out, and after Yi Junlin was stunned for a moment, he suddenly became ecstatic. The time to avenge the humiliation of the year is finally coming. As Ji Xuanxin walked in, the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Yi Junlin's strength naturally goes without saying. Ji Xuanxin is also a famous martial arts genius in Guangling, because the demon who killed the demon who destroyed Guangling a few days ago also gained momentum. Everyone waited with bated breath to see what was going on in this competition. 10 moves about to start, Yi Junlin suddenly spoke. Within 10 moves, if I can't win, even if you win. This remark elicited laughter. Although Yi Junlin is powerful, Ji Xuanxin is not weak. Wanting to defeat Ji Xuanxin within 10 moves is simply a bit whimsical. Some of Ji Xuanxin's supporters couldn't help but sneer. Speak wildly. Ji Xuanxin was despised by him and snorted coldly. Wang Zhenxing listened to his ears and secretly shook his head. How familiar is this routine? He was sure that if Yi Junlin fought Ji Xuanxin normally, then the latter would definitely lose within 10 moves. Of course, this is with him standing on the sidelines. Wang Zhenxing did not expect to make a move himself, but he felt that the gain was not worth the loss. In the name of the black-hearted old devil, he has achieved many goals. The reason why he was not suspected was mainly because Yi Junlin and others thought that he could not do martial arts. If you show your martial arts skills in public, you won't be able to keep a low profile in the future, and it may bring some trouble. In order to keep a low profile, Wang Zhenxing even secretly instructed Luo Zhuxuan not to tell Luo Zhuxuan about killing ghosts with talisman techniques that day. In the field, Yi Junlin and Ji Xuanxin went head-to-head, and the latter attacked Yi Junlin with his sword in hand first. Yi Junlin no longer retains his strength and wants to defeat Ji Xuanxin with the power of thunder. After all, the 10-move covenant is released. If you can't win, you lose. Yi Junlin expected it to be very beautiful, but when he really fought with Ji Xuanxin, he didn't feel so relaxed. Ji Xuanxin's cultivation was much stronger than he expected. However, Yi Junlin still had confidence that he could defeat Ji Xuanxin within 10 moves. After a confrontation, it soon came to the 10th move. Yi Junlin caught a flaw in Ji Xuanxin's heart and prepared to defeat the enemy in one move. But when he saw that he was about to slap a palm on Ji Xuanxin's shoulder, his figure paused inexplicably. Instead, Ji Xuanxin took the lead and stabbed with a sword. A line of blood splashed into the air, and Yi Junlin and Ji Xuanxin staggered over. Above the tip of Ji Xuanxin's sword, blood dripped to the ground. Yi Junlin covered his shoulders, his expression a little pale. 10 moves have arrived, and the winner and loser are divided. Many people cheered loudly and cheered for Ji Xuanxin. Yi Junlin became a clown. He untold that he wanted to defeat Ji Xuanxin within 10 moves, but he was defeated in the hands of Ji Xuanxin. But Fan Yi Junlin couldn't say that, even if he lost, he would not be taken lightly. For a time, the sound of taunting came like a tide. The host prevents the protagonist Yi Junlin from pretending to be forced and obtains 900 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -90, and the host's luck value is +90. Fair competition, which master bullies the small with the big and is not afraid of being laughed at. Yi Junlin was not convinced, scanning the audience intending to find the person who secretly attacked him to restrict him. If someone hadn't imprisoned his figure just now, it would definitely be Ji Xuanxin who would have lost. Ji Xuanxin looked towards Wang Zhenxing and knew that it was him who made the move. Ji family ancestor, dare to do it. Yi Junlin spoke again. This ability to confining space, coupled with caring so much about Ji Xuanxin's victory or defeat, there must be no one else except for that Ji family ancestor. However, as Yi Junlin spoke, no one came forward. Everyone looked around, and did not see the figure of the ancestor of the Ji family. It's just out of nothing. If you lose, you have to find so many reasons. Some people in the room laughed shamefully. And it caused many people to echo and say more ugly words. Ji Xuanxin, do you also have a clear conscience? Yi Junlin shifted his target and wanted Ji Xuanxin to admit it. If your subordinates are defeated, if they do not submit, they will fight again. Ji Xuanxin sneered. Although she knew that victory was not martial, she could see that Wang Zhenxing intended to let Yi Junlin not come to the stage, and in order to cooperate with lover, of course, she would not admit that the competition was unfair. Yi Junlin was very unconvinced, but now that his injured combat strength had been greatly reduced, and at the same time someone was obstructing him, he knew that it was pointless to continue to compete with Ji Xuanxin. And after this contest, the Lantai Yaji meeting has basically come to an end. In the evening, Lantai put on a banquet to prepare for the end of this grand event. A more critical link of Lantai Yaji is also coming as scheduled. Some women, who had long been full of expectations, secretly took off the silk scarf and left it next to the man in the picture. Wang Zhenxing's literary brilliance is amazing, and he is undoubtedly one of the candidates favored by Miss Saga. Although Yi Junlin overturned in the end, he was defeated by Ji Xuanxin, but he also showed extraordinary force. In general, among the men in this Lantai Yaji, Wang Zhenxing is the first in literary style, and Yi Junlin is the first in force. There are many young ladies of the family according to their preferences, but the two of them have left silk scarves around them. It's just that neither Wang Zhenxing nor Yi Junlin accepted the silk scarf of the young lady of the family. It caused those young ladies of the family who had lost their silk scarves to have a resentful face. Many eyes in the field looked at Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin. Both of them also came with silk scarves, obviously intending to find Lang Jun, but there was no movement at this time. Zhu Zan is such a reserved person, shouldn't it? Yi Ruiming was a little nervous. And as soon as this thought came to him, Luo Zhuxuan suddenly got up from his original seat and slowly walked towards Wang Zhenxing. At the same time, Ji Xuanxin also took action. Some of the people around put down their chopsticks, some put down their wine glasses, and their eyes looked towards Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin. I saw that the two of them started from different directions, but they both went in one direction. The end of that direction is exactly where Wang Zhenxing sits. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin bumped into each other, and they were both a little stunned, guessing each other's thoughts. Yi Junlin once had a marriage contract with Ji Xuanxin, and when the marriage contract had not yet been dissolved, Ji Xuanxin would call Luo Zhuxuan Aunt Zan when he saw it, but he didn't think that he would actually fight for a man today. Both women felt a little embarrassed, but neither of them gave in, only hesitated slightly, and then at the same time Wang Zhenxing left the silk scarf beside him. There was an uproar in the crowd. Luo Zhuxuan had exchanged eyebrows with Wang Zhenxuan before, and he had already had a clue, and it was not surprising that he left a silk scarf beside Wang Zhenxing. But what's going on with Ji Xuanxin? She and Wang Zhenxing obviously have no verbal communication. How can they leave the silk scarf beside Wang Zhenxing? Ji Xuanxin, this shameless woman, has actually been. Yi Junlin found some clues from Ji Xuanxin's walking posture. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 500 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing slowly picked up the two silk scarves left beside him, looked at the mature and beautiful Luo Zhuxuan on the left, and looked at the pure and beautiful Ji Xuanxin on the right. One is the former first beauty of Guangling, the other is the current first beauty of Guangling. Each has its own good, choose one of the two. This is really an extremely difficult choice. Who will you pick? Many people who witnessed this scene had this thought in their minds. Many eyes in the field fell on Wang Zhenxing's body, waiting for his choice. And Wang Zhenxing, as a party, did not think so complicated at all. Since single selection is not good for anyone, why not choose more? In front of many stunned eyes, Wang Zhenxing silently put two silk scarves into his pocket. This move made many people in the audience stunned. This person's appetite is also too big, he actually wants to want it all. Aren't you afraid of an empty battle in the end? The postures of Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were the existence of calamities to the country and the people in ancient times, and they were each very prominent in terms of culture and martial arts, not vases. Would two proud women be willing to follow the same man? You know, even if the dropped silk scarf is accepted by the man, the woman can ask for it back if she regrets it. This kind of thing has not happened without this kind of thing on Lantai Yaji. In the past, there was a precedent for a man to receive two silk scarves and finally be asked back by two women at the same time. Both wanted to choose, but they both ended up running. This surnamed Wang is too confident in himself. Do you really think that all women are so stupid? Yi Junlin sneered secretly. Shu Yunyan, Ji Yu Feiyao and Mu Linger, it was a special situation, so they finally became sisters. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin are different, the identities of the two are a little embarrassing. How can they be sisters? When everyone in the audience came up with some ideas, Luo Zhuxuan also looked at Ji Xuanxin. Both waited, and the other asked for the scarf back. But after looking at each other for a while, neither side moved. Xuanxin niece, you are only 2 decades old, why is this persistent? Luo Zhuxuan deliberately lowered Ji Xuanxin for a generation between titles, trying to get her to withdraw. In fact, the two are indeed inferior. Ji Xuanxin was a little embarrassed after hearing this, and after making up his mind, he spoke. Aunt Zan, you are an elder, so why should you fight with my junior? I can fully represent myself, but will the Ji family agree to you doing this? Luo Zhuxuan changed his angle. You don't need to worry about this, I will explain to the elders, they will definitely not object. Ji Zan said in his heart. The two went head to head for a while, but neither could make the other retreat. Wang Zhenxing saw that the two of them could not discuss the results for a while, so he had to take out the collected silk scarf again. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were nervous, expecting him to leave his silk scarf. But to the surprise of the two, Wang Zhenxing returned the silk scarf to the two separately. Wang Zhenxing's meaning is obvious, either accept it at the same time or return it at the same time. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were so smart, they naturally understood the meaning. Sister Zan, after Ji Xuanxin was silent for a moment, he broke the silence with some helplessness. Sister Ji. Luo Zhuxuan was a little embarrassed, but still responded hard. Although they simply addressed each other, they were tacit. The people around looked at this scene and felt their scalps tingle. The former and current first beauty of Guangling really became sisters. It's just dreamy. For a while, countless lights looked at Wang Zhenxing, some envious, some jealous, and hated. Duh. The sound of a wine glass shattering sounded. But Yi Junlin couldn't control his emotions and crushed the wine glass in his hand. Shu Yunyan and Mu Linger's affairs, he finally looked away, but he didn't expect that a wave of unevenness would rise again, and Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin mixed into Wang Zhenxing's side. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. I still don't believe that your backyard will not catch fire. Yi Junlin was angry, ready to transmit a message to Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, exposing that Wang Zhenxing had another good relationship in Qingling and exposing his scumbag image. But without waiting for him to speak, his attention was attracted by the middle-aged man who was serving. The middle-aged man's eyes were dark, and his breathing was strong. How can such internal strength cultivation become a subordinate? Yi Junlin was suspicious. The other side. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin saw that Wang Zhenxing had collected the silk scarf, and simply sat down in the empty place of the table where he was. The two women served each other's dishes, and although they were still a little embarrassed, they seemed to be quite harmonious. Don't eat, Wang Zhenxing suddenly spoke up. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, who were about to deliver the dish to their mouths, were stunned one after another, wanting to be curious to ask the reason. There is a problem with the dish, don't eat it. Yi Junlin, who was not far away, also found the problem and exclaimed to remind everyone. When the people around them heard the movement, they were all stunned. The dish is poisonous. Kui Yuan, the first divine doctor of Guangling, also added. There was an uproar in the crowd. What are you? Yi Junlin stopped in front of a suspicious man serving dishes. Stinky boy, bad for me. A fierce look flashed on the middle-aged man who served the food, and he held Yi Junlin hostage in a few moves. The cultivation is so high, it is still above Yi Junlin. Seeing this, some family masters in the field wanted to attack in groups. The middle-aged man knew that he could not be the opponent of so many people, so he immediately took out an object from his body and smashed it on the ground, and a burst of smoke came out and swept around. The field was suddenly chaotic and difficult to see. By the time everyone could see clearly, the middle-aged man and Yi Junlin had disappeared. Also disappeared, and Wang Zhenxing. Damn stinky boy, if you don't refine you into a puppet, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. In the night, the middle-aged man ran away with Yi Junlin, who had fainted, and said with resentment in his mouth. It seems that he is the left protector. Wang Zhenxing followed from a distance, and quickly recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. Obviously, this left protector is in order to avenge the loss of his son, so he took advantage of the Lantai Yaji meeting to frantically want to poison a piece of people. It's a pity that Yi Junlin ruined a good thing. Yi Junlin now has no power to resist, and if it falls into the hands of the left protector, isn't it at the mercy of others? Is this going to be the end? Some doubts arose in Wang Zhenxing's heart, but he quickly denied this possibility. Although Yi Junlin was sucked away a lot of chi luck, the victory was high enough in the initial chi luck, and it was impossible to die easily in the hands of the little villain of the left protector. Although I cut off the plot of Yi Junlin, it did not affect the overall trend, and Yi Junlin's exposure of the poisoning of the left protector is likely to be a part of the plot. Wang Zhenxing secretly speculated. The cultivation of the left protector was beyond the scope that Yi Junlin could handle. According to the routine of Shuangwen novels, when the protagonist encounters danger, it is often a precursor to the coming of adventure. For example, in some cool novels, the protagonist was beaten off a cliff, not only did not die, but also found a peerless martial arts secret in a cave. After sorting these out, Wang Zhenxing caught up with the left protector and used the ability of spatial stillness to restrict the left protector's actions. Zuo protector was shocked, only thinking that it was some old monster from the Guangling family who chased after him. Know this. Wang Zhenxing changed his appearance, came to the front of the left protector, and showed a token. The left protector looked at the token, and his pupils shrank suddenly, obviously recognizing it. For insurance, Wang Zhenxing fed Zuo protector a secret poison of the Black Heart Old Devil before lifting the spatial static ability. Are you the new leader of my 10,000 poison sect? The left protector exclaimed. Some eyesight. Wang Zhenxing nodded approvingly. Sect master, what did you give me? With the sect leader token as evidence, coupled with the ability to confer space that only a top powerhouse has, the left protector has no doubt about Wang Zhenxing's identity. My first ascension to the position of sect leader is fearful. As long as you are obedient, I will give you the antidote. Wang Zhenxing said. How dare a subordinate disobey your orders? The left protector said with trepidation. I'm planning to deal with the Guangling family, do you know my good deeds? Wang Zhenxing said coldly. The subordinate did not know, and asked the Lord for forgiveness. The left protector threw the fainted Yi Junlin on the ground and knelt down and said. Seeing his frightened look, Wang Zhenxing knew that in the past, the black-hearted old demon was more strict with these subordinates. Fortunately, things are not irreparable, and I allow you to make up for it. Wang Zhenxing controlled his bones and muscles and changed his appearance to make himself look similar to Lin Junye. Although he wasn't sure if this would cut off Hu Yijun's chance, he still wanted to give it a try. If it does, it will make a lot of money. Zuo Protector saw that the black-hearted old demon had used this secret technique, and at this moment, seeing Wang Zhenxing exhibiting it, he was not surprised. Then what should the subordinates do? Wang Zhenxing glanced at Yi Junlin on the ground and said to the left protector, where did you originally plan to take him? And how are you ready to treat him? There is a village dozens of miles away from here, and I am lurking in a cave in the mountain behind the village, capturing the villagers to refine the puppet, and I am also preparing to take him there to refine this kid into a puppet. Left protector rode. Could it be that the cave has some peerless martial arts secrets? Wang Zhenxing secretly guessed, and said to the left protector. Now I am him, you continue to hold me hostage and escape to that place. Why is this? Zuo Protector asked suspiciously, but seeing Wang Zhenxing's gaze coldly, he quickly changed his words. Yes, Sect Master. Leaving Yi Junlin on the wilderness, Zuo Protector and Wang Zhenxing continued to move forward. In the village, some villagers sat around a campfire. Kid, do you remember anything? An old woman asked the beautiful woman in coarse linen next to her. When the beautiful woman heard this, she showed a bitter look, and then held her head and said painfully, I can't remember anything, I just remember that my name is Azan. If you can't think about it, don't think about it. The old woman stopped for a moment, and continued. When I found you, you were by the river, and it is estimated that you fell into the water somewhere and hit your head, so you lost your memory. We can send her to the city, let the government check her identity, and we can find her family. Some villagers suggested. No, I don't want to go home. The beautiful woman had a look of horror on her face. Azan, did you think of anything? The old woman asked. Nope. The beautiful woman was dazed. Maybe Azan's falling into the water is related to her family, even if she has amnesia, the fear in her heart has not subsided. The old village chief read some books and immediately analyzed them. Azan, if you don't want to recall the previous things, then don't think about it. If you want, then stay in our village from now on. The old woman said. Azan nodded. When some young men around heard this, they immediately said that they would go into the mountain tomorrow, cut more wood and go down the mountain, and build a wooden house for Azan. 2 people have disappeared into the mountains in recent days, and there must be beasts infested. The old village chief reminded. What are you afraid of? So many of us, are we still afraid of beasts? The lads didn't take it seriously. They all want to perform in front of Azan. After all, Azan said that he would live in a small village in the future, and maybe after giving birth to the idea of starting a family, he chose a favorite one to marry. Then be careful when you go into the mountains tomorrow. The old village chief said. I'll go tomorrow too, Azan said. When the young men around heard this, they immediately asked her not to do this kind of rough work. Azan shook his head, thinking that this was to build a wooden house for himself, and insisted on contributing. The villagers continued chatting around the campfire for a while and went back to rest. Azan temporarily lived in the house of the old woman who rescued her. The old woman was sleepy, so she went back to rest first. Azan stayed alone by the bonfire, and his originally confused eyes became energetic. Hiss! A poisonous snake, crawling in the dark grass, approached the place where there was firelight, and soon entered Azan's field of vision. Azan's face did not have the slightest panic. On the white fingertips, a pale golden rune appeared, shooting towards the viper. The viper was killed on the spot. I hope to survive the red dust tribulation smoothly, but I always have to choose a more pleasing one. Azan sighed softly as he thought of the figures of the young people around the bonfire. The next day, dawn. The small village is located in a cave behind the mountain. This is an ordinary broken cave, and there are no peerless martial arts secrets at all. Wang Zhenxing used perspective to see inside and outside the cave, but he couldn't find anything valuable, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. There were also 2 fainted villagers in the cave, who were captured by Zuo Protector to refine the puppets. At this moment, the left protector was concocting poison and feeding some to the 2 fainted villagers. "Show me." Wang Zhenxing was a little curious about the poison ingredients, so he spoke to Zuo Protector. "Yes, Sect Master." Zuo Protector held the medicine jar and sent it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing distinguished, and basically guessed the ingredients in it. There are also methods of refining puppets in the 10,000 Poisons secret code, but they are much more clever than the left protector. But overall, the steps of refining the puppet are basically the same. The first step in refining is to wash away people's will and memories with drugs. Hey, there is the sound of trees cutting down outside. It should be that there are villagers going up the mountain again. Zuo Protector heard some movement. Wang Zhenxing also found out and immediately checked it with perspective. "I saw some strong guys with axes, cutting down trees, and among the peers, a young woman was particularly eye-catching. The woman's dress was very ordinary, but she could not hide her earthly beauty. Sect Master, I'll go and capture them all and refine them into puppets," Zuo Protector said excitedly. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously wanted to say, "The woman should not move and leave it to me," but suddenly remembered that now he replaced the arrested Yi Junlin, and said that he was preparing to trigger some plot. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing did not act rashly, and planned to wait and see for a while before speaking. The left protector walked towards the cave, pretending to be a ghost and hiding in the shadows, stunning the young man who cut down the tree one after another. It scared these young people to think that they were held during the day. After teasing for a while, the left protector felt that it was not interesting, so he knocked all these young people unconscious. In the field, only one beautiful woman remained. Zuo Protector wanted to capture it and offer it to the sect leader, but after discovering that the beautiful woman was not afraid, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Dao pale golden runes appeared in front of the beautiful woman. "Such a high attainment of the talisman technique, you are Shui Miaoshuan." The left protector still has some insight, and when he recognizes the woman's identity, he suddenly has a revenant. Teaching Zuo Protector wanted to shout, "Sect Master, save me," but before he said a word, he was killed on the spot. "When I arrived in Guangling, the sneaky matter was over, but I didn't expect that there would be consequences, but fortunately I met this left protector here," Shui Miaoshuan muttered. In the cave in the distance, Wang Zhenxing, who witnessed everything with perspective, looked stunned. The reason for the consternation was not that the left protector was invincible to die in seconds, but because the talisman technique that Shui Miaoshuan had performed was exactly the same as him. Or to be precise, the same as Yi Junlin. Because his talisman technique was copied from Yi Junlin. Then this Shui Miaoshuan's identity is also obvious. Yi Junlin was arrested by the left protector and met his master. What kind of adventure is this? Wang Zhenxing complained in his heart, but soon thought of some other questions. Yi Junlin's master followed some ordinary villagers to cut trees in the mountains, which in itself was somewhat abnormal. Moreover, when Yi Junlin was arrested, he was transfigurated and did not show the appearance of the Buddha figure. Yi Junlin's ability to transfigure is still quite high, and Wang Zhenxing would not be able to tell it at all if it were not for his clairvoyance ability. In other words, Shui Miaoshuan saw Yi Junlin and probably wouldn't recognize it. As for Yi Junlin, he couldn't recognize Shui Miaoshuan. The reason is simple: Zuo Protector has formulated a medicine to wash away memory and consciousness, and has already fed it to the 2 villagers who have been captured. If it weren't for Wang Zhenxing's intervention, Zuo Protector would definitely have fed Yi Junlin medicine. This drug can damage memory. The master and apprentice did not recognize each other most of the time. There is a plot happening. After analyzing for a while, Wang Zhenxing quickly lay down with the other 2 fainted villagers, while observing the situation on Shui Miaoshuan's side with perspective. Could it be that the 2 people who disappeared in the village are related to the left protector? After Shui Miaoshuan threw the body of the left protector off the cliff, he muttered to himself, and then searched around and found the Tibetan cave. She met 2 villagers, as well as Wang Zhenxing, who had changed his appearance. This is a medicine that washes away memory and consciousness. Shui Miaoshuan found the medicine jar in the cave, was slightly startled, and quickly went to the mountain to find herbs to feed the three to eat to neutralize the toxicity. Consciousness should be unaffected, but memory is difficult to say. Shui Miaoshuan estimated in his heart. After another while, the young people who had been knocked unconscious by the left protector also woke up. They saw that Shui Miaoshuan was missing, so they searched and found the cave. Shui Miaoshuan explained to everyone that he was scared and ran around and had no intention of coming here. Seeing that his companions had been found, the young man naturally did not dare to stay on the mountain again. A group of people hurried down the mountain. Not long after, the two villagers, who had been missing for several days, woke up. The two have blurry memories and forget about the past. Wang Zhenxing naturally learns from it. The old doctor in the village checked it and couldn't find out why. Shui Miaoshuan knew the reason, but did not say. Because what she can do has been done. If these three want to recover their memories, they can only look at their own creation. If you are lucky, you may suddenly recover your memory. With bad luck, you may not be able to think of anything for the rest of your life. The two villagers who lost their memory were quickly picked up by their families. Wang Zhenxing is an outsider, has no place to go, and seems a little lonely. Shui Miaoshuan saw that he was pleasing to the eye, so he took him around the village to familiarize him with the environment. Wang Zhenxing looked a little ordinary because he changed his appearance, but he had a unique temperament on his body and wanted people to approach. Compared to the simple young people in the village, it feels more interesting. And Shui Miaoshuan pretended to be drowning an amnesiac, and came to this village with a purpose. I forgot the previous things, but I remember my name. My name is Zan. Do you remember my name? Shui Miaoshuan and Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked after walking some distance on the path in the village. I don't remember. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. After walking for a while, the two passed a school built in a village. Some children studied with the old village chief. When Wang Zhenxing and Shui Miaoshuan passed by the door, they stopped at the same time. Because the old village chief taught wrong. Did you remember something? Shui Miaoshuan sensed Wang Zhenxing's small move. He taught it wrong. Wang Zhenxing does not hide it, because once it is covered up, it may become more and more described. It is better to confess directly. After all, amnesia is not to forget everything, and some things in ability may be retained. For example, a swordsman, even if he has amnesia, can still apply the sword techniques he has learned under the influence of a specific situation. Wang Zhenxing passed by the academy, so it touched his heart, and it was completely reasonable. After Shui Miaoshuan heard this, he did not have the slightest doubt. Wang Zhenxing walked into the academy and called the old village chief aside to correct the mistake he had just taught. The old village chief was a little embarrassed. He has a limited level of education, but he is the most literate person in the village. The position of Mr. Academy is occupied by no one but him. Of course, things are different now. The old village chief felt that Wang Zhenxing should have some culture, so he proposed to let him teach. In return, Wang Zhenxing could not worry about 3 meals a day, and promised to let the villagers build a wooden house for him. Wang Zhenxing readily agreed and became a teacher in the school, teaching not only reading but also some courses such as painting and arithmetic. In just a few days, Wang Zhenxing won unanimous praise from the villagers. Shui Miaoshuan also often looked at this side of the school, and was impressed by Wang Zhenxing's knowledge and literary brilliance. Host cut off the protagonist Yi Junline plot, get 700 counterattack points, protagonist Yi Junline Chi luck value -70, host Chi luck value +70. The heroine Shui Miaoshuan's favorability to the host increased to 40 close. Wang Zhenxing received the news, but he was still a little puzzled, and he couldn't estimate what plot happened, let alone why Shui Miaoshuan pretended to have amnesia and stayed in this small village. Night. The village welcomes the bonfire festival. Everyone gathered around the campfire to sing and dance. The songs and dances are handed down by the ancestors of the village, and they are very distinctive. According to custom, some young guys and young girls who look at each other at the bonfire festival show their love to each other and choose the day to become married. Some people coaxed Wang Zhenxing and Shui Miaoshuan. "Ah Xing, do you like me?" Shui Miaoshuan looked calm and asked Wang Zhenxing very bluntly. Axing is exactly the name that Wang Zhenxing gave himself, just like Shui Miaoshuan's Akshuan. Hearing Shui Miaoshuan's words, Wang Zhenxing was stunned, and then nodded sincerely. "I like it. That you marry me." Shui Miaoshuan's words directly blinded Wang Zhenxing. What did you say? Wang Zhenxing didn't have the back of his ear, just wanted to confirm it. I said, since you like me, then you marry me. Shui Miaoshuan looked serious. Good. After confirmation, Wang Zhenxing nodded cleanly. If Shui Miaoshuan dares to marry, he dares to marry. The surrounding villagers were stunned for a while when they saw that the two had negotiated a lifelong event so quickly. Some girls who adored Wang Zhenxing, as well as those who liked Shui Miaoshuan, were heartbroken. However, in the end, he chose to send his blessings. 2 days later, with the help of the villagers, Wang Zhenxing and Shui Miaoshuan held a simple wedding. The witness was the old village chief. As for the new house of the two newcomers, it is a newly built wooden house. Heaven and earth. Bai Gaoteng. Husband and wife. Send to the cave room. After the ceremony, Wang Zhenxing and Shui Miaoshuan entered the new house. The villagers made a fuss, and then they were driven away by the old village chief. After a while, only a couple remained in the wooden house. Wang Zhenxing lifted the bride's hood, looked through the shadow of the window, and the two drank a glass of wine. Although he has had a lot of experiences, Wang Zhenxing experienced the ceremony like this for the first time, and his heart was inexplicably a little excited. After a while, the oil lamp in the house was blown out. Early the next morning, husband Shui Miaoshuan was radiant, coiling her hair in front of the mirror, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing wake up, she called out with a smile. Wife. Wang Zhenxing also smiled in response, feeling a little dreamy. Host cut off the protagonist Yi Junline plot, get 1500 counterattack points. The host captures the heroine Shui Miaoshuan and obtains part of the protagonist Yi Junline's ability, the Grandmaster level talisman technique. Did not go against the heroine's will, get the normal double reward, because the host itself has a quasi-saint level talisman art. The reward is automatically converted into a large number of talisman art upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the saint level talisman art. The host and the heroine Shui Miaoshuan became their good deeds, nourished by the Otomu spirit body, the root bone was improved, and the Shou Yuan was improved. The heroine Shui Miaoshuan has a favorability of +20 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60 adoration. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1500. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -150, and the host's luck value is +150. Looking at the rich rewards received last night, Wang Zhenxing was secretly excited. So far, it was the first time he had encountered a heroine with a spirit body. The days after marriage are plain and warm. Wang Zhenxing went to the school to teach during the day, while Shui Miaoshuan learned to weave cloth with the women in the village. As for the evening, there is no need to mention more. In the blink of an eye. A month passed like that. Shui Miaoshuan's favorability has reached the point of 89, and she seems to be more and more in love with her husband. It was evening. Wang Zhenxing left the school and went to the place where the village woman was weaving cloth to pick up Shui Miaoshuan. The women were kind enough to popularize science with Shui Miaoshuan, and they would have children in the future. I also want to get pregnant, but this kind of thing can't be forced, let it be. Shui Miaoshuan did not shy away from this question, with some sweet smiles on her face, and even showed some look of anticipation to be a mother. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, the smile on the corner of his mouth slowly dissipated. Shui Miaoshuan was lying, because she would leave his field of vision every time afterwards. And then it's like luck forcing poison. It is simply impossible to conceive. Husband, you're here. Shui Miaoshuan smiled happily after seeing Wang Zhenxing. Afterwards, the two went home hand in hand. This night, Shui Miaoshuan was much more enthusiastic than before. When everything calmed down, Wang Zhenxing went to sleep. The next day, the sun rises. Wang Zhenxing got up lazy sheep, and Shui Miaoshuan beside him had disappeared. At first, he didn't take it seriously, just thought that Shui Miaoshuan had woken up early to weave cloth until he saw a letter on the table. There were only 3 short words on the letter, I'm leaving. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a long time. Although it has long been speculated that this warm and dull day will not last long, when it really comes to this day, it is still inexplicable in some anger. Being in the red dust, and then jumping out of the red dust, I have been used as a tool man at this moment. Wang Zhenxing had already understood Shui Miaoshuan's intention to marry him. There is an extreme practice of the ruthless path, which is called the preaching of killing the husband-wife. Roughly speaking, if you want to become extremely ruthless, you must first use extreme affection. Of course, Shui Miaoshuan is not practicing the ruthless path, not so extreme, but to some extent, it can also be said that he wants to kill the husband and preach. It's just that what is different from the ruthless Tao is that Shui Miaoshuan's killing husband is not killing at the level of life, but killing at the level of heart. Of course, this kind of murder at the inner level takes time. As for how long it takes, it depends on Shui Miaoshuan. After a little depressed, Wang Zhenxing was like a nobody. As a qualified villain, his heart is very cold. Only in certain special moments can it become extremely hot. In time, Wang Zhenxing was extremely rational. Although Shui Miaoshuan is gone, it is definitely not enough to say that he is sad. Of course, the play is done in full sets. After Wang Zhenxing brewed his emotions for a while, he walked out of the house and went crazy, looking around the village for Shui Miaoshuan. And the result was naturally expected and not found. Wang Zhenxing locked himself in his home for 3 days. 3 days later, he walked out of his house and said goodbye to the people of the village. The reason is, I remember something. Wang Zhenxing embarked on the road back to Guangling. Halfway through, the ordinary face that had remained for more than a month also returned to its original handsome appearance. Even if Shui Miaoshuan was in front of Wang Zhenxing at this moment, he would probably not be able to recognize it. The Luo family. In a small pavilion in the garden. Mom, count me begging you, you eat something, you can't carry it in your body like this. Yi Junlin restored his original face, brought the sumptuous meal to the stone table, and said bitterly. Compared with a month ago, Luo Zhuxuan was significantly thinner and looked very haggard. After Wang Zhenxing's disappearance, Yi Junlin was very happy at first. But as Luo Zhuxuan was worried about Wang Zhenxing's safety and didn't think about tea and dinner all day, he couldn't be happy. After a month, how could Luo Zhuxuan not lose weight? Yi Junlin estimated that if Wang Zhenxing really couldn't come back, Luo Zhuxuan would probably follow. At this time, Ji Xuanxin visited. Compared with a former one, Ji Xuanxin was also a little haggard, but because he was a cultivator, his figure was not thin. Any news from him? Luo Zhuxuan asked with some expectation. Ji Xuanxin shook his head. Jiren has his own natural appearance, don't worry too much, I was knocked out and taken away, didn't I also come back by myself? He should be fine, Yi Junlin said with a heartfelt prayer. Although he hates Wang Zhenxing, he really doesn't want to see his mother Luo Zhuxuan continue to lose weight. Yi Junlin's words of comfort did not have any effect. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were still sad, and the former suddenly said, Sister, you will stay here tonight, I want to talk to you. I happen to have that plan, too. Ji Xuanxin nodded. It is better for two sad people to get together and talk than to be sad alone. During the period when Wang Zhenxing disappeared, Ji Xuanxin often lived with Luo Zhuxuan in the Luo family. Aunt, go back, Luo Si hurriedly ran from outside, and when he arrived in front of Luo Zhuxuan, he couldn't catch his breath, and he couldn't even say everything. You are also doing things in the official office, and you are panicked and Zhang Cheng is a system. Luo Zhuxuan educated. Back, Lors said after a slight pause, he's back. Who is back? Luo Zhuxuan was a little unbelievable, because he was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. During the period of time when Wang Zhenxing disappeared, she occasionally dreamed that Wang Zhenxing had returned. Who else? Future uncle, he's back, Roth said happily. Where is he? Luo Zhuxuan's haggard face was filled with ecstasy, and his hands were trembling with excitement, grabbing Luo Si's arm and asking. Just arrived at Luo's house, this should be going to the living room. Loth said. Hearing this, Luo Zhuxuan quickly let go of Luo Si's arm and ran towards the living room with the hem of the long skirt. Because I was too anxious and didn't pay attention to my feet, I tripped over my feet. Fortunately, Ji Xuanxin held her in time to prevent her from having an intimate contact with the ground. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin grabbed each other's hands and followed the path of the garden to the living room. I also said that I was panicked and what kind of system I became, which is more exaggerated than me. Luo Si looked at Luo Zhuxuan so gaff, losing his usual dignified appearance, and complained with a smile. However, after speaking, she added with emotion, but the future brother-in-law is quite attractive, and it is no wonder that the aunt cares so much. Luo Si was also about to go to the living room to take a look, but suddenly saw that something was wrong with Yi Junlin next to him. Xiao Yeji, how is your face so white, where is it uncomfortable? Ah, is it? Yi Junlin reacted from his stunned look, subconsciously touched his face, and said. It's not uncomfortable, it's just that I am so happy to see my mother, and I am also happy. Saying that, he tried to squeeze some smiles. Let's go Xiaoyezi, let's go to the living room too. Roth turned and walked ahead. This surnamed Wang is really back, he really shouldn't pray for him. Yi Junlin twitched his mouth in hatred, and then helplessly kept up with Luo's pace. As soon as he came to the living room, he saw two women crying and laughing, huddled in Wang Zhenxing's arms. Wang Zhenxing used his left and right hands together, hugging the two of them with relief, and a look of tenderness. It looks like a very warm and touching picture of reunion. Yi Junlin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally held back. Because he knew that if he said something discordant at this time, he would definitely be scolded by his mother. Where have you been during this time? It makes me and Xuanxin worry about you all the time. After the emotions were not so excited, Luo Zhuxuan asked sourly. I'll talk to you later. In short, I can't contact the outside world during this time, otherwise, I wouldn't let you worry so much. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand for Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, wiping the tears from his face. Look at you, so much haggard, especially you. Wang Zhenxing's gaze fell on Luo Zhuxuan's face. Am I not looking good now? Luo Zhuxuan asked nervously. I've lost some weight, but it's still good looking. Wang Zhenxing pinched her face. Luo Zhuxuan smiled and rubbed his hand, coveting this slightly warm feeling. Huh, isn't this a small leaf? When did you come to Guangling? Wang Zhenxing then focused on Yi Junlin. Xiaoyezi, did you shout? Yi Junlin was unhappy to hear. This nickname is only qualified to be shouted by his relatives. It's just that he regretted it as soon as he said it. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw Luo Zhuxuan's face and said, it's not polite. After reprimanding, Luo Zhuxuan gently explained to Wang Zhenxing, Lin Junier of Lantai Yaji before was actually a pseudonym of Xiaoyezi. So it is. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be abrupt. I heard Director Xu say that Xiaoyezi has a fiancé. When will he get married? I will prepare a big red envelope for him. Wang Zhenxing looked very enthusiastic, and it seemed that he wanted to have a good relationship with Yi Junlin. Ji Xuanxin was a little embarrassed and twisted his head to the side. The host caused Yi Junlin's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Yi Junlin clenched his fists. He finally saw this matter, but it was mentioned again, how could he not be angry? Luo Zhuxuan hesitated for a moment and explained to Wang Zhenxing, Xiaoyezi's fiancé is Xuanxin, but the marriage contract has long been dissolved, and it is not counted. This I'm sorry I didn't know about it. Wang Zhenxing said. Yi Junlin pouted, not believing that Xu Yunyan didn't explain things clearly. This must be Wang Zhenxing's deliberate exposure of his scars. Mom, then what should I call him in the future? Do I call him little uncle, or what? Yi Junlin wanted to fight back, so he said so. Wang Zhenxing raised his eyebrows, knowing that it was Yi Junlin who shook out the affairs of him and Xu Yunyan during the time he disappeared. After Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin heard Yi Junlin's words, their expressions were quite flat, and they looked at Wang Zhenxing together. Waiting for his explanation. It's all to blame on me, it's me who is not good. Wang Zhenxing looked reproachful, raised his hand and wanted to slap himself, but was stopped by Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin. If you want to beat, scold, or even kill you, just complain that I was born amorous, see one love the other. Wang Zhenxing's eyes were closed, looking like he was about to die. Yi Junlin's eyes widened nervously, expecting Ji Xuanxin and Luo Zhuxuan to give Wang Zhenxing a knife. But after waiting for a while, the two didn't even slap the Fan King. If you feel guilty in your heart, then treat me better from now on. What I'm going to say is the same as Sister Zhan. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin spoke one after another. If Yi Junlin shook things out during the period when Wang Zhenxing was safe and sound, the two would definitely be angry. No 10 days and 8 days are definitely not good. But Yi Junlin told Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin these things during the period when Wang Zhenxing was gone. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin almost exhausted their mental strength because of Wang Zhenxing's disappearance, and now seeing Wang Zhenxing come back, it is already thankful, where there is still the mental strength to make trouble. Although I am half-hearted, I am absolutely sincere. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin could not help but smile from his eyes and put their faces on his warm chest. This okay? Yi Junlin looked at the scene in front of him, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Luo Zhuxuan is his mother, and Ji Xuanxin is his ex-fiancée. Yi Junlin still knows something about these two people. Before that, the two did not match up with the love brain at all, but now. Why does he always let women be so tolerant of him? It's outrageous. Yi Junlin looked at Wang Zhenxing with envy and hatred. Dinner. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, who had not eaten properly for a long time, had a beautiful dinner. After sitting for a while, Wang Zhenxing went back to the room with Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin. Early the next morning, Yi Ruiming came to visit Luo's house and first saw Yi Junlin. What are you doing here? Yi Junlinji hated being kicked out of the house and squinted at him. Xiao Yeji, I had a hard time about the things back then. Yi Ruiming sighed and said the reason. It's all a family, uncle, they really will do cannibalistic things. Yi Junlin was a little incredulous. The Yi family has had a lot of trouble in recent years, don't you think it's an accident, right? If I don't drive you away and deliberately snub your mother, maybe you will also be hurt. Yi Ruiming said. Why didn't you tell me this back then? Yi Junlin said angrily. You were still young at that time, and you may not believe these things. Even if you believe it, you may show flaws in front of your uncle. But now it's different. I basically control the situation of the Yi family, and I also have evidence that your uncle persecuted the same clan, and the position of the head of the family is now at my fingertips. Yi Ruiming said with great enthusiasm. Daddy you, alas. Yi Junlin let out a long sigh. Xiaoyezi, are you still unwilling to forgive your father? Yi Ruiming said. It's not that I don't forgive you, it's that mom won't forgive you. I'm here to find your mother now, confess everything to her, take her back to the Yi family, and then our family will be reunited. Yi Ruiming smiled. Yi Junlin looked at him expressionlessly. I understand that it is not easy for your mother to forgive me, so I want you to help your father say good things. Yi Ruiming said again. You come with me. Yi Junlin knew that he couldn't say a word or two, so he simply led Yi Ruiming to a bedroom in the main courtyard. Yi Ruiming knew that this was Luo Zhuxuan's bedroom. When Luo Zhuxuan was not married, she lived here. With some excitement, Yi Ruiming wanted to reach out and knock on the door. But before his hand touched the door suddenly opened automatically. Wang Zhenxing was in the center, and Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin stood beside him left and right. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were still very haggard yesterday, but today they are glorious. There is a saying that people are in good spirits at happy events, and it is really true. HMPH, the surname Wang is not a cultivator, nor is he a young man. This kind of idle life will definitely not be enjoyed for too long. Wait a year or two and have more than enough energy, see how proud he is. Yi Junlin said with malicious silence. How do you? Yi Ruiming looked stunned. He knew that Wang Zhenxing was missing, so he came over. Dad, what are you going to say? Then say it quickly. Yi Junlin said. Yi Ruiming took a deep breath and with the last hope, said the reason for snubbing Luo Zhuxuan. After Luo Zhuxuan listened, any angry expression on her coquettish face was a little happy. Therefore, if it were not for Yi Ruiming, then she might not be with Wang Zhenxing. Yi Ruiming saw Luo Zhuxuan's reaction and knew that he had no chance at all. Unless Wang Zhenxing is gone. A faint cold light flashed under Yi Ruiming's eyes. Wang Zhenxing caught it, but his face was silent. Yi Ruiming was sad at first, and then generously blessed Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan, and then left the house. Yi Junlin sent his father to the door. Xiao Yeji, won't you go back to Yi's house with me? Yi Ruiming stopped at the gate of the Luo family and asked his son. Let's go for a while. Yi Junlin said. Then you want to come back at any time. Yi Ruiming did not hide his sadness in front of his son. It's useless to regret now, it's impossible for my mother to go back to the Yi family. Yi Junlin looked at him with some resentment. The world is unpredictable, who can say for sure? Yi Ruiming patted his son's shoulder, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Junlin frowned and said, if you want to do something directly to Wang Zhenxing, I advise you to put away this thought. He is good with my 6th master, and he is my 7th master's lifesaver. If there is an accident, my 7th master and 6th master will definitely not let you go. He was not against Yi Ruiming dealing with Wang Zhenxing, but reminding Yi Ruiming not to use excessive methods, such as rejuvenating the body of the disabled king, which must not be done. Why does he still have such a relationship with your sixth master? Yi Ruiming was shocked. Do your mother and Ji Xuanxin know about this? I know. Yi Junlin nodded. Then they were still harmonious just now, Yi Ruiming said incredulously. Maybe that guy is the emperor's order. Yi Junlin said sourly. Yi Ruiming's face showed a bitter thought. I won't mess around, don't worry. Far away, Wang Zhenxing, who was in the Luojia restaurant, returned his normal vision from the gaze of Yi Ruiming and Yi Junlin, and had breakfast with Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin. Halfway through, Wang Zhenxing received a phone call. Is a friend he met when he started his business, named Luo Rong. Luo Rong is a person from Luodu, who was worth tens of billions a few years ago, and luckily he also had a relationship with the family of Luodu, and the business has become bigger and bigger since then. Counting the time, Wang Zhenxing and Luo Rong have not had any contact for 3 years. When Luo Rong heard about the development of the Zhenxing group, he first congratulated him on the phone, and then said that his son would hold a wedding 5 days later and invited Wang Zhenxing to watch the ceremony. Wang Zhenxing politely agreed, saying that he would definitely visit, but he did not take it seriously in his heart. But when I was about to hang up the phone, I suddenly remembered something. Many years ago, Wang Zhenxing met Luo Rong's son. When Luo Rong's son was still in school, he did bad things against the woman's will, and he was almost arrested at that time. It was Luo Rong who used his connections to spend money to calm this matter. Luo Rong's son is simply a standard rich second-generation villain template. Lao Luo, Ling Lang is so good, which girl has such a good life? Can marry into your Luo family? Wang Zhenxing asked casually. It's a scholarly family that we are famous in Luodu, the Zhen family. The woman is the daughter of the calligraphy master Zhen Qi, and she is also one of our 3 beauties in Luodu, which is barely worthy of my son. Luo Rong's tone was very happy. Wang Zhenxing thought thoughtfully after hearing this. Luo Rong looks crooked, and his son fully inherits his genes. One of the 3 beauties of Luodu, is this what his son deserves? Wang Zhenxing really wanted to say to Luo Rong, old things, you have a big deal. Nameless deep in the mountains. A prison with great security. Among the prisoners detained here are businessmen who used to be in business, there are officials who once covered the sky, and there are people in the rivers and lakes who have strong force value. In an empty field, young people stood in the middle, surrounded by people lying in a group of people, their mouths crying out in pain. There is no one who can fight, it's really boring. The young man clapped his palms and said in annoyance. A jailer ran over in a tumultuous manner. Master, they have made great progress, they used to be able to last 40 seconds under you, but now they can last 1 minute. Is there anything more powerful? The youth asked. Master, those powerful ones are afraid now, who dares to compete with you? The jailer said. Boring. The youth said lazily. Master, then I will send you back to your room. The jailer led the way with a fawning look and soon arrived in a luxuriously furnished room. The room has all kinds of living facilities. Coming to the room, the young man had a full meal. When you're full, you want to do something else. The young man called the jailer and said that he wanted to rest, but the bed was a little cold. The jailer will be aware and ready to make arrangements. But just then, another jailer came to inform him that the head wanted to see the youth. This so-called leader, the keeper of this prison, is the absolute king here. During his time in the town, there was no escape here. The young man followed the jailer to an office, who closed the door and retreated. Master, what are you looking for me? Is there news from Luodu? The young man sat down in the office and asked a little excitedly. Zhen Mi will marry into the Luo family in 4 days. An old man who was not angry said. Rod Rong's son Na virtue Zhen Mi cannot be voluntary. Su Ming's face sank. The reason why he was locked up here was because he had bad intentions towards Zhen Mi during the Luodu New Year festival. The so-called Luodu New Year festival is a sacrifice to the ancients who were born in Luodu and left a name in the history of Qing. For the people of Luodu, it was a solemn day. At the New Year festival, Su Ming intended to do that kind of thing to Zhen Mi, one of the 3 beauties of Luodu, which can be described as a heinous crime. Because of this, Su Ming was locked up here. Fortunately, because of his top-level cultivation qualifications, he was favored by the prison guards as a personal disciple, so he was at ease. I was wrongly imprisoned here, I can't be wronged in vain, I confess the things with bad intentions, and Zhen Mi can only marry me if he wants to marry. Su Ming said to the old man. Master, I want to go out. The old man had already guessed Su Ming's decision, and silently took out a box prepared in advance from the drawer, and said, This is my treasure chest, which contains my tokens, or it can be said that it is a favor I received before. If you encounter trouble that is difficult to solve, you can use these tokens and contact the corresponding person to solve the trouble for you. Thank you, Master. Su Ming accepted it happily. In addition, Yu Xuanlong is determined to be in the 5th layer. After going out, you must cultivate well, do not slack, for the master stuck in the 8th layer realm. There is no hope of breaking through. I really want to see you break through to the last 9th layer in my lifetime. It can be regarded as a wish. The old man said again. Master, don't worry, at most 10 years, I will definitely be able to reach the 9th layer. Su Ming said. Also, the Luo family is not what it used to be, it has already climbed into a relationship with the family of doctors. If you want to do something, it is better to have some preparations, and don't confront the family alone. Got it, Master. With the Master's dots, Su Ming quickly breathed the fresh air of true freedom, and at the same time was planning the robbery thing. After thinking a little, he had an idea and opened the treasure chest and took out some tokens. Guangling, Luojia. Wang Zhenxing checked the information collected about Zhen Mi in the room. Luodu has the saying of 3 beautiful and 4 few. 3 beauty is a positive meaning, and 4 less is a pejorative meaning. The so-called 3 beauties refer to the 3 great beauties recognized by Luodu. And the 4 young people are talking about the 4 great masters of Luodu. Luo Yi, Luo Rong's son, is one of the 4 young men, the end of the neighborhood committee. The head of the 4 young masters was called Su Ming, who was arrested for disrespecting his ancestors at the Luodu New Year festival and intending to do something wrong to Zhen Mi. Su Ming. Wang Zhenxing slowly pronounced the name. The surname Su is the big surname of the protagonist of Shuangwen, and the appearance rate is extremely high. While thinking, Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin walked into the room. Who is this beauty? Seeing a photo of a beautiful woman on the table, Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were a little taken aback at the same time. A friend of mine invited me to his son's wedding, and this beauty is his son's fiancée. Wang Zhenxing explained. As soon as the two heard that this was the fiancé of Wang Zhenxing's friend's son, they naturally didn't think much about it. It seems that it has been a good day recently, and many people have got married. I just heard from the people in the clan that the Luo family also received a wedding invitation. Luo Zhuxuan said. The Ji family also received it. Ji Xuanxin echoed. Who invited you? Wang Zhenxing asked curiously. The Luo family is a scholarly family, and the Ji family is a family. People who can invite 2 families, the other party is naturally not small. I don't know, but go to Luodu anyway. Luo Zhuxuan replied. The Ji family's side is also Sister Zan, we won't be at the same wedding, right? Ji Xuanxin said in surprise. I also went to Luodu to attend the wedding, Wang Zhenxing also added, and continued. You go and ask the elders of the clan who invited them, and if you can, it is best to inquire about who the bride is and the family information of the man to marry. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin nodded and asked separately. The man's surname is Su, and he is said to be the richest man in Luodu. The bride's name is Zhen Mi, I heard that she looks very beautiful, and is known as one of the 3 beauties of Luodu. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin separately said the news they got. It seems that the wedding we are going to attend is the same, but the person who invited me is not surnamed Su, but surnamed Luo. Wang Zhenxing smiled strangely. How could this happen? That's right, in the end, is this Zhen Mi married into the Su family or into the Luo family? What went wrong? Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin were a little crying and laughing. Just go and see. Wang Zhenxing said. I'll go talk to the elders and represent the Luo family to attend the wedding. I also go on behalf of the Ji family. Leave tomorrow. Wang Zhenxing decided to go ahead and do something in advance. Isn't the wedding a few days away? Why go so early? Ji Xuanxin asked. Luodu is the ancient capital of many dynasties, he must go over in advance and see the scenic spots over there, so as to inspire the inspiration for poetry. Luo Zhuxuan felt that he had guessed Wang Zhenxing's thoughts, so he said with a smile. The next day, Wang Zhenxing, Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin arrived in Luodu and settled in a 5-star hotel. Let's go first. How about Tianwei Grotto? Luo Zhuxuan opened the map and looked at the scenic spots in Luodu. Let's go to Luodu Ancient City first. I want to know if it is the prosperous Guangling Ancient City or the prosperous Luodu Ancient City. Ji Xuanxin suggested. Where do you want to go first? Is it a grotto or an ancient city? We listen to you. Luo Zhuxuan couldn't make up his mind, so he looked at Wang Zhenxing. Ji Xuanxin also looked at Wang Zhenxing, waiting for his reply. Let's go closer first, but I'm going to visit my friends first. You can go shopping first, buy some beautiful clothes or something. Wang Zhenxing took out a subsidiary gold card from his body and handed it to the two. Swipe it casually, you don't need to save me money. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Zan were overjoyed, and they hugged each other one after another, and smacked on the left and right faces of Wang Zhenxing. Although the two are not short of money, Wang Zhenxing is willing to spend money on them, and they are still very happy. It's just that what they don't know is that the owner of Wang Zhenxing's subsidiary gold card is not surnamed Wang, but surnamed Han. Of course, Wang Zhenxing was generous. Anyway, it was not his money that was spent. At this point, it was almost an hour before lunch, and I could do something else. After the busy, it was exactly 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The three came to the private room of the hotel to eat. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin blushed and had not yet dispersed. A waitress waiting for the guest to order looked at them strangely. Ji Xuanxin hung his head a little weakly. Luo Zhuxuan looked calm, and said to the waitress calmly, "The temperature of the air conditioner here is too high, turn it down a little." When the waitress heard it, she understood that she had thought too much, and quickly went to lower the temperature of the air conditioner. After Wang Zhenxing finished eating, he chartered a luxury car. "Go to the house of the calligraphy master Zhen Qi," Wang Zhenxing said to the driver. "Good boss." The driver answered and started the car to merge into the traffic. After about 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a courtyard. There was a car on the side of the road outside the courtyard gate. Someone in the car is watching this side. Wang Zhenxing glanced at it lightly and ignored it for the time being. "Look at the courtyard door. I saw a couplet pasted on both sides of the courtyard door. The handwriting on the couplet is stunning, and it looks like a masterpiece." After Wang Zhenxing got out of the car, he went to ring the doorbell. Soon, a young and beautiful woman came to open the door. The woman has picturesque eyebrows, wearing a cheongsam, showing her graceful figure well, with a goose-egg face, snow-white and delicate skin, as if a blow bomb can be broken. Wang Zhenxing looked at the photo and recognized the cheongsam woman as Zhen Mi. When Wang Zhenxing looked at him, Zhen Mi also looked at Wang Zhenxing. Before this, the best-looking man he had ever seen was Su Ming, who had been arrested for a long time. And now Su Ming can only be ranked behind. Zhen Mi was stunned by Wang Zhenxing's peach blossom eyes, but soon woke up and his heart became clear. The heroine Zhen Mi has a favorability of +30 to the host, and the current total favorability is 30. Friendly. Long admired Master Zhen Qi's calligraphy, specially visited. Wang Zhenxing showed a kind smile and said to Zhen Mi out loud. "Since the gentleman is visiting, he must know the rules, right?" Zhen Mi asked tentatively. "I know." Wang Zhenxing nodded. Since he came to visit the Zhen family, he naturally did his homework. There are too many people who visit Zhen Qi in the past, but it is impossible for everyone to see it, so there is such a rule: as long as you can write a relatively good calligraphy, you have the qualification to see Zhen Qi. Seeing Wang Zhenxing nodding, Zhen Mi saved himself from explaining, and led Wang Zhenxing into the gate of the courtyard. There was a hut in front of the courtyard with a table and pen, ink and paper. Wang Zhenxing walked to the table, thought for a while, and then picked up a pen and wrote casually. "The moonrise is shining, and the people are beautiful. Shuyi is entangled and laborious quietly." Zhen Mi was dumbfounded. This calligraphy is so wonderful that it can compete with his father. The heroine Zhen Mi has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 35. Friendly. Feng Kai is presumptuous. The little woman Zhen Mi dared to ask the honorific name of the gentleman. Zhen Mi asked solemnly. Wang Zhenxing. Listening to this unfamiliar name, Zhen Mi's beautiful eyes showed some dazedness. Because she had never heard of it, there was a master calligraphy named Wang Zhenxing. How come I've never heard this poem? Zhen Mi's attention left the calligraphy and was quickly drawn to the verses. In the clumsy work, the girl naturally has not heard of it. Wang Zhenxing explained with a smile. Mr. Wang, you are too modest, if this is all clumsy, but there are not many good poetry in the world. Born in a family of scholars, Zhenmi's literary level is very high. Miss Meng praised, it is an honor to be under it. Wang Zhenxing said. The poem should be more than 16 words, right? Zhen Mi asked with great interest. She usually writes poetry herself, and has also written some good works, which have been unanimously praised by everyone in the literary circle. Si Ling Zun still have to make a complete poem. Wang Zhenxing sold Guanzi. When a woman is eager to know something, she must not say it directly, but keep the other party curious. Experienced Wang Zhenxing naturally understands this truth. Zhen Mi itched to know the follow-up to the poem, but seeing that the other party did not say, it was not good to force it unreasonably. Of course not as poetry, sir, please come with me. Zhen Mi made an inviting gesture, inadvertently twisting his slender waist and walking in front to lead the way. Wang Zhenxing followed behind and subconsciously looked at it, feeling pleasing to the eye. Arrived, sir. Zhen Mi came to a study room, turned around and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing hurriedly put away his chaotic eyes, and his eyes became solemn and straight. Walk into the study. Wang Zhenxing saw a middle-aged man standing in front of the table, with his left hand behind his back, his right hand holding a pen, and the pen walking the dragon snake. Let's not look at the calligraphy first, just look at the posture and know that it is not simple. Wang Zhenxing and Zhen Mi were speechless, and after the middle-aged man stopped writing, the latter said, Father, there are guests visiting you. This middle-aged man was Zhenmi's father, the master of calligraphy, Zhenqi. Mi, you take me a ink treasure and give it to this guest, and then send the guest out. Zhenqi looked sad, and had no intention of seeing guests at all. Zhen Mi nodded, and was about to say something to Wang Zhenxing. The poetry is good, the ambition is magnificent, but it is a pity that the words are dull, empty intangible, and boneless. Wang Zhenxing's gaze swept over the calligraphy that Zhenqi had just written and commented. Zhenqi was stunned, then looked at Wang Zhenxing, impressed by his temperament and image, and praised. Your Excellency's eyesight is extraordinary, but unfortunately you did not come at the right time, otherwise we would definitely become best friends. Seeing Zhenqi's gaze, Wang Zhenxing looked at him seriously, and quickly understood why the middle-aged Zhenqi wrote with a dull feeling. This Zhenqi is sick, and the illness is not light. Wang Zhenxing has medical saint-level medical skills, just using the hope word technique in Wangwenqi Qianch is enough to diagnose an approximate. Before he came, he had already guessed that knowing that Zhen Mi married into the Luo family was definitely not her intention. Now that he found that Zhenqi was sick, he had basically guessed the reason why Zhen Mi married someone. While Wang Zhenxing was thinking, Zhen Mi had already taken a picture of Zhenqi's ink treasure and said, Mr. Wang is really sorry, this ink treasure is given to you. Wang Zhenxing did not reach out to take it, but said, Your father has a serious illness. Since Mr. Wang can see it, he should be more able to understand it, and please. I can cure it. Wang Zhenxing's simple 3 words made Zhen Mi swallow back all the words of the follow-up euphemism. When Zhenqi and Zhen Mi heard this, they were stunned. Wang Zhenxing continued, Every day at noon, the 3 acupuncture points of Baihui, Zhejiang, and Yangquan hurt into the bone marrow, I don't know if I am right. The father and daughter were completely shocked. It is not a secret that Zhenqi is sick in Luodu, but the specific symptoms are rarely known. What Wang Zhenxing said is not wrong. What kind of disease does Mr. Wang have? Zhen Mi asked. To be precise, your father didn't actually have a strange disease, but was poisoned. Wang Zhenxing said. Poisoned. Both father and daughter were shocked. Have you offended anyone? Wang Zhenxing asked. It must be the Luo family and Yi Qiana's divine doctor who secretly poisoned me, and then used helping me treat my illness as a blackmail to let Mi marry you to the Luo family. Zhenqi figured out something and slapped the table and said angrily. Zhen Mi was also very angry. Before that, she had always thought that her father was suffering from a strange disease, but she did not expect that she was secretly poisoned. Since you can accurately determine that my father is poisoned, there should be a way to treat it, right? Please save my father. Zhen Mi pleaded. It's not difficult to save your father, but since the Luo family has a purpose, then before the purpose is achieved, it will definitely be prepared. Wang Zhenxing said. Zhen Qi and Zhen Mi were silent. The two of them knew about the matter of someone watching outside, and they knew about it a few days ago. Anyone from the Zhen family who goes out will be followed. It was almost impossible to bring medicinal herbs into the Zhen family in a clear way. Can you help? Zhen Mi asked for help. She knew that it was impossible for the people of the Zhen family to buy medicine, so she could only ask for help from outsiders. And Wang Zhenxing in front of him is undoubtedly the best candidate. This Wang Zhenxing knew that if he was too enthusiastic, it would definitely make people suspicious, so he hesitated for a while. I know you don't want to get involved, but we really have no way. All the consequences are borne by us, anyway. The ultimate purpose of the Luo family to do this is just to want me to marry safely. It's a big deal that I will marry, and I won't let you have trouble. Zhen Mi promised. I usually like rock climbing, seeing that although the wall of your house is high, it is difficult for me, and when it is late at night, I will roll in through the back wall of your house. Wang Zhenxing said. Then I'll leave the back door for you. Zhen Mi said excitedly. Continuing to stay in Zhen's house for a while, Wang Zhenxing took Zhen Qi's ink treasure and left through the gate. Late at night, Wang Zhenxing brought a few packs of medicinal herbs and tumbled into the courtyard from the back wall of the Zhen family. Then he came in through the hidden back door, through a long corridor, and came to a bedroom. Knock knock. Wang Zhenxing knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Zhen Mi opened the door and said softly. Wang Zhenxing walked into the room, and a faint aroma of his daughter's boudoir came to his face. Zhen Mi wore a very conservative silk dressing gown, but she outlined the curves of her delicate figure well. There are a total of 6 pairs of medicine here, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, and after eating for 2 days, most of the toxins can be removed, and then I can completely remove the toxins by applying acupuncture treatment. Wang Zhenxing handed over the medicine he was carrying. The heroine Zhen Mi has a favorability rating of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 45 close. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhen Mi took the medicine from Wang Zhenxing's hand, pursed his lips and said. To be honest, even if your father's illness is cured, I don't think you can get out of the current situation. Wang Zhenxing said. Zhen Mi sighed, naturally understanding this. As long as my dad is okay, I don't have to worry about it, it's just a big deal. Zhen Mi's delicate goose-egg face showed some decisive looks. Don't be so radical. Wang Zhenxing was halfway through his words, when he heard some movement outside. Someone has come to my house. Zhen Mi listened for a while, and then said, it's Sister Luo Yi's voice. Oops, I must have been accidentally seen when I climbed over the wall just now. Wang Zhenxing looked anxious. In fact, with his skills, how could he be discovered by sneaking here? You hide. Zhen Mi listened to the voice getting closer and closer, and quickly said something to Wang Zhenxing, and then swept his eyes around, bringing Wang Zhenxing 6 pairs of medicine, which were hidden in the pockets of the down jacket in the wardrobe. Wang Zhenxing's gaze swept around and hid in the shower. Zhen Mi looked through the door and looked outside. Luo Fang, who only listened to Luo Yi, said that he saw thieves enter the Zhen family, so in order to avoid the people of the Zhen family being harmed, he searched through the boxes and cabinets. Not good. Zhen Mi secretly exclaimed, walked to the shower, and said to Wang Zhenxing, hiding here will definitely be discovered. So I'm going over the wall now? Wang Zhenxing asked tentatively. No, their people are outside, and now they will go out and hit each other. Zhen Mi shook his head. That's Mimi's room, there is still a lamp in it. If there are really any thieves, Mimi must have called for help earlier, no need to search. Zhen Qi's voice came from outside. Zhen Mi knew that his father was deliberately reminding himself to delay time for himself, and his brain turned quickly, so he filled the bathtub with water. You go in, I didn't remind you, you must not come out. Zhen Mi blushed and pointed to the bathtub to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing looked embarrassed. Hurry up, it's too late. Zhen Mi said in a panic. Wang Zhenxing seemed a little helpless, but still stepped into the bathtub. Zhen Mi poured a lot of shower gel for bubble bath into the bathtub, making the water surface full of bubbles for easy covering. Luo Fang had already led someone to the bedroom door. Mimi, there are thieves entering our house, there is nothing wrong with your side, right? Zhen Qi asked through the door. Rogue. Zhen Mi was shocked and replied through the door, there is no situation on my side. It's okay. Zhen Qi responded, and then said to Luo Fang, let's go and look elsewhere. Luo Fang didn't mean to leave, brother and sister, you open the door, I'll go in and take a look. I'm taking a shower, it's not convenient. Zhen Mi said. It's 12 o'clock midnight now, and you're still taking a shower. Luo Feng didn't believe it. Brother and sister, it's so late, how about taking a shower now? Luo Feng touched his fat and round chin and asked Zhen Mi through the door. I was reading before, and I was too absorbed to pay attention to the time. Zhen Mi replied. Brother and sister, have you been held hostage? Don't be afraid, I'll come to your rescue right away. Luo Feng hurriedly finished speaking, directly raised his foot and kicked the door hard. Zhen Mi's heart jumped in fright, but fortunately he prepared in advance, gritted his teeth slightly, and quickly made a decision. The dressing gown fell to the ground, followed by a splash. Luo Feng's tonnage is heavier, and his skills are not bad, and after 3 or 2 feet, he violently kicked the door open. You guys wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. Luo Feng said to the people who were traveling with him, and went straight into the room. The majority of the companions were men. Although Luo Feng had doubts, he couldn't estimate whether Zhen Mi was really taking a bath. In case it was a misunderstanding, it would not be good. Walking into the room, Luo Feng saw an open book on the table, and then looked suspiciously in the place where people could be hidden in the room, but found nothing. Luo Feng walked to the door of the shower and pushed the door open. I saw that Zhen Mi only showed one head in the bathtub, and the rest was buried under the bubbles on the surface of the water. Luo Feng swept the unobstructed shower, his tense expression gradually eased, and he said with some smiles. Brother and sister can't help it, I'm also worried about your safety. After saying apologetically, Luo Feng took the door and went out. Look elsewhere. Luo Feng's voice spread from outside, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Zhen Mi listened to the movement, let out a long sigh of relief, and then patted Wang Zhenxing under the bubble, signaling that he was safe. But after waiting for a few seconds, there was no response. Zhen Mi was startled, and with great effort he picked Wang Zhenxing up, put him on the ground, and then pushed his shoulders. I saw that Wang Zhenxing's eyes were closed, and his chest didn't even rise and fall at all. Poked his nose in panic, and Zhen Mi found that he seemed to be out of breath. Zhen Mi was shocked, then took a deep breath and began to use artificial respiration on Wang Zhenxing. After a moment, Wang Zhenxing coughed, spit out some bubbles in his mouth, and then slowly opened his eyes. Zhen Mi was delighted for a while, and then said fearfully, although I told you, don't come out without my reminder, but don't force it, you almost lost your life. Wang Zhenxing didn't speak, just looked at Zhen Mi. Zhen Mi retreated in panic, sensing that there was something cold on his body, and then realizing something. Subconsciously, she wanted to scream to express her emotions, but fortunately covered her mouth in time. At this time, Luo Feng should not have gone far. If he really screamed, it was estimated that he would attract Luo Feng here. I didn't see anything. Wang Zhenxing closed his eyes. Zhen Mi didn't blame, but blushed like a cooked lobster. In her traditional consciousness, if she is seen, then this person is responsible, because she cannot marry. The heroine Zhen Mi has a favorability of +15 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60, adoration. The host affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 600, Su Ming's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60. Luo Feng and the others searched for a while, but found nothing, thinking that they were looking at the eyes, and quickly withdrew from the Luo family. After Zhen Qi saw people leaving, he came to his daughter's door and reminded him in a loud voice that Luo Feng and the others had left. Zhen Mi dressed strictly and opened the door. Zhen Qi looked through the door, saw Wang Zhenxing sitting at the table in the room, and immediately walked in. Zhen Mi took out the 6 pairs of medicines hidden in the pockets of the down jacket. Zhen Qi warmly thanked Wang Zhenxing, and then asked with some curiosity, Mr. Wang, where did you hide just now? He could actually hide from Luo Feng's eyes. Wang Zhenxing's hair and clothes were not yet dry, scratched his head, and did not speak. And on Zhen Mi's head, there is still a star and a half of bubbles. Zhen Qi subconsciously looked at the shower room that did not close the door, and he could vaguely see the water surface of the large bathtub, and there were some bubbles floating around. Looking at Wang Zhenxing and Zhen Mi's reaction, Zhen Qi had already guessed the situation in his heart, but in order to avoid embarrassment between his daughter and Wang Zhenxing, he pretended not to know. Luo Feng and the others should still be guarding outside, Mr. Wang, you better don't go out for the time being, and wait until they relax their vigilance at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning before leaving. After Zhenqi finished speaking, he took the 6 pairs of medicine from his daughter's hand, turned around and walked out, and gently brought the door with him. There was silence in the room for a while, and Zhen said, "Your clothes are full of water, and it is easy to get cold. You give me the clothes and I'll help you take them and dry them." "So what am I wearing?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "You're too tall, my father's clothes don't fit well, go lie under the covers, and I'll bring it to you when the clothes are dry." Zhen said. "That's fine." Wang Zhenxing nodded. Zhen turned his back and took the clothes from Wang Zhenxing's hands after a while. After about 40 minutes, the clothes were dried. Zhen came back with the dried clothes. Wang Zhenxing's eyes were closed, his breathing was even, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. Zhen subconsciously looked at him. Mature and handsome face, broad chest, strong arms, all of them show the charm of mature men. Zhen pursed his lips inadvertently, his heart beat faster, and he looked away with some shyness. But it soon occurred to me that he was asleep anyway, how about taking a look at it himself? Zhenmi's beautiful eyes stared and looked at Wang Zhenxing's face again. But at this moment, Wang Zhenxing suddenly opened his eyes. For a while, the 4 eyes were facing each other, and Zhenmi's face turned red again. Your clothes are dry." Zhen put his clothes next to the bed and walked outside the door. After a while, a voice came from the room. "Okay." Zhen turned around and walked into the room. "I don't know if Luo Fang and they are still guarding, do you plan to leave now?" Zhen asked. "Be safe, let's wait until 3 or 4 in the morning. Then you can continue to rest here, and I'll go to another room. I'm not so sleepy now." Wang Zhenxing shook his head, and his gaze fell on some ancient poems written with brushes on the table. "Sir's literary brilliance is extraordinary, please advise." Zhen smiled. Those poems came from her hand. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he immediately praised. "It's a far cry from you." Zhen felt guilty, and at the same time, a doubt buried in his heart also resurfaced, and then asked with anticipation. "What is the follow-up to the 16-character poem written by Mr. Day?" Wang Zhenxing did not answer immediately, but walked to the window, gently pushed the window open, looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, looked at Zhen again, and slowly said. "The moon rises brightly, and the people are fierce. Comfort, hard work. The moon rises brightly, and the people are blazing. Shu Yao Shao Shi, hard work." After listening to it, Zhen savored it carefully and was impressed by Wang Zhenxing's literary brilliance, but after chewing the meaning of the poem, his face suddenly turned red again. Zhen, don't say that his poem was not written for you. Even if it is written for you, with your current situation, you and him will not have any results at all. After Zhen made up his mind, he secretly said to himself in his heart. Wang Zhenxing stayed in Zhen's house for an hour or two, talking with Zhen about his philosophy of life from poetry and song. Zhen was impressed by Wang Zhenxing's conversation and talent, and only lamented that time was limited. "I'm leaving, tomorrow after my father has drunk the soup medicine, I will secretly come to administer needles to your father." Wang Zhenxing looked at the time and said to Zhen like this. "Well, sir, be careful." Zhen nodded and watched Wang Zhenxing walk out of the room, and then out of his field of vision. Back to the hotel. Wang Zhenxing was ridiculous for a long time, and soon dawned. After breakfast with Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, he set off for the ancient city of Luodu. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin's appearance is too outstanding. Even if they travel alone, it is easy to cause a commotion, let alone 2 people. In order not to cause some unnecessary trouble, the 2 wore sun hats to cover up their appearance, not so eye-catching. "Xuanxin, what do you always look behind?" When visiting the ancient city of Luodu, Luo Zhuxuan found that Ji Xuanxin frequently turned back, so he asked with some curiosity. "I always feel like someone is following us." Ji Xuanxin replied. "Yes." Luo Zhuxuan was stunned. She was not a practitioner and was not aware of it at all. "You are too sensitive, no one follows us," Wang Zhenxing said to Ji Xuanxin. Ji Xuanxin nodded, so he didn't take it seriously, and continued to walk forward hand in hand with Luo Zhuxuan. Wang Zhenxing paused and looked behind him casually. Perspective comes with a farsighted effect, and all cover cannot be obscured. Ruiming Yip, did he follow on purpose, or was he also invited to the wedding? Wang Zhenxing noticed something, but just pretended not to find it. After visiting the ancient city for most of the day, Yi Ruiming followed sneakily until Wang Zhenxing and several people returned to the hotel again. Yi also booked a luxury suite at the hotel. Walking with Yi Ruiming was Yi Junlin. Wang Zhenxing can basically determine that the Yi family should also have received a wedding invitation. Night. The quality of this sock is really poor. I already knew that I didn't buy it, it was so easy to tear, and the store also told us that the sales were the best. Ji Shuangxin's cold face was a little rosy, and his mouth was complaining. Mongolian people are not good, and the sales of socks that are not easy to tear will not be good. Luo Zhuxuan answered. Ji Zan looked at her in amazement, as if he understood something, and said in his heart that he was really too young. Looking at what I do, I never wore this before, I just read what others say online. Luo Zhuxuan cast her a roll of her eyes. Wang Zhenxing pretended to cough, not participating in this kind of topic, but just said. I went out for something, I may come back in the early morning, you guys have a good rest. What are you doing out so late? Ji Zan asked suspiciously. Stay safe. Luo Zhuxuan didn't ask much. Go entertain a hand. Wang Zhenxing smiled and pinched Luo Zhuxuan's soft and tender cheeks, and then got dressed and went out. Ji Xuanxin was a little taken aback, he actually didn't pinch his face. Luo Zhuxuan saw her look, her beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom, and said, men have men's things, there is no need to ask so much, if he wants to say what he will say, if he doesn't say that you asked, it's useless. Ji Zan nodded thoughtfully, and finally understood why Luo Zhuxuan was more likable than her. Wang Zhenxing left the hotel and got into the luxury car under his charter. The front foot of the special car just left, and Yi Ruiming followed in the car with the back foot. Wang Zhenxing came to the vicinity of Zhen's house, got out of the car and came to a back wall, and then climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. The toxin has been cleared by nearly 30%, which is similar to the expected effect. After applying needles to Zhen Qi, Wang Zhenxing took the pulse for him again and said, thank you so much. Zhen Qi said gratefully. After treating Zhen Qi, Wang Zhenxing had nothing to do. But in order to be safe, Zhen Qi still suggested that Wang Zhenxing wait until the early hours of the morning before leaving. During the waiting period, Zhen Qi wanted to discuss calligraphy with Wang Zhenxing, but when he saw his daughter Zhen Mi, he always looked at Wang Zhenxing with his eyes flowing. Mimi, you accompany the guests, I'm a little sleepy and go to rest first. Zhen Qi said. Okay Dad. Zhen Mi nodded in agreement. Zhen Qi got up and left the living room, paused when he reached the door, looked back and saw Zhen Mi smiling, leaned over to Wang Zhenxing's side, and seemed to say something to him. Alas, Zhen Qi suddenly sighed. Because he foresaw that this happy smile on his daughter's face would not last long. After all, in 2 days, her daughter will marry into the Luo family. In the living room, Zhen Mi and Wang Zhenxing talked about poetry, and time passed imperceptibly. It's time for Wang Zhenxing to leave again. You rest well, I'll come back tomorrow night to treat your father. Wang Zhenxing took his leave and left. Zhen Mi nodded and watched Wang Zhenxing leave, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by sadness. Yi Ruiming was in the shadows, almost witnessing the whole process of Wang Zhenxing and Zhen Mi talking and laughing. This is Zhen Qi's daughter Zhen Mi, isn't she going to get married? It seems that Wang Zhenxing has a good relationship with Zhen Mi. Yi Ruiming whispered. He was invited by a mysterious man surnamed Su to attend the wedding, just like the Luo family and the Ji family. The background of the mysterious man surnamed Su was not simple. If the mysterious man surnamed Su knew that his fiancée would meet another man at night, he would definitely be furious, right? Yi Ruiming remembered his son's instructions and did not dare to directly attack Wang Zhenxing, so he planned to borrow others to deal with Wang Zhenxing. This is a great opportunity. The day passed quickly, and night came again. After Wang Zhenxing was busy for a while, he straightened his hairstyle in the mirror and noticed that his complexion had changed a little. Peach luck is coming. Calculating for himself, Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up. Leaving the hotel, he once again climbed over the wall and entered Zhen's house. The divorce period is getting closer and closer, and the Zhen family is also more joyful. There are more happy characters on the doors and windows, and red lanterns are hung under the eaves. It's just that the people of the Zhen family are not happy at all. Especially Zhen Mi. After the acupuncture, Zhen Qi left very wisely, giving Zhen Mi and Wang Zhenxing a space to get along alone. Sir, the living room is cold, it's better to why don't you go and talk in my room. Zhen Mi's words were amazing. The day after tomorrow we'll be married, and tomorrow night the people of the Luo family will also arrange some things here. Zhen Mi knew in his heart that this might be the last time he was alone with Wang Zhenxing. It's a little cold. Wang Zhenxing was also very cooperative, and seemed to be cold for a while, and then followed Zhen Mi's footsteps to her bedroom. Luodusu family. At the family banquet, Su Ming suddenly felt uneasy. Stinky boy, since you came out, give me a little more honesty in the future, don't go to mess with flowers and grass all day. Dad has arranged a position for you in the company, and you will go to work for me tomorrow. Su Yucheng, the richest man in Luodu, educated his son Su Ming. Su Ming was in a state of confusion and did not hear his father's words clearly. Stinky boy, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Su Yucheng was angry and reached out to knock his son's head, but was pinched by Su Ming's wrist. Oh, exclaimed Su Yucheng. Su Ming was shocked and quickly let go. What he had just done was an unconscious counterattack in the face of the attack. Dad, what did you just say? Su Ming asked. I'm such a son as you, sooner or later this Su family will have to be handed over to you. You should also know more about the family's business, otherwise how to take over the huge Su family in the future. Su Yucheng Dao. I'm not interested in doing business, just find someone capable to manage it for me in the future. Su Ming said lazily. To put it lightly, do you feel at ease with finding an outsider? Su Yucheng rolled his eyes. It's not simple, I marry a capable and beautiful wife, let her help me manage it. Su Ming answered like a stream, and seemed to have made plans for a long time. Capable and beautiful, how can there be such a woman? Why not, Qin Lailuo? You really dare to think, who in Luodu doesn't know that if you don't learn and have no skills, how can Qin Lailuo look at you? Su Yucheng struck mercilessly, and then said. No, you don't like Zhen. Su Yucheng said halfway through knowing that he had lost his words, so he stopped talking. Dad, you don't have to hide from me, I know Zhen Mi is getting married. Su Ming said. Stinky boy, look at the opening. Su Yucheng breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, did you receive an invitation on Zhen Mi's wedding day? Su Ming asked. I received an invitation from the Luo family, but I didn't plan to go. Go, why not? Su Ming had a weird smile on his face. Su Yucheng was stunned, not understanding what his son was thinking. Zhen family. The moonlight is hazy. Yi Ruiming hid by the window and listened to the movement in the room. Some quiet sounds came from inside. This man's blessing is really not shallow, but he does not know that the gentle village is also a hero's grave. A playful sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Ruiming's mouth, and then the figure melted into the night and quietly left. When everything falls silent, will you look down on me? I don't know how long a soft inquiry sounded, but it was Zhen Mi who spoke. Of course not, I look down on myself a little. Wang Zhenxing seemed a little ashamed. It's my fault, you don't need to do this. Zhen Mi's tone was calm, and he didn't regret what he did. Giving yourself to someone you like is also a wish. You want to seek death. Wang Zhenxing could feel her emotions. If I were to marry someone I didn't like, I'd rather die. Zhen Mi said. There is still a turning point in this matter, don't think like this. Wang Zhenxing said. Zhen Mi sighed lightly. The Luo family is related to the Luodu divine doctor family. Even if they are rich and powerful, it is impossible to fight with them in Luodu. In short, you promise me, don't look for short-sightedness, I will arrange someone to stop this wedding, and I will definitely not let you marry someone else. Okay, I promise you. If it hadn't been for the point of last resort, I wouldn't have done something extreme. Wang Zhenxing nodded, and then turned on the bedside lamp. Are you better? It's only 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm leaving in an hour. Zhen Mi was shocked, and almost wanted to say spare his life, but thinking that he might not have a chance in the future, of course he cherished the present. The light is a little harsh, can you turn it off? Zhen Mi said weakly. I want to take a good look at you. Wang Zhenxing's eyes seemed to have stars twinkling, making it difficult to say words that went against him. Zhen Mi was helpless and simply closed his eyes so that he would not be dangled by the light. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Wang Zhenxing's mouth, the muscles and bones on his face slowly squirmed, and his appearance changed. Later, he also took out the phone and opened the photo interface. 4:30 in the morning. Wang Zhenxing returned to the hotel. The host captures the heroine Zhen Mi and obtains part of the ability of the protagonist Su Ming, martial arts magical ability, heart capture, advanced. Because the heroine took the initiative, congratulations to the host for obtaining a double reward, and the heart-taking technique was upgraded from advanced to complete. The host and the heroine Zhen Mi became their good deeds, blessed by the strong luck of martial arts. Their martial arts understanding was greatly improved, and they were evaluated as demon-level martial arts geniuses. The heroine Zhen Mi has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1500. The protagonist Su Ming's luck value is -150, and the host's luck value is +150. Wang Zhenxing looked at the reward he received 2 hours ago. With the continuous blessing of martial arts strong luck, his martial arts understanding has now reached the same level as Yi Junlin. However, what made Wang Zhenxing happier was that he had obtained martial arts powers. It takes a lot of time to cultivate martial arts magical powers, and even Yi Junlin has only practiced martial arts so far, but has not practiced martial arts magical powers. Mind technique Wang Zhenxing studied. As time went on, Zhen Mi's wedding date finally came. Luodu Ancient City, Fengming Palace. According to legend, this is the place where a royal master specially held a banquet hundreds of years ago. The Luo family's wedding ceremony was held here. Countless guests flocked to the wedding location. Guangling Yi's family has arrived. Guangling Jijia has arrived. Qingling Song's family has arrived. Xu Dumo's family has arrived. At the reception, someone spoke out. After Luo Rong heard this, he went to greet him with a fart, feeling flattered. These guests, all of whom are members of the family, would come to his son's wedding. And he obviously didn't invite Ah. But doubts are doubts, since people are coming, they must be solemnly received. Luo Rong personally went up to greet and led these distinguished guests to the first place in the banquet. 10 families. After greeting, Luo Rong counted in his heart, shocked. Brother Luo, do you have such a big face? I can actually invite such a family to watch the ceremony. Luodu Divine Doctor family Yi Qian arrived and asked Luo Rong with a look of surprise. Yi Qian is more than 50 years old, and he is a lean middle-aged man. How can I have this face? Luo Rong touched his round belly and said ashamedly. Then why are they here? Yi Qian wrinkled his eyebrows. Anyway, I must have come to my son's wedding, no matter what I do. Luo Rong smiled and invited Yi Qian to sit down. When the guests arrive, the wedding ceremony officially begins. The ceremony followed the ancient-style wedding, and Zhen Mi appeared in a phoenix crown and a red hood. When everything was ready, the witnesses shouted, "Worship heaven and earth." Luo Yi was so excited that he immediately knelt down and prepared to kowtow. Zhen Mi stood upright, unmoved. On her body, there is a brow-trimming knife hidden. If it really comes to a last resort, she will choose to end her life. Don't you want to be cured for your father's illness? The groom official Luo Yi saw that Zhen Mi did not cooperate, so he threatened in a low voice. Zhen Mi was indifferent. The threat was no longer effective for her. I'm against this wedding. A discordant voice came from the field. Luo Yi scanned the audience and asked angrily, who is against it? I object. Hearing the voice again, Luo Yi finally determined the source, looked around, and saw a tall, handsome young man walking towards him. Zhen Mi under the red hood, a beautiful goose-egg face glowed with joy. He really arranged for someone to stop it, but how did this person speak? How does it sound familiar? Zhen Mi's head was covered with a hood, his vision was blocked, and he couldn't see the person who spoke, and although he was a little curious, he didn't make a move to remove the hijab. According to the old man, once the hijab is covered, it is unlucky if it is uncovered by others at will. Zhen Mi just wants his beloved to uncover his head. Although this may not be likely, she still holds out hope. After all, judging from the current situation, what Wang Zhenxing promised is not a false statement. The wedding was indeed prevented. Zhen Mi under the hood lowered his eyes and listened quietly to the voice. Because the sentence I am against caused countless people in the audience to be stunned. Everyone looked away and fell on the man who walked into the field. I saw that this man was also dressed very festively, and at first glance looked a little like a groom official. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Su Yucheng, who was seated, shouted at the young man. The man was unheard. Are you Su Ming? Luo Yi glanced at the man who came and quickly recognized it. Although he hadn't seen him in years, he was sure he hadn't been mistaken. "Little brother, you still recognize me?" Su Ming smiled. Both of them are one of the 4 youngsters, and Su Ming was the most rampant at the beginning, ranking first, and he used to call himself the eldest brother. Of course, the relationship between the so-called 4 young people is actually not harmonious. "Su Ming, today is not what it used to be. Find a seat and sit down. Don't come out to stir up the situation, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind," Luo Yi warned. "How can you not be polite?" Su Ming sneered. Luo Rong walked over. "Among the guests, there are 10 great families who came from afar. You kid is so disrespectful, is he looking for death?" "Stinky boy, come with me." Su Yucheng was anxious, walked out of the seat and came to Su Ming's side, trying to pull him into the seat. Su Ming threw away his father's hand and said to Luo Rong, "Fatty Luo, you might as well ask who invited the 10th family to come." Luo Rong was stunned. He was also puzzled by this, but he couldn't understand it before, and after hearing Su Ming's words, he immediately guessed, but he quickly denied it in his heart. "You don't mean to say that the 10 families were invited by you, do you?" Luo Rong said disdainfully. Su Ming didn't want to talk nonsense with Luo Rongduo, and said to the guests in the audience, "I want to marry Zhen Mi, who approves? Who is against?" "I object," Luo Yi said angrily. Su Ming slapped Luo Yifan with a backhand and directly flipped Luo Yifan to the ground. Luo Yi's right face quickly swelled, and a tooth was shot out. "Boy, you!" Luo Rong was furious, and was about to theorize. Su Ming slapped him again, allowing Road to follow in his son's footsteps. Many guests were amazed. The people of the Luodu Divine Doctor family immediately wanted to teach Su Ming a lesson when they saw this scene. However, he was glared back by Yi Qian with his eyes. With so many families coming to the wedding, he had long felt strange, and now it seemed that it was mostly related to Su Ming. Some security guards saw that there was a situation and wanted to step forward to maintain order and control Su Ming. However, they were all suppressed by Yi Qian. "Thank you all for coming to my Su Ming's wedding. Those who are willing to stay for a glass of happy wine will sit down, and those who are not willing to leave will not leave," Su Ming said to the people in the audience. Except for the family, the rest of the guests are Luodu with heads and faces. If Su Ming wants to get married, most of the guests here will be invited. The relatives and friends of the Luo family, as well as those close to the Luo family, got up and left one after another when they saw this scene. Most of the other guests, who were thinking of being a spectator, observed the situation in front of them. Soon they found that the people at the table of the family were sitting peacefully. Obviously, the family did not come here because of the face of the Luo family, but because they were invited by the Su family. For a time, many eyes fell on Su Yucheng's body, envious that he actually had a relationship with so many families. Su Yucheng looked dazed. He himself was very puzzled, and said in his heart that where did this gentle boy of his own family get the ability? "I actually invited the family." Wang Zhenxing sat quietly in the ordinary seat, his expression leisurely, and his eyes looked towards the side of the family's position. Saw some familiar faces. Yi Junline's father and son, Luo Zhuxuan, and Ji Xuanxin appeared here, and Wang Zhenxing knew about it for a long time. But in addition to these people, he also saw a familiar person. It was the representative sent by the Qingling Song family, Song Jingxuan. On the ceremonial stage, brother Yi Luo Rong was humiliated by this, so he asked Yi Qian for help. "Who's the old brother? Don't call it nonsense." Yi Qian not only did not help, but also asked the children of the family to drag Luo Rong and Luo Yi's father and son aside first, so as not to obstruct the eyes on the ceremony stage. The speed of turning his face made Luo Rong's father and son stunned on the spot. The guests in the table walked about 10% in total, and the wedding venue was still very lively. Su Ming waited for a while, and after making sure that no one left again, he immediately walked to Zhen Mi, who was dressed in a phoenix crown and covered with a hood. Clearing his throat, Su Ming was about to say something. "Su is less and slow." A voice came from the other side of the family's seat. Su Ming was puzzled, and temporarily swallowed back the words that he was ready to say to Zhen Mi, and looked at the person who spoke. "Daddy, what are you going to do?" Yi Junline asked Yi Ruiming with some doubt. "I have my own plans, you don't have to care." Yi Ruiming walked out of the seat, came to the ceremony stage, and said to Su Ming, "Guangling Yi family, Yi Ruiming. Why did you stop it? Su Ming asked in a low voice. Can I take a step to speak? Yi Ruiming said. I'm afraid this is inconvenient. If you have anything to say, just say it to me directly here. Su Ming declined. Yi Ruiming hesitated, but finally nodded, approached Su Ming and whispered. This woman is already unclean, are you really sure you want to marry her? Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. Although the medical skills are extraordinary and can judge whether the woman is pure or not, Zhen Mi is standing still at the moment, and he can't tell from her actions at all. However, Su Ming is not a fool, and it is impossible to be casually gullible because of a word or two from others. This is impossible. A woman like Zhen Mi, who regards chastity as her life, cannot give herself away before she gets married and take a step back and say, what kind of man can Zhen Mi be so committed to this Luodu? Su Ming whispered to Yi Ruiming and questioned. If you trust Zhen Mi, even if you marry her at the moment, don't regret it. As for who Zhen Mi's good friend is, you can check it yourself. I'm just a spectator, so I won't make a fuss. After Yi Ruiming whispered, he slowly walked towards the family seat, his eyes casually, and looked at Wang Zhenxing in the ordinary seat. I saw Wang Zhenxing's face leisurely, and he didn't know that danger was coming. Buzzing. Su Ming's mobile phone rang, but he received some information. In the message are photos. With some doubts, Su Ming glanced at it, and his pupils trembled instantly. Su Ming looked at the photos in the mobile phone message one by one. The photos are a man and a woman, although they only show their faces, but what the two are doing can be judged from the wonderful expressions of the woman. Although the woman has been closing her eyes in the photo, Su Ming will not recognize that face. It's Zhen Mi. Su Ming didn't want to believe it, but he had to believe it. After spending several years in that criminal prison, Su Ming learned some of the skills of his fellow inmates in addition to learning extraordinary martial arts. Those fellow inmates have their own strengths, including the ability to identify information. Su Ming can be sure that these photos are definitely not PS, but real shots. Furious in his heart, Su Ming looked at the man in the photo, or to be precise, at Yi Ruiming's departing back. Burst. Su Ming couldn't control his emotions, flashed behind Yi Ruiming, condensed true qi and slapped out a palm. Yi Ruiming didn't expect someone to sneak up at all, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken line, smashing into a table in the guest seat. Smash the table to pieces. Yi Ruiming's mouth was full of blood, and he looked at Su Ming with doubt, not understanding why the other party suddenly exploded and hurt people. However, before Yi Ruiming could get a response, he fainted because of his injuries. Dad. Yi Junlin, who was in the family seat, was furious, and moved towards Su Ming, who suddenly sneaked in. The two are young and talented, and their martial arts cultivation is very high, and the fight is between Bazong. On the side of the family seat, everyone was shocked by this sudden change, but they all held the mentality of watching the play. Although they were invited by Su Ming, they came to watch the ceremony, and they did not intend to make a feud with others, so naturally they would not help Su Ming and deal with Yi Junlin together. Yi Junlin and Su Ming fought a battle, knowing that sharing the victory and defeat with Su Ming was equivalent to seeing life and death, plus worrying about his father's safety, and after fighting with Su Ming, he did not continue to move, and flashed to Yi Ruiming's side. After probing Yi Ruiming's injuries, Yi Junlin found that his father was seriously injured, so he immediately lost some true qi to his father to save his life. But it takes more effort to treat it. Why did you hurt my father? Yi Junlin questioned. Su Ming was silent, and he was suspicious in his heart. No, this thing is a little strange. Just now seeing the intimate photo of Zhen Mi and other men, he was out of control, so he shot at Yi Ruiming in a hurry. And after calming down at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. Because from the perspective of photo shooting, the person who took the photo should be Yi Ruiming. But since it was taken by Yi Ruiming, why did the photo circulate? It was also posted on his phone. He has only been back in Luodu for a few days, and his mobile phone number is new. There are only a handful of people who know his mobile phone number. Could it be that someone is calculating me, or that Yi Ruiming himself accidentally leaked the photo to the enemy? Su Ming secretly guessed, and for a while he couldn't tell which possibility it was. But one thing is indisputable. That is Zhen Mi is not pure. The host caused the protagonist Su Ming's mentality to be damaged and obtained 500 counterattack points. He knows what your father did, ask him yourself. Only then did Su Ming respond to Yi Junlin's question. He was not afraid of the Yi family, and since he dared to hurt Yi Ruiming, he was not afraid of the consequences. I have written down this hatred, and there will be a period later. Yi Junlin glared at Su Ming coldly, and then carried Yi Ruiming on his back and found a place to treat him. This person is the same age as me, and his martial arts cultivation is no less than mine, and it seems that he will definitely be my fierce enemy in the future. Su Ming looked at Yi Junlin's departing back, his eyes flickering. Putting away his thoughts, Su Ming said to the guests in the audience, "Everyone disperse." Although he likes Gen Mi very much, Gen Mi is not pure now, and Su Ming does not want to hold a public wedding with her. In the future, if you have the opportunity, it is okay to let Gen Mi make a partial room. Su Ming was in a depressed mood, and after speaking, he left directly, leaving the invited family people aside. Seeing this, the people of the family felt a little mustard in their hearts. Everyone came from afar, but they sat for a while and didn't even eat. Leave them alone. Did this young man do this? However, everyone only came to return the favor, and they did not want to form any friendship with Su Ming. The guests gradually dispersed. Gen Mi was picked up by the people of the Gen family and went home. Night falls. Wang Zhenxing left the hotel and took a special car to prepare to go to Gen's house. However, halfway through, he found that he was being followed. Wang Zhenxing told the driver to stop and walked into an alley by himself. The person who followed took the opportunity to attack Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing barely survived 10 moves and was defeated. A white and tender palm wrapped in truchi hit Wang Zhenxing's chest. Wang Zhenxing does not dodge. The white tender palm stopped half a foot away from Wang Zhenxing's chest, and the truchi retreated. "Want to murder your husband?" Wang Zhenxing spoke with a smile. The moonlight shone and fell on a beautiful woman with a charming appearance. It was Song Jingxuan, who was invited by Su Ming to come here on behalf of the Qingling Song family. "How can I give up?" Song Jingxuan showed a gentle smile, withdrew her palm, and then asked in surprise. "How did you find me?" Her martial arts cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and she is also very careful when tracking. It is reasonable to say that she will not be discovered by Wang Zhenxing. "Maybe it's a spiritual rhino, I can sense you if you were within a distance of me." Of course, Wang Zhenxing couldn't say something he would see. Song Jingxuan naturally didn't believe this answer, but she didn't ask it very sensibly. "I was looking for you in Qingling, and I heard that you went to Guangling, but I didn't expect to meet you in Luodu." Song Jingxuan was curious. "Looking for me? Could it be that your exercises have been?" Wang Zhenxing looked at her expectantly. Song Jingxuan nodded gently, showing some shame, and whispered, "It has reached the realm of perfection." For this answer, Wang Zhenxing has basically guessed. When he fought with Song Jingxuan just now, he barely had much power to fight back. According to his estimate, Song Jingxuan's current martial arts cultivation is estimated to be similar to Yunshalo. "I haven't seen you for a long time, let's find a place to talk." Wang Zhenxing stepped forward and gently grabbed Song Jingxuan's hand. The Song family exercises are very special, and after their exercises reach great perfection, they can give part of their cultivation to their husbands. Wang Zhenxing has been waiting for almost 2 months. Song Jingxuan really lived up to her expectations, and after cultivating normally, she was obviously very hard, otherwise she wouldn't be so fast. "Okay, let's talk." Song Jingxuan nodded with a smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Come to the hotel room." Song Jingxuan and Wang Zhenxing chatted for a while, and the former was ready to get to the point. "It's really unfortunate, I see." Song Jingxuan supported Wang Zhenxing's shoulder with her hand so as not to go further. "Wait 7 days later." "Is it such a coincidence?" Wang Zhenxing looked at her. "I don't want to, but it's not something I can control." Song Jingxuan said helplessly, looked at Wang Zhenxing for a while, and quickly lost, and said softly. "Well, I lied to you, I just haven't seen you for a long time, I just want to talk to you. Actually, I'm not in a hurry, but you lied to me, so what do you say to do?" Wang Zhenxing actually found out a long time ago. When he was being followed, he had already used his clairvoyance to see it, naturally knowing that Song Jingxuan was inconvenient, but he just pretended not to know. "So what do you say you are going to do?" Song Jingxuan supported her snow-white chin with her hands, not afraid of punishment, and even had some small expectations. "Help me track a person, I want to know all his movements." Wang Zhenxing said. "Stalking people who?" This is somewhat different from what Song Jingxuan expected. It's the young man who came to make trouble at the wedding, Su Ming. This person's background is not simple. Song Jingxuan reminded. I know. Okay, I promise you. Don't you ask why. Wang Zhenxing asked in surprise. What is there to ask? The husband has a life, I will obey. Song Jingxuan's eyes were slightly bent. Wang Zhenxing looked at the mature and sensible Song Jingxuan and smiled gratifyingly. After continuing to chat with Song Jingxuan for a while, Wang Zhenxing bid farewell to her temporarily and went to Zhen's house. The Luo family was shocked by Su Ming and had already withdrawn their surveillance of the Zhen family. Wang Zhenxing swaggered into Zhen's house, and under the leadership of Zhen Qi, he smoothly came to Zhen Mi's boudoir. In the room, there are also some happy words posted. And Zhen Mi is still wearing a phoenix crown and a red hood. Let's talk. Zhen Qi left with interest. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand and lifted Zhen Mi's red hood. Zhen Mixi smiled and wrapped her arms around his waist. My neck is so sore, and my stomach is hungry. Zhen Mi raised his goose-egg face with delicate makeup and said with some grievances. You won't even take off your hijab after you come back, will you? Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Yes, wait for you. Zhen Mi pouted. That hijab's you, do I count as marrying you? Wang Zhenguan smiled. Zhen Mi's goose-egg blushed and said, there is still a glass of wine left. Wang Zhenxing was stunned, his eyes swept, and he saw that the wine jug and wine glass had been placed on the table. Walking over and filling 2 small cups with wine, Wang Zhenxing took it and handed one of them to Zhen Mi. With a sweet and happy smile on his face, Zhen Mi took the wine glass and drank the wine in the glass with Wang Zhenxing. Not often. A bed of brocade was set off by a red wave. The Su family mansion at the same moment. Smelly boy, you obviously went to rob your relatives today, why did you change your mind temporarily afterwards? In the resplendent hall, Su Yucheng asked his son. Su Ming looked depressed. Zhen Mi's affairs did not hit him lightly. Originally, I came to rob my relatives with joy, but I didn't expect that someone had already boarded the bus without buying a ticket. Taking a deep breath to calm his mood, Su Ming asked Su Yucheng. Dad, where is Qin Lailuo currently working? When hurt because of feelings, the fastest way to heal is undoubtedly to invest in a new relationship. In Supersonic Aviation Group, he was the president of a subsidiary deployed in Washaluodu. Su Yucheng sighed sincerely. Speaking of this girl, even I have to admire that the Supersonic Group will hardly let Washa people hold such an important position, she can be regarded as setting a precedent. Supersonic is a company in the Lighthouse country, ranking among the top 100 companies in the world, and its strength is undoubted. And because its main business is crucial, it is extremely prudent in the selection of positions at the top of the company. From here, you can see how strong Qin Lailuo's ability is. It's worthy of being one of the women I have long aspired to marry, it's really excellent. Su Ming sighed in amazement. Smelly boy, don't daydream, I know that you have learned a little skill in the past few years since you left Luodu, but don't think highly of yourself, Qin Lailuo is not so easy to pursue. Su Yucheng struck. How do you know if you don't try? Su Ming touched his chin, and his mind recalled Qin Lailuo's slightly green appearance a few years ago. If a few years have passed, Qin Lailuo will definitely become more and more popular, right? Go find Qin Lailuo tomorrow. Su Ming made up his mind in his heart. A towering office building. Qin Lailuo, who was dressed in a workplace attire, was busy with work, picked up his bag and prepared to leave work. A blonde youth suddenly walked into the office. Miss Qin, I wonder if I have this honor to invite you to dinner. The young man said politely in Chinese. Mr. Daniel is so sorry, I have already made an appointment for dinner. Qin Lailuo politely refused, walked out of the office, and came to the elevator. Daniel followed. Miss Qin, I'm going back to the head office in a few days. In the elevator, Daniel said. Daniel is the son of a director of the group, who came to inspect on behalf of the head office and has been in Luodu for almost half a month. I wish Mr. Daniel a good journey. Qin Lailuo smiled. Then according to your customs, should Miss Qin invite me to a meal? Daniel said. Tomorrow the company happens to have a dinner, you can come together. Qin Li said. Daniel frowned, he wanted to eat alone with Qin Lailuo, not with a large group of people. Miss Qin, I came to inspect on behalf of the head office, and what I want to say when I go back depends on what I mean, do you understand? Daniel hinted. That's nature. Qin Lailuo pretended not to understand. While talking, the elevator came to the first floor. Qin Lailuo walked out of the elevator first. Daniel persevered and stretched out his hand to block Qin Lailuo's way. You Hua Sha have a saying that the person who knows the time is Junji. I believe that Miss Qin, you must understand, as long as you accompany me for one night, the position of the president of your subsidiary, I guarantee that you can sit firmly, otherwise, Miss Qin may have to find another job. Daniel threatened. Qin Lailuo's expression remained unchanged, and he already had a way to deal with it in his heart, but before he could speak, a man suddenly walked over. Slightly stunned, Qin Lailuo looked at this somewhat familiar man. Su Ming seeing this, Qin Lailuo suddenly felt a headache. In terms of annoyance, Su Ming is similar to Daniel, or even more so. Su Ming didn't say anything to Qin Lailuo first, but stood next to Qin Lailuo and said to the blonde Daniel. Hey, Golden Retriever, this is my girlfriend, what do you want to do stopping her? Hearing Su Ming's words, Qin Lailuo supported his forehead. Su Ming's original intention was to relieve her, but in fact, this was causing her chaos. What are you? After Daniel heard Su Ming's self-introduction, he didn't take it seriously at all. Before this, he had already inquired about it. Qin Lailuo didn't even have a male friend, let alone a boyfriend. Good to say, Su Ming, the head of the 4 young masters of Luodu. Su Ming replied to Daniel. Qin Lailuo shook his head and sighed when he heard this, and the earrings of the crystal lobes also swayed. Daniel was obviously paraphrasing Su Ming's words, and Su Ming actually stupidly revealed his identity. Su Ming Daniel remembered the name, turned to Qin Lailuo and said, Miss Qin, think about what I said, I'll wait for your reply. Qin Lailuo frowned slightly and did not speak. Su Ming guessed something from Daniel's words and Qin Lailuo's expression. After Daniel finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Golden Retriever, you dropped something. Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Daniel turned back in confusion, did not see anything under his feet, looked at Su Ming with a pair of blue eyes, and was about to say something. However, as soon as he saw Su Ming, he felt like there was a whirlpool in his eyes, as if he could suck people's hearts in. Vaguely, some words sounded vaguely in Daniel's mind. Dog, I'm a dog, muttered Daniel, crawling on all fours and barking. At this time, someone led a pet dog to pass by. Daniel immediately pounced and made some indecent moves towards the pet dog, causing the owner of the pet dog to shout. The security guard heard the movement and ran and pulled Daniel away in time. Daniel's wandering eyes gradually regained some clarity. Some people around wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh. Here are all company employees, and Daniel's identity and origin are almost known to everyone. Ha ha. Su Ming had no scruples and laughed. Daniel's face turned blue for a while, feeling that he was very abnormal, and said to the people around him, Hospital, I want to go to the hospital. Some employees who wanted to befriend Daniel immediately took the initiative to stand up and led Daniel to Luodu First Hospital after hearing this. What did you do to Daniel? Qin Lailuo felt that Daniel's abnormality was related to Su Ming. I haven't even touched him, what can I do to him? Su Ming said with a smile. Seeing that he was silent, Qin Lailuo didn't ask more and walked towards the outside of the hall. I'll relieve you of the siege, don't you even say thank you. Su Ming quickly chased after him, parallel to Qin Lailuo. You're about the same as Daniel. Qin Lailuo pouted. Please, although I pestered you before, I will at least respect your wishes and will not threaten you, right? Su Ming said. Qin Lailuo said indifferently, you just revealed your identity, you should be careful recently, maybe someone will trouble you. Su Ming was delighted, are you caring about me? Boring. It's just a little golden retriever, I don't put him in my eyes at all. Su Ming disdained. What a brag, Daniel is the son of a director of the supersonic group, and he is nothing in your mouth. Qin Lailuo suddenly stopped and looked at Su Ming with a sneer. To be honest with you, why don't you believe it? Su Ming helplessly spread his hands. If I believe in you, it is better to believe that tomorrow's sun will come out in the west. Qin Li said. Then it's better like this, give me 2 days, I promise that Daniel doesn't dare to pester you. If I can do it, you will be my girlfriend, dare you bet with me? Su Ming's brain turned and dug a pit. I'm not in the mood for this boring gamble. Qin Lailuo shook his head and continued to walk forward on high heels. If I lose, I will see you turn around and leave in the future, and it will definitely not hinder your eyes. Su Ming chased after him and said persistently. The bets are not equal, there is no interest. Qin Liluo was unmoved. Su Ming knew that Qin Liluo was very smart and not so easy to be fooled, so after thinking about it, he took a step back and said, "Okay, then if you lose, you will have a meal with me, is this always okay?" Qin Liluo slowed down, his face still looked cold, but his tone softened a little, and said, "+1, if you lose, you still have to tell me what you did to Daniel just now that caused him to have that abnormal behavior. It's not fair, you only lose one meal, but you ask me to do two things." Su Ming bargained. "You cannot say yes." Qin Liluo didn't care. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, and said helplessly, "Okay, just follow what you said." Qin Liluo nodded and walked towards where he parked. Su Ming did not follow this time. Looking at Qin Liluo's departing beautiful figure, he chuckled and said to himself, "Master's treasure chest, there is the favor of the vice chairman of the supersonic group, isn't it easy to deter Daniel?" Back at Su's house, Su Ming flipped to the corresponding voucher in the treasure box, and then contacted the vice chairman of the supersonic group. After the phone call, Su Ming began to practice the heart technique. Daniel's abnormal behavior is precisely because of his heart trick. Su Ming's heart-taking technique is currently at an advanced level. It can affect people's minds to a certain extent, make people unconsciously do some behaviors, and also let people say things they have done before, to achieve the role of torture. And when the mind capture technique reaches completion, it can even weave imaginary memories and instill them in the minds of others. However, it is very difficult to practice the mind technique to a complete realm. Su Ming's master had only completed his practice of the mind technique last year. Of course, the main reason is that the magic of telepathy does not have the ability to directly attack people. Because the degree of influence of the heart capture technique depends on the willpower of the practitioner and the cultivation of martial arts. For people with strong willpower, or extremely high martial arts cultivation, the influence of the mind-seeking technique is very small, and it can even be said that it is negligible. Su Ming used to be a gentleman, fond of trouble and liked the whole person, so he was very interested in the art of mind-taking and had been practicing hard. It didn't take long for Su Ming to enter the state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to me, someone was watching in the shadows. Night. Zhen family. Wang Zhenxing was busy, and Song Jingxuan suddenly called. "Shish maid." A gesture to Zhen Mi, who had confused eyes, and Wang Zhenxing answered the phone. Song Jingxuan was on the phone, reporting what Su Ming had done today. Among them were Su Ming's teasing of Daniel and the gambling contract with Qin Liluo. "Which hospital did Daniel go to?" Wang Zhenxing asked on the phone. "Luodu First Hospital." After listening, Wang Zhenxing fell into deep thought. Until, he was interrupted by a husband with grudges and doubts. After a long time, Zhen Mi fell into a deep sleep. After Wang Zhenxing exercised, his thoughts became clearer, and an idea was brewed in his mind. Quietly left Zhen's house and went to Luodu First Hospital. Luodu First Hospital. "Mr. Daniel, I went to ask the doctor, your test results are normal, and you can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow." The deputy manager of the marketing department of the subsidiary walked into the ward with a checklist and said to Daniel, who looked dull. The deputy manager wears glasses and is a middle-aged man, belonging to the old fritters who have mixed up the workplace. "Since everything is normal, then why did I suddenly act like that?" Daniel kept his face composed. "According to Arwah Shah, you should be evil spiritual." The deputy manager judged. "Medium evil, how should that be treated?" Hearing this unfamiliar word, Daniel was a little dazed. "Strictly speaking, this is not a disease, doctors can't cure it. Tomorrow I will take you to the Taoist temple to ask for a peace talisman to ensure that you are okay," the assistant manager said. Daniel nodded, not bothering himself about his sudden abnormal behavior for the time being, thinking about another thing. After seeing Daniel's look, the deputy manager had already guessed a rough idea in his heart and said, "President Qin's kind of woman has eyes above the top, and chases the so-called true love. With conventional pursuit methods, Mr. Daniel is afraid that it will take a lot of time." Daniel nodded in agreement, because he tried to pursue, and indeed found that Qin Li could not enter, and asked, "I have to go back to the headquarters in the short term, it is impossible to stay in Luodu for a long time, what are your ideas?" President Qin lives in the house allocated by the subsidiary, Tianyuan Yufu Community, number 52, Building 9. The assistant manager hinted. Daniel was not stupid and naturally understood what he meant. With his background, this has never been done before. Because which woman you fancy, you can generally get it more easily. It was the first time that someone as tricky as Qin Lailuo had encountered it. Of course, in terms of appearance, Qin Lailuo is also the most beautiful woman Daniel has seen. Qin Lailuo's figure is impeccable, her facial features are delicate, very three-dimensional, and at the same time contain the gentleness and subtlety of a Chinese woman, as well as the sense of flamboyance of a Western woman. Although it is a pure Chinese bloodline, Qin Lailuo takes into account the dual aesthetics of both Chinese and Western. Since Qin Lailuo took over the subsidiary on Luodu's side, the company's business has grown steadily, and the headquarters recognizes her ability very much. If something goes wrong, I may not be able to afford it. Daniel was impressed by the assistant manager's suggestion, but had some concerns. Qin Lailuo ignored Daniel's kindness, feeling that he could deal with Daniel, and also relied on this. Because Qin Lailuo is not afraid of Daniel putting small shoes on her. It's very simple, most of the Luodu women care about the festival, especially people like President Qin who have never been in love. Mr. Daniel, as long as you record it with your mobile phone during the process, President Qin will not dare to speak out. The deputy manager said with a lewd smile. The Luodu woman cares about the name festival. Daniel heard about it, and after a pause, he said, but after the incident, what should she do if she is looking for death? If things get bigger, I'm in big trouble. Don't worry, I have been working under President Qin for 2 years, and a strong woman like her is very strong in her heart, and it is impossible to seek death. The assistant manager said. After Daniel listened, he nodded slowly, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Psychiatric nurse's station. Sir, there is no patient named Yi Junlin as you said. A nurse inquired and said to Wang Zhenxing. Hearing the voice, Wang Zhenxing's gaze withdrew from a distance and said to the nurse, No. No, sir, how about you call and confirm with your friend? The nurse said. Maybe I made a mistake, I'm sorry. Wang Zhenxing smiled. I opened the perspective again, looked at Daniel for a while, memorized his facial features and body shape, and then left the hospital. The next evening, Qin Li had dinner with several female friends after work and came to a high-end restaurant. Su Ming also happened to come here for dinner with some Fox friends and saw Qin Lailuo. But this time, Su Ming didn't bother with interest. After all, Qin Lailuo has friends by his side, which is somewhat inconvenient. Of course, this is not the point is that several female friends around Qin Lailuo had a close relationship with Su Ming a few years ago. Su Ming Luodu's first name is also derived from this. Eating with Fox friends casually, Su Ming also paid attention to the situation on Qin Lailuo's side. I'll go home, bye. After Qin Lailuo finished eating, he waved with his friends, and then left the restaurant. After Su Ming heard this, he left his Fox friend and immediately followed, wanting to know where Qin Lailuo lived. Driving all the way, Su Ming came to the Tianyuan Yufu community. Qin Lailuo parked her Mercedes in the parking space of the community, and then walked into the 9th building. It turns out that Qin Li settled here. Su Ming got the result. But at this moment, he saw a familiar figure. It's Daniel. What is he doing here? Su Ming frowned and stared at Daniel. Farther away, another person found Daniel and Su Ming at the same time. It's another familiar heroic rescue routine. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but complain, and at the same time thought about how to deal with it. Taking out his mobile phone, Wang Zhenxing contacted Song Jingxuan. You should still be tracking Su Ming, right? Wang Zhenxing asked on the phone. Yes, the husband has a life, how dare I be lazy? Song Jingxuan responded with disgust, and continued, there is another person who is also following Su Ming. Oh, who is it? Wang Zhenxing said, opening the perspective search. It was the young man who had a conflict with Su Ming at the wedding that day. Yi Junlin. At the same time as Song Jingxuan replied, Wang Zhenxing also locked Yi Junlin's figure. It's really lively. Wang Zhenxing smiled playfully, and ordered Song Jingxuan, find a chance to knock Su Ming unconscious, and then today your task is completed, you can go back to rest. Yes, husband. Time passed quietly, and the sky grew darker. Su Ming was watching Daniel's movements, and when Daniel walked to the 9th building, Su Ming also looked and followed. It's night, and the range of vision is limited. Su Ming is a cultivator, with extraordinary eyesight, he can see Daniel, but Daniel can't see Su Ming. Daniel didn't notice anyone following him. Daniel came here at night. It seems that the purpose is not simple. Su Ming was a little happy, expecting to harvest Qin Lailuo's favor. But I didn't wait too long to rejoice, and suddenly I felt like a man's back. Su Ming secretly shouted and looked reflexively. But before he could see anything, he was slashed in the neck with a hand knife, and then he fainted and fell to the ground in the dark. Song Jingxuan completed the task and went back to the hotel. After all, the task of tracking people is really a bit boring, but fortunately, the husband knows that he feels sorry for people and does not let himself follow him for the night. In the distance, Wang Zhenxing was relieved after seeing this scene through perspective, and as his eyes turned, he searched for Daniel's figure in the 9th building and found Daniel waiting for the elevator. Wang Zhenxing also immediately walked into the 9th building and walked into the elevator with Daniel. The other side. Who is that black shadow? Yi Junlin was lurking in the shadows, originally looking for an opportunity to sneak up on Su Ming, but he didn't expect someone to attack first. And that light skill is so fast that people can only see the shadow, and even men and women can't tell the difference. I think that black shadow should also have a festival with Su Ming. It's really heavenly. Help me, Yi Junlin said silently excitedly, and quickly came to Su Ming's side under the cover of night. The elevator starts. Daniel subconsciously looked at Wang Zhenxing, who was also in the elevator. Because of his excellent appearance and temperament, he was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head to look away. Goo. Daniel suddenly felt uncomfortable in his abdomen, and couldn't help but cover his stomach, his face showing embarrassment. When the elevator reached the 5th floor, Daniel looked left and right, and tiptoed to the public toilet on the floor. After a while, Daniel let out a long sigh of relief and pulled off the tissue in the compartment. But before I could do anything, a feeling of vertigo hit. Daniel fainted on the toilet. In a suite. After Qin Lailuo took a bath, he was reading a book on the bed. After watching for a while, I heard the doorbell ringing outside. Qin Lailuo put the book down, came to the gate, and looked outside through the cat's eyes, but because of the angle of the people outside, he didn't see a figure. Living alone, Qin Lailuo's vigilance is still very high. Even in the community and in the corridors, there is surveillance. Who is it? Qin Lailuo asked through the door. Hello, your bathroom is leaking. I just took a shower downstairs, making me dirty. You say what to do. A woman's voice came from outside. Bathroom leaking. Qin Lailuo was shocked after hearing this. She was indeed taking a bath just now, and after hearing the words of the woman outside, she believed it. Reaching out to open the door, Qin Lailuo planned to compensate her for some money, send her away first, and then look for the property tomorrow morning. But after pushing the door, the figure that appeared at the door was not a woman, but a man. Daniel Qin Lailuo instantly felt bad, and wanted to close the door, but unfortunately a strong palm stretched out and grabbed the door frame. No matter how hard Qin Lailuo tried, he couldn't close the door. Instead, with the force of Daniel's palm, the door was opened little by little. Qin Lailuo wanted to call for help. But he was only halfway through saying the word save, and someone covered his mouth. Qin Lailuo's eyes gradually blurred because of suffocation, and he lost consciousness. Early morning. Qin Lailuo was awakened by the biological clock that had been adjusted for a long time. At this usual time, she should have gotten up now, washed up and went to work. What happened last night seemed like a dream. But there were bursts of sour and weak feelings, all reminding her that this was not a dream. The quilt was lifted, and a few small flowers were shocking. Some memories in my mind have gradually become clearer. Shish, don't say it, otherwise this video won't be just me enjoying alone. Qin Lailuo clenched his teeth, tears dripping from his beautiful eyes. I don't know how long it took. She wiped away her tears, and the sadness in her eyes was replaced by hatred. Daniel, I must make you pay. Qin Lailuo swore in his heart, and then frowned and went to wash. Downstairs in the complex, Su Ming was awakened by a cold wind. Why am I here? After opening his eyes, Su Ming was dazed for a moment, his consciousness gradually became clearer, and he recalled what happened last night. I was attacked last night. Su Ming was shocked, got up from the ground and moved, and did not find any external injuries, which was slightly relieved. 9 5-story public toilets. Daniel also woke up in a daze. Am I not going to the toilet? How is it done? I sleep here all night. Daniel rubbed his sore neck, feeling like he was about to fall off. After a slight pause, Daniel got better, left the bathroom, and took the elevator downstairs. Am I really evil spirit? Otherwise why did I faint in the toilet inexplicably, and sleep until dawn? Daniel muttered in his heart, planning to go to the Taoist temple as soon as possible to ask for a peace talisman and drive away evil spirits. Come to the lobby on the first floor of the subsidiary. Mr. Daniel, you look good. It seems that last night was hard. The deputy manager of the marketing department greeted Daniel after seeing him. Hearing his words, Daniel was a little depressed, embarrassed to say that he slept in the public toilet last night, and just asked, "Where is the Taoist temple?" "I'll take you over during the afternoon break," the assistant manager said. Daniel nodded, thinking that after getting the peace talisman, he would go to Tianyuan Mansion tonight. But just when this idea came up, I suddenly received a phone call. It was his father who called. Daniel was warned by his father not to hit Qin Lailuo's idea, and if he did anything impolite before, he must apologize well, otherwise he would be suspended from all his positions in the group. How so? Daniel hung up the phone a little confused, but had to accept this fact. Women compared to the future, Daniel definitely chose the latter. After all, if you have money and status, are you still afraid of being a woman? And judging from his father's words, Qin Lailuo was covered by the high level of the group, and if he really did something rude, it would be a big trouble. At this time, Qin Lailuo also came to the company. Daniel immediately stepped forward with a smile, apologizing for what had threatened her before, in an attempt to obtain Qin Lailuo's forgiveness. Qin Lailuo's eyes were cold and piercing, and he stared at Daniel like this, silent for a long time. Daniel was a little hairy when he saw it. It's just a threat, you don't have to look like you're going to kill, right? Afternoon. Daniel, along with the assistant manager, set off to the Taoist temple to seek peace talismans. Su Ming came to the subsidiary to find Qin Lailuo. He had already received a reply, and Daniel had been warned at the company's headquarters. According to the previous agreement between the two, it was Su Ming who won. Su Ming came to the president's office to find Qin Lailuo, wanting to eat with her at night and enhance their relationship. But before he spoke, he felt that Qin Lailuo's mood was a little abnormal. Su Ming suddenly remembered that Daniel also went to the 9th building of Tianyuan Mansion last night. Daniel, did it do something to you? Su Ming thought of something terrible. Qin Lailuo bit her lip tightly, her eyes red. Seeing her reaction, Su Ming had already guessed the situation in his heart. Daniel. A monstrous killing intent surged from Su Ming's heart. Nakshan. There is a Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. The incense in the Taoist temple is flourishing and is extremely famous in Luodu. If you come to Luodu, this is definitely a must visit. The deputy manager took Daniel down the stairs of the mountain road to the Qianyuangwan at the top of the mountain, and successfully obtained the peace talisman. Does this thing really work? Daniel took the small object made of yellow paper in his hand and looked at it, and asked the deputy manager with some suspicion. If it's an evil spirit, this peace talisman will definitely work. The deputy manager replied affirmatively. I hope you're telling the truth. Daniel glanced at the assistant manager. The climb is quite difficult, and there is no such thing as a cable car, all on foot. His legs were now as heavy as lead. Where had he suffered such suffering? Go downhill. Daniel wears the peace charm on his body. Stop and go on the way down the hill and very slowly. Daniel and the assistant manager were tired enough. I know the short way down the mountain. If you are too tired, why don't we take a short walk? The deputy manager proposed. The Taoist priest who gave me the peace talisman seems to have said something, and the sincerity of the heart is spiritual. Does this peace charm work? Daniel said. The so-called sincerity of heart is spiritual, the focus is on sincerity, and it does not mean that you can't cut corners. The assistant manager flickered. Daniel, as a person from the lighthouse country, is not particularly proficient in Huasha. After hearing the assistant manager's explanation, he didn't think much about it. Of course, the main thing is that he is too tired. If you walk the road up the mountain, it is estimated that it will take an hour or two to descend the mountain, and most of you will be tired and paralyzed after going down the mountain. After agreeing on the opinion, the deputy manager took Daniel and turned from the mountain road stairs into a mountain path. The slope of the trail is a bit steep, but it is indeed much closer than the mountain steps. After about 10 minutes, the two came halfway up the mountain. Take a break. Daniel was a little angry and sat down on a bluestone on the mountainside. The assistant manager handed Daniel a bottle of mineral water. Daniel took the water and gulped a few large sips. Mr. Daniel, How did last night taste? Idle and bored during the break, the deputy manager suddenly asked obscenely. Daniel squeezed out some smile and didn't say anything. After sleeping in the public toilet last night, his neck is still very sore. It's just that this kind of shameful thing is not easy to say casually. It seems to be wonderful. The deputy manager will be wrong, rubbed his hands and said a reluctant request, the video you shot, can you borrow me to take a look? Daniel looked at him in amazement. The assistant manager continued, don't get me wrong, I just want to see your demeanor. In fact, he coveted Qin Lailuo, but he knew that that kind of woman could not be touched by herself, so he wanted to open his eyes through the video taken by Daniel. After all, Qin Lailuo's superb woman is really rare in the world. Daniel is a devoted photographer and doesn't mind letting people admire his work, but after spending the night in the public toilet last night, nothing was done. But for the sake of face, Daniel said, I didn't shoot well last night, tomorrow. Mr. Daniel, you still have to go to Qin Lailuo tonight, right? Do you need a photographer? The deputy manager said lewdly. Daniel didn't want to fake his hand, so he opened his mouth to refuse. But at this time, a young man appeared in the mountain path. Daniel looked at it and immediately recognized it. This is the Su Ming who claims to be Qin Lailuo's boyfriend. At this moment, Su Ming had bloodshot eyes and was staring at Daniel deadly. Daniel and Su Ming's eyes looked at each other, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he jumped faster and faster, uncontrollably. What did you do to me? Daniel covered his chest, wanting to calm the uncontrollably beating heart, and questioned Su Ming. But after asking this question, he did not get an answer, and he died because of a burst heart. The deputy manager was shocked and wanted to escape, but after inadvertently making eye contact with Su Ming, his heart beat uncontrollably, and soon followed in Daniel's footsteps. After Su Ming killed the two by invisible means, he calmed his true qi, and the resentment in his heart was slightly relieved. But within a few seconds, Su Ming was shocked to find that some of the true qi was running out of control in his body, and there was a tendency to go crazy. How so could it be that someone did something to me when I fainted before? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and soon thought of a possibility. The fingers were counting the acupuncture points on the body, wanting to suppress the violent true qi. But the effect of this is only to reduce the flushing of true qi on the meridians. Burst. After holding on for tens of seconds, Su Ming's true qi was completely out of control, and he raised his head and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with his head fainting. At a bunker on the mountain path, Song Jingxuan slowly poked her head out. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 800, the protagonist Su Ming's luck value is -80, and the host's luck value is +80 Wang Zhenxing, who was in an ancient street in Luodu with Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin, suddenly received a wave of rewards. The next moment, Wang Zhenxing received a message from Song Jingxuan. Su Ming killed two people with a magical power that can affect people's hearts, but it seems to have caused a dark injury, and now he faints, what should I do? Glancing at the news sent by Song Jingxuan, Wang Zhenxing knew that the magical power that affected people's hearts was the so-called heart-taking technique. It is true that it is not lethal against the enemy, but it is enough to deal with ordinary people, and it can kill people invisibly. In the dark wound that Song Jingxuan said, Wang Zhenxing knew that it was related to Yi Junlin. At that time, when he was in Tianyuanyu Mansion, he saw Yi Junlin do something to Su Ming. I just didn't understand what Yi Junlin had done to Su Ming specifically. Su Ming caused a dark injury to faint, which was unexpected by Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing's original plan was to let Song Jingxuan follow Su Ming, wait for Su Ming to kill Daniel and stun him, and then report to the officials to arrest Su Ming. The current situation is somewhat different from what was expected, but overall it is still under control. You report to the official anonymously, watch at the place where the crime occurred, don't let Su Ming wake up and run, and then you will leave quietly after the people from the official office come. Also, after this incident, your task is completed, so you don't have to track Su Ming for the time being. Wang Zhenxing replied to the message. Song Jingxuan did as Wang Zhenxing said, and witnessed the people in the official office handling the scene. Daniel and the assistant manager had determined the death and were pulled away to investigate the cause of death. Su Ming, who fainted, was taken away and treated under the supervision of Catcher. Daniel and the deputy manager died bizarrely, and were judged to be quacks, so they were handled by the 6 doors of Luodu. The 6 doors were not under the jurisdiction of the Luodu government, but were directly under the command of the 6 doors of the imperial capital to deal with Zhonghu cases. 6 doors in Luodu. Deputy Chief Shaho arrested. This is the preliminary understanding of the case situation. A catcher of 6 doors quickly handed a piece of information to a tall beauty who had just arrived here. The beauty is more than 1 meter and 8 years old. Her black hair is tied into a high ponytail. A pair of long legs are particularly eye-catching, and her phoenix eyes are narrow and long, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Her name is Shaho Lan, and she is called Luodu Sanmei together with Zhen Mi and Qin Lailuo. Zhen Mi is a talented woman, Qin Lailuo has extraordinary business ability, and Shahu Lan is amazingly talented in martial arts. All 3 are stunning, and their looks are different. It is the dream lover of countless Luodu men. Su Ming wasn't he arrested earlier? Shahu Lan is naturally no stranger to this Luodu first quilt. At the beginning, Su Ming intended to mistreat Zhen Mi at the New Year festival, but she personally caught Su Ming. Su Ming's sentence has arrived, and he returned to Luodu a few days ago. Catch back quickly. Interesting, when I went to that prison, I could actually come out. Shah Howland's narrow phoenix eyes flashed with surprise, and then asked, "Where are the others?" "Back to the Su family, there are colleagues watching over there." After the doctor's preliminary judgment, Su Ming was a cultivator, but he seemed to have gone crazy and was severely damaged by his own true qi, resulting in damage to his meridians, especially the kidney veins are greatly damaged. Catcher said. The kidney veins are damaged. That sounds like a good thing. Shahu Lan smiled. As a jealous person, she hated Su Ming's kindness. Shahu Lan carefully looked at the description of the case again, and immediately said, as long as it is proved that Su Ming has the kind of martial arts that can make people's hearts burst, and Su Ming's motive for the crime is found, then it will be difficult for him to wash away. But how can you prove it? Catch Fast asked. Shaho Lanfeng's eyes flickered with brilliance, and said, Su Ming was an unlearned and unskilled gentleman a few years ago, and when he returned from squatting in prison, he became a cultivator, so his teacher must have come from someone in that prison, and you should go in this direction to investigate. As for the motive, let me find out. Yes, Vice President Shaho. His subordinates were ordered to run errands. Su family. Su Yucheng looked at his pale-faced son Su Ming, and then looked at the people guarding the 6 doors outside the house, anxious as ants on a hot pot. After Su Ming woke up and found that he was almost a waste, his face was very ugly. He just returned to Luodu, and the number of people he offended was limited, and there were only 2 of them. One is Luo Rong, and the other is Yi Junlin. Luo Rong is just a businessman, and it is absolutely impossible to have that ability to invite top experts to deal with him. Remove one wrong answer and the result is obvious. Yi Junlin A. Cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Son, this can't really concern you, does it? Su Yucheng looked at the catchers outside, and saw that their attention was not here, so he asked in a low voice. Of course not. Su Ming denied it. Although he was found at the place of the crime, he was not flustered at all. The only person who knew that he could use the mind technique was his master. Even if the 6 doors were to be checked in this direction, it would be impossible to get any evidence from his master. What Su Ming was more concerned about now was something else. After a little thought, he asked his father Su Yucheng to find an opportunity to contact his master and ask him to come to Luodu. His current meridians are injured and he urgently needs to be treated by a powerful doctor. After Master came to Luodu, he could not only treat him, but also help him fight against Yi Junlin. Don't worry, son, let me handle this matter. Su Yucheng nodded, and then sighed. Not long after I came back, how could I get into trouble with this kind of thing? In a few days it will be the New Year festival, son, you should rest and recuperate, and then go to sacrifice the ancestors together, and ask the ancestors to bless the Su family. New Year festival. Hearing his father's reminder, Su Ming took a deep breath. After returning to Luodu, there was indeed some bad luck. Zhen Mi was rushed by Yi Ruiming, and Qin Lailuo was then taken away by Daniel. Maybe it's time to ask for the blessing of the ancestors and transfer it. If you are lucky, it would be best if you could receive the blessing of the yin spirit of the sages. In previous years, during the annual festival, there would be a lucky one who could receive blessings from the yin spirit of the sages. Su Yucheng was once one of the lucky ones. Since then, Su Yucheng's business has grown bigger and bigger, until he became the richest man in Luodu. The other side. Shah Lan investigated that Su Ming and Daniel had a conflict because of their pursuit of Qin Lailuo. Questioning some company employees, Shah Lan learned that when Daniel left the company to go to the Taoist temple, Su Ming also came to the company. Su Ming entered Qin Lailuo's office, stayed for a while, and then walked out gloomy. Later, from the company's employees, I heard that Daniel went to Qianyuanguan. The content of Su Ming's conversation with Qin Lailuo in the office is likely to be Su Ming's motive. Shah Lan judged in her heart and came to Qin Lailuo's office. After a little inquiry, Shah Lan found that Qin Lailuo was somewhat abnormal. Qin Lailuo had no choice but to say the content of Su Ming's previous conversation in the office. After Shah Lan listened, the guess in his heart was also verified. However, she was not happy to find out Su Ming's motives so quickly, but instead felt bitter and sorry for Qin Lailuo's experience. Qin Lailuo, and Shah Lan, because their respective fields were completely different, did not have much intersection with each other. But because they are both Luodu Sanmei, they still appreciate each other. This Daniel is really dead. Shah Lan clenched his fists, feeling indignant for Qin Lailuo. Sister Shaho, can you help me retrieve that video and destroy it? Qin Lailuo is 3 out of 20, 2 years younger than Shah Lan, and it is not an exaggeration to call her sister. 6 doors have checked Daniel's relics, and there are some unsightly videos in the phone, but there is no information about you. Shah Lan replied. Nothing about but I heard Daniel's threatening tone, and he didn't seem to be joking. Qin Li said. Indeed not, you can rest assured. Shah Lan's tone was affirmative, and after a slight hesitation, he continued. Compared to this, I think I should check my body. Why? Qin Li was stunned, and his heart jumped violently. Shah Lan said slowly, when the 6 doors verified the cause of Daniel's death, it was found that he had an unclean disease. Hearing this, Qin Lailuo's face turned as white as paper. Don't think about it, this unclean disease is not 100% contagious. I know medical skills, if you don't mind, I can check it for you. In addition to having a good talent in martial arts, Shah Lan also knows how to heal the stars. That troubles Sister Shaho. Qin Lailuo was anxious, and he couldn't be ashamed. Shah Lan nodded and went to the rest room in the president's office with Qin Li. It took a few minutes. How so? Shah Lan's narrow phoenix eyes were full of incredible brilliance. Qin Lailuo's eyes were filled with mist, even if he was strong. At this moment, a thought of seeking death arose. Shah Lan knew that she would be wrong, and quickly explained. Don't cry in a hurry, I haven't finished talking yet. I didn't find out that you had a disease, but that you were still pure and immaculate. Qin Lailuo's clever brain suddenly short-circuited. I also find this strange, but please trust my judgment, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Seeing Qin Lailuo's confused look, Shah Lan said seriously. But when I woke up the next day, I found it very uncomfortable, this can't be fake. Qin Li said. Where did you get this to happen? Shah Lan asked. My residence. Qin Lailuo replied. Shah Lan observed the words and did not see that Qin Lailuo had traces of lying. Then if what Qin Lailuo said was true, then this matter was very strange. After thinking about it, Shah Lan said, if it's convenient for you, take me to see it. Yes. Qin Lailuo's heart was up and down, and he also wanted to find out what was going on, and he didn't have the heart to put into work at all. Leaving the company, Qin Lailuo took Shah Lan back to his residence in the 9 buildings of Tianyuanyu Mansion. I haven't cleaned up yet, Sister Shaho, you can go and take a look. Qin Lailuo frowned and led Shah Lan to his bedroom. Although Shah Lan is young, she has been in the 6 doors for 5 years, has rich experience in judging cases, and has a very sensitive sense of smell. After a cursory look at the site, some new discoveries soon emerged. Those few red flowers are made of artificial plasma, not real blood, and there is no bloody smell of human blood. Shah Lan said. After Qin Lailuo heard this, a light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it was quickly suppressed by her, said another concern, and asked. What about the discomfort on my body? Shah Lan looked at Qin Lailuo's smooth and white arm and said. There are no bruises on your body, it is absolutely impossible to be treated violently, the reason why you feel sore should be that you subconsciously feel that you have been persecuted, and the physical feelings triggered by psychology, as for discomfort. This is a better explanation, you are coated with something similar to capsaicin, This thing is not to say applied to fragile places, even if it is applied to normal skin, it will feel uncomfortable. Qin Liluo gradually became enlightened. Then why do I have some bad memories? It feels real. There are some special martial arts powers that can have a great impact on people's minds. You don't know martial arts. I say this, you don't think you can understand, so to speak, you can understand that you are in a very high level of hypnosis. Shahu Lan said. Daniel still has these things. Qin Liluo was puzzled. Shahu Lan shook his head. If Daniel had this ability, he would not have been killed so easily. You mean, this guy isn't Daniel? Qin Liluo was surprised. Do you recall carefully, is there any difference between the person who looked for you that day and Daniel? Shahu Lan asked. What's the difference? Qin Liluo was stunned for a moment. In her impression, many Westerners looked the same, and they didn't pay special attention to Daniel. Perhaps Daniel should look good in the eyes of Westerners. But Qin Liluo is still more inclined to appreciate the handsome guys in the aesthetics of Chinese people. Remember? Shahu Lan asked. Qin Liluo slowly shook his head, and was about to answer no, but suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, eyes, that person's eyes are different. What's different about the eyes? Shahu Lan asked. That person's appearance seems to be no different from Daniel's, but Daniel is blue-eyed, and that person is black-eyed, Qin Li said. Black eyes, that's right, that's a Chinese person, not Daniel. Shahu Lan's brows slowly twisted, originally thinking that this case was quite simple, but now it seems to be more complicated than expected. What is this person's purpose and why is he doing such a thing? Qin Liluo bit his lip, a little angry. Listening to Sha Haolan say so much, she naturally understood that she might be used as a pawn. This person should target Su Ming, or Daniel. Sha Haolan added. Qin Liluo was silent for a moment, trying to calm his emotions, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although his innocence is still there, that person has always taken advantage of himself when he sets up the scene. Shahu Lan was very observant and could roughly guess her thoughts, so he was relieved. The one pretending to be Daniel may be a woman, otherwise, I really find it hard to believe that someone can resist your charm. Qin Liluo blushed a little when he heard it, but the discomfort in his heart did ease a little. Shahu Lan showed some smiles, hiding some of the remaining words in her heart. In fact, she has some other judgments. That is, the person pretending to be Daniel is actually a man, and the reason why he did not do those things to Qin Liluo is that there are two possibilities. The first is that this person has relatively high taste and psychological level, and disdains to do that kind of thing. The second is that there is something wrong with this person. It's just these speculations. Shahu Lan felt that saying it might add to Qin Liluo, so he didn't say it. In fact, Wang's idea is actually very simple. Against the heroine's wishes, the reward obtained will be halved. And let the heroine take the initiative, the reward is double. It's just that, Shahu Lan can't think of breaking his head. Well, Liluo, you don't have to think too much. Judging from your appearance, you are definitely not a person of blessing. I believe, sister, you will definitely find happiness. Shahu Lan relieved Qin Liluo again. Hopefully, in a few days it will be the New Year festival, when I will go to worship the ancestors and ask the ancestors for their blessing. Qin Liluo said with a sigh of relief. Then I'll see you then. The New Year festival is a grand event in Luodu, and Shahu Lan, as a person of the Six Doors, needs to maintain order at that time, and at the same time, he must participate in the New Year festival. A homestay on the outskirts of Luodu. Yi Ruiming was not lightly injured by Su Ming, and it took a short period of time to recuperate, and it was impossible to leave Luodu in a short time. Yi Junlin specially rented this homestay on the outskirts of the courtyard as a place to recuperate. Once Su Ming is lucky, he will definitely be severely damaged by his own true qi. Although I am doing it very secretly, he is also likely to suspect me, and I am alone on Luodu's side. Yi Junlin became worried about his current situation. On the Yi family's side in Guangling, Yi Ruiming had already stabilized the situation, but now that he was seriously injured, the Yi family was afraid that it would be chaotic again. If you want to get help from the Yi family, this is relatively unlikely. And even if the Yi family sends someone over, Yi Junlin himself is not at ease, who knows if it will be the uncle's person. Seventh Master went to southern Xinjiang and there is no news for the time being, and Sixth Master is unreliable, so he can only find Fifth Master, Yi Junlin said silently in his heart. After making a decision, he began to condense true qi on his fingertips, and lightly drew in the void in front of him. Wisps of pale gold began to appear. A Taoist girl dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a dust, and a beautiful and incomprehensible appearance stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the small village rising from the green smoke. It was the same Shui Miaoshuan who married Wang Zhenxing in order to cross the red dust calamity. After saying goodbye that day, Shui Miaoshuan tried to let go of the feelings in his heart, but as time passed, the feelings in his heart not only did not gradually dissipate but gradually became profound. Under this emotion, Shui Miaoshuan came to the small village that left a deep memory on her. Take a look, just look at him and leave, never see him again, completely forget about him. Shui Miaoshuan struggled for a moment in his heart, made a decision, quietly sneaked into the village, and came to a wooden house with the word joy still pasted. Some sweet memories kept coming to mind, as if she had returned to that warm and quiet time, and some smiles casually appeared on her face. The doors and windows of the wooden house are closed, and the leaves in front of the door are all over the ground, and it seems that it has been uninhabited for a while. Shui Miaoshuan was stunned for a moment and asked the people in the village before figuring out the situation. It turned out that after he didn't say goodbye that day, he went crazy looking for himself everywhere. After that, he stayed in the wooden house for 3 days, recalled some things from the past, left the village and never returned. I'm sorry, Shui Miaoshuan felt a little guilty. After the two got married, her Otoji spirit body was constantly nourishing Xing. If nothing else, Xing will definitely be disease-free and can live to be more than 100 years old. I thought that these were enough to make up for Xing. But the love hurts people the most, she knows it herself. Shui Miaoshuan's heart surged, and it took a while to calm down. It's good if you can't see it, Shui Miaoshuan said silently. In fact, he was afraid that when he really saw him, his heart would be soft and he would be reluctant to leave. Saddened for a while, she left the small village, wanting to say goodbye to that memory completely. But at this moment, a thought came and sounded in my mind. This is her original teleportation talisman that can transmit some weak messages over a long distance, but it is very draining and should not be used lightly. The little apprentice is in trouble in Luodu, Shui Miaoshuan said silently. As long as her husband is not around, she can cross the red dust everywhere, and she has no specific place to go. Let's go to Luodu. Shui Miaoshuan flicked the dust, stepped lightly, and his figure actually appeared a few feet away, floating away. Luodu under the stars. Wang Zhenxing came to the Zhen family's mansion. Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin have returned to Guangling because of family trivia. And to find Song Jingshuan, I can only simply chat. On this big night, Wang Zhenxing had no better place to go than the Zhen family. The Zhen family has guests. Wang Zhenxing found Zhen Qi in the living room, receiving some people. These people are dressed in demeanor, and they seem to be either rich or expensive. Wang Zhenxing did not rush over, but sent a message to Zhen Mi with his mobile phone. After Zhen Mi, who was staying in the living room, saw the information, he found a reason to leave the living room temporarily and came to a small building in the house to see Wang Zhenxing. The small building is quiet and elegant, you can look at the stars when you raise your eyes, and you can see the sea of flowers in your eyes, which is the place where Zhen Qi usually dances with literati friends. Why are there so many guests at home? Wang Zhenxing asked. In a few days, it will be the New Year festival, and Dad is one of the people who preside over the sacrifice, and he will discuss the New Year festival with people. Zhen Mi replied. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Some places in China also have the tradition of autumn festivals, and now that it is almost the autumn equinox, I think that the New Year festival in Luodu is similar to the autumn festival, but judging from the name alone, the annual festival is obviously grand. Will there be many people going to the New Year festival? Wang Zhenxing asked. Such a grand day is an excellent stage for the protagonist to pretend, and the reason for this question is naturally to suspect that the New Year festival may be related to Su Ming's plot. Of course, on the day of the New Year festival, there are tens of thousands of people who go to worship the ancestors of Luodu, and those who are lucky may also receive the blessings of the ancestors, and many people want to go to the New Year festival, but this is not for everyone. Zhen Mi said. Blessed by the sages, is there such an amazing thing? Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Zhen Mi nodded his head and said. Yes, Su Yucheng, the richest man in Luodu now, used to be just a businessman with a net worth of tens of millions, but after receiving the blessing of his ancestors, in less than 5 years, he became the richest man in our Luodu. And my father, although his calligraphy was also excellent when he was young, He was not top-notch, and after receiving the blessing of his ancestors, he seemed to open his calligraphy and his calligraphy level improved greatly, and he eventually became a world-recognized master of calligraphy. In addition, there is Shaho Lan, one of the three beauties of Luodu. Although the original martial arts talent is good, but he has not reached the top level, and after receiving the blessing of the ancestors, he has achieved extraordinary achievements in martial arts at a young age, and now he has become the deputy chief catcher of the 6 doors of Luodu, and his future is limitless. In addition to these, there are many examples, which I will not list much, but in general, the blessed can almost achieve their wishes for a period of time. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing can basically determine that there is a plot happening at the New Year festival. Zhen Mi saw that she seemed to be moved, so he continued. You asked so much, you should also want to go to the New Year festival, right? Generally speaking, outsiders are generally not allowed to participate, but if you are willing to go, I can ask my father to give a point. He is one of the hosts of the New Year festival, and this right is still there. Is there a special shortcut to receiving the blessings of the ancestors? Wang Zhenxing asked, wanting to know more about the blessings of the ancestors. Over the years, luck has been a major part, and as for shortcuts, yes, but it's hard. For example, he made particularly outstanding achievements in certain fields, such as a man who was an official who made great contributions to the development of Luodu, and when he was about to run out of oil, he was blessed by his ancestors at the New Year festival, and lived healthily for an extra 20 years before passing away peacefully. Zhen Mi said. The delicate and perfect goose-egg face showed some admiration, hooked Wang Zhenxing's neck and continued. Your poetry and calligraphy are very good. It is better to try to write a poem to worship the sages. If you can get the approval of the sages, maybe you can get the blessing. This possibility is too low, because if you can obtain a poem approved by the sages, it means that you are a future literary sage. You know, in the history of Luodu for more than 2,000 years, there are only 12 sages, and there are only 2 sages of Wendao. Wang Zhenxing was mixed after hearing this. Backed by a literary sage from another world, he wrote it casually. And he is lucky enough and has done a lot to charity. Of course bad things are no less done. Chapter 253 Luo Family Invitation. Early morning, a guest came to the Su family. It was Su Ming's master, named Feng Ruo. Feng Ruo came to visit the Su family in the name of a distant relative, and he restrained his aura, looking like an ordinary old man. The people guarding the 6 gates of the Su family didn't care much. Although Su Ming is somewhat suspicious at present, the evidence is still insufficient. The reason why the 6 gates were watching here was just to prevent Su Ming from escaping from Luodu, not to completely restrict his personal freedom. Of course, if there is sufficient evidence, that will be a different matter. In Su Ming's bedroom, the damage to the meridians is quite serious, but it is not impossible to save the patient. Feng Ruo said while stroking his beard after taking his disciple's pulse. Master, how long will it take me to recover? Su Ming asked nervously. Normally, it takes half a year to a year. It's been so long. Su Ming looked worried and asked, is there no way to cure it in the short term? Yes, you are pretty lucky. It happens to be the annual festival in Luodu. If you can get the blessing of the sages at the annual festival, the damaged meridians should be completely repaired within half a month. Feng Ruo said. Master, you actually know about the Luodu annual festival? Su Ming looked surprised. I am also from Luodu, how could I not know? Besides, I have also received blessings from the ancestors. Feng Ruo said slowly. Su Ming was even more surprised because he had never heard his master talk about these things before. It's not that I haven't participated in annual sacrifices in previous years. The chance of receiving the blessings of the ancestors is really too small. It's almost the same as the probability of winning the lottery jackpot. Su Ming said worriedly. Since I mentioned this to you, there must be a way. Feng Ruo slowly stood up from the stool beside the bed, walked to the window, looked in the direction of the Luodu Shenxian temple, and continued. The spirits of the ancient sages have gained spirituality due to the faith and worship of the people of Luodu, and are now protecting Luodu. If you make a great wish in front of the statue of the sage and suppress evil for Luodu, you will most likely receive the blessing of the sage. It's just that if you make a great wish, you must fulfill it in the future, otherwise it will backfire and harm yourself or even your loved ones. At this point, Feng Ruo's face showed some solemnity. So it's possible. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. He grew up on the land of Luodu, so naturally he was willing to do his best to protect Luodu. While the master and disciple were talking, in a B&B in the suburbs, Yi Junlin finally waited for his fifth master Shui Miaoshuan. With the fifth master around, Yi Junlin no longer had to worry, and he even planned to participate in the annual festival in Luodu, hoping to obtain the blessing of the sages. While waiting for Shui Miaoshuan, Yi Junlin went out to buy some daily necessities and accidentally saved a high-ranking official in Luodu. It was from this dignitary that Yi Junlin learned about the annual sacrifice. Although he was from Guangling, with the help of this noble official, it would be no problem for him to participate in the annual sacrifice. When Yi Junlin saw the fifth master coming, he immediately told her about this matter. After listening to it, Shui Miaoshuan thought it was very interesting and expressed her desire to go and see it together. Yi Junlin was naturally very happy and even made some arrangements in advance. Your appearance. Early in the morning, Shui Miaoshuan finished meditating and walked out of her bedroom, and suddenly she felt like she had seen a ghost. Just because she saw what her husband looked like. Of course, Shui Miaoshuan knew that this was not her husband, because the other person's eyes were different from her husband's, and this person was wearing Yi Junlin's clothes from yesterday. This is clearly the disciple Yi Junlin. I had a conflict with Su Ming. In order to avoid causing trouble, it is better for me to change my appearance so as not to cause trouble to you, fifth master. Yi Junlin explained to Shui Miaoshuan while getting used to the mask. He used pig's feet and other things as raw materials, made a human skin mask and put it on his face. The once handsome face became ordinary. And this face once had a name, Lin Junye. Who did you imitate for this mask? Shui Miaoshuan asked as if possessed by a ghost. I didn't imitate anyone, I just made it casually. Yi Junlin explained, and found that Master Wu's expression was not right, so he asked, is there anything wrong with my face? Shui Miaoshuan was silent for a moment before she said, she looks a bit like an old friend of mine. Old friend. Yi Junlin had never seen fifth master lose her composure like this before, and guessed that this old friend might have a complicated relationship with her. However, Shui Miaoshuan looked a little unhappy at the moment, so Yi Junlin didn't dare to ask more. This is definitely not a coincidence. A feeling of resentment rose in Shui Miaoshuan's heart. Since Yi Junlin's human skin mask was not imitated from someone else, it must have been imitated by someone. It is not difficult to guess that her husband, who had been with her day and night for more than a month, had never revealed his true face. Shui Miaoshuan suddenly had an urge to find that guy and beat him up. Although she had never seen his true face, Shui Miaoshuan remembered his eyes, and it was extremely profound. Appearance can change, but the look in the eyes cannot. After turning off the lights at night, the light is dim. Shui Miaoshuan was bullied every day, and the thing she saw the most was his eyes. She could not forget them even if she wanted to. His heart was filled with emotions and the whisk in his hand was sizzling. Perhaps, this was just an accident, and he didn't do it on purpose. Otherwise, why would he be so sad when I left? And he left the village because he was recalling some things. Shui Miaoshuan felt resentful for a while, then thought of other possibilities, and felt complicated for a moment. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Shui Miaoshuan took a deep breath to calm her chaotic emotions. No matter what the truth is, I have decided to let go of love and escape from the world. That past should be a passing cloud to me. Why bother thinking too much and adding to your troubles? It's better to never meet him again. Shui Miaoshuan made up her mind and thought so in her heart. Little did they know that the other party involved is currently in Luodu. At this time, Wang Zhenxing came to the Luo family's mansion at the invitation of Luo Durong. I'm so sorry, Brother Wang. You've been in Luodu for a few days, but I haven't been able to entertain you properly. In the living room, Luo Durong said politely. It's okay. You have something going on at home. I totally understand. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand, thinking that Fatty Luo couldn't possibly be looking for him to chat. The wedding incident really made Brother Wang laugh. Luo Durong said ashamedly. Wang Zhenxing picked up the teacup and shook it gently, saying, Brother Luo asked me to come here, so he shouldn't just want to chat with me, right? Brother Wang is really a smart man. No wonder his business is so good. Luo Durong smiled and said, actually, there is nothing special. I just want to introduce a friend to you, Brother Wang. After saying that, a short middle-aged man walked out of the inner hall. The short man was wearing wooden clogs that made a clicking sound as he walked. Chapter 254 Fuso Merchant. The Japanese. Just from the man's body shape and the clogs on his feet, Wang Zhenxing could judge his origins. Just when Wang Zhenxing had this thought, Luo Durong also smiled and introduced. This is Mr. Fujita Taro from Fuso, the vice president of one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in Fuso. Oh, nice to meet you. Wang Zhenxing responded politely and listened to Luo Durong continue speaking. Brother Wang, are you interested in joining Mr. Fujita's Chamber of Commerce? Luo Durong asked with a smile. What are the benefits of joining the Chamber of Commerce? Wang Zhenxing said. Brother Wang, you are a quick-witted person. I will tell you straight away that after you join the Chamber of Commerce, you can help Zhenxing Group's daily chemical products and open up overseas sales. By then, your company's performance will surely increase by at least 20 to 30%. After Luo Durong finished speaking, he waited for Wang Zhenxing's answer with a smile on his round face. He believed that for a businessman, this was an offer that could not be refused. But he didn't know that Wang Zhenxing was not just a businessman. It sounds like a good thing, but what do I need to pay for it? Wang Zhenxing tapped the armrest of the Wangwali chair with his fingers and looked at Luo Durong. Luo Durong did not respond and looked at Fujita Taro. After joining the Chamber of Commerce, Wang Sang can open up overseas sales channels for his products and provide his own connections and information resources. The members of the Chamber of Commerce can help each other and benefit each other and make a fortune together. Taro Fujita said in broken Chinese. Wang Zhenxing felt quite uncomfortable listening to him, but there was no sign of strangeness on his face. Brother Wang, I have also joined the Chamber of Commerce. What are you worried about? Mr. Fujita came to China this time to recruit a limited number of Chamber of Commerce members, only 12. 11 people have joined so far, and there is only one spot left. If you miss it, you will lose it. Luo Durong said. Wang Zhenxing thought for a moment. Luo Durong is undoubtedly a minor villain, and Fujita Taro, who is related to him, must also be a villain. The Luodu annual festival is approaching. Could there be a connection between these two events? I have no reason to refuse such a good thing. Wang Zhenxing replied. Haha, Brother Wang is indeed wise. Luo Durong said with a smile. So am I a member of the Chamber of Commerce now? Wang Zhenxing also smiled and asked Taro Fujita. You need to go through a simple ceremony to enter the Chamber of Commerce, replied Taro Fujita. What ceremony? Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved. Luo Durong continued, you just need to draw a picture on your body. It's a custom of Mr. Fujita's. It means you have to help each other with the members of the Chamber of Commerce in the future, similar to our blood oath. What kind of picture is it? Is it drawn on your body? Let me see. Wang Zhenxing said to Luo Durong. This is not necessary. Luo Durong was in a dilemma. You are not a woman, why are you afraid of being seen? Wang Zhenxing complained. Just watch it. Luo Durong had no choice but to take off his tight shirt, revealing his fat back. On his back, there was a painting of a hideous humanoid monster, which looked a bit creepy. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing keenly noticed that there was something evil about the painting. Taro Fujita said, the paint used for painting will dissolve when it comes into contact with blood. You only need to keep it for 7 days. After 7 days, you can wipe it off with any animal blood. It won't leave any traces. Now that Wang Sang has no questions, we can begin. Taro Fujita looked at Wang Zhenxing with his narrow eyes. There seemed to be a kind of magic in his eyes that made people feel obedient. Wang Zhenxing was secretly somewhat disdainful. Compared with the perfect mind control technique, this trick of Fujita Taro is far from it. However, Wang Zhenxing pretended to be tricked and nodded in agreement happily. Taro Fujita quickly brought the paint and started painting on Wang Zhenxing's back. A strange picture, different from the one on Luo Durong's back, soon took shape. Wang Zhenxing didn't care at all about this evil picture. His skill in talismans has reached the saint level, which is the same level as Shui Miaoshuan. It is easy for him to exorcise evil spirits and bind ghosts, and he will not be affected by this kind of thing at all. 3 days later, go to participate in the Luodu annual festival. Taro Fujita changed his usual tone and became condescending, as if this was an order rather than a discussion. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was certain that Taro Fujita wanted to do something at the annual festival. But what exactly happened is still unknown. Suppressing the urge to slap Taro Fujita to death, Wang Zhenxing left the Luo family mansion. It is actually very simple to deal with Taro Fujita, but getting rid of him like this will not bring any direct benefits to Wang Zhenxing. Moreover, Taro Fujita has a special identity, and killing him rashly might cause some trouble. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing decided to go through the proper channels and report to Liushanmen. Come to the 6 gates. Wang Zhenxing specifically asked to see the person who could make the decision and said he wanted to report a major matter. The constables from the 6 gates saw that Wang Zhenxing had an extraordinary demeanor and did not seem like the kind of person who had nothing to do and came here to play a prank, so they went to inform him solemnly. After waiting for a while in the reception hall, a beautiful woman with long legs came over. Wang Zhenxing was surprised when he saw it. This beauty is very tall, has a strong aura, and a pair of phoenix eyes that sparkle with brilliance, making people dare not look at her easily. After arriving in Luodu, Wang Zhenxing had naturally heard people talk about the 3 beauties of Luodu. Just by taking a glance at her, he could guess that this person was Xiahou Lan. When Xiahou Lan saw Wang Zhenxing, he felt a little distracted because of his temperament and appearance. Judging from appearance alone, this is the best man Xiahou Lan has ever met in her life, no doubt about it. However, Xiahou Lan was not an ordinary person. After being distracted for a moment, he quickly returned to normal. Wang Zhenxing first gave a brief self-introduction, then went straight to the point and told about his experience at the Luo family. Xiahou Lan was shocked when he heard this, and immediately asked, "Can you let me see the pattern on your back?" "Okay." Wang Zhenxing nodded and immediately took off his coat, leaving his chest bare. His perfect muscular body soon revealed itself. Xiahou Lan's eyes widened slightly, then she realized that she had lost her composure, so she remained solemn and looked carefully at the pattern behind Wang Zhenxing. This is an evil Shikigami from Fuso. Xiahou Lan was very knowledgeable and recognized it. Shikigami Wang Zhenxing touched his chin and said, "A total of 12 people joined the Chamber of Commerce, and each of them has a different Shikigami." Fujita Taro also asked these people to participate in the annual festival. The 12 Shikigami and the 12 sages, is there any connection between them? Wang Zhenxing actually had a guess, but he didn't say it explicitly. Instead, he guided Xiahou Lan's thinking. Xiahou Lan pondered for a moment, then said with horror, "If I'm guessing correctly, he wants to use the 12 of you as a blood sacrifice, summon the 12 evil gods, and do something to the ghosts of the 12 sages, so as to achieve a certain purpose." Chapter 255 Meeting an Old Friend. After hearing Xiahou Lan's words, Wang Zhenxing was secretly relieved, but pretended to be surprised on the surface. "Why choose 12 wealthy businessmen instead of ordinary people?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Not all blood can feed Shikigami. You 12 wealthy businessmen have a certain amount of wealth, which is the best nourishment for Shikigami." Xiahou Lan's phoenix eyes flashed with cold light, and he said in a deep voice, "If the spirits of the 12 sages are harmed, it will be an immeasurable loss for Luodu. This Fujita Taro is really vicious." After gritting his teeth for a while, Xiahou Lan's expression softened and he looked at Wang Zhenxing. Haro and Xiahou Lan's favorability towards the host increases to 35, friendly. "Fortunately, Mr. Wang, you are upright and not the kind of businessman who is blinded by money. Thank you for telling me this. The 6 gates will definitely handle this properly and will not let Taro Fujita succeed." Xiahou Lan stretched out his hand to Wang Zhenxing and said gratefully, "It is our duty to fight against evil." Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand and shook hands with her. Xiahou Lan's hands were strong, yet soft. "Mr. Wang, for your safety, I suggest you stay in the 6 gates for the time being and don't go anywhere else," Xiahou Lan said. Wang Zhenxing nodded in agreement. Early morning hours. Xiahou Lan led a team into the Luo family, wanting to arrest Fujita Taro. Taro Fujita was very vigilant and sensed the danger. He fought with the people from the 6 gates and eventually escaped with injuries. Xiahou Lan could only sigh. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 600 counterattack points, Yi Junline's luck value -60, and the host's luck value +60. After receiving the reward, Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned, but then he felt it was reasonable. Taro Fujita knows some weird Fuso magic, and Yi Junline, who possesses the master-level art of talismans, is undoubtedly his nemesis. Of course, this does not mean that Su Ming has no room to play in the annual sacrifice. Perhaps this annual sacrifice does not simply belong to the plot of Yi Junline or Su Ming, but may be the result of the combined luck of the 2 protagonists. The annual festival is Yi Junline's stage to show off, and it is also Su Ming's stage to show off. This is a new discovery for Wang Zhenxing. Time soon arrived at the day of the annual sacrifice. Early morning, people gradually arrived at the square of the Temple of the 12 Sages, waiting for the annual sacrifice to begin. Wang Zhenxing also came here. After casually walking around the square, he saw an acquaintance. "Isn't this Xiao Yi?" Wang Zhenxing took the initiative to step forward and said. Yi Junline at this time had an ordinary appearance, and to be more precise he should be called Lin Junye. "My mother and Ji Xuanxin have already returned to Guangling. Why haven't you left Luodu yet?" Yi Junline said. "I heard that the annual festival in Luodu is very lively, so I stayed here to take a look." Wang Zhenxing responded casually, then looked at Yi Junline strangely and said with some amusement. "Why have you changed your appearance? Is your previous appearance shameful? Is it your business to control how I do things?" Yi Junline curled his lips. Wang Zhenxing said nothing and silently took out his cell phone. Yi Junline's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to call my mom to complain?" "Stop." My tone was a little bad. "Yes, I'm sorry, Uncle Wang." "Isn't that more like it?" Wang Zhenxing turned off his phone. "Uncle Wang, please continue shopping. I'll go look somewhere else." Yi Junline was in a bad mood when he saw him, but he didn't dare to show his displeasure overtly, so he could only turn a blind eye. After saying that, he immediately turned and left, walking towards Shui Miaoshuan who was staring at the main hall of the Temple of Sages not far away. "Fifth Master, what are you looking at?" Yi Junline asked curiously. "This Temple of Sages is truly magical. When I heard you talk about the blessings of the sages, I was a little skeptical. But now I have to believe it." Shui Miaoshuan withdrew her gaze from the direction of the main hall and sighed. Yi Junline was about to reply, but suddenly noticed that there was an annoying guy walking towards him. "Fifth Master, let's go over there and take a walk." Yi Junline glanced in another direction and said to Shui Miaoshuan in an urging tone. Shui Miaoshuan is a Taoist nun with a heart as calm as water. Normally, it is impossible for her to develop romantic feelings with anyone. But after Luo Zhuxuan and Ji Xuanxin threw themselves into his arms, Yi Junline no longer dared to have that kind of firm thought. In a word, it is best to keep the masters away from Wang Zhenxing. "Where are you going?" Shui Miaoshuan was puzzled and looked in the direction where Yi Junline had just looked. She saw a tall and handsome man walking towards her. At first Shui Miaoshuan didn't take it seriously, but as the man came closer and made eye contact with the other person, she was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. "Fifth Master," Yi Junline noticed that Shui Miaoshuan was a little abnormal, so he called out softly. Shui Miaoshuan turned a deaf ear and looked into Wang Zhenxing's eyes in astonishment. Yi Junline looked at Shui Miaoshuan, then at Wang Zhenxing, and felt that the two of them had a sense of déjà vu like old friends meeting each other. "Do you know each other?" Yi Junline asked, wanting to find out why the two were like this. "No." Wang Zhenxing spoke first, his tone full of complaints, indifference, indignation, etc. And with this answer, Shui Miaoshuan was instantly pulled back to reality from her trance. "It's him." If Shui Miaoshuan was just skeptical just now, then after hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, she was 100% sure. This look and the voice were so familiar to her. There will be absolutely no mistake. He actually blames me. Am I wrong? It seems that I am wrong. Shui Miaoshuan had many doubts in her mind. She guessed that Wang Zhenxing might have pretended to have amnesia just like herself, and she was thinking about complaining. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhenxing took the initiative. But when Shui Miaoshuan thought about it carefully, she realized that her purpose was not simple and she had indeed hurt him. "I don't know him either." Shui Miaoshuan turned her head away, feeling a little aggrieved. During the time they lived in the small village, he always spoke softly and had never been mean to her. Now he is being mean to me, how abominable. Yi Junline saw the two people's reactions and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. The tone and attitude of these two people's speech really sounded like a couple who had a quarrel and then ignored each other. And what's going on with the fifth master? As a cultivator, shouldn't his mind be clearer? Why does he seem to be like Mu Ling with a love brain attribute? They obviously knew each other, and who knows what happened. When did this happen? Could it be that Wang Zhenxing met the fifth master during the month he disappeared? Yi Junline's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd shape, and he began to guess secretly. "Little disciple, let's go." Shui Miaoshuan's face was cold. He waved his whisk and headed in another direction. Yi Junlin was eager to get away from Wang Zhenxing and followed him immediately. After walking for a distance, Shui Miaoshuan stopped again. There are some unclean things. Shui Miaoshuan suddenly spoke. After hearing the reminder, Yi Junlin also tried to sense it and soon realized it. Not far away, the master and disciple duo Feng Ruo and Su Ming also felt the same thing one after another. Taro Fujita. Wang Zhenxing not only sensed it, but also used X-ray vision to accurately identify the disguised Taro Fujita. At this moment, Taro Fujita disguised himself as a hunchbacked old woman and blended into the crowd. Shahu Lan and some people from the Six Gates patrolled the area, checking for anyone acting suspiciously, but none of them noticed the disguised Fujita Taro. Taro Fujita walked slowly among the crowd, searching for something, and his eyes quickly locked onto a target. There are so many people, there's not even a place to sit. Qin Lailuo was still unaware of the approaching danger and was chatting with the female friends around her. Chapter 256 A Man with Love. It's really excellent nourishment. Taro Fujita was dressed as an old woman, with a pair of gloomy eyes under his drooping eyelids, looking in the direction of Qin Lailuo not far away. Qin Lailuo is the second top quality nourishment that Taro Fujita has met today. The first one was a few minutes ago. She was a beauty with an oval face, but she had an aura that made Taro Fujita afraid. Taro Fujita felt uncomfortable even getting close, let alone making any plans. Not far away, Wang Zhenxing was staring at Taro Fujita. He was not at all surprised that Taro Fujita appeared here. If Taro Fujita didn't come here to do something, then Yi Junlin or Su Ming would have no room to display their abilities. And it was almost within Wang Zhenxing's expectations that Taro Fujita would set his sights on Qin Lailuo. Sha Haolin's cultivation level is quite good, so he is not afraid of Fujita Taro. Gen Mi was carrying an amulet to ward off evil spirits. Only Qin Lailuo had no protection. Taro Fujita looked at Qin Lailuo for a while, as if thinking about something, and soon came up with an idea. He leaned on a crutch and approached Qin Lailuo. When he was still a few meters away from Qin Lailuo, he pretended to fall to the ground. When the people nearby saw this, they didn't dare to help for a while. One reason is the fear of being blackmailed. Secondly, I was afraid that if I rashly helped her, I might cause secondary harm to the old woman. Yi Junlin and Su Ming had been watching the old woman and discovered that she had fallen down on purpose. The two were sure that there must be something wrong with this old woman. Thinking of this, both of them moved towards Qin Lailuo. But when he was still some distance away from Qin Lailuo, he stopped. They were not in a hurry to expose the old woman, but were prepared to wait and see what would happen. As soon as the old woman was about to hurt Qin Lailuo, he immediately came to her rescue. Qin Lailuo was chatting with her friends when she saw some commotion not far away. She was kind enough to walk over to take a look. "Grandma, where did you fall?" Qin Lailuo asked softly. The annual sacrifice is a solemn day. She has no makeup on her face, but she is naturally beautiful, with thick eyelashes and big, bright eyes. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail and she wore a purple knee-length skirt, revealing a small section of her snow-white calves. Overall, he doesn't look as capable as he does in the company, and his aura isn't as sharp as before. But at first glance, there is still a breathtaking beauty. Seeing Qin Lailuo's kindness, Fujita Taro, who was dressed as an old woman, was happy, but did not say anything. His poor Chinese is very Japanese in character. Any normal Chinese person will be able to hear the problem. Taro Fujita pretended to be mute and gestured to Qin Lailuo, indicating that he had sprained his foot and asked Qin Lailuo to help him to a quiet place to rest. The kind-hearted Qin Lailuo felt sorry for the other person and didn't think much about it. However, just when Qin Lailuo was about to reach out to help, a man next to her reached out and supported the old woman. The man had long fingers and a gold watch on his wrist. Because he was facing sideways, Qin Lailuo couldn't see the man's appearance clearly, she could only see his profile. High nose bridge, distinct jawline. Judging from his profile, Qin Lailuo guessed that this man must be very handsome. "Grandma, let me help you." While Qin Lailuo was thinking, she soon heard the man's voice. The voice is warm and comfortable to listen to. I guess he must be a very loving man, right? On the other hand, the old woman was stunned when she saw someone helping Qin Lailuo before him. Then she looked at the man and her small eyes suddenly widened. It was Wang Zhenxing, a businessman who was originally planned to be a blood food summoning god. "Grandma, you look familiar. Have we met you somewhere before?" Wang Zhenxing asked the old woman. The old woman panicked for a moment and gestured to indicate that she had never met Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was just teasing him, not exposing him or continuing to pester him. He just said, "Where are you going? I'll help you go." After saying that, Wang Zhenxing helped the old woman up. The old woman was secretly annoyed that Wang Zhenxing had ruined her plans, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. After thinking for a while, she dropped a bag in her hand. The bag contains incense, candles and other items for sacrificial offerings. Afterwards, the old woman leaned against Wang Zhenxing, trying to leave him with no free hands to get things. Seeing this, Qin Liluo picked up the bag of incense and candles. "Let me get the things, you just help this old lady," Qin Liluo said to Wang Zhenxing's back. "Okay." Wang Zhenxing turned his head and smiled at Qin Liluo. The autumn breeze blew gently across Wang Zhenxing's handsome face. Those star-like eyes seemed to strike directly into the soul. Qin Liluo was stunned for a moment, her pupils gradually dilated, and a faint blush appeared on her bare cheeks. Heroine Qin Liluo's favorability towards the host +50, current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host influences the plot and gains 800 counterattack points. Qin Liluo stared blankly for a while before realizing that she had lost her composure and quickly shifted her gaze away. At the same time, an idea came to my mind. Why do I feel like I've seen his eyes before? Is this the legendary love at first sight? As Qin Liluo thought about this, the redness on her bare cheeks became even more pronounced, as if embellished by makeup, making her look even more bright and beautiful. A few feet away, Yi Junlin and Su Ming couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this scene. However, although the two were jealous, they were more likely to take pleasure in someone else's misfortune. There was something wrong with that old woman, and her target was supposed to be Qin Liluo. Wang Zhenxing was kind-hearted and tried to help the old woman, but he might be caught up in the trouble and get into trouble himself. The old woman stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing smiled and nodded, then walked in the direction he pointed. Qin Liluo followed behind with a bag of incense and candles, glancing at Wang Zhenxing with her beautiful eyes from time to time. Yi Junlin and Su Ming also followed at a distance. With the help of Wang Zhenxing, the old woman staggered for a distance and came to a place where there were relatively few people. Then she said that she could not walk anymore and gestured for Wang Zhenxing to carry her on his back. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing thought to himself that you, a little dwarf, have such a nice idea, but he said very friendly. "Okay, Grandma, I'll carry you." He said nice things on the surface, but he pretended to be unintentional and stepped hard on the old woman's instep. Fujita Taro, who was dressed as an old woman, was in so much pain that he blurted out, "Baka." Qin Liluo was stunned after hearing this. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be surprised and looked at Taro Fujita. The corner of Fujita Taro's mouth twitched, knowing that he was exposed. At this time, several people from the six gates also walked towards this side. Chapter 257 2-foot-high rays of light. Taro Fujita had fought with people from the six gates before, and he knew that if these people came to check, they would most likely find something suspicious. His original plan was to use Wang Zhenxing and others as blood food to summon the 12 Shikigami to plunder the luck of the ancient sages, but unfortunately something unexpected happened and the plan failed. Unwilling to give in, he came here today to create some chaos, vent his anger, and cause trouble for the people from the six gates. Seeing that the people from the six gates were getting closer, Fujita Taro was desperate and directly summoned the Shikigami, wanting to eat Qin Liluo, the top-grade nutrient, so that the Shikigami could become stronger in a short period of time and create destruction here. As Fujita Taro summoned, a dog-headed monster with a red nose and a long face appeared. The dog-headed monster's blood-red eyes locked ferociously on Qin Liluo. What is this?" Qin Liluo was so frightened that her face turned pale. She wanted to run away, but her feet suddenly became uncontrollable and she stood there unable to move. Seeing this, Yi Junlin ran over here, condensing talismans and preparing to attack. Su Ming also quickly approached Qin Liluo and bit his finger. The blood and energy of a person who practices cultivation has a great killing power against evil things. Although his cultivation was destroyed, his blood and energy remained strong. Both of them wanted to rescue Qin Liluo. However, they were always a certain distance away from Qin Lailuo and could not arrive in an instant. Wang Zhenxing is different. He was right next to Qin Lailuo. Driven by Taro Fujita, the dog-headed monster prepared to pounce on Qin Lailuo. Qin Li was horrified and thought she was going to die. And at this critical moment, a somewhat tall figure appeared in Qin Lailuo's sight. Qin Lailuo was stunned. Heroine Qin Lailuo's favorability towards the host +5, current total favorability is 55, heart beating. Court death. Taro Fujita sneered and told the dog-headed monster to change its target and eat Wang Zhenxing, who was in the way first. Yi Junlin and Su Ming were already within a certain distance and could attack the dog-headed monster at any time, but they chose to watch. They hated Wang Zhenxing so much that they naturally didn't want to rescue him. He planned to wait until the dog-headed monster ate Wang Zhenxing before rescuing Qin Lailuo. On the other hand, Wang Zhenxing blocked Qin Li's way and did not take any further action, and was about to be eaten. Just as the dog-headed monster opened its mouth and was half a foot away from Wang Zhenxing, a figure in a moon-white Taoist robe appeared. The white finger pointed towards the dog-headed monster's brow in the air. The dog-headed monster seemed to be frozen, and after a few seconds, a burst of golden light burst out from the dog-headed monster. The dog-headed monster turned into tiny spots of light and disappeared without a trace. When Taro Fujita saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Although what he summoned was only the phantom of Daitengu, it was very powerful. He did not expect that it would be so vulnerable in front of this Taoist nun. Escape. This was the only thought in Taro Fujita's mind at the moment. But just as he turned around and ran a few steps, he was hit by a huge force from behind and was hit by the whisk. With a puff, Taro Fujita vomited a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yi Junlin took a breath of cold air when he saw this. The fifth master was really ruthless, and the unlucky guy didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The reason is obviously that Master 5 cares a lot about Wang Zhenxing, otherwise he wouldn't have been so ruthless. People with the surname Wang have such a good life. Yi Junlin was very jealous. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 800 counterattack points, Yi Junlin's luck value -80, and the host's luck value +80. Wang Zhenxing was slightly surprised when he received the reward. This original story of a hero saving a beautiful girl actually did not belong to Su Ming, but to Yi Junlin. Although I haven't looked up Su Ming's detailed information, judging from Su Ming's background and the number of heroines in his story, his luck is definitely lower than when Yi Junlin first appeared. Of course, because a lot of Yi Junlin's luck was sucked away, when he encountered Su Ming, Yi Junlin's luck value was relatively lower. Judging from the current situation, Yi Junlin's luck is obviously much greater than Su Ming's. It seems that the luck of the protagonists can also be plundered from each other. Wang Zhenxing came to this conclusion quickly. Su Ming was knocked unconscious by Song Jingxuan, and Yi Junlin took advantage of the opportunity to do something to Su Ming, causing Su Ming to be disabled due to the use of his true energy, thereby plundering Su Ming's luck. The people from the 6 gates came over to check and confirmed that the old woman was Taro Fujita in disguise. Shahu Lan asked his men to clean up the scene, and at the same time solemnly thanked Shui Miaoshuan, thanking her for taking action to deal with Fujita Taro and preventing innocent people from being harmed. Shui Miaoshuan chatted with Sha Haolan absent-mindedly for a few words, but her eyes were looking in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing and Qin Lailuo were seen chatting with each other, and the latter would smile from time to time. Shahu Lan noticed that Shui Miaoshuan was distracted, so he followed her gaze and noticed Wang Zhenxing and Qin Lailuo. They look so well matched. Shahu Lan exclaimed sincerely after seeing them. She sighed for Qin Lailuo's experience and hoped that Qin Lailuo could get out of the shadow as soon as possible. Wang Zhenxing was not tempted by the benefits promised by Taro Fujita and was an upright and honest man. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing himself is a businessman, and Qin Lailuo is very capable in managing a company. Taking all these reasons into consideration, the two must have a lot of common topics. No matter how Shahu Lan looked at them, he felt that the two of them were a perfect match. How are they a good match? Shui Miaoshuan asked back in a cold tone after hearing Sha Haolan's sigh. Shahu Lan was stunned for a moment, then he realized that Shui Miaoshuan might have some emotional entanglement with Wang Zhenxing. In response to Shui Miaoshuan's question, Shahu Lan smiled awkwardly and did not answer. She didn't want to say anything against her will, but she also didn't want to offend Shui Miaoshuan, so keeping silent was undoubtedly the best option. Seeing that Xia Haolin remained silent, Shui Miaoshuan certainly would not pester her for an answer. The turmoil caused by Taro Fujita soon passed. As time goes by, the annual festival is about to begin. The talented woman Zhen Mi handed the written eulogy to her father Zhenqi. After Zhenqi finished reading the sacrificial text, he announced the official start of the annual sacrifice. Those who come to participate in the annual sacrifice need to enter the main hall of the 12 statues of sages in batches to worship. The statues of the 12 sages are 3 meters high and stand in the main hall. When people stand in front of the statues of sages, they feel particularly insignificant. The hall can accommodate 300 people at the same time without appearing crowded. The first group of people to go in and worship were government officials in Luodu and their families. After the first group of people paid their respects, there was no movement in the statue of the sage. Soon it was the second group's turn to pay their respects. The second group of people were all famous people in Luodu. As the richest man in Luodu, Su Yucheng was naturally among the second group of people to pay homage. As a family member, Su Ming followed his father into the hall. While worshipping, Su Ming followed what his master Feng Ruo had said and made a sincere vow in his heart to protect Luodu. Within a moment, a statue of a sage in the hall began to emit a faint glow, which then enveloped Su Ming. Blessing from the ancestors. Someone has received the blessing from the ancestors. People in the square outside the hall were shocked when they saw a column of light appear on the roof of the hall. Based on experience, almost everyone in Luodu knows that the height of the glow represents the degree of blessing from the ancestors. Normally speaking, when the lucky ones in previous years received blessings from the sages, the glow of the sky was usually about 10 feet wide. The beam of light that appeared at this moment was estimated to be about 2 meters high. You should know that the highest record of glow over the years is only 2.5 meters. And this happened more than 200 years ago. It was Su Yucheng's son Su Ming who received the blessing from the sages. Su Ming, that dude. How could this happen? On what basis did he do that? The news soon spread out of the hall, causing countless people in the square to talk and discuss. Chapter 258, Breaking the Record. Su Ming was disrespectful to the ancestors during the annual sacrifice a few years ago. How could he receive the blessings of the ancestors? Yeah, is there something fishy going on here? What could be the trick here? How could the ancient sages be so easily deceived? Everyone makes mistakes, and Su Ming has already been punished. Since he can be blessed, there must be something special about him. The Su family's ancestral tomb is smoking. Both father and son have received blessings from the sages. There were bursts of conversations in the square, and people's initial doubts about Su Ming turned into recognition of Su Ming. Some of the ladies from prominent families were all interested. For those who are blessed, the good fortune can benefit their relatives and friends. If I could marry into the Su family and become Su Ming's wife, I would surely be blessed with continuous good fortune. Furthermore, Su Ming is the only son of the richest man Su Yucheng. He is also very good looking, but a little too spoiled. Overall, Su Ming's conditions are still very good. When the second group of people finished their worship, after Su Yucheng and Su Ming came out, some prominent people in Luodu, with their daughters, surrounded them. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to push his daughter into Su Ming's arms. Seeing this, Su Yucheng couldn't stop smiling. He only has one son, Su Ming, so naturally he hopes that Su Ming can get married and have children as soon as possible to continue the Su family's bloodline. However, Su Ming's expression was full of resistance. Su Yucheng had no choice but to temporarily reject these people's kindness. You little brat, this is a good opportunity. There are several beautiful girls here, and they all come from good families. Why don't you consider it? Su Yucheng and Su Ming walked towards the edge of the square, and the former spoke earnestly. What are you considering? I don't like it. Su Ming curled his lips. Then what kind do you want? Su Yucheng asked with a smile. If it were before, he might have complained that it was good enough for a good girl to marry a dude like you, but the situation is different now. Su Ming has been blessed by the sages and has become a popular figure. If I were to marry, of course I would choose the most beautiful and outstanding girl in Luodu. Su Ming was blessed by the sages and was in a good mood. He didn't mind talking about these things with his father. Su Yucheng understood what his son meant. He paused and looked back in the direction of the hall. The talented woman of the Zhen family is impeccable, but I didn't see Zhenqi coming over to show her goodwill just now. Can I find a chance to talk to her? Su Yucheng said tentatively. Zhen Mi, if she is willing to be a concubine, there is no problem with that. Su Ming said. You little brat, you want to take a concubine before you even get married. Although our family is well off, if Miss Zhen Mi becomes a concubine, wouldn't that be unfair to her? Su Yucheng complained. Wasn't Zhen Mi unmarried before? Wouldn't it be a joke if I married her? Isn't it that the marriage didn't take place? The girl is innocent, why can't she be my wife? Let's not talk about Zhen Mi for now. Su Ming felt uncomfortable when he thought of this, and said. If you want to marry, either Qin Liluo or Sha Haolin will do. Of course, if possible, it would be better to marry both of them. You're crazy, little brat. I can't bring myself to be a matchmaker for you. If you have the ability, go chase her yourself. Su Yucheng said unhappily. As they were talking, the father and son came to the stone bench at the edge of the square and sat down, ready to wait for the annual sacrifice to end. The square was filled with people, and another group of people entered the Hall of Sages. Su Ming has already received the blessing of the sages. I don't know if I still have a chance. Yi Junlin spoke silently in the crowd with some trepidation. Last night he was filled with inspiration and created a magical martial arts skill. Authentication by Shui Miaoshuan found it to be close to top quality. If it can be polished well, the quality will be higher. Creating a martial arts skill with great potential is something that even Yi Junlin's several masters have never done. Yi Junlin named this martial arts skill the Three Absolutes Fiery Sun Palm. The time of sacrifice. People would burn paper money and other items in the large cauldron in the main hall. Yi Junlin prayed silently and through the rubbing of the Three Absolutes Fiery Sun Palm he brought into the cauldron. The flames quickly engulfed the rubbing. Soon, light began to shine from the two statues of martial arts sages in the hall, and then fell on Yi Junlin. Outside the square, people soon saw a column of light emerging from the roof, and after a rough estimate, it was about 3.5 meters long. Who else has received the blessing from the sages? 3.5 meters of rosy clouds. This directly breaks the historical record. Who received the blessing from the sages? There was a lot of discussion in the square, and many people could not believe their eyes. Who the hell is this? Su Ming, who was sitting at the edge of the square, started yelling and cursing. When he received the blessing, he was glowing with light 2 meters high. He thought he was the most handsome guy at the annual festival, but he didn't expect that there was someone more exaggerated than him. The two statues of martial arts sages are ringing together. This person's martial arts talent is probably even better than yours. Feng Ruo appeared beside Su Ming at some point, his old eyes shining as he looked towards the direction of the hall. Su Ming gritted his teeth after hearing this. What he was most proud of was his talent in martial arts, but he never expected that one day he would be crushed by someone. The other side. After a group of people finished their worship, Yi Junlin was like a star surrounded by the moon, and walked out of the hall with the crowd. Yi Junlin changed his name to Lin Junye, and for a while he became more popular than Su Ming. Some people asked about Lin Junye's background. The noble who brought Lin Junye to the annual sacrifice said that Lin Junye was his distant relative and not from Luodu. Everyone was a little surprised after hearing this. Aren't the people of Luodu also blessed by the sages? Although there are examples of this kind, they can be counted on one's fingers. However, this did not affect some of the famous and even aristocratic families present who tried to promote their daughters to Lin Junye. Although he is not a Luodu person, if he marries a Luodu woman, he will naturally be considered half a Luodu person. After all, among the 12 sages, 2 of them were not from Luodu. These 2 sages were a man and a woman. The man married a woman from Luodu, and the woman married someone from Luodu. Whether you are from Luodu or not is actually not important. The key point is that he is willing to marry a woman from Luodu. Famous families kept flocking to Yi Junlin, trying to make themselves familiar to him first. The people from the 6 gates who were maintaining order almost all focused their attention on Yi Junlin, and they were all extremely envious. The people from the 6 gates couldn't help but tease him and asked Sha Hulan to go and meet him as well. Sha Hulan had once received a blessing from a martial arts sage, but the resulting glow was only 1.5 feet wide. Compared with Yi Junlin's 3.5 meters just now, it is much worse. However, Sha Hulan was proud and arrogant and was just a little envious. If you want her to pay you back, the other person must be a saint. But Shah Hulan knew that this was impossible. After all, there had not been a saint in Luodu for 300 years. In the crowd, Wang Zhenxing and Qin Liluo, who were waiting to enter the hall, were chatting at the moment. Chapter 259, Contemporary Sages. Mr. Wang, you are not from Luodu, right? Qin Liluo asked curiously. Just by looking at Wang Zhenxing's demeanor and dress, she could tell that Wang Zhenxing was a successful person. If Wang Zhenxing was from Luodu, it is impossible that she had never heard of him. I'm from Qingling. I came to Luodu to attend someone else's wedding. Seeing the talented people and beautiful scenery here, I stayed here for a while and planned to invest and open a branch here, said Wang Zhenxing. What is your company's main business? Qin Liluo asked. Zhenxing Group mainly produces daily chemical products, but if we set up branches, I plan to expand other businesses, said Wang Zhenxing. After hearing this, Qin Liluo's eyes couldn't help but widen a little. She had followed the stock market and was not unfamiliar with the name Zhenxing Group. I originally thought that Wang Zhenxing was just a boss with a net worth of a few $100 million, but I didn't expect that there was a group worth more than $10 billion behind him. Qin Liluo suddenly became a little frightened. Although she had seen the world, it was her first time to have such a close conversation with a billionaire boss. What field does your branch plan to engage in? Qin Liluo asked. Technology. Wang Zhenxing replied. The daily chemical sector of Zhenxing Group has reached a bottleneck period. If it wants to continue to develop, it needs to open up overseas sales channels. But this requires time to settle, and it cannot be achieved overnight. If Zhenxing Group wants to maintain its rapid development momentum, it must expand into new business areas. Judging from the current development trend of the world, entering the field of science and technology is undoubtedly the best way. Of course, these are not the most important things. What is important is that we have a super talent like Qin Liluo who is good at management and operation. In terms of ability and experience, Qin Liluo is even better than the young secretary Lin Keqing. From the field of daily chemicals to the field of science and technology, this span is too big. Qin Liluo was a little surprised by Wang Zhenxing's remarks. After thinking about it, he kindly reminded. This industry is not that easy. If you don't handle it well, your investment will probably go down the drain. So I need to find a reliable person to manage it. Wang Zhenxing continued. Did you find it? Qin Liluo asked. I think I found it. Wang Zhenxing smiled. You mean me? Qin Liluo was so smart, how could she not guess what he meant? The two chatted about many topics. Qin Liluo felt that Wang Zhenxing was quite enthusiastic. She thought that this was her love, but she didn't expect that he actually wanted her to work for him. This made Qin Lilu feel a little disappointed. That's right, so are you interested? Wang Zhenxing said to Qin Liluo. I have a job contract. It was originally signed for 5 years, and only 2 years have passed. I appreciate your kindness, but I can only say sorry. As a strong woman, Qin Liluo is relatively rational. She got her current job with great difficulty. Moreover, as the Supersonics are among the top 100 teams in the world, they can better display their talents and abilities. It is too risky to quit my current job and take over a new company with an uncertain future. I can be responsible for the penalty for breach of contract. Wang Zhenxing guessed Qin Liluo's concerns. Liquidated damages are only one aspect. Qin Liluo hesitated for a moment, then continued, I hope to have a bigger stage to realize my own value. This has always been my dream. Excuse me for being so presumptuous. Wang Zhenxing understood what she meant and felt that he was a little impatient. The two had only just met for the first time, and Qin Liluo was just attracted to him. It was indeed a bit difficult to ask Qin Liluo to switch jobs and become the president of a company with an uncertain future. To put it bluntly, Qin Li is torn between love and dreams, and is more inclined to the latter. At least that's the case for now. As the two chatted, time passed quietly. Soon it was the turn of a new group of people to enter the Hall of Sages to worship. Wang Zhenxing and Qin Liluo were among them. Hey, what's that in your hand? On the way, Qin Liluo noticed that Wang Zhenxing took out a piece of paper from his body, with some words written in calligraphy on the paper. I heard that if you write a book and burn it as a sacrifice to the ancestors, you will have a chance to receive their blessing. I would like to give it a try, Wang Zhenxing replied. But it needs to be written by yourself, you can't ask someone to write for you. Zhen Mi reminded in a low voice. Doesn't this look like something I wrote? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. I thought you asked a calligraphy master to write it. Your handwriting is so good. Qin Lailuo was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the beginning of the content. He found that it was still written in ancient Chinese, and read it softly. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Qin Lailuo is far inferior to Zhen Mi in cultural knowledge, but he also graduated from a prestigious university and can understand the meaning of ancient words, but he feels they are very mysterious. Unfortunately, because the paper is folded, I can only see the first few sentences and can't make out the content after that. As Qin Lailuo was muttering softly, the statues of the 12 sages in the hall actually glowed with light. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat confused about the situation. Why would the statue of the sage move when the worship hasn't even begun? Everyone looked at each other, thinking that maybe someone was disrespectful to the ancestors, which caused the ancestors to move strangely. But after each of them looked around, they didn't find anyone doing anything disrespectful. Then, under the guidance of Master Wenru Zhenqi and others, the people who walked into the hall began the worship process. Wang Zhenxing joined everyone in the worship, spread out the rice paper with about 5,000 words written on it, and then threw it into the large cauldron in the hall. Soon, the 12 sages appeared with brilliant light. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Outside the square, a column of rosy clouds shot straight into the sky, and the sound of ancient bells could be heard faintly. And someone else has received the blessing of the sage. Each one is more exaggerated than the last. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang, 12 zhang of rosy clouds. How is this possible? 12 feet of rosy clouds have never happened before. This is not just a blessing from the sages. Instead, a new sage has appeared, triggering a strange phenomenon. After 300 years, a sage has finally appeared in Luodu again. Be careful with your words. What ancient sages are there? If they are still alive, they should be called saints. Yes, that's right, sage, a sage of the age. In China, only the imperial capital has a sage of the time, and now we have one in Luodu as well. There was a burst of discussion in the crowd, and tens of thousands of Luodu people in the square were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. A sage has been born. There is actually such a person in Luodu. Master of Literature Zhenqi. This is impossible. Su Ming was horrified when he saw the movement at the edge of the square. Damn it. Yi Junlin was surrounded by many people from prominent families who were trying to please him, but the sudden commotion instantly diverted everyone's attention. This made Yi Junlin very indignant, as he was clearly the focus. However, Yi Junlin was not dissatisfied. He was just very curious about who this contemporary sage was. Chapter 260, The End of the Annual Festival. In the Hall of Sages, 12 rays of light enveloped Wang Zhenxing. Congratulations to the host for receiving the blessing, and obtaining high-level peach blossom luck, high-level prosperous wife luck, high-level wealth luck, high-level gambling luck, blessing relatives and friends and other fortunes. Wang Zhenxing soon received a message and was delighted. As a work by the Taoist ancestor from another world, the Tao Te Ching is naturally full of mysteries, and it is natural that it was recognized by the sages. What surprised Wang Zhenxing a little was that after receiving the blessing from the sages, he could actually add so much fortune to his destiny. Heroine Qin Lailuo's favorability towards the host +15, current total favorability is 70, unwavering love. The host influences the plot direction, and gains 1000 counterattack points, Su Ming's luck -100, and the host's luck +100. Qin Lailuo looked at Wang Zhenxing, who was shrouded in light and looked like a celestial being, with a somewhat excited expression. The last time a saint appeared in Luodu was 300 years ago. No one in Luodu today has ever seen a living saint. Suddenly a sage appeared and had some interaction with her. It would be strange if Qin Lailuo was not excited. Zhenqi in the hall saw this scene and felt so proud that he almost shouted, "This is my future son-in-law." Fortunately, he realized that this was the Hall of Sages and shouting was inappropriate, so he kept quiet. The brilliance lasted for a long time and eventually faded away. After the worship is over, Wang Zhenxing walked out of the hall surrounded by the crowd. At the entrance of the main hall, the officials in Luodu who had been waiting here for a long time heard the news. They were so excited that they could hardly control themselves and came forward to pay their respects. Wang Zhenxing's identity was soon known to everyone. A spiritual person. After learning this, everyone was more or less disappointed. I thought how great it would be if Wang Zhenxing was from Luodu. But if you think about it, it's not a big problem. As long as Wang Zhenxing becomes the son-in-law of Luodu, he will naturally be half a Luodu person. When Wang Zhenxing passed away 100 years later, it was natural for a golden body to be built and placed in the Hall of Sages, making him the 13th sage, and being worshipped by the people of Luodu. Of course, this is a bit far off at the moment. But it's always a good idea to plan ahead. A group of high-ranking officials in Luodu had made up their minds that they would do anything to make Wang Zhenxing marry a woman from Luodu. It's so hard to find a sage, so of course we can't let him get away. Sages, to a certain extent, inherit the destiny of heaven and earth, which can improve the fortune of the capital in disguise, and even improve the fortune of the country to a certain extent. This is also one of the reasons why saints have always been respected and treated with courtesy. In the crowd, Zhenmi's beautiful goose face turned red with excitement. Although there was no public ceremony, after removing the red veil and drinking the wedding wine, she already regarded Wang Zhenxing as her husband. How could a wife not be happy when she saw her husband become a new saint? The new sage is actually him. Xia Haolin was very surprised when he heard the news. She originally thought that it was a white-bearded scholar who suddenly realized the truth, but she didn't expect it to be Wang Zhenxing. Xia Haolin's colleagues were also very surprised. After they realized what was going on, they immediately urged Xia Haolin to make contact. If you can become the wife of a saint, it will be an honor for your family. Xia Haolin reprimanded his men not to fool around and to be serious, but he couldn't hold it and his face turned red. This made everyone in the 6 gates laugh. Xia Haolin was furious, but there was nothing he could do about them for the moment. His narrow and long phoenix eyes couldn't help but fall on Wang Zhenxing, who was surrounded by people not far away. Heroine Zhenmi's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 90, unwavering until death. Heroine Xia Haolin's favorability towards the host +15, current total favorability is 50, heartbeat. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 1800 counterattack points. The protagonist Su Ming's luck value is -180, and the host's luck value is +180. After receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously looked among the crowd and first found Xia Haolin's location. Her face turned red, and after making eye contact with Wang Zhenxing, she quickly looked away as if feeling guilty. I originally thought that my mother and aunt had suffered a loss, but now it seems that they really have good vision. When Yi Junlin heard the noise, he came over to take a look out of curiosity. He learned that the 12-Zhonglong glow of light was caused by Wang Zhenxing. He suddenly felt mixed emotions in his heart. He even had an urge to acknowledge Wang Zhenxing as his father and take advantage of Wang Zhenxing's luck. However, as soon as this thought came up, Yi Junlin ruthlessly suppressed it. He is a good man with a strong character, how can he recognize a thief as his father? Wang Zhenxing snatched his Aunt Shu Yunyan and 6th Master Mu Linger, and also had an unclear relationship with 5th Master Shui Miaoshuan. These grudges can never be erased. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin looked at Shui Miaoshuan beside him. Shui Miaoshuan had a smile on her face and was obviously happy for Wang Zhenxing. How great it would be if I were this sage. Su Ming clenched his fists, feeling envious and jealous. Some things cannot be forced. You have already received the blessing, which is very good. Feng Ruo comforted him. Because of the commotion caused by Wang Zhenxing, the annual sacrifice was delayed for some time before it continued. In the evening, the annual festival is about to end. When the curtain falls, Wang Zhenxing wrote the entire text of Tao Te Ching. There are some stone tablets in the square of the Temple of Sages, on which are written the works of the sages for people to read and understand the truth. The full text of the Tao Te Ching will later be engraved on a stone tablet in the square. After the annual sacrifice, Wang Zhenxing was invited by the Luodu government to attend a dinner. Almost all of the people who attended the dinner could have an impact on the development of Luodu with just a stomp of their feet. Some of the government officials even brought their unmarried daughters to the dinner to try to promote the product. But unfortunately, Wang Zhenxing didn't like any of them. These people felt a little regretful about this and could only find other solutions. Luodu is so big, there must be a Wang Zhenxing who can take a fancy to him, right? If it doesn't work, doesn't Luodu still have 3 beauties? Anyway, Wang Zhenxing has to be the son-in-law of Luodu whether he deserves it or not. Until this matter was settled, they had no plan to let Wang Zhenxing leave Luodu. Otherwise, when Wang Zhenxing passes away 100 years later, there will be no legitimate reason for him to enter the Hall of Sages. After the dinner, Wang Zhenxing was arranged to live in the Luodu Palace. Luodu Palace was a place for receiving state guests. Letting Wang Zhenxing live here is a respect for him, but also a form of surveillance. Of course, they meant no harm. After all, this is to give Wang Zhenxing a wife. Giving a wife to someone, can this be considered malicious? Wang Zhenxing guessed what they meant and didn't feel too averse. After all, he came here partly for the heroine, so it depends on whether these people understand the situation. Of course, in addition to the heroine, Su Ming is also a problem. It is impossible for Wang Zhenxing to stay in Luodu forever, and once he leaves, there will be no one to restrict Su Ming. Chapter 261 Super Hot Pot. The night when the annual festival ended. Gen Mi, Qin Liluo and Shaho Lan, the parents and elders of all three were summoned for talks. In a B&B in the suburbs of Luodu. Shui Miaoshuan read the entire text of Dao Te Ching and gained some insights. After returning, she locked herself in the room. Yi Junlin boiled the medicine and fed it to his father Yi Ruiming. Did your mother come to see me during the time I was in a coma? Yi Ruiming sounded sick and spoke weakly. No, Mom went back to Guangling. Yi Junlin shook his head. Yi Ruiming felt disappointed after hearing this. He was hit hard from behind by Su Ming and nearly lost his life, but Luo Zhuxuan actually did nothing. If it weren't for that Wang Zhenxing, we would definitely be a happy family now, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Although Yi Ruiming was weak, his eyes were gleaming with hatred. It's useless to say these things now. Since Mom is willing to follow Wang Zhenxing, then let her follow. As long as she is happy. Wang Zhenxing is a wise man of the time. It's not bad for Mom to be with him and be blessed by him. Yi Junlin wanted to enlighten his father. However, after these words were spoken, Yi Ruiming not only did not feel comforted, but became even angrier. You rebellious son, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Ruiming was a little excited. He coughed a few times and coughed up blood. Yi Junlin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, of course I am not speaking for Wang Zhenxing, but things have developed to this point and there is no room for maneuver. In the final analysis, this matter was caused by you wanting to compete for the position of the head of the Yi family. First you ignored my mother and then drove me out of the Yi family. Yi Ruiming remained silent for a long time. You'd better take good care of your injuries. When you feel better, we will go back to Guangling. Yi Junlin said again. Son, if something happens to Wang Zhenxing, do you think your mother might return to the Yi family? Yi Ruiming suddenly asked. After hearing this, Yi Junlin really wanted to answer that if Wang Zhenxing really died, then his mother would most likely die with him. Just saying this would seem to irritate my father Yi Ruiming. Dad, you should have a good rest. Yi Junlin avoided Yi Ruiming's question, and then left the room with the empty medicine bowl. The room suddenly fell into silence. The hatred of having my wife stolen from me is irreconcilable. When I recover from my injury, it will be the day when Wang Zhenxing dies. There was hatred and anger surging in Yi Ruiming's eyes. He originally wanted to use Su Ming to get rid of Wang Zhenxing, but for some reason he was ambushed by Su Ming. Since the detour fails, it would be better to be clean and efficient and kill Wang Zhenxing directly. Just don't leave any clues, who can be sure it was him who did it? Otherwise, as time goes by, when Luo Zhuxuan becomes pregnant, it will be impossible to save the situation. Yi Ruiming was brewing a plan in his mind. Gradually he felt sleepy, and then fell asleep. What he had no idea was that the archenemy he wanted to kill was sneaking into the house at this moment. Wang Zhenxing was in invisible state at the moment. He restrained his breath and looked at Shui Miaoshuan's room. I saw Shui Miaoshuan meditating in the room and didn't notice anything. Wang Zhenxing felt relieved, and then he glanced around the homestay and saw several medicines for Yi Ruiming's internal injuries. Carefully opening one of the prescriptions, Wang Zhenxing added something into the medicine. The next day, Wang Zhenxing is busy with social engagements. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the Luodu Palace. Since I intend to open a branch in Luodu, some social engagements are necessary. The benefits of being on good terms with the Luodu government are naturally self-evident. Wang Zhenxing has long realized this. Here in the palace, there are guests who have been waiting for a long time. After hearing the message from the palace's service staff, Wang Zhenxing came to a reception room. Mr. Wang, you are back. Qin Lailuo was a little sleepy while waiting, but when she saw Wang Zhenxing coming, she instantly perked up and stood up from her seat. Compared with yesterday's annual festival, Qin Lailuo is no longer bare-faced. Her face has been delicately made up, making her look bright and charming. There are beautiful earrings on her crystal earlobes, adding a touch of mature beauty to her. Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up a little. Miss Qin, what do you want to see me about? Is what you told me before still valid? Qin Lailuo asked expectantly. What a coincidence. Today I have already offered the position of president of the new company to someone else. Wang Zhenxing said. This is too fast. Qin Lailuo felt a little regretful. After thinking about it, he tried to say, I can be responsible for the liquidated damages for my resignation. Can you consider me again? Wang Zhenxing did not immediately respond. Qin Lailuo was a little anxious, and then said, as for my salary, you can also offer a lower salary. Ms. Qin seems very sincere. Wang Zhenxing finally spoke. So what you mean is Qin Lailuo asked with a worried look on his face. I'm looking forward to working with Ms. Qin. Wang Zhenxing smiled and extended his hand towards Qin Lailuo. In fact, Wang Zhenxing had already regarded Qin Lailuo as the only candidate for the branch president, and he was just trying to trick Qin Lailuo just now. In the business world, it is necessary to maintain the initiative so that you can be invincible. This is Wang Zhenxing's thinking habit as a businessman. Of course, with Qin Lailuo's intelligence, she might be able to see this. But Qin Lailuo had no choice. To put it bluntly, one wants to kill, the other is willing to be killed. After shaking hands with Wang Zhenxing, Qin Lailuo continued, Mr. Wang, how long do you plan to stay in Luodu? Maybe he'll leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Wang Zhenxing lied. So urgent? What about the preparations for the new company? Qin Lailuo was surprised. I plan to acquire a company directly. I will leave the matters of finding the company and contacting them to you. I will just provide the money. Wang Zhenxing had already planned to be a hands-off boss. I can take care of these things. Qin Lailuo agreed, and then asked, you are in a hurry to go back, is there something important? Nothing important. Then you might as well stay a little longer. We have many places of interest in Luodu. I suggest you go and have a look. If you feel bored being alone, I can be your guide. Qin Lailuo's face turned red as she spoke. After all, the implications of these words are already quite obvious. She was forced into a desperate situation. Her parents had given her a death order that if she couldn't have any connection with Wang Zhenxing, she might be kicked out of the house or even removed from the family tree. The people of Luodu revere sages, and now that there is a living one, you can imagine how much importance they attach to him. And everyone knows that the good fortune of sages can benefit those around them. Now in the entire Luodu, every family with a daughter to be married off wants to marry her to Wang Zhenxing. Qin Lailuo's family is no exception. This is also the reason why Qin Lailuo came here. Of course, the important premise for Qin Lailuo to take the initiative is that she likes him. If she doesn't like it, it won't help even if you put a knife to her neck. I have visited many scenic spots in Luodu. Wang Zhenxing responded to Qin Lailuo's words. It's okay. Luodu still has a lot of delicious food and fun places. I can go with you. After Qin Lailuo finished speaking, before Wang Zhenxing could answer, someone suddenly came in to report. Mr. Wang, another guest is here to see you. Who? Wang Zhenxing asked. Sha Haolan, the deputy chief of the Six Gates. Chapter 262 Night Visit. Sha Haolan is here. After hearing the notice, Wang Zhenxing was not surprised. Qin Lailuo was a little depressed and was eager to know what Wang Zhenxing was thinking. Is he interested in me, or not? Please let her in, Wang Zhenxing said to the female concierge who reported the matter. Yes, Mr. Wang. The female concierge responded and walked out of the reception room. Qin Lailuo's situation suddenly became awkward. If he wasn't familiar with Sha Hulan, it wouldn't matter, but he happened to have an embarrassing incident with Sha Hulan before because of the investigation of the case. She also has to save her dignity. It's somewhat embarrassing for a girl to look for a man so late at night. Sister Shaho and I should have different purposes for coming here, right? Qin Lailuo made some guesses secretly. In her opinion, Sha Haolan's martial arts skills are so high that even if he is looking for a partner, he will probably look for someone who is a martial artist. Wang Zhenxing is a scholar and businessman. I'll step aside for now. After a brief thought, Qin Lailuo suddenly spoke, planning to continue chatting with Wang Zhenxing after Sha Haolan left. Miss Qin, please feel free to do as you please. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Qin Lailuo looked around the room with her beautiful eyes, then walked into the compartment of the reception room. Although she felt that Wang Zhenxing was not Sha Hulan's type, Qin Lailuo was still cautious and wanted to know what Sha Hulan wanted to say to Wang Zhenxing when he came so late. Please wait. Sha Hulan walked into the reception room with unfamiliar steps and a little crooked. Wang Zhenxing looked around in surprise. When I met Sha Hulan before, she was always wearing Six Gates costumes and looked heroic. At this moment, she is wearing a blue and white dress and high heels. The contrast between before and after is really too great. She is over 1.80 meters tall, and when she wears high heels, she is as tall as Wang Zhenxing. It was the first time for Wang Zhenxing to look at a beautiful woman at eye level. It's just a little strange that such a beautiful woman is holding a dagger in her hand. Although Wang Zhenxing knew that this was due to Sha Hulan's position. But it still feels a little abrupt. Sorry for making fun of me. After Sha Haolan managed to stand firmly, he said somewhat embarrassedly. It was the first time she had worn high heels since she grew up. Although she tried her best to adapt, she still felt awkward. Please sit down. Wang Zhenxing smiled and gestured with his hand. My mother said that wearing high heels can make me more feminine. I don't know if he will buy it. If he doesn't, then I will suffer in vain. Sha Hulan muttered to himself and sat down in the reception room. Sister Shaho is dressed like this, she has bad intentions. Qin Lailuo was peeking through the crack of the compartment door. Sha Haolan noticed that there was someone in the compartment, but he didn't know who it was, so he asked Wang Zhenxing tentatively. Were you meeting a guest just now? Yes. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Who is it? A friend. Sha Haolan heard that Wang Zhenxing didn't want to speak out, so he tactfully didn't ask any more questions. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Mr. Wang, what type of girls do you like? Wang Zhenxing was stunned when he heard this. Sha Hulan is obviously much more straightforward than Qin Lailuo. He doesn't beat around the bush and asks questions like this right away. It depends on how you feel. Wang Zhenxing's answer was ambiguous, and it was as good as saying nothing. Well, what do you think of me? Sha Hulan also wanted to be more tactful, but he really didn't know how. After being stunned for a moment, he said this. You're doing great. You've become the deputy chief of the Six Gates at such a young age. Your future is limitless, Wang Zhenxing praised. Sha Hulan hoped that Wang Zhenxing would be more proactive, but after hearing his official answer, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. She is 25 years old and has reached the age for marriage. His family had always urged him to get married, but Sha Hulan never took it seriously. Besides, there was really no one who was particularly suitable, and my family didn't force me. But this time it's different. Sha Haolan's mother was extremely satisfied with Wang Zhenxing. Before leaving, Sha Hulan's mother told her that if Wang Zhenxing was willing, that would be the best, but if he was not willing, then she had to be a little more domineering and insist on establishing a relationship. If she returns empty-handed, she will be whipped. Sha Hulan's martial arts skills were not as good as her mother's, and she was also a filial daughter, so she naturally did not dare to disobey. Sha Hulan shuddered at the thought of his mother's tigress appearance. I mean, do you like me? Seeing that Wang Zhenxing couldn't answer the question to the point, Sha Hulan could only ask directly. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment. Sha Haolan risked everything and continued, although I'm not as gentle as other girls, I know martial arts and can protect you from getting hurt. Would you consider it? After saying this, Sha Hulan waited for Wang Zhenxing's reply. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. As Wang Zhenxing said, come in, the concierge came in and announced that another guest had arrived. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing thought to himself that tonight was really lively. Who is coming? Sha Haolan asked curiously. The talented Lady Zhen Mi, the concierge replied. After hearing this, Sha Hulan also wanted to avoid it, so he walked towards the cubicle. The only cubicle here is suitable for Tibetans, and she also wants to see who is in the cubicle. As soon as the door opened, Sha Hulan and Qin Lailuo looked at each other. Both of them felt awkward, but tacitly kept silent. They closed the door of the compartment but left a gap so that they could peek. After a while, Zhen Mi came. Different from Qin Liluo's hints and Sha Haolin's straightforwardness, Zhen Mi put her hands around Wang Zhenxing's neck as soon as she came in, and then kissed him with her red lips. Wang Zhenxing was confused for a while, then said, "Miss Zhen, please respect yourself and don't be like this. I have no self-respect and choose to blaspheme the saints." Zhen Mi chuckled, wanting to press further. But at this moment, the sound of a cell phone falling to the ground was heard in the compartment. "Who's in there?" Zhen Mi woke up in shock, blushed and let go of Wang Zhenxing's neck. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at him, as if complaining, "Why didn't you tell me there was someone here earlier?" Wang Zhenxing spread his hands, indicating that he was innocent. "He clearly reminded me just now." After being discovered, Xiahou Lan and Qin Liluo did not continue hiding, but walked out of the compartment one after another. The three women looked at each other, and they all knew the purpose of coming here at night. Qin Liluo was the first to react. She took off the gold earring on her left ear, then opened Wang Zhenxing's palm and placed the earring in his palm. Xiahou Lan hesitated for a moment and gave his dagger to Wang Zhenxing. Zhen Mi felt a little depressed and took off the hairpin. "What does this mean?" Wang Zhenxing looked at the earrings, dagger and hairpin in his hands, a little confused. Chapter 263 Seeking Revenge. Zhen Mi, Qin Liluo and Sha Haolin did not answer Wang Zhenxing's question, but left with slightly red faces. Wang Zhenxing and the other two came to the gate of the palace and watched them leave. The female concierge at the palace saw what Wang Zhenxing was holding and started to laugh secretly. Wang Zhenxing gestured to the thing in his hand and asked them what they meant. According to the customs of our Luodu, this is called a token of marriage proposal. It means that if Mr. Wang takes the token to propose marriage, the marriage will definitely be successful. A concierge explained to Wang Zhenxing with a smile. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized. The gossip about the palace gradually spread in Luodu along with a few loud-mouthed concierges. Early morning, Yi Junlin prepared the medicine and sent it to Yi Ruiming. He found that his complexion was much worse than yesterday. "Dad, I told you not to think too much. Let's wait until your injuries get better before we talk about anything else," Yi Junlin said. Yi Ruiming coughed a few times, said nothing, and just drank the medicine silently. He was sad about Luo Zhuxuan's matter and was eager to take revenge, but his injuries would not heal in a short time, so of course he was in a very bad mood. Not to mention that he was seriously injured, even a healthy person would develop problems if he was depressed. "Son, can you help your father?" Yi Ruiming pleaded. "You want me to help you kill Wang Zhenxing?" Yi Junlin could roughly guess his intention. "That's right." Yi Ruiming really couldn't wait any longer. "I can't promise you this." Yi Junlin shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Mom loves Wang Zhenxing too much. If anything happens to him, Mom will be very sad and may even commit suicide. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing is now blessed by the 12 sages and has good fortune to protect him. If I were to kill him, I would be attacked by his good fortune, not to mention whether I would succeed." Quote. After hearing this, Yi Ruiming's blood rushed up and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Yi Junlin quickly transferred some of his true energy to him to prevent him from getting too angry and aggravating his injuries. "Dad, you should have a good rest and don't think too much, otherwise I don't know when your injury will heal." After persuading him again, Yi Junlin returned to his room to hone his martial arts skills that he had created before. At noon, Yi Junlin packed some food from outside and brought it to Yi Ruiming. "Dad, it's time to eat." Yi Junlin spread out the takeaway box and called out, but received no response. "Dad." Walking to the bed, Yi Junlin shook Yi Ruiming's shoulder and was horrified to find that he was very cold. Yi Junlin realized something and his whole body began to tremble. He reached out to feel Yi Ruiming's breath. It was discovered that Yi Ruiming had died. It was the worsening of internal injuries that led to death. Yi Junlin checked and quickly determined the cause of Yi Ruiming's death, with bloodshot eyes. "Ah!" Yi Junlin roared like a madman, venting his emotions. Shui Miaoshuan heard the noise and hurried over to check, and found out that Yi Ruiming had died due to worsening of his injuries. "Su Ming." Yi Junlin almost spat out 2 words from between his teeth. Yi Ruiming's injury worsened, and Wang Zhenxing took some responsibility. But in the final analysis, this matter was all because of Su Ming. If it weren't for Su Ming's sneak attack, Yi Ruiming would not have been injured so badly. "My little disciple, please accept my condolences," Shui Miaoshuan said comfortingly. Fifth Master, I want revenge. Yi Junline's eyes were bloodshot, and he knelt in front of Shui Miaoshuan and begged. Starry night. The Su family mansion. The meridians have been mostly repaired. In about 7 days, it should be fully recovered. Feng Ruo said after taking Su Ming's pulse. It's really thanks to the blessings of my Su family's ancestors that 2 people in my family can receive the blessings of the sages. Su Yucheng sighed. Dad, is there any movement in Gen Mi, Qin Lailuo and Sha Haolin's families? There was not much smile on Su Ming's face. He had heard that all the famous families in Luodu wanted to marry their daughters to Wang Zhenxing. Among them might be the 3 beauties of Luodu. No movement. A mysterious look flashed across Su Yucheng's face. Dad, don't lie to me. I want to hear the truth. Su Ming could see that his father's expression was different. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yucheng sighed and said, almost everyone in Luodu knows now that Gen Mi, Qin Lailuo, and Shaho Lan visited the Luodu palace the night before yesterday to meet Wang Zhenxing, and they also handed him their respective marriage proposal tokens. 3 people at the same time. Su Ming was stunned. That's right. Su Yucheng said enviously, this man is really lucky, but as a sage of the time, he is indeed worthy of her. In the future, when the 3 beauties are all together, it will probably be a good story. As he was talking, he noticed that his son looked very unhappy, so he comforted him. I know you, a stinky boy, are dreaming of marrying the 3 beauties of Luodu. What's yours will eventually be yours, and what's not yours, you can't force it. I prefer to believe that man can conquer nature. Su Ming snorted coldly and looked at his master Feng Ruo. You don't want me to assassinate him, do you? Feng Ruo caught the murderous look in his apprentice's eyes. Of course not. I understand that. He has the luck of a sage. Killing him will definitely backfire. What I mean is, let the master destroy his ability in that area. In this way, even if Gen Mi, Qin Lailuo and Shaho Lan are willing, he will not have the face to marry them. Su Ming said. This Feng Ruo still had some concerns. Master, this person has become a demon in my heart. If I don't resolve this issue, I'm afraid I won't make any progress in my cultivation. Su Ming said. Feng Ruo stared at his disciple for a while, and seeing that he was too obsessed, he could only say helplessly. Never mind. I'll give you a hand. The disabled king revived his body, and although he would still be harmed by the luck of the sage, he could still bear this price given his fate. Feng Ruo has no relatives anymore. The only person he is close to is his disciple Su Ming, and he places all his hopes on Su Ming. If Su Ming continued to be trapped by his inner demons and his cultivation progressed without stopping, Feng Ruo would absolutely not be able to accept this. Wang Zhenxing is in the Luodu palace. It's better to act now than to wait for another day. Master, you should act quickly. Su Ming said impatiently, fearing that something might change if he was late. Feng Ruo nodded and prepared to visit the Luodu palace at night. But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Following closely was the sound of breaking wind. Feng Ruo patted Su Ming lightly, causing his body to shift. A hidden weapon passed by Su Ming's body and was nailed into the wall. Who are you, you rat? Feng Ruo circulated his true energy and slapped the door open. A figure emerged. It was Yi Junline, whose eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Su Ming, return my father's life to me. Yi Junline's voice seemed to come from the underworld, icy and chilling. Yi Ruiming is dead. Su Ming was stunned for a while. At the wedding, he got so angry that he severely injured Yi Ruiming. Afterwards, he felt something was fishy and thought about investigating to find out who was plotting against him. However, in the end, he was ambushed by Yi Junline, causing damage to his meridians. So the matter has been put on hold. Now that Yi Ruiming is dead, it doesn't matter what the truth is because there is no room for maneuver. Master, kill him. Su Ming knew that this grudge could never be resolved, so he made a prompt decision and spoke to Feng Ruo. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruo stood still, with a solemn expression on his old face, looking into the dark shadow behind Yi Junline. I saw a Taoist nun wearing a moon-white Taoist robe and holding a whisk slowly appearing. Chapter 264 Death of Su Ming. Master, help me hold this old man back. Leave Su Ming to me. Yi Junline knew that Su Ming's meridians were damaged and it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time, so he was naturally not afraid of him. Young man, if you hurt my disciple, you will probably die. Feng Ruo warned. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge for this. Don't try to scare me, old man. Since Yi Junlin came here, he didn't care about the consequences. Little disciple, don't act rashly. Shui Miaoshuan reminded Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin was now overwhelmed by hatred and could not see the situation clearly, but Shui Miaoshuan could see it. It would be easy for Shui Miaoshuan to entangle Feng Ruo, and it would create an opportunity for Yi Junlin to kill Su Ming. But what happens after killing Su Ming? Yi Junlin will be targeted by a martial arts expert, and the fight will not stop until he dies. Shui Miaoshuan can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. Yi Junlin couldn't escape death in the end. The only way to avoid this situation is to kill Feng Ruo first. However, Shui Miaoshuan was not sure if she could do it. Stopping Yi Junlin from killing Su Ming only leaves room for maneuver. Although Yi Junlin was angry, he respected his master and was still able to listen to Shui Miaoshuan's words. Your Excellency's cultivation is so high that I have only seen no more than 3 of you in my life. If you and I want to fight for victory or defeat, it is equivalent to a life and death fight. Is there really no possibility of negotiation? Feng Ruo said solemnly to Shui Miaoshuan. One move decides life or death. Shui Miaoshuan did not hesitate at all, and her momentum continued to rise. When masters compete, it is a taboo to be afraid before the fight. Feng Ruo is old, so he loses in momentum. Feng Ruo was stunned for a moment, then realized something and said in surprise, "You want to use the life and death contest to seek an opportunity to break through. With your level of cultivation, if you carefully read the chapters written by sages during the annual sacrifice, I believe you would gain some insights," Shui Miaoshuan said. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. I have indeed gained some understanding. If so, I will learn from your superior skills. Feng Ruo knew there was no escape, so he slowly walked towards the house. With every step he took, his momentum grew. Yi Junlin hurriedly retreated to the edge to avoid being affected. Shui Miaoshuan and Feng Ruo both used their strongest moves. The huge amounts of true energy collided with each other and swept around like a passing typhoon. Debris, smoke and dust swept into the air. Faintly, one could see a figure in a Taoist robe passing by an old figure. Then, the surroundings gradually returned to calm. Hu Wan, even though Su Yucheng had seen countless ups and downs in the business world, his heart was beating so fast at this moment that it almost jumped out of his throat. Because the victory or defeat of Shui Miaoshuan and Feng Ruo will also determine their life or death. Master will not lose. Su Ming's words sounded confident, but his voice was trembling a little. When the smoke clears, the view is no longer obstructed. 2 figures in the messy place also appeared. Shui Miaoshuan's face was pale and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. 5th Master. Yi Junlin was shocked. He won, my master won, Su Ming shouted happily. It was funny for just a few seconds before Feng Ruo fell to the ground. Su Ming's smile froze. 5th Master, are you okay? Yi Junlin ran to Shui Miaoshuan happily. I won't die. Shui Miaoshuan showed a slight smile on her face. Although she suffered serious internal injuries, she possessed the Yi Wood spirit body, which could heal herself automatically, so it was not serious. The life and death battle with Feng Ruo brought her to the edge of a higher realm. It was only a matter of time before she broke through. Now Shui Miaoshuan no longer has to cling to the calamities of the world. Because the purpose of transcending the mortal world is also to seek a breakthrough. And now she felt it in another way. Master Su Ming ran to Feng Ruo's side, only to see that he was dying and looked even older. Run! Feng Ruo used up the last of his strength and let out a low cry to Su Ming. In the dark night, a burst of fire rose. It's on fire. A passerby noticed it and started shouting. Unfortunately, the fire was too big to be extinguished. By dawn, the entire Su family had been burned into a charred ruin. No one in the Su family survived and all were buried in the fire. The host's behind-the-scenes plot indirectly led to the death of the protagonist Su Ming, and obtained 200 villain halo points. After Wang Zhenxing woke up, he found a message from last night. While having breakfast at the palace, I heard the concierge's conversation and learned that a fire had broken out in the Su family last night. Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly, thinking that he could finally rest assured and leave Luodu for a while. Counting the days, it has been nearly 2 months since I left Qingling. During his stay in Luodu, Wang Zhenxing received many calls. They were all calls from women close to her. If I don't go back, some women might not be able to hold back and come to Luodu to arrest him. In addition, the technology companies in Luodu need funds to develop vigorously. Wang Zhenxing made a full calculation and concluded that without selling Zhenxing Group's shares, he could only raise about 5 billion yuan in funds. And his budget is 10 billion. Running a technology company is very expensive, but the upper limit is extremely high. He is now wealthy, and as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he will definitely make a lot of money once the company develops a little. Of course, in addition to making money, Wang Zhenxing has a greater use for this technology company. It's just that it's still 5 billion short of the budget. 50 billion in cash flow is a lot, and even Han Mei and Song Jingxuan may not be able to come up with it in a short period of time. Wang Zhenxing was thinking about where to get the money. Before I knew it, I had finished breakfast. Wang Zhenxing temporarily put aside his thoughts, rummaged through the library, copied down 3 eternal love poems, and then had them delivered to Zhen Mi, Qin Lailuo and Shaho Lan's homes respectively. It is a little inconvenient to propose marriage in person for the time being, but since the 3 of them gave the token of trust, Wang Zhenxing must of course give some accurate response. 3:30 p.m. Wang Zhenxing boarded the plane and started his journey home. Pure and spiritual. After get off work, the young secretary Lin Keqing left the company on foot. After a while, we arrived at the rented place. Lin Keqing walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The elevator door slowly closed, and suddenly a white hand reached into the crack of the door. The elevator door sensed something and opened automatically soon. A young man who was whiter than the woman and very handsome walked into the elevator. While working today, Lin Keqing accidentally cut her hand with a paper cutter. She simply treated it with a band-aid, and there was a trace of blood left on her hand. After the young man walked into the elevator, he stared at Lin Keqing's hand with wide eyes. Or to be more precise, it was the blood on her hands. What a delicious scent of blood! The young man showed an intoxicated expression. Lin Keqing frowned, feeling that this man was a little strange, so she leaned towards the corner of the elevator. The young man realized that he had lost his composure, took a deep breath, and quickly looked away, trying not to look at the remaining blood on Lin Keqing's hands. Chapter 265 Landlord Lu Chu. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, Lin Keqing hurried out of the elevator. And that young man actually followed him out. Lin Keqing was startled and quickened her pace to the outside of the suite where she lived. She hurriedly tried to open the door lock with her fingerprint. "Beauty, do you live here?" The young man walked over and said with a smile. "You don't come over here." Lin Keqing's face turned pale. She thought she had met a bad guy and was about to shout. "My name is Lu Chu. I'm the landlord of this building. I'm here to collect rent. We're talking on the phone. Can't you recognize my voice?" the young man explained. Lin Keqing was half believing and half doubting. She looked at Lu Chu warily, then took out her cell phone, found the landlord's number and dialed it. Lu Chu's cell phone rang soon. "Look, it's me, right?" Lu Chu showed the screen of his mobile phone to Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing took a look and found that it was indeed her call, so she breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, it's absolutely safe to live with me. If you encounter any trouble, just tell me and I will help you solve it." After collecting the rent, Lu Chu said this to Lin Keqing with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but no need. I have a boyfriend and he will help me solve any problems I have." Lin Keqing declined politely, but it was also a declaration. Because she always felt that there was something unusual in the way Lu Chu looked at her. "You have a boyfriend?" After hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed across Lu Chu's surprisingly pale face. "Have some time, landlord," Lin Keqing said politely, turned around and walked into the house, then locked the door. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl already has a boyfriend, but it doesn't matter. Maybe they will break up one day. Lu Chu quickly smiled again and came to the door of the room next to Lin Keqing. Ding dong. Lu Chu pressed the doorbell and said, "Is anyone there? I'm the landlord, here to collect the rent." "Hello handsome landlord, can you extend the rent for a while?" About 10 seconds later, a beautiful girl opened the door and spoke softly to Lu Chu. This girl has an extremely cute face but an overly mature figure, just like the heroine out of a comic book. "No problem." Lu Chu agreed to the beautiful girl's request without hesitation. "Thank you handsome guy, you are so nice." The cute girl thanked with a smile. "Your name seems to be Lin Nanchuang, right? My name is Lu Chu, and you are welcome to live in Xingfu community. If you have any worries or troubles, you can come to me. I am happy to help my tenants." Lu Chu said with a smile. Boasting, you think you can solve any problem. Lin Nanshuang felt that he was being too arrogant and couldn't help but say. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you, Lu Chu said. Lin Nanshuang was silent for a moment. Her biggest worry now is not to marry that crappy oil prince, but she can't say these things out loud. After all, she ran away from home and hid in Qingling. If any trace is leaked, it might be found by the people sent by my father. I want to stay cute and beautiful forever. Can you help me? After thinking about it, Lin Nanshuang said something that was impossible to do. I can really help you with this. Lu Chu looked a little strange, but his tone was very serious. How can you help me? Lin Nanshuang pouted her rosy lips. Let me bite you, and you will remain young forever. Lu Chu said. Hooligan. Lin Nanshuang made a face at him and then closed the door. I'm serious, why don't you believe it? Lu Chu showed a playful smile. Lin Keqing, who was preparing to cook, received a call. Honey, when will you come back? After seeing that the caller was Wang Zhenxing, Lin Keqing asked sweetly with some longing. I will probably be back in a month. Wang Zhenxing prepared to give her a surprise, without telling her that he had just got off the plane and arrived in Qingling. It still takes so long. Lin Keqing looked worried. Is the company's operations going well? Wang Zhenxing asked. It's fine, don't worry. You are worthy of being the secretary I chose. You are really capable. I will give you a raise when you come back. I don't want a pay raise. So what reward do you want? I don't know. It's up to you. After chatting with Wang Zhenxing for a while, Lin Keqing ended the call, hummed a song and started cooking. It's dinner time now. Lin Nanshuang was very hungry. She looked around the house and took out a few pieces of bread. Do you think I will give in if my card is frozen? Humph, I have hands and feet. The worst that can happen is I can just find a job. I don't believe I will starve to death. Lin Nanshuang stood on the balcony chewing bread and talking to herself stubbornly. At this time, the aroma of food wafted from next door. When Lin Nanshuang smelled it, a feeling of sadness surged in her heart. In order to save some money, she ate bread for a long time and hadn't had a full meal for a long time. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such hardship. In an instant, Lin Nanshuang suddenly had the idea of compromise. But she quickly strangled it. What era is this now? I want to be in love freely and I don't want to marry an oil prince. Lin Nanshuang said viciously in her heart and continued to chew the bread sadly. At this moment, a beautiful woman holding a bowl came out from the balcony next door. Lin Nanshuang looked at her eagerly. The smell of food just now came from next door. Lin Keqing was bored eating alone, so she came to the balcony. This was not the first time the two had met. Just never said hello before. Sister, the food you cook is so delicious. Lin Nanshuang found the bread tasteless, licked her lips, and said to Lin Keqing with envy. Not bad. Lin Keqing smiled, then noticed that she was looking at him eagerly, so she said, would you like to come and eat together? If you don't mind. After being neighbors for a while, Lin Keqing felt that this cute girl was harmless and naturally didn't mind making friends with her. Yes, yes. After hearing this, Lin Nanshuang immediately responded, put down the dry bread, and ran to the next room. Half an hour later, Lin Nanshuang touched her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I felt full like this. Sister Keqing, can I call you that? Lin Nanshuang asked. While eating, she and Lin Keqing had already exchanged names and ages. Lin Nanshuang was 20 years old and Lin Keqing was 22 years old. Okay. I don't know why, but I feel like you're quite friendly. Lin Keqing agreed with a smile. I feel the same way. Lin Nanshuang nodded in agreement. Maybe it's because we have the same surname, Lin Keqing said with a smile, supporting her snow-white chin. The two started chatting and felt more and more compatible. Before I knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Sister Keqing, can I live with you? It's boring to be alone, and I want to chat with you. Okay. Although Lin Keqing had just met Lin Nanshuang today, she felt very comfortable getting along with her, so she readily agreed. Chapter 266 Give a Surprise. In the dim bedroom, Lin Keqing was lying on the bed and asked Lin Nanshuang beside her. I see you don't go out much all day. Aren't you bored staying at home all the time? Of course I'm bored, but I have no choice. If I go out and run around, I might be caught by my dad. Lin Nanshuang said resentfully. What's going on? Lin Keqing felt there was a story behind this, so she asked curiously. My father arranged a marriage for me. He wanted me to marry someone abroad whom I had never met before. I didn't want to get married, so I ran away from home. Lin Nanshuang replied. Marrying you abroad, that's too far. You wouldn't be. Lin Keqing hesitated to speak. That's right, I suspect that I was just picked up. He is not my biological father, Lin Nanshuang sniffed and said a little aggrievedly. How many brothers and sisters do you have in your family? Just me. Even if you are not his biological child, your father can't possibly harm you like this, right? Anyway, I won't marry someone from abroad. At worst, I'll never go home again and be self-reliant in the future. Lin Nanshuang made the decision and then said to Lin Keqing in a pleading tone. Sister Keqing, can you recommend a job for me? If I don't work, I might really starve to death. Of course, what can you do? Lin Keqing asked. I'm good with computers. Okay, the information department of my company is hiring. You can go and apply for the position tomorrow. What should I pay attention to when applying for a job? I've never worked before. Don't be too nervous, just follow the process and relax. If you don't get the job, I'll help you find another job. Thank you, Sister Keqing, you are so kind. If you were really my sister, that would be so great. Lin Nanshuang happily hugged Lin Keqing's arm. It's the same when we're best friends. Lin Keqing said with a smile. When I first came in, I saw men's shoes on the shoe rack by the door. You have a boyfriend, right? Lin Nanshuang remembered something and asked curiously. Yes. Lin Keqing felt there was no need to hide it. Lin Nanshuang suddenly had an idea and thought that the bed she was sleeping on now might have been slept in by Sister Keqing's boyfriend. How far have you progressed? It's just holding hands, what are you thinking about? Lin Keqing was proud, so she naturally couldn't tell Lin Nanshuang everything. Lin Nanshuang said, oh, and didn't think Lin Keqing was lying. She just said, Sister Keqing, you are so pretty. Your boyfriend must be very handsome. Is he one of those pretty boys on TV? He is a mature and steady person, more than 10 years older than me. Uncle. The image of a middle-aged man with a big belly subconsciously emerged in Lin Nanshuang's mind. The two continued chatting for a while, and Lin Keqing suddenly received a call from the company and went to the computer in the study to handle work. Lin Nanshuang was bored alone, and gradually she felt sleepy and fell asleep. And at this time, Wang Zhenxing came to Xingfu community, holding a gift box in his hand, and arrived outside Lin Keqing's residence. Raising his hand, he subconsciously wanted to ring the doorbell. But suddenly I realized that my fingerprint could open the door. After Lin Keqing rented this place, Wang Zhenxing came to stay several times and recorded his fingerprints on the door lock. Wang Zhenxing unlocked the door with his fingerprint, opened it gently and walked in. Moonlight from outside the window shines into the house, and obstacles can be vaguely seen. Wang Zhenxing placed the gift box on the tea table in the hall, took off his coat, and then went towards Lin Keqing's bedroom. The bedroom door was not locked. He turned the doorknob, walked in and came to the head of the bed. Wang Zhenxing gently lifted the quilt and hugged her. That's not right. After Wang Zhenxing explored it for a while, he found that there was a problem. It should be just within reach with one hand, so why is it so difficult to grasp it now? Moreover, the fresh fragrance of shampoo on the hair is not from its own brand. Lin Keqing used shampoo produced by Zhenxing Group, and he was very familiar with that scent. Wang Zhenxing retracted his mouth and wanted to quietly leave, pretending nothing had happened. Woo-woo, ah, a scream suddenly rang out. Lin Keqing, who was working in the study with the door closed, was startled by the noise. She hurried out of the study, went to the bedroom and turned on the light. Wang Zhenxing covered his ears, turned his back to Lin Nanshuang, and looked at Lin Keqing helplessly. Lin Keqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly figured out what had happened. Why don't you come with me when you come back? Lin Keqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Who knows? Wang Zhenxing looked innocent. You go out and wait first, I'll take care of it. Lin Keqing rubbed her smooth forehead and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing nodded and walked out of the bedroom. After being frightened for a while, Lin Nanshuang covered her face and cried, muttering, I am no longer pure. I'm sorry, my boyfriend has been on a business trip for 2 months. He wanted to give me a surprise when he came back, and he mistook you for me. Lin Keqing said softly and apologetically. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Nanshuang couldn't help but collapse when she thought about how she was taken advantage of by a middle-aged greasy uncle. She even wanted to die. It should be just a physical attack, not a suicidal act, right? Lin Keqing whispered. Not only did he use his hands, but he also used his mouth. No one has ever done this to me before. I'm not pure, Lin Nanshuang retorted while crying. Nanshuang, I'm sorry, but this is an accident. Since it has already happened, it won't help no matter how much you cry. Lin Keqing thought for a moment and said. I'll compensate you for your mental damages, is that okay? I don't want money, I want him to clear my name. Lin Nanshuang's eyes were filled with tears. How can I return this? Lin Keqing tried to persuade her softly for a long time, but Lin Nanshuang was still crying. Wang Zhenxing had smoked 2 cigarettes outside, but he still didn't calm down, and he felt a little annoyed. Why are you being so pretentious? You won't let me rest so late at night. Just tell me what you want. Wang Zhenxing walked into the bedroom and said fiercely. It was pitch dark just now, and Wang Zhenxing didn't see the woman's face clearly. He thought that he might have suffered a loss. Lin Keqing said nice things for a long time, but the woman was still crying. It was really disturbing. Hearing the fierce voice, Lin Nanshuang gradually raised her head, opened her big eyes filled with tears, and a ferocious expression appeared on her cute face as she looked towards the man at the door. Lin Nanshuang opened her mouth and wanted to say something bad in response, but when the handsome man's figure was reflected in her eyes, her throat seemed to be choked. Well, a very good-looking man. Facing the starry eyes of the man at the door, Lin Nanshuang's heart began to beat faster and faster as if it were out of control. Chapter 267 Gift. The heroine Lin Nanshuang fell in love with the host at first sight, and her favorability increased to 60, admiration. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 700 counterattack points. The protagonist Lu Chu's luck value is -70, and the host's luck value is +70. When Wang Zhenxing received the news, he also saw Lin Nanshuang's face clearly. To be honest, he is not interested in cute girls. But fortunately, Lin Nanshuang has an excellent figure. Matched with this cute face, the overall look is still very pleasing to the eye. However, Wang Zhenxing felt that at the critical moment, looking at Lin Nanshuang's face, it would be easy to feel guilty, right? But after thinking about it subconsciously, Wang Zhenxing actually felt a sense of inexplicable anticipation. It's come to this. There's no point in crying. Let's discuss a reasonable solution. Putting his thoughts away, Wang Zhenxing spoke to Lin Nanshuang in a slightly softer tone. Yes, Nanshuang, calm down. Lin Keqing also echoed. Lin Nanshuang wiped the tears from her face. She wasn't that sad in secret, but she pretended to be sad on the surface and said. Sister Keqing, just for your sake, let's just forget about it. Thank you, Nanshuang. Lin Keqing breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, don't you need to make up for anything? Of course, but I don't want money. We can tell you what you want later. Lin Nanshuang said. Okay, then tell me what you've thought of. See you tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to the company for an application. Lin Keqing's words already showed that she wanted to drive him away. See you tomorrow morning. Lin Nanshuang got up from the bed and walked out of the bedroom. When passing by the door, he slowed down his pace and glanced at Wang Zhenxing a few more times out of the corner of his eyes. Her name is Lin Nanshuang, she lives next door, we get along pretty well and can talk a lot. She suddenly decided to stay at my place tonight, but I didn't expect this to happen. After Lin Nanshuang left, Lin Keqing explained to Wang Zhenxing. So that's how it is. Wang Zhenxing knew that it was peach luck that was causing trouble, and asked, what did you mean by taking her to apply for a job just now? She was forced to get married by her family, and she ran away from home in anger, but she had no source of income. I felt sorry for her, so I wanted to introduce a job to her, said Lin Keqing. Where is she from? I didn't ask, but it shouldn't be Qingling's. I heard that her father wanted to marry her abroad. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing thought for a while. Judging from what Lin Keqing said, it is very likely that Lin Nanshuang wanted to marry him. Moreover, the place of marriage is abroad, which shows that this marriage is not simple. It is not difficult to guess that Lin Nanshuang's background should be unusual. Okay, boss, let's not talk about her. We haven't seen each other for so long, don't you want to chat with your secretary? Lin Keqing said coquettishly. Wang Zhenxing smiled and took the gift box from the tea table. This is for you. There are gifts. Lin Keqing smiled sweetly and carefully opened the gift box. A necklace made of gold and sapphire came into her sight. The sapphire was so transparent and bright that it even dazzled Lin Keqing. How much does this cost? Lin Keqing asked in surprise. It's a limited edition in the world, and there's only one of its kind. It probably costs around 20 million yuan, Wang Zhenxing said casually. 20 million, Lin Keqing was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She said hurriedly, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. I spent a lot of effort to buy this and I'm giving it to you specially. Wang Zhenxing looked sincere. In fact, before coming here, he went to find Han Mei specifically, hoping to get some money from Han Mei to develop the company. But Han Mei had previously obtained a good piece of land from the Song family, and is currently building a building on it, investing a lot of money. Han Mei no longer has any cash flow. Wang Zhenxing felt a little regretful. When he was about to leave, he saw that Han Mei had a new sapphire necklace, so he took it away. I am an ugly duckling, how could I deserve such an expensive necklace? Although she was with Wang Zhenxing, Lin Keqing still felt a little inferior because of her family background. How can there be such a beautiful ugly duckling? You are a princess, the most beautiful princess in the world. Wang Zhenxing smiled, then put the sapphire on Lin Keqing and then pulled her to the mirror. Lin Keqing looked at the mirror and saw her figure, which looked extremely noble due to the sapphire necklace. For a moment, she couldn't believe that it was herself. Staring blankly at the projection in the mirror, Lin Keqing felt a little sore in the nose and started sobbing. But he cried with joy. Heroine Lin Keqing's favorability towards the host +12, current total favorability is 90, unwavering until death. I don't want to be a princess. I just want to be your little secretary forever. Lin Keqing didn't know where she got the strength from in an instant, but she pushed Wang Zhenxing to the corner of the wall, then stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips against his. Heroine Lin Keqing's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 100, life and death together. After a long time, Wang Zhenxing received a message. If you count carefully, this is the first heroine whose favorability is fully achieved. Is it because a long separation makes the heart grow fonder? Wang Zhenxing thought so in his heart. Beside him, Lin Keqing had fallen into a deep sleep. Wang Zhenxing was not sleepy yet, so he opened his mobile phone and browsed the recent hot news. Not long after, a piece of news about the daughter of Jinfu Bank marrying a foreign prince attracted Wang Zhenxing's attention. The name Lin Nanshuang was not mentioned in the news, and no photos of Lin Nanshuang could be found on the internet. In order to protect their families, some wealthy people will prevent information about their family members from spreading on the internet and affecting their normal lives. The founder of Jinfu Bank is Lin Jinfu, a well-known tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions and active in the public eye. However, there is no news about Lin Jinfu's family on the internet. Obviously, Lin Jinfu is interested in protecting his family's privacy. Lin Keqing's account of Lin Nanshuang being forced into marriage coincides with this news. And the surnames also match. But this is ultimately just an unfounded guess. Whether Lin Nanshuang is Lin Jinfu's daughter remains to be verified. Some thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wang Zhenxing suddenly felt a little hungry, so he opened the refrigerator to find something for a midnight snack. At the same time, in another suite in Xingfu community, Lu Chu also came to his refrigerator because he was hungry. But when you open the refrigerator, you will find that what is placed inside is not ordinary food, but blood bags packed in transparent plastic bags. There are labels on the blood bags with words like pig, chicken, sheep, etc. Lu Chu took a quick look, picked out a blood bag with the word, pig, on it, tore it open and drank it all. After eating a pack, I didn't feel full. Lu Chu took several packets and drank them, but the feeling of hunger still lingered. Could it be because I was stimulated by the delicious smell of blood during the day? Lu Chu sighed, put on his coat, left his residence, and blended into the night. Chapter 268 Lu Chu sees a doctor. After leaving Xingfu community, Lu Chu crossed several streets and came to a small incense, candle and paper money shop in a dark alley. You're sunburnt. Just go to the cemetery and recuperate for a month. Next. When you reach a certain age, it's like a woman in her 30s or 40s. It's self-explanatory, right? Next. The old man in his 70s in the store was talking to the air, which looked extremely weird. After about 10 minutes, he finally stopped talking. Lu Chu stepped into the incense and candle shop and sat on the stool in front of the old man. Uncle Hua, business is good, Lu Chu said familiarly. It's just enough to make a living. The old man called Uncle Hua waved his hand, looked at Lu Chu, and then said, "Why did you come here so late at night? You're not here to chat with me, are you? I feel a little uncomfortable after seeing the blood. Please take a look for me," Lu Chu said. Uncle Hua nodded, walked to Lu Chu and checked his nails and hair, then took out a mini flashlight and pointed it at Lu Chu. Lu Chu understood and immediately opened his mouth. The 2 rows of neat teeth changed at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew sharp fangs. At the same time, Lu Chu's pupils changed from black to blue. It's not a big problem. He's just been eating animal blood for too long and is a little malnourished. After Uncle Hua finished the examination, he turned off the flashlight and said to Lu Chu, "Didn't you just take a big boost of nutrition a month ago? Why did you become malnourished again so soon? You could have lasted at least 2 months before," Lu Chu said. "Do you often go out and walk during the day?" Uncle Hua asked. "I move around occasionally," Lu Chu replied. "Although you are not afraid of the sun now, it will still consume a lot of energy if you stay in the sun too much. I just happened to have a batch of new supplements that were abandoned by the hospital's blood bank because they failed the test." As he said that, Uncle Hua walked into the house. When he came out, he had a blood bag in his hand. "You try it." After Lu Chu tore open the blood bag, he tried to drink a few sips and started to retch. "It tastes bad," Lu Chu frowned. "The taste may be a little worse, but compared to animal blood, it is very nutritious," Uncle Hua said. "Forget it, I'll figure it out myself," Lu Chu said. "Do you want to find food by yourself? If something serious happens, it will bring trouble to me." Uncle Hua's face was tense. "Don't worry, you've known me for a few years, and you've never seen me bite anyone casually," Lu Chu said. "That's true." Uncle Hua breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chu really went out to find food randomly, it would be impossible for him to suffer from malnutrition. And because of Lu Chu's racial characteristics, if he bites someone, the disease will be passed from person to person and will definitely cause a big disturbance. But since Lu Chu came to this city, everything has been peaceful. "There is something I want to ask you. Can I have offspring with a human woman?" Lu Chu suddenly asked. "No, you can only have offspring with the opposite sex of the same race," Uncle Hua replied. "Is that so?" Lu Chu felt mixed emotions. "Why do you suddenly ask this kind of question? Are you attracted to any pretty girl?" Uncle Hua asked with a smile. "No, just asking casually," Lu Chu responded perfunctorily, and then asked, "Do you have any medical blood drawing equipment? Get me a few sets. You know I can't just bite people." "That's no problem. I'll ask my friend at the hospital for help. You can come pick it up tomorrow." "See you tomorrow then." Lu Chu's fangs disappeared and his eyes turned back to normal black. Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang have very fresh scents, but losing blood will cause harm to the body and is not good for health. Don't pay attention to them unless it is absolutely necessary. I'll go out tomorrow and hope I can meet a bad guy with a delicious smell, so I won't feel guilty. On the way back, Lu Chu was thinking about this. The next morning, in order to avoid gossip, Wang Zhenxing went to the company first. Lin Keqing's face was filled with a happy smile. She dressed up leisurely and went to knock on the door next door. Lin Nanshuang was sleeping in and was woken up by a knock on the door after a while. "Your room is really..." After walking into the room, Lin Keqing looked at the scene inside and was speechless. "It's a bit messy. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Sister Keqing." Lin Nanshuang scratched his head embarrassedly. "Get yourself ready and come with me to the company." "Okay." Lin Nanshuang went to wash up. Lin Keqing originally wanted to find a place to sit down and wait, but she couldn't bear to see the mess in the house, so she tidied it up and put the clothes, dolls, shoes and other things on the floor in their proper places. "Thank you, Sister Keqing, you are so virtuous." After washing up, Lin Nanshuang saw the shiny ground and smiled at Lin Keqing with her cute little face in her hands. "How can this be called virtuous? It's because you don't pay enough attention to cleanliness. Don't you clean the house when you are at home?" Lin Keqing said. "I have servants to help me collect them, so there's no need for me to do anything." Lin Nanshuang laughed. "You have servants at home?" Lin Keqing asked in surprise. "Let's go, Sister Keqing." Lin Nanshuang didn't want to talk more about the topic, so she took her arm and walked out of the house. When going downstairs, Lin Keqing always looked at Lin Nanshuang with suspicion. Sister Keqing, does your boyfriend have a tendency to violence? Lin Nanshuang suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Keqing worriedly. No, why do you ask? Lin Keqing asked puzzledly. No, but I seemed to hear you crying last night. Wasn't it your boyfriend who beat you? Lin Nanshuang asked innocently. Lin Keqing was stunned for a moment, and seemed to recall something, and immediately blushed. You heard it wrong. How could I have heard it wrong? My hearing is very good. Lin Nanshuang said seriously. If you said you heard it wrong, then you heard it wrong. Lin Keqing was a little embarrassed and annoyed, and quickened her pace. Lin Nanshuang stood there for a moment, puzzled, and then seemed to understand. Good morning, Miss Lin. Lin Keqing was walking forward with her head down when she suddenly heard a voice beside her ear. She turned around and saw that it was the landlord Lu Chu. Good morning. Lin Keqing responded politely. Compared with yesterday, Lin Keqing looks very good and radiant today. Lu Chu's eyes lit up and he wanted to chat with her, but after Lin Keqing finished speaking, she continued walking forward. Judging from Lin Keqing's appearance, she seemed to be in a hurry to go to work, so Lu Chu didn't force her. But at this time, Lin Nanshuang passed by again. Lu Chu was about to say hello, but Lin Nanshuang ignored him and hurriedly trotted after Lin Keqing. Sister Keqing, please wait for me. Two beautiful figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Lu Chu wanted to leave the community and go to Uncle Hua's incense and candle shop, but he found some strangers and asked around in the community to find someone. Looking at these people dressed in suits and sunglasses, they look like bodyguards. With doubts in his mind, Lu Chu contacted these people and quickly confirmed that they were looking for Lin Nanshuang. Chapter 269 Enthusiastic Lu Chu. In the office, Wang Zhenxing was dealing with 2 months' worth of work that had been piling up. After working for half the morning, he finally finished it. Most of these tasks involved signing documents, which Lin Keqing had prepared in advance. Wang Zhenxing could just glance over them and sign directly. During the 2 months that Wang Zhenxing was away, Zhenxing Group operated in an orderly manner, and Lin Keqing made an indelible contribution to this. Now in the company, although Lin Keqing's position is secretary, she is actually equivalent to the executive president. When subordinates report their work, they all go to Lin Keqing. Wang Zhenxing was also happy to have some free time. While having lunch in the company cafeteria at noon, some employees were talking about how a new employee had come to the information security department and had fixed years of network security vulnerabilities in one fell swoop. When Wang Zhenxing passed by and heard it, he was amazed. He glanced around and quickly noticed Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang who were having dinner in the company cafeteria. However, Wang Zhenxing did not go over to chat with them. Private matters are private matters, but after all, we are in the company now and there are differences between superiors and subordinates. It is better to avoid some unnecessary troubles. Although people in the company were secretly saying that Lin Keqing was the boss's person. But it's better to know about this kind of thing in your heart, and no one dares to say anything openly. After all, office romances are strictly prohibited in the company's rules. As a boss, Wang Zhenxing should lead by example. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. Afternoon break. Behind closed doors in his office, Wang Zhenxing had fewer concerns. When I heard Nanshuang say she was proficient in computers, I thought she was bragging. I underestimated her. It turns out she is a computer genius. Lin Keqing excitedly told Wang Zhenxing some things that happened after Lin Nanshuang joined the company. Wang Zhenxing was not surprised after hearing this. As the heroine, Lin Nanshuang is certainly not a mere vase. It is normal for her to have outstanding abilities in certain aspects. Just like Lin Keqing, she is quite good at company management. Although he has been in the job for no more than half a year, he is already capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility of being the executive president of a multi-billion-dollar group. Has Lin Nanshuang signed her employment contract? If not, ask the people in the legal department to hurry up. Wang Zhenxing said. I've urged her. We'll try to get Nanshuang to sign the employment contract today. Lin Keqing smiled understandingly. You seem to have learned bad things too. Wang Zhenxing looked at her in surprise. This is for the benefit of the company, how can it be called learning bad things? Besides, I am doing this for you. Lin Keqing smiled and said angrily. So, can you have dinner with me tonight? I haven't eaten with you in a long time. When I saw you in the cafeteria, I didn't dare to sit over and eat with you. What do you want to eat tonight? Wang Zhenxing agreed. Lin Keqing works hard for the company, so it is only right that he spends more time with her. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing also wants to find out more about the protagonist Lu Chu through Lin Keqing or Lin Nanshuang. I should be the one asking. I can eat anything as long as I'm with you. Lin Keqing said. Which restaurant did you go to for dinner while I was away? Wang Zhenxing asked. I didn't go out to eat, I cooked at home. Try your craft tonight. Okay. After get off work in the evening, Lin Keqing and Wang Zhenxing went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Lin Nanshuang returned to Xingfu community. When she arrived outside the house, she saw Lu Chu waiting for her. Landlord, you can't be so stingy. Are you urging me to pay the rent just because I didn't say hello to you in the morning? Lin Nanshuang said. It's not asking for rent. Lu Chu shook his head and said, after you left this morning, someone took your photo and went around the community asking if anyone had seen you. Lin Nanshuang's cute face froze for a moment. She seldom went out before, and even when she went out, she wore a hat and walked with her head down when she met people. Only the landlord Lu Chu, Lin Keqing and Wang Zhenxing had seen her face clearly. Did you say something? Lin Nanshuang asked nervously. I said it. Lu Chu had a wicked smile on his face. You want to die. Lin Nanshuang was so angry that her back teeth were chattering. I told them that I hadn't seen it. Lu Chu added calmly. You're playing tricks on me. Lin Nanshuang rolled her eyes at him, but she was relieved. Who are those people and why are they looking for you? Lu Chu asked. We're not that familiar with each other yet. Why do you need to ask so many specific questions? Lin Nanshuang curled her lips. It is my duty as a landlord to protect the safety of tenants. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Lu Chu threatened with a calm face. Those people haven't found you yet, but judging from their actions, they seem to be sure that you have appeared in this area. You can hide from them for a while, but you can't hide from them for a while. Lin Nanshuang was silent for a moment. At worst, I can just move to a new place. Moving to a new place is only a temporary solution. Tell me the whole story. Maybe I can help you solve the root of the problem. Then you don't have to worry so much. Lu Chu said patiently. Tisk, you can't help me. Lin Nanshuang said disdainfully. You are evasive in your words. Is it because you have done something wrong? If so, then I might consider reporting you. Seeing that Lin Nanshuang was not cooperating, Lu Chu switched to intimidation. Not cooperating, Lu Chu switched to intimidation. In the morning, he came into contact with the bodyguards who came to look for Lin Nanshuang and confirmed that they were not officials. Moreover, judging from the bodyguards' attitude, they had no ill intentions and were simply looking for someone.